The old lady didn't have a smartphone, but Tian Kaihua and Xia Lei did. Look at your second brother taking young Xia to the cinema. A movie ticket costs 100 now, Tian Kaihua said jealously. They can still go on dates, and what about me? After taking care of the old, I still have to take care of the young. Tian Kaihua kept complaining, giving Xia Jiqing a headache. Hearing Tian Saihua's words, Grandma Xia's expression darkened. Who was she serving? At her age, she still had to cook for them? What can I say? Blame yourself for being useless. Having a child is of no use at all. Look at how capable Xia Qing is. Tian Kaihua was displeased to hear this. Xiao Lei is not bad either. He's working in the city now, earning 7 or 8,000 a month. And what about the money he earns? Has he ever given a single cent to the family? Xia Jiqing frowned and said, Now look, Xia Qing has found a capable son-in-law. How can our Xiaopeng still be adopted? Xia Jiqing frowned. He had 2 sons. Now there was only one piece of land and one house. What would they do if both sons needed to buy homes? Now Xiao Lei says he wants to get engaged, and the betrothal gift is 200,000. He also wants to buy a house in the city. Even a small house costs 1 million. Where are we going to get that much money? Tian Kaihua cried. Now that the Jisheng family is so wealthy, and Xiao Lei is his nephew, it shouldn't be a problem for them to lend us a few 100,000 for the wedding, right? Tian Kaihua said. In fact, Xia Jiqing had the same thought, but he just couldn't bring himself to say it. Jiqing, you are his older brother. You saved his life when you were young. You pulled him out of the river. He will definitely listen to you, Tian Kaihua said. Don't worry about this. Let's talk about it when Xiao Lei is ready to get engaged. When Tian Kaihua heard Xia Jiqing say this, she knew he would definitely speak to Xia Jisheng when the time came, which eased her mind a bit. However, she glanced at her phone again, looking at the moments Xia Jisheng posted, with many friends and family liking it and leaving flattering comments, and she felt envious. In the village, most people were happy to see others living poorly while they enjoyed themselves. When others did well, especially close relatives, it made them uncomfortable. I wonder if Xia Qing's son-in-law is real. I hope she can bring him back for the new year. Tian Kaihua calculated the days, and there were only 3 or 4 months left until the new year. Sister Qing, the director has been chosen. The male lead for this sci-fi drama is Xiao Xian. What do you think? Zhang Nan sent a message. Although Xia Qing had stepped back from her authority, it was still wise to consult the boss. Sounds good. Let's start shooting as soon as possible, Xia Qing said. Zhang Nan breathed a sigh of relief, while Xiao Xian was so nervous that he hardly slept well all night. When Xiao Li notified him, your role has been confirmed. The male lead. You must perform well, Xiao Li said. No problem. Xiao Xian nodded. He genuinely liked this script. Who hasn't had a hero dream in their youth? Xiao Xian hesitated for a moment but still sent his costume photo to Xia Qing. Sister Qing, I will do my best. Xia Qing looked at the costume photo and thought it was quite good, sending a small encouraging emoji back. When Xiao Xian received Xia Qing's reply, his anxiety disappeared. Since Lin Nuan's temperament didn't quite fit the female lead, Tian Cici was cast instead, while Lin Nuan played the important role of Catwoman. The preparation for this drama had taken quite a bit of overtime. Xiao Xian, as a newcomer, was quite impressive, at least fitting her aesthetic standards. After seeing the subsequent casting, Xia Qing noted that they all had high looks. After all, in a drama, appearance must be high. The special effects must be cool, otherwise, one might as well read a novel. Tian Cici knew about Lin Nuan's relationship with Xia Qing, and this time she took on the role of the female lead in a new drama, also out of concern that Lin Nuan might be unhappy. Nuan, I'm the female lead this time, please don't mind, Tian Cici said, feeling somewhat anxious. After all, Lin Nuan was the cousin of the big boss. What do I have to mind? Besides, this role really does require a close fit, right? The Catwoman character is indeed more suitable for me, Lin Nuan replied. Moreover, she had chosen the Catwoman role herself. Sometimes, being the female lead isn't necessarily the best option, and the suitability of the character is also very important. This was the confidence her cousin gave her, allowing her to freely choose a role that suited her in the script. Alright, let's do our best to perform well in this drama. This sci-fi drama is not easy to act in. It requires strong conviction, Lin Nuan said. Lin Nuan actually didn't care. They were all from the same company, and the higher the drama's viewership, the more money her cousin could make. Sci-fi dramas are actually quite easy to shoot. The main focus is on the post-production special effects. Lin Nuan had her special effects makeup done and was about to start filming, but she received a call from her father. Nuan, have you talked to your mom? Tell her to stop making a fuss. Grandma is home alone and has no one to take care of her, Lin Jin said, feeling overwhelmed. He was busy at work, and the old lady could call him 10 times a day. In just half a month, they had already changed nannies 7 or 8 times. How is there no one to take care of her? Isn't there a nanny? Lin Nuan asked. Your grandma only recognizes your mom. How about this? I'll give her 10,000 a month to take care of your grandma. Lin Jin frowned. He thought that after divorcing Yang Mei, she would beg him to come back within a week, but unexpectedly, she hadn't even called him, and even Lin Jin's number had been blocked. With no other choice, he could only turn to his son and daughter. Dad, have you watched TV? I've recently gained some fame. Last month, I even got my mom a 100,000 beauty card. 10,000 just to get her mom to go back and be a nanny? That was quite a bold thought. Nuan Nuan, that's still your grandma, how can you bear it? Lin Jin said. But the nanny can take care of her too. Why does it have to be my mom? Besides, my mom has divorced you. Dad, I'm about to start filming. I can't talk anymore. If you really want to make amends, go find my mom yourself, Lin Nuan said before hanging up the phone. Lin Jin was now at home, feeling overwhelmed and in a mess. Mom, just keep making a fuss. Yang Mei and I are already divorced. To be honest, I have someone else outside, and she's already 3 months pregnant, Lin Jin said. If you keep this up, Yang Mei won't come back to take care of you, she'll just come back to divide my property. This house is worth 20 million, are you going to give her half? Upon hearing this, the old lady instantly quieted down a lot. She would rather live uncomfortably than let a countrywoman take away her son's hard-earned money. On the other side, in the apocalypse, everyone was looking for valuable materials to exchange for food, and she already had quite a few rare items in her hands. She planned to auction some of them off so she could go to Myanmar to buy weapons. Over at Xiaqing's side, the weather was gradually turning to winter, but it was almost 40 degrees where Suyu was. Every time she went to Suyu's place, she had to change into appropriate clothes first. The Vanguard team has taken the first batch of enhancement agents, and their physical condition has improved. I suggest we promote it in the base, Wang Cheng said. Professor Zhang Yenshin is also researching the second-generation enhancement agents, but it may take longer to purify and requires a large amount of similar ingredients. Make a list of all the medical ingredients he needs, Xiaqing said from the side. She had contacts in a pharmaceutical factory, so she could buy a large batch later. Give me 2 more enhancement agents, Xiaqing said. She planned to take 1 back to try for herself and give the rest to her parents. They have grown older, and being able to enhance their bodies is a good thing. Alright, I'll go get it right now. Wang Chang responded and hurriedly went to find Zhang Yenshin to get the enhancement potion. This potion can improve physical condition, and if she can sell it, she will definitely make a fortune. However, now is not the time. She needs money to acquire a biotechnology company as a cover. Step by step, slowly. But first, she should take the enhancement potion back to improve her parents' health. Wang Chang took a whole box of 6 bottles and left. Upon hearing that it was for the deputy base leader, Zhang Yenshin quickly grabbed a whole box. Have you tried this potion? Xia Cheng asked. I have, aside from being a bit sour, it's fine otherwise. Otherwise? Does this potion have other effects besides enhancing physical condition? Currently, there is no way to mass-produce the first-generation enhancement potion. Xia Cheng's ingredients haven't arrived yet, so they can only wait until the time is right to produce it. The existing potions are only available for exchange in the mall, and 2 points can be exchanged for a potion that enhances physical condition. Have you seen this potion? Has anyone bought it? What are the effects? Many people were commenting on the base's website. It should be effective. Otherwise, it wouldn't be available for exchange. 2 points isn't expensive, but I'm hesitant to exchange. Some people were still watching. Everyone in the Vanguard team has tried it. It really is an enhancement potion. Everyone in the base is registered under real names, and the Vanguard team members have yellow identifiers. Sun Shanjin set it up. The base leader's identifier is the Trident Prince, while Xia Qing has the golden emblem of the Trident Queen. When they release the news, they will receive a surprise. Soon, the potions were all exchanged. No way? Just this little bit? Xia Qing returned home, opened a whole bottle of potion, and drank one. A bottle is only a few milliliters, and the taste is slightly sour? It's simply sour to death. How is she supposed to give this to her parents? After drinking a bottle, she felt nothing. Professor Zhang said this enhancement liquid would slowly improve physical condition. It seems that the effects will take time to show, depending on individual physical conditions. Yang Xia is very busy every day. Xia Qing enrolled her in a special education course, which is a video class that she has to study every morning. In the afternoon, Xia Jixiang takes Yang Xia to the store in Hancheng. Xia Qing can only open a bottle and pour it into the pot where Xia Jixiang is cooking at noon. Xia Jixiang was making a big pot of stew. Old Xia, did you put too much vinegar in the stew? Why does it taste a bit sour? Yang Xia frowned and said, Sour? No way. I didn't put in any vinegar. Xia Jixiang frowned, not remembering adding vinegar. Qingqing, does it taste sour to you? Not sour. Maybe it was accidentally added. It's edible. Quite tasty. Xia Qing is also trying hard to improve her parents' health. But the taste of this milliliter is really sour, even more sour than drinking vinegar. Back then, De Huan licked it clean in just a couple of sips and even wanted more. By the way, Mom and Dad, I might have to go on a business trip for a few days. Dad, you should work a bit harder these days and bring in some more vegetables. She is also going to Myanmar for a few days. She is now preparing to hire a few international bodyguards. Myanmar can buy firearms, and it's also a country known for scams, so going there requires courage. She needs to be well prepared. First, she will go to the Magic City to find a reliable international security company. She searched for well-known security companies, the top 10 international bodyguard companies. The first is Ace Shield Bodyguard Company, an internationally renowned security company with a rich military background, providing services worldwide. The second is Spark Special Guard, a leading global bodyguard company. The third is Polaris, also a bodyguard company in Asia. The rest are domestic and foreign companies, etc. The prices are definitely high. She plans to go and inquire about the prices. It is said that the prices of gemstones at auctions in Myanmar are even higher, and she has quite a few gemstones in her possession. She won't auction national treasures abroad. When she has a certain status, she even plans to donate them domestically. The web drama Lin Nguyen filmed before has already been completed and is currently in post-production. The sci-fi film is also being shot, and the review process has gone smoothly, with even the National Film Bureau being very supportive. This story has undergone multiple reviews in another spacetime, so there are certainly no issues. Although these are two different time spaces, most historical traces of Longwa and Huagwa are still quite similar. Moon, are you free? Let's sit together this afternoon. Sure. The boss invited, and Monn was worried that he might be on vacation but still had to come. Xia Qing sent Moon the address of a coffee shop. She is very punctual and arrived right at 2 o'clock, only to find that Moon was already waiting for her. He even ordered coffee and desserts for her. Moon, I want to acquire a tech company. Do you have any ideas? Xia Qing asked. I have a senior brother who has researched a tech product, but he is very socially anxious and unwilling to meet people. Moon had prepared for this before coming. Previous acquisitions were just a phone call away, but this time he knew it was a bit more important since they had to meet. A tech company falls under the category of large companies, and each tech company has its core technology, like BYD for new energy, DJI for drones, BOI for display technology, and KDFASHUAN for smart voice. The unicorns of Huagwa's tech companies, like ByteDance, are valued at 202.01 billion, and even the 100th ranked company is valued at 20 billion. Acquiring one is very difficult, Qingjia. I suggest you set up a low-cost registration. You have the technology, so it would be more suitable to build it from scratch, Moon suggested. However, setting up a company requires hiring new personnel. We will have complete control. If you're worried, you can go to these companies and hire a manager with a high salary. As for technical personnel, they can be hired as long as the salary and benefits are in place. There's no shortage of high-end talent. The current environment makes it easy to find. Xia Qing nodded. Okay, then I'll leave the company set up to you. Let's call it Qing Tian Technology. I remember I registered all the names in the Qing Tian industry back then, Xia Qing said. She plans to create a Qing Tian group, allowing people to bask in the sunshine. To register a tech company, at least 10 million in funds is required, Moon said. The company currently has 6,300,000. Moon added. Because the film and television city is still under construction, it hasn't turned a profit. Send me the company account, and I'll transfer 10 million to the company, Xia Qing said. She still needs to keep some money to hire a security company to buy weapons in Myanmar for Suyu. The threats from Suyu's side are not just from zombies but also from the Longwa base, which, although it has food, also has enough weapons to protect itself. Moreover, she also plans to sell a batch of gemstones in Myanmar, where gambling stones are popular, and global jewelers will all be present. Alright, I'll complete the company setup as soon as possible. The two discussed the company's matters and chatted for a while longer. This little cake is not bad. Pack up 50 portions for me, Xia Qing said. Moon beside her was stunned. I'm sorry, but we only have 20 portions left because they are all made fresh that day, the staff apologized. It was their first time encountering someone wanting to buy 50 portions at once. They usually only make about 30 portions a day, and sometimes they don't sell out in the evening. Then just pack them all up, Xia Qing said calmly. She often buys things for Suyu, so packing dozens of portions is nothing for her. When leaving, Xia Qing also had Moon pack 2 portions. The rest she intended to deliver to Sultan and Tian Roe. After packing so many portions, the staff directly placed them in the trunk of Xia Qing's car. Thank you for your trouble. Not a trouble at all. Thank you so much for liking our desserts, the staff said happily. When the staff returned, another girl came to take over. You're so lucky. Your commission today must be over 1,000 yuan, right? The girl said enviously. About that. I hope to encounter that customer again next time. That was so refreshing. Once in the car, Xia Cheng immediately stored everything from the trunk into her space. Having arrived at the mall, Xia Cheng went shopping again. Remembering that Suyu liked mint candies, she specifically went to a candy store on Taiping Street. Previously, while fighting zombies, she had a piece of candy in her mouth to stave off nausea and the smell of blood. This time, she planned to stock up some for her trip to Myanmar. The store was filled with soft pink tones, bursting with girlish charm. It was a large store, with dozens of flavors of white rabbit milk candy. The variety was immense. Xia Qing bought dozens of boxes of chocolate and various candies, purchasing over 100 boxes in one go, which delighted the owner. I'm buying in bulk to give my classmates some benefits. Xia Qing smiled, finding an excuse. Then let me give you a few boxes of our new chocolate. This one is really delicious and imported from Ross country. We're selling it for 299, the owner said, beaming. He even signed Xia Qing up for a membership and added her on WeChat. With so many boxes of candy, the entire trunk and seats were filled. In the evening, when Xia Qing returned home, Xia Jixiang told her that the vegetables collected today had already been sent to the warehouse. She would go collect another batch tomorrow, and the day after, she would head to Modu, where the top security company was located, to select a few reliable bodyguards. I don't know what's going on today. I feel so energetic. I worked at your mom's shop all day and collected vegetables, yet I'm not tired at all, Xia Jixiang said. He had always been strong from working on the farm since childhood, but usually, after a busy day, he would feel mentally exhausted, yet today he felt very energetic. Dad, maybe you're just happy these past few days. Being happy naturally makes you feel good, Xia Qing offered a reason. She couldn't tell them it was the effect of the enhancement potion, could she? Dad, it's fine, you can learn with my mom. Sure. That's what I was planning. We're a team, Xia Jixiang said with a grin. Sometimes, she really enjoyed the atmosphere between her parents, which was why she was so happy even when they were poor when she was little. Her parents never dampened each other's spirits and were always willing to support and encourage one another. In the evening, Xia Qing greeted Suyu and then went to the apocalypse. Suyu, I'm going to find Sultan in Tianrui, Xia Qing said. In a couple of days, she would be heading to Myanmar, so she needed to prepare the goods in advance. Okay. Suyu watched as Xia Qing rushed out of his room. Li Yao and Zhang Liang came in to report to Suyu, and upon seeing Xia Qing come out, they couldn't help but chuckle, even though it wasn't the first time. Brother Yu, we found that mutated zombie. It has become extremely terrifying, and ordinary weapons can't kill it, Zhang Liang said seriously. They had used drones along with Suyu's homemade bombs, but none could kill it. It can self-devour and repair itself. It has been lurking near our base. We don't have any guns. Suyu frowned and thought, help me contact Xiezhen, I need to negotiate with him. What about Zhang Chen? Li Yao asked. He probably has already left the Longhua base, Suyu said coldly. Should we still exchange food with him? Li Yao frowned. As long as they bring out something, we can exchange with him, Suyu said solemnly. Isn't it good that someone is helping them collect these things? Suyu said. Right now, the most important thing is weapons. The facilities at the base are relatively complete. In fact, aside from lacking firearms, they could still find items like watermelon knives and daggers. Suyu contacted Xiezhen, who, as a general of the Dragon Kingdom, still had some influence. General Xia, I hope to exchange for weapons in the next batch of food, Suyu said, not holding out much hope. To be honest, the weapons stored at the base are not many. What we have are large weapons. Suyu understood what she meant by large weapons, missiles and atomic bombs. To be honest, if their base were to confront the Dragon Kingdom base, the missiles in the hands of the Dragon Kingdom would probably turn them to dust. Can you disclose the location of the Dragon Kingdom's military supply depot? Suyu asked, as this was the information he truly wanted. That's not something I can decide. I need to report to my superiors. Alright, I'll wait for your news. The two hung up the satellite phone. About an hour later, the other party replied, saying they could tell him the location of the military supply depot, but it would require 100,000 pounds of grain. Moreover, they would also need to sign a long-term cooperation agreement. They really are asking for a lot, Li Yao said angrily upon receiving the news. Aren't the survivors from the Dragon Kingdom base all here with us? Let Yang Shua continue broadcasting. anyone from the Dragon Kingdom base can enjoy a free half-month food distribution. Suyu said. Brother Yu, that's a brilliant move. Li Yao gave Suyu a thumbs up. At the Dragon Kingdom base, only the Science Institute and Engineering Information Institute could hear the broadcast. Is what the Qingtian base said true? Can our people get half a month of free food if they go over? It should be true. The grain we brought back this time is said to have been exchanged from the Qingtian base. Our people from the Dragon Kingdom base are all top talents. They probably want to recruit us? The higher-ups were very hesitant. They had food security here every day, and although the portions were small, it was enough to sustain life. There was still a considerable distance from the Dragon Kingdom base to the Qingtian base, with too many dangers along the way, and most people were unwilling to take the risk. The person who defected from the Dragon Kingdom base and stole half of the food and weapons was named Zhao Yuanzhou. He was a highly intelligent person, a graduate of the Dragon Kingdom National Defense Science and Technology University, and was 29 years old. On the dilapidated road, several tanks and military vehicles were parked. Did you all hear the content of the broadcast? What are your thoughts? Zhao Yuanzhou asked. The few people here were his core followers. This time, over 500 people had escaped from the Dragon Kingdom base with Zhao Yuanzhou. So many of us, and we can get a month's worth of free food? A man with a buzz cut said skeptically. A month's worth of food could also be protein blocks, right? Don't mention that. Just thinking about it makes me sick. A short-haired woman said disgustedly. We can send a portion of people to check it out. We originally planned to go to the lakeside, and the food we currently have is enough for us for a while. But that's not a long-term solution. The fish by the lake, although we can catch them, taste sour and rotten. They could only boil the fish until soft to disinfect and kill bacteria. They were unwilling to eat such food when they could have normal food. Who among you wants to go? Take a few people to scout the situation, Zhao Yuanzhou said. They knew that leaving the Dragon Kingdom base was not easy. They were jostled day and night, without a fixed place to stay, and had to take care of these hundreds of people. I'll go, the short-haired woman said. No, it's too dangerous. What if? Zhao Yuanzhou said, worried. In my condition? Who would have any improper thoughts about me? Besides, I'm a girl. They would let their guard down around me. Hanlan said, her face bearing a scar, which was also why she always wore a mask. I want to go with Sister Shaolan. No. Several people quickly denied when they heard another girl wanted to go. You can't, Zhao Yuanzhou said. The girl's name was Wang Jingjing, who possessed the rare ability to purify water. With the current water source pollution, the existing water could only be consumed after being purified by Wang Jingjing. Jingjing, your body is too weak, and you haven't trained. Hanlan understood Wang Jingjing's concerns. Sister Shaolan. Wang Jingjing's eyes were red. Wang Jingjing was still young, only in her teens, and Hanlan had always protected her. Because of her special ability, she often exhausted her body, leaving her physically weak. Hanlan, take a few more people with you, Zhao Yuanzhou said. Understood, if anything happens, I will signal you, Hanlan replied. We will follow you. If they are fake or deceiving the survivors, we will eliminate them, Zhao Yuanzhou said. They had encountered cannibal groups that came under false pretenses before. This time, they had also brought a batch of weapons from the Longwa base, but they had already consumed quite a bit when they encountered zombies. Now, with fewer guns and ammunition, these had become non-renewable items. On the other side, Xia Chang brought a lot of candy for Su Dan and Tian Rui. Take these boxes of chocolate to eat, Xia Ching said with a smile. Every time she came over, she would bring something for the two. These past few days have been busy, and we have prepared most of the things. Okay, just a few more days of hard work, and then we can rest for a while, Xia Qing said. She estimated she would only stay in Mian country for a few days. This is the latest ceramic teapot. A set. This is a ceramic artwork designed by a high-ranking official from our Longwei, and this piece has won international awards. Tian Rui introduced. She could now make anything and was not afraid of copyright issues. This is the Moonlight series of cups, along with a series of tableware. Beautiful. It looks very high-end. Xia Qing couldn't help but exclaim. This is made using traditional Longwa methods, employing the highest quality gold and silver foil inlay techniques. They had a lot of gold and silver in their warehouse, and Xia Qing didn't have time to sell it, so Tian Rui thought of making this. This way, it presents the white, silver, and gold spectrum that travels through the heavens and earth, requiring careful cutting and meticulous trimming of various sizes of gold and silver foil. Each piece is applied to the ceramic vessel, and then it undergoes firing. The craftsmanship is very intricate. After listening to Tian Rui, Xia Qing felt that it was indeed expensive. This set was so good and so meaningful that it should be sold at a high price. She knew that the world's top mason ceramics had limited edition cups, which even had collectible value. Prices ranged from hundreds to thousands, even tens of thousands. Even a plate or bowl in the homes of the richest could cost several thousand to tens of thousands. Okay, let's make a batch of these, but not too many, Xia Qing said. Then I'll make all the Moonlight series and the Water Surface series. Tian Rui smiled. Alright, Sudan, responsible for the medicinal cosmetics, also had new products for medicinal tea. I'm working on a machine for you, it's actually one we already have. Once it's ready, it can automatically mix, you just need to set it up, Sudan said. That's great, Xia Qing replied. This way, she could set up one of these machines in each of her stores. Let me know if you need anything, Xia Qing said. Just modify the milk tea shop machines you had in the mall, Sudan replied. Then I'll buy you dozens of new ones, Xia Qing said. The medicinal tea shop was very popular, and her aunt said many wanted to find her to franchise. Sudan replied that she now felt quite motivated every day at the base and didn't have to worry about survival. Xia Qing went to the clothing factory again, this time without notifying Yang Jia, and went straight in. She was an evolver, and before she even entered the factory, she heard voices coming from a corner. Sudan followed Xia Qing, watching her frown. The latter made a shushing gesture to Sudan and walked towards the sound. Brother Yang, don't do this. Just let Brother Yang touch you a little. It's so hot, don't you want to have some ice cream? I don't want to eat, Brother Yang, please let me go back. My clothes aren't finished yet, the girl pleaded. The man blocked the woman, his hand continuously caressing her chest, rubbing it. Yang Jia looked at the woman's lack of cooperation, his expression turning cold as he threatened. Do you want to increase your workload by 10 pieces today? No, I don't want to. Brother Yang, please let me go. The girl was terrified by the harassment but dared not refuse. Xia Qing's face was grim behind them, while Sudan appeared unfazed. During his time living in the port city, he had seen many women become playthings for those men, and self-reliant women were beaten to a pulp. The apocalypse had only highlighted the physical differences between men and women, including during menstruation and pregnancy. Xia Qing kicked out. Hey, who the hell dares to hit me? Yang Jia, who was in charge of a clothing factory, had never been treated like this. Even the vanguard treated him politely, but when he turned around, he saw Xia Qing's cold face. Deputy base leader? Yang Jia nearly lost his soul upon seeing Xia Qing. I didn't expect there to be such a useless bug like you. You get to manage a clothing factory and bully the female comrades, huh? It seems many women in the factory have been bullied by you. No, I'm just dating Hulan. We're in a boyfriend-girlfriend relationship. Yang Jia stubbornly denied it. Dating? Aren't you 30? Dating a girl who's only 17 or 18? You can forget about managing my clothing factory from now on, Xia Qing said coldly. The girl who had just been bullied, Hulan, was in tears, but upon hearing Xia Qing's words, her eyes filled with light. No, the clothing factory can't be without me, Yang Jia pleaded. Quickly say, am I not dating you? Yang Jia glared at Hulan where Xia Qing couldn't see. Hulan, frightened, shrank back. Xia Qing pulled Hulan over, shielding her behind herself. Don't be afraid, just say what you need to. Sudan seemed to notice Hulan's worry and leaned closer to her, saying softly, opportunities only come once. Xia Qing was the deputy base leader and a woman, she would definitely protect the girl's interests. No, I'm not her girlfriend. She not only harasses me but also several other girls in the clothing factory. The clothing factory was filled with delicate work, so all the employees were women. No, that's not true. Deputy base leader, don't listen to her nonsense. Don't you want the latest styles? I've already finished them. You've been fired. Get out. The clothing factory no longer needs you in charge. Don't make me say it a second time, Xia Qing said sharply. No way. You're just a woman. Why can't I manage it? And so what if I'm a woman? Just watch if I can manage it, Xia Qing said coldly, taking out a phone from this time and space and immediately dialing Li Yao's number. Li Yao, don't let Yang Jia manage the clothing anymore. Let him go do manual labor, and penalize all his points. Understood. After hanging up, this was the first time Li Yao had heard Xia Qing so angry, and beside him, Suyu's face was even darker. He had to go see for himself what had happened. Seeing Xia Qing's resolute attitude, Yang Jia even had some twisted thoughts. You can't take this away. You can't. I don't want to do manual labor. What are you? Just a woman besides Suyu? You've probably slept with him many times, right? Yang Jia said anxiously. Only the vanguard members knew the role of Xia Qing. Xia Qing clenched her fists tightly, and with one punch, she sent the man flying to the ground. The man's eyes instantly became red and swollen, turning purple and blue. Wow, that's impressive, Sudan said, looking at Xia Qing's slender arms and legs, surprised that she could unleash such powerful strength. Was the contrast really that great? Xia Qing was also shocked. She didn't expect her strength to be so formidable. Yang Jia struggled to get up, still wanting to resist, but he was completely powerless against Xia Qing's blows. Yang Jia was just an ordinary man, not an evolved one, and after a few hits, his face was already swollen. By the time Li Yao and Su Yu arrived, Yang Jia was unrecognizable. Yang Jia is really something. Filthy words. Throw him out of the base, Xia Qing said coldly. She was furious. How could he spread rumors that she had slept with Su Yu? If it were true, she wouldn't be this angry. All right. Li Yao, seeing how furious Xia Qing was, quickly ordered someone to drag Yang Jia out of the base. He had watched Xia Qing beat him up just now. It was truly violent. After following Su Yu for a few days, he could feel the pain in his bones just listening. He probably broke several of them. Xia Qing turned around and saw Su Yu standing in the sunlight, looking at her with warm eyes, a smile on his lips, and his brows as dark as ink. Her previously agitated mood instantly softened. The base was under surveillance, and Yang Jia's misdeeds had already been posted on the base's official website. The girls in the clothing factory were very happy. Yang Jia has finally been kicked out of the base. How shameless. He has no idea how many of our girls he has harassed these days. I heard he was caught by the deputy base leader on the spot and was beaten up badly. Our deputy base leader is so impressive. There's a reason why he's the deputy base leader. Yes, the deputy base leader must also be an evolved one, or a supernatural being. I wish I were an evolved one too. The girls in the base were discussing this matter. For them, having a female leader who cared more about their rights was a good thing. Just like the Empress Wu Zetian, the status of women in the world would rise with the tide. The clothing factory still has vacancies. Who should fill them? Li Yao frowned. Now that Yang Jia had been dealt with and thrown out of the base, it served as a warning to others not to break the rules in the base. Let a Rue do it, Xia Qing said. My wife is busy with the ceramic factory every day. Now you want her to manage the clothing factory too? Won't that tire her out? Li Yao felt a bit sorry. First, ask Rue's opinion. If she doesn't want to, I'll go to the clothing factory to choose, Xia Qing said. Although Yang Jia couldn't enter the base, he was living off his family's support. How could you do such a thing? If it weren't for the child, I wouldn't want to deal with you at all, the woman said angrily. Wife, I was wrong. You can't ignore me, Yang Jia cried, his speech slurred because of the swelling. You deserve it, the woman said disgustedly. Tian Rue knew that Xia Qing still wanted her to manage the clothing factory, and she immediately agreed. That's great. I have so much experience in clothing, Tian Rue said happily. She used to be a rich girl, studied abroad, majored in management, and also studied design. The clothes in her former wardrobe were all branded items. Tian Rue's appearance had also improved a lot. From her initial vibrant beauty to her withered look after the apocalypse, she had finally regained some of her former self. These boxes of candy are all from Xia Qing for you, and for the child. Li Yao took out several boxes of chocolates and a few boxes of candy. Delicious, delicious. The little son hugged the candy box tightly. Su Yu, I need to go to Myanmar to buy weapons soon, so I won't be able to exchange for food for a while, Xia Qing said. Su Yu frowned slightly and said, Isn't your Myanmar very chaotic? Yes, but I'm planning to hire bodyguards, and my skills are quite impressive now. Plus, if there's real danger, I can hide in the space, so you don't have to worry about me. Su Yu lowered his head slightly, wishing he could go over to help. Those international mercenaries only recognize money, not you, so you must be careful. Don't tell them your background or what you're planning to do, Su Yu advised. He had dealt with mercenaries before, and some had fought for other countries for money. Some mercenaries had even lost their nationality, living a life on the edge. In short, a chaotic country is not as simple as you think. Su Yu was quite worried. Don't worry, if there's danger, I'll be the first to hide in the space. Besides, I'm going to buy weapons and come back right away. However, since Xia Qing could enter the space, it was quite safe. He wasn't particularly worried. This was already a very powerful trump card. The military warehouses in their country were in secret locations, and unless one had confidential privileges, it was impossible to find them. Su Yu was just a lone soldier king and couldn't possibly know the most secret matters of the country. Perhaps only the president of Long Country would know. The Qing Tian base does not agree to exchange 100,000 rations for information, Xiejin replied. Our military supply warehouse experienced a large-scale explosion during the apocalypse. Even if we told him, he probably wouldn't find anything. But I didn't expect he wouldn't exchange with us. Our ammunition stock is also running low, Xiejin frowned and said. These had now become non-renewable resources. Using a little meant having a little less. Mr. President, why don't I just tell him the location of the military supply warehouse? If they go there and find no weapons, it won't be our problem. Ha, now the Qing Tian base is our only source of food, and Su Yu is not a fool. President Su Yu also knew him. He had once served as a bodyguard for the president for a few days and was very strong. so he had a deep impression of him. Stay in touch, and make every effort to study the zombies, including the aerospace system. We must do our best to restore it. Understood. With nearly 10 billion people globally, now less than 1/10 remained. This was truly terrifying. Seawater testing has also been contaminated and mutated to varying degrees, and some fish have become highly aggressive, Xiaojin said. They had also caught fish from the seaside for research. At first, the fish were edible, but they too began to evolve. There was a bug in the evolution of the fish. Fish can still be eaten, but they contain iodic acid, and long-term consumption will affect humans, especially in terms of reproduction, Xiaojin said. Just now, the people from the Qingtian base sent a message saying they have recently stopped exchanges. Stopped exchanges? Do they want to cut off our food supply? Or are they trying to force us to tell them the address of the military supply warehouse? The president frowned slightly, tightening the steel pen in his hand. They explained that their food also requires time to source, and this batch of exchanged food is enough to last for a while, Xiaojin said. Many people had left their base, saving a lot of food. This time we brought back mushroom kits, which we can use to grow a batch of mushrooms, and we've also taken some for the scientists to study, Xiaojin said. Their underground base had top-notch research facilities globally. Send a few people to the Qingtian base, the president said. He also wanted to know where this food was really coming from. The Qingtian base must have special ability users. Understood, I will send ability users over, Xiaojin said. The president nodded in satisfaction. If the Qingtian base had food, they couldn't be so selfish. The existing humans needed to unite, and the most important thing was to seize the initiative. On the other side, so you trained Xiaoqing for another 2 hours before letting her go back. After sleeping in the morning, Xiaoqing went to the county warehouse at noon to store the collected supplies in her space. In the afternoon, she booked a high-speed train ticket to the Magic City, preparing to hire a few bodyguards from the International Security Corporation the next day. Arriving in the Magic City in the evening, she went to a branch of the herbal tea shop, where there were still quite a few people, and the WeChat ordering line was still long. I feel like my sleep has improved a lot since I started drinking this. Yeah, no additives, no sugar, and by the way, I have my eye on their pink ceramic teapot, but it's sold out. I can't believe someone bought this salted fish product at such a high markup. It's great to have money now. You can buy anything you like. Aren't there imitations on Pinduoduo? Another girl said. I bought an imitation for 9 yuan, and it really proves that you get what you pay for. The expensive ones have their reasons. That one was truly an eyesore. A woman complained while sipping her tea. Have you seen the new sweet drama that just came out? I found that Xiao Xian is so handsome. I'm following it. He and Lin Nuan make such a great couple. Just a second ago, I was rooting for Su Jia and Lin Nuan, and now I've switched sides. Xia Qing listened to the gossip among the girls in the tea shop, especially Xiao Xian, not to mention he looks even more handsome in real life than in photos. Xia Qing got her aunt's home address, which was in a residential community. The apartment was less than 50 square meters, but it was decorated very warmly, with rows of small succulents on the balcony, some even blooming. There was also a cat climbing frame with a cute orange cat on it. Her aunt must have just been studying, as there were quite a few books on the coffee table. Although the room was small, it felt very cozy. Xia Qing had visited her aunt's house during her university days, but it had always felt cold and unwelcoming. Aunt, you look younger these days. Xia Qing smiled. It's that cream you gave me. It's really good. Nuan Nuan sent me 2 more bottles. You've brought me quite a few, Yang Mei smiled. We've opened 3 branches in the Magic City recently, and there are quite a few people wanting to franchise. These stores were very stable. Yang Mei would go for a walk every morning, then attend classes in the afternoon, and read in the evening, living a free and fulfilling life every day. Let's wait a while before discussing the franchising, Xiao Qing said. I just ordered a batch of machines. Once they're ready, we can start franchising. Otherwise, if franchises were needed all over the country, she couldn't possibly ship to each city one by one, could she? That's great. How long will it take? Yang Mei asked happily. The larger the chain store grew, the happier she would be. It should take about half a month. Aunt, you can rent an office space in the Magic City since we are going to set up a chain store. Right, that's the plan. You can discuss the rental with Moon. She will help you, Xia Qing said. That's wonderful. After chatting with her aunt for a while, Xia Qing finally left. Yang Mei saw her off to the hallway, and a few minutes later, Lin Zhe arrived with Li Mo. Did your mom move to this community? The environment is a bit poor. Li Mo frowned as he looked at the somewhat messy surroundings. The property management here was quite old, naturally not comparable to their own house. Sigh, I wonder if I can persuade mom to come back home. Yang Mei was momentarily stunned when she saw her son. Why didn't you call mom before coming? The place is a bit messy. Lin Zhe had only gotten Yang Mei's current address by calling Lin Wan. Inside the house, there were quite a few high-end supplements and skincare products that Xia Qing had just bought. Li Mo saw one of the packages and exclaimed, "Isn't this the Sunny brand that was quite popular online before?" Li Mo also knew that Lin Zhe's sister had a good relationship with the brand and wanted to get a few bottles from her, but they were all given away in a lottery by Lin Wan. "Yeah, if you like it, take it and try. Qingqing brought me several boxes. Xia Qing just came by? Did she send all of this?" Lin Zhe exclaimed. "These things don't look cheap at all." "Yes, she did. I told her not to send so many things, I don't need them." Although Yang Mei said this, she was still very happy. Xia Qing still cared about her. In the past, she would often bring her things, even from her hometown. But now that Xia Qing had money, the gifts were even more high-end. Lin Zhe looked around the room, filled with a warm atmosphere, and noticed a large orange cat. It was unlike the home that was always filled with the smell of medicine. "My grandma misses you a lot. Zhe, I'm really happy you came today, but let's not talk about this. I've already decided to get a divorce, and I won't go back." She had thought about this countless times before bringing it up. It was just that she didn't have money, a job, or confidence back then. Now it was different. She had a job and confidence. "I didn't say to persuade you to remarry my dad, just that you should go back and visit when you have time," Lin Zhe sighed. The mother and son chatted for a while, but it felt a bit awkward as they parted. In the car, "What is your cousin doing now? The things she bought for your mom don't seem cheap. That pile must be over 10,000, right?" "Not sure, seems like she's a screenwriter. The author of the popular The First Empress of the World." "So your cousin wrote that? That's impressive," Li Mo said with shining eyes. "How did it go with what you told your sister last time?" Li Mo asked. "My brother is about to graduate from college. He also wants to enter the entertainment industry. Don't worry, I've already mentioned it and submitted your brother's photo. Maybe he can participate in this shoot," Lin Zhe said with a smile. Now Lin Nuan had also gained some popularity. Although there was still a gap with top stars, she had entered the second or third tier. "That's great. Thank your sister for me," Li Mo smiled. Otherwise, her brother would come home and ask her that night. Xia Qing was staying at a hotel and glanced at the space. Surprisingly, the small crack today was impassable. The phone she brought from the apocalypse couldn't connect to their network here and couldn't find any signal. Looking at the networks of the two timelines that couldn't connect, she had already downloaded everything inside to watch directly. Chapter 119, Mercenaries. Xia Qing downloaded classic sci-fi movies from the apocalyptic timeline and found that the special effects there were also superb. She would let Li Yao keep an eye on these. If there were such talents, she could save them. Then she wouldn't have to look for a special effects company. It might save her tens of millions. These special effects are so realistic. "There's not a trace of special effects at all," Xia Qing exclaimed. If her latest sci-fi drama used such effects, that would be amazing. If she couldn't find anything for now, she would use the top special effects company in the country, but it would cost quite a bit. If it were someone else's investment, they might need to be cautious. If the investment failed, it would be a huge loss. Xia Qing wasn't afraid. She had plenty of money. Early the next morning, Xia Qing went to the Ace Shield Bodyguard Company. In a high-end VIP room, Xia Qing had a tablet in her hand. "If you need to go to Myanmar, I suggest you hire 3 to 5 bodyguards. I want strong ones, preferably veterans." "Okay, take a look at this." The staff showed Xia Qing a tablet. "This one is called Dijun, height 185 centimeters, weight 85 kilograms, age 28, from the Beijing Special Forces, mixed martial arts, skilled in special driving. Yongjing is from Russia, height 190 centimeters, age 26, mixed martial arts. Is there anyone even stronger? For example, mercenaries?" Xia Qing said. "If you want to hire mercenaries, you need to pay a deposit of 2 million first." "Sure," Xia Qing responded readily. After all, she was going to Myanmar to buy firearms and ammunition, and hiring mercenaries would definitely be more effective. "But I must remind you that mercenaries are not protected by international law, so their prices start at 1 million. "Okay," Xia Qing replied. "No wonder they say mercenaries make money, they really do, with each job starting at 1 million. The woman couldn't help but take Xia Qing more seriously. After all, this was a big business, and those who could afford to hire mercenaries were major clients. Xia Qing directly paid the 2 million deposit. "Please wait a moment." There was a fruit platter and tea on the table, and the woman went out to fetch a golden tablet. "These are the available mercenaries right now, you can choose." Xia Qing swiped the tablet and selected 3 mercenaries, Red Heart, Black Spade, and Wild Wolf, with prices ranging from 2 million to 5 million. "That's really expensive. These 3 are from France, America, and China, respectively. To her surprise, Wild Wolf was actually Chinese, and his price was the highest. Hiring these three would cost her nearly 10 million. You need to pay half the amount first, and then the rest after the mission is completed. Mercenaries live on the edge. A few million a month is a lot, but it's probably more than an ordinary person could earn in a lifetime. Some celebrities make tens of millions in just 2 or 3 months of filming. How many days will you be in Myanmar? About a week, Xia Qing said. Alright, after signing the contract, you've already paid a 2 million deposit, and you just need to pay 3 million more. Give me your contact information, and they will reach you before you go to Myanmar. Okay. After both parties signed the contract, Xia Qing left. On the other side, hello, Storm Legion, the employer just selected 3, and you two are about to get a new mission. The location is in Myanmar. The commission is a total of 9 million. The task is to protect her. The Storm Mercenary Corps consists of 6 people from all over the world, among them Red Spade and Black Heart from the Storm Mercenary Corps. Wild Wolf is a lone wolf. 5 million? This is a big client. And in Myanmar, a small trash country, Red Spade laughed, thinking the money was easy to get. She has quite an eye. Stop joking, if she's spending big to hire us, it must be something serious, Black Spade said coldly. This time we also have Wild Wolf. We need to be careful with him, Black Spade frowned. Wild Wolf is a madman. They then signed another contract. It was normal for mercenaries to die on missions. Although Myanmar is chaotic, it is not like other war-torn countries, which have heavy weaponry and a high death rate. For them, this time the danger was at a low level. Xia Qing prepared a suitcase but bought quite a few things, which she stored in her space. With everything arranged, she was ready to go to Myanmar. Knock knock. At the 5-star hotel in Magic City, a knock sounded at the door. Xia Qing opened the door to find 2 men, each about 1.85 meters tall. Hello, Xia Qing, I'm Red Spade, one man said with a smile. He had curly hair, casual yet stylish, with a pair of peach blossom eyes and a playful smile on his lips. I'm Black Spade, the other man, dressed in a black t-shirt and wearing a black cap, said in a low voice. Compared to Red Spade, Black Spade looked much stronger, with noticeable muscles on his arms. She didn't expect their Chinese to be quite good. The mercenaries she hired arrived so quickly, and they found her without even being given an address. They truly had some special means. When do we leave? Black Spade asked. Right away, I'm just packing my luggage. Xia Qing said, isn't there one more? She looked behind them, seemingly missing a person. Don't worry about him, little sister, let's take a photo first. Hong Tao took out her phone and snapped a selfie of the 3 of them. After a while, a message came through on Hong Tao's phone. Not qualified. Hong Tao's expression changed. Damn it. If he's not here, we can't proceed. Not qualifying meant the mission couldn't start. As long as they accepted the employer, they would receive a deposit of 1 million. After a while, He Jian's phone received a message. Let's go, he's in the parking lot downstairs. Upon exiting the hotel, Xia Qing pushed her own luggage. In their words, they were mercenaries, not bodyguards, only responsible for the employer's safety. Carrying a suitcase would hinder them. In the elevator, Xia Qing dragged her suitcase, flanked by 2 men, each standing at 1.85 meters. They followed her closely, one in front and one behind. Outside the hotel, a man stood next to a black Hummer. He was smoking, dressed in a well-tailored trench coat, the hem fluttering in the wind, smoke rings dispersing in the air. The man looked quite ordinary, the kind you could easily forget at a glance, but anyone who saw his eyes would be deeply drawn in. There was a kind of handsomeness that exuded spirit. Get in the car, the man said, extinguishing his cigarette and taking the driver's seat. Xia Qing opened the trunk and placed her suitcase inside. He Jian sat in the passenger seat, while Hong Tao followed Xia Qing into the back. Chapter 120, 3 bodyguards at 1.85 meters. What are you going to Myanmar for? As soon as they got in the car, Yi Lang asked. To buy gems, sell gems. Xia Qing replied casually. Naturally, she couldn't tell them she was going to buy firearms and ammunition. Of course, it was also possible she wouldn't be able to buy them. She had other ways. In any case, this trip had a purpose. After all, she had too many gems, and selling them domestically attracted too much attention. Yi Lang didn't say anything more, just glanced at Xia Qing through the rearview mirror. His gaze was deep, sending a chill down her spine. They drove to the high-speed train station to purchase tickets. All these expenses needed to be paid by Xia Qing, who had also opened an international bank account and deposited a large sum of money into it. Now, her domestic account only had 2 million left. Fengli City was the largest land import and export trade port in Yun Province, known as the City of Peacocks. Myanmar is a chaotic city. Why do you want to go there? Did someone in your family get scammed? Are you going to rescue them? Hong Tao asked with a smile. Rescuing someone would come at a different price. Compared to Yi Lang's mysterious coldness, He Jian was not very talkative, while Hong Tao appeared much gentler. Isn't Myanmar most famous for mining gems? Jade is known as the king of gemstones, also called Burmese jade, and is one of the main producing countries of high-quality colored gems. Although it is a small country, it is indeed one of the top 5 gemstone-producing countries in the world. Moreover, Myanmar is chaotic, with free access to firearms. For a little girl like you to go, you really have a lot of courage. Aren't you afraid? There are many who get their kidneys taken in Myanmar. Hong Tao leaned close to Xia Qing's ear and said ominously, afraid? Maybe a few months ago she would have been. Now, she wouldn't hesitate to kill zombies. If she sliced off a head and it rolled at her feet, she would kick it away like a balloon. That's why I hired you at a high price, Xia Qing smiled. Don't worry, with us around, we will definitely protect your safety. It's rare to meet a beautiful and rich employer, Hong Tao said with a playful smile. Most of their previous employers were old men in their 60s or young children. Otherwise, they were going to the Middle East to fight, and this time felt like a vacation for them. The girl was indeed willing to spend money. The high-speed train ride would take 10 hours, and Xia Qing had also purchased a business class ticket. The business class had a separate door, and there was a designated space behind the seats for storing suitcases. Xia Qing was also curious if the 3 of them had no luggage. There were 5 people in one carriage, and Xia Qing and her friends occupied 4 of them. A girl with long hair entered, dressed elegantly, holding a designer handbag, and placed a small white suitcase at the back. For Grandma's birthday, I must buy her the jade she loves the most. I've already boarded the high-speed train. I will arrive in Ruweli tonight. Ling Ko, Ruweli is too chaotic. It's very dangerous for you to go alone. Do you understand? Be good and come back quickly. A man's anxious voice came from inside. I've already boarded the high-speed train. What danger could there be in Huagua? Ling Ke nonchalantly hung up the phone. The man on the other end was frantic and immediately arranged for someone to go to Ruweli to find his sister. Ling Ke sat next to Xia Qing and suddenly noticed the pink crystal bracelet on Xia Qing's hand, which looked beautiful. She was familiar with various brands, both old and new, but she had never seen this style before. Hello, which brand is your bracelet from? The girl asked enthusiastically. It's not a brand, my friend designed it, Xia Qing replied. She had brought it from another dimension, a unique crystal from that world. The pink crystal, with natural patterns, was said by Tian Rue to be quite expensive in that world as well. It's beautiful. Can we add each other on WeChat? And what kind of crystal is this? Ling Ku, who loved all kinds of crystals, was curious. With her family's business, she had seen many crystals, but she had never seen one in this color, especially with those patterns. Sure, the two added each other on WeChat, and Xia Qing took off the crystal bracelet to show her. What kind of crystal is this? I've never seen anything like it. The patterns on this crystal are actually natural. My goodness. What kind of crystal is this? Do you have more that I can buy at a high price? Ling Ke said excitedly. She had studied crystals extensively and could distinguish between natural and synthetic ones. This was definitely a natural crystal. Moreover, it was a special type of crystal. There were no such crystals on the market, perhaps a mutation, a rare crystal or... I'll pay you 100,000 for this necklace, Ling Ku declared. I actually quite like this bracelet, Xia Qing said awkwardly, though she had plenty in her space. 200,000, Ling Ke said boldly. Alright, let's settle for 100,000, and we can be friends, Xia Qing replied. The girl in front of her was dressed in brands worth more than 200,000. She had a lot of jewelry in her space, so it was worth getting to know her, perhaps turning her into a long-term client. Hong Tao beside them didn't understand. How could a mere bracelet, which wasn't even a brand, be worth 100,000? That price was only worth that much in the apocalyptic world. Thank you. If you have more of these in the future, you can sell them to me, Ling Ku said. Xia Qing looked at Ling Ku, who was enamored with the bracelet. Only someone knowledgeable could recognize its value. Ordinary people would probably just think it was a pretty crystal, like those who couldn't appreciate valuable artworks. A 3,000 yuan beggar's outfit. Ling Ke took a photo of the bracelet and sent it to her brother. Brother, look, I found this natural crystal in this color. Purely natural. Ling Feng received the message and glanced at it, but the photo still looked different from the actual item. Okay, wait until you bring it back for me to see. Ling Ke looked at the photo, noticing the color difference was quite significant. I've already sent someone to you. There's a 1-hour difference in your train times, so wait at the high-speed train station. Got it, Ling Ke replied. He Jian and Yi Lang were both quiet, almost silent, especially Yi Lang, who could be overlooked if he didn't speak. They arrived at Ruweli high-speed train station at 5 in the afternoon. That night in Ruweli, they found a restaurant, and the hotel booked 3 rooms. Wait a minute. Hong Tao and He Jian entered the room, and before long, they discovered 3 hidden cameras. We can sleep now, Xiaoqing had never thought about such hidden cameras while staying in hotels. Ruweli is a border city and quite chaotic. Okay. Chapter 121. Arriving in Myanmar that night, Xiaoqing entered the apocalypse. Hong Tao and the others gave her a watch. If there was danger, just pressing a button would alert them. I don't know what's going on lately, but the zombies around us have started to get restless, and many in the city center are running out, Li Yao frowned and said. Recently, zombies had been popping up near their base, and the vanguard team went out every day to clear a batch. Brother you. At that moment, Yang Shua hurried over. What happened? Connect to Sun Shanjian's Blue Dose satellite system and monitor the city center with drones. We found that mutated zombie is extremely agitated, and that's why the surrounding zombies dispersed. Zombies prefer to gather with their kind. It's that mutated zombie again, Suyu frowned. They couldn't find its trace before, but this time it had come out onto the street, allowing them to capture its image. Look, this is the footage of it. It's not very clear, but it's the best we could do. Further down, that creature instantly grew tentacles to destroy the drone, and it had already destroyed one. This creature had several tentacles that could extend, which was quite bizarre. The bomb brother you made can't hurt it. This creature's recovery ability was too strong. Even evolved beings couldn't do anything. Last time they didn't kill it, and several evolved beings died. This time, the physical enhancement agents had indeed strengthened these evolved beings, but unfortunately, the zombies were even stronger. Outside the base, Yang Jia pleaded, "Please let me in. I won't dare again. There are so many zombies outside now." Some zombies were swaying near the base. This base was originally on the outskirts of the city center. Impossible. You offended the deputy base leader, and you still want to come in? No one dares to let you in. A vanguard team member frowned. They knew the importance of the deputy base leader. Please, Yang Jia begged. A few vanguard team members would not let him in. Yang Jia regretted his earlier actions. He should have just been a little more restrained. Why did he have to speak so arrogantly to Xiaoqing? Now there was no turning back. Hearing the zombies' cries from afar, he hurriedly ran away. He could only go out to find something valuable for his wife and then exchange it for food. Listening to the zombies' roars, he needed to find a hidden place to hide. The vanguard team members immediately went on alert. Not good. More zombies are coming. Close the main gate. With the power cut, the huge iron gate slowly descended. 3 armed vanguard team members exited through a small side door. They were a newly formed armed force, with better treatment, responsible for killing zombies. To join the armed force, one had to be an evolved being and have taken enhancement agents. Be careful. Understood. They had not yet developed a suppression agent, and being scratched by a zombie carried the risk of infection. The 3 of them took their weapons and went out through the small door to eliminate the zombies. The zombies' bodies have become more agile, and their claws are sharper. We must be careful. Humans were evolving, and so were the zombies, but it was clear that the zombies were evolving faster. However, humans could utilize their conditions, make tools, and conduct research. The first batch of physical enhancement agents has been made, and many people in the base have exchanged for them, Li Yao said. We are now researching the second generation of enhancement agents. Brother Su Sr. is also researching suppressants. There will surely be results. If researchers from Kyoto join, it will definitely be different. Li Yao sighed. With the suppression, armed forces killing zombies would be much safer. Recently, there have been zombie riots, and a couple of people got infected. At this time, Xia Cheng arrived and learned that zombies were frequently appearing around the base. I can get a batch of weapons and equipment here in about a week, Xia Cheng said. That's great. Li Yao was very happy to hear this. Only Su Yu's expression was somewhat gloomy, his deep eyes filled with concern. You must pay attention to safety, Su Yu urged. You need to absorb these crystal beads quickly. Okay. Almost every time she came over recently, she would hear Su Yu reminding her to absorb the crystal beads. I won't stay here for long. I've already reached the border today, and I'll be going to Myanmar tomorrow. She needed to rest well today. All right. The few of them had a late-night snack together, and then Xiaoqing went back to sleep. The southern part of Myanmar she was going to tomorrow was currently winter, but the temperature was between 18 to 30 degrees. Xiaoqing had absorbed so many crystal beads and taken body enhancers, making her more resistant to cold and heat. Early the next morning, she needed a passport to enter Myanmar, and she processed her visa directly online. The other 3 didn't need to worry. They had no idea how many passports and visas they had. As for foreign exchange, she exchanged a little, as they accepted Chinese currency in Myanmar, and she also had quite a bit of money in a Swiss bank. In fact, the central part of Myanmar wasn't particularly chaotic. The northern part was in worse condition, which caused the chaos. Guns could be purchased freely in Myanmar. Look, wow, that girl is actually with 2 men. I wonder which one is her boyfriend. I like the one in the floral shirt. his nose is so straight. The wild wolf was completely ignored. Hong Tao didn't look like a mercenary at all, perhaps because of her French descent. She appeared more delicate. The two tall handsome guys, both 185 centimeters, standing next to Xiaoqing were naturally very eye-catching. Myanmar is a major jade country, with 80% of the world's jade coming from here. Myanmar consists of 7 provinces and states. Although it's one country, southern and northern Myanmar are two different worlds. The northern part is made up of 3 small states, where most of the inhabitants are descendants of the Chinese, writing in Chinese characters, speaking Chinese, and using Chinese currency. The security in northern Myanmar is the worst, while the southern part is much better. If Xiaoqing wanted to buy firearms, she would have to go to the northern part. Xiaoqing had now arrived in Mandalay in central Myanmar, and she still needed to take a train to the north, but she wasn't in a hurry. Since she was here, she might as well explore. In central, northern, and southern Myanmar, there are raw stone factories. This small country has 10 large factory areas. Let's go to the market exhibition first, Xiaoqing said, as there were promotions everywhere, and many travelers were there for the exhibition. However, this time she wasn't going to buy but to sell. Mandalay is the second largest city in Myanmar, famous for its Buddha statues, and Xiaoqing decided to buy jewelry and then visit the Buddha statues the next day. The clothing in their country consists of Western-style round-neck shirts, with outer garments resembling the Manchu brocade clothing from their Qing dynasty. Men wear long pants, while most women wear form-fitting long skirts. Xiaoqing found this very inconvenient. Soon, they arrived at the jewelry exhibition, but they were quickly stopped by security. This was a high-end jade and jewelry exhibition, where most of the jewelry was small in size but valuable. Any loss would be unbearable, and security personnel patrolled 24 hours a day. To enter, there were 2 ways. One was to have an invitation, and the other was to show a bank account with a balance of at least $100,000. Xiaoqing's bank account had exchanged for 500,000 chats, so she easily got in, but the 3 bodyguards were stopped outside and could only wait for her. Contact us if there's danger. The red heart signaled to Xiaoqing's watch. As long as he pressed it, they would rush in. Even if there were a dozen security personnel here, they were no match for them. Okay. Xiaoqing nodded, not feeling nervous at all. After all, her skills were quite good. The 2 security personnel behind her were also very friendly. Anyone who could come to the exhibition must be a client, especially those from Huagua. Their impression of Huagua people was that they were wealthy, generous. Chapter 122, Jewelry Exhibition. The venue for this jade and jewelry exhibition was indeed very large. However, it was divided into several small rooms and booths. These booths were made very exquisitely. Unlike the chaotic stone yard she had seen on Douyin, these were all well organized, expensive jade and jewelry displays. Some jewelry even had large screen display cases for showcasing gems and jade. Xiaoqing casually looked at some. The prices weren't very high, just a few tens of thousands, with even more upscale showrooms ahead. Here, not only could one purchase, but also sell. Those who came here were jewelers from all over the country, exchanging ideas with each other. So when she entered, Xiaoqing had already put on the gems from another time and space, including that rare crystal. After chatting with Ling Kiki, she had also checked some information. This crystal had not yet formed or been mined in their world, meaning hers was one of a kind. The conditions for its formation were very difficult. Myanmar truly deserved its reputation as a gem powerhouse, especially the jadeite, which had a very large exhibition area. Many people had already entered. The vast exhibition hall was filled with visitors, all looking at jadeite. Those who came to Myanmar were there to buy jadeite in bulk or other gems. This jade exhibition was held at the largest jade site in Mandalay, showcasing not only their jadeite strength but also serving as a venue for industry exchanges, attracting jewelers from around the world. People from Han Country, Old Singapore, Japan, America, and many other countries were present. There were also representatives from jewelry brands coming here to procure gems. One could say that such jewelry exhibitions were quite large, mostly attended by buyers looking to restock and purchase. Xiaoqing actually didn't know much about jadeite, so she could only look at the prices. There wasn't much jadeite outside, mostly just to check the prices. Hello, Xiaoqing. What a coincidence, a familiar female voice called out. Ling Kiki. Xiaoqing was also very surprised. She didn't expect to see the girl from the high-speed train here. She had mentioned on the phone that she was coming to buy jadeite. She didn't expect her to come to Myanmar as well. Ling Kiki noticed the crystal in Xiaoqing's hand, the bracelet, and the jade necklace around her neck. This set of yours is quite pricey. The design of this Buddha statue doesn't look like it's from the domestic market. The carving is lifelike, Ling Kiki said. Come on, I'll take you to the high-end showroom. Ling Kiki loved jewelry and saw that the styles Xiaoqing wore were all her favorites. High-end showroom? Xiaoqing asked. Yes, this area is all basic showrooms, the highest price won't exceed $1 million. The high-end showroom is where the real treasures are, Ling Kiki explained. This basic showroom required a capital verification of 100,000. Wouldn't the high-end showroom start at $1 million? Xia Qing's Myanmar currency couldn't be exchanged for that much. The high-end showroom was at the front, and a man followed Ling Kiki, looking like a bodyguard. Xia Qing showed Ling Kiki the jade around her neck. This is Hetian jade. Yours is a very rare lotus pink jade, and the carving is also perfect. This Hetian jade is warm jade, the best for women. Your water quality is quite good, Ling Kiki smiled. Xia Qing noticed that Ling Kiki was not much older than her, yet she knew so much. That's because she comes from a wealthy family and has seen and known a lot. The high-end exhibition hall requires going up to the second floor, and there are security guards at the entrance, with stricter checks. Ling Kiki's bodyguard took out a black card from behind, and the security guard took it and swiped it. Upon seeing it was a diamond VIP, he immediately bowed politely. Hello, esteemed customer, please come in. A diamond VIP can bring one person alone. You wait for me here, Ling Kiki said to the bodyguard behind her. The man nodded and stood at the entrance. Once inside, it was the A exhibition hall, which did not feature finished jewelry but rather raw jadeite materials, all sourced from the largest jade mine in Mandalay. There are similar exhibition halls downstairs, but the raw materials come from smaller quarries. This high-end exhibition hall has much less of that. Those who enter here are mostly processors or investors. These raw materials are considered semi-gambling materials, known as gambling stones, Ling Kiki said. This thing relies on luck, and many people come to try their luck, much like buying a lottery ticket. There were stones of various sizes on display, with a few people using magnifying glasses, and some even holding powerful flashlights to observe closely. Some stones were very large, weighing hundreds of pounds, while the smaller ones were only the size of a fist. There were also cutting and polishing machines nearby, and the equipment looked very professional. Ladies and gentlemen, would you like to try your luck? No, thank you. Ling Kiki refused. This kind of gambling stone relies heavily on luck. Let me take you to see something better up front, Ling Kiki said. It seemed this wasn't Ling Kiki's first time here. I've been to several mine exhibition halls. This one is relatively safe. The northern part of Myanmar is quite chaotic, but there are plenty of jade stones there. However, there's a lot of black market dealings. Ling Kiki was also very curious about Xia Qing's identity, especially the jewelry she held, which was of very rare quality. Do they sell jewelry here? Xia Qing asked. Of course. You can not only buy but also sell here. This is originally a high-end exchange venue. Of course, one could also go to the underground exhibition hall or the market, which is mostly a place for tourists. Xia Qing felt that meeting Ling Kiki this time was fate. Otherwise, she would have been completely lost coming here alone. All the jade stones here were high-end, displayed in complete cut pieces on the stands. These raw materials could be bought back to make various styles of bracelets and necklaces. There's a showcase at 1 o'clock this afternoon. You can sign up, Ling Kiki said. They wouldn't keep auction items here, so if one wanted to sell, they would need to explain on stage themselves. Xia Qing nodded, and Ling Kiki took her to sign up. Along the way, Ling Kiki made another round and bought 2 pieces of jade raw stone for 1 million yuan. These 2 pieces of jade are of good quality. You can polish out a dozen pieces when you get back, and you'll make quite a bit. Jade from Myanmar is really cheap. If this were in our country, it would cost at least several million. This is also why most people come to Myanmar to purchase jade raw materials, then process and design them back home, making the price even higher. There was also a restaurant here. The restaurant was quite busy at noon, with Xia Qing's 3 bodyguards and Ling Kiki's bodyguard sitting nearby. Miss, this crystal bracelet of yours is of good quality. This was already the 3rd person to ask today. Everyone here was a jeweler from various places, so their eyes were naturally discerning. The day before yesterday, Ling Kiki bought it from Xia Qing for 100,000. Can I offer 30,000 to buy this crystal bracelet from you? Chapter 123 Auction. Xia Qing refused one by one. She decided to first check the market before deciding whether to sell this crystal. However, this time she came, she also understood the value of this crystal. You should put away your crystal bracelet, otherwise, too many people will come asking, Ling Kiki said. I didn't expect this bracelet to be so popular. Xia Qing frowned. Tian Rui said that the crystal in this bracelet comes from a volcano, which is why it has such cracks. Yes, because your crystal is extremely rare, and this type of crystal is hard to come by, especially with the cracks on it. On the market, obsidian, amethyst, citron, tiger's eye, and rose quartz range in value from low to high. They are all crystal clear. Ling Kiki found some information on her phone. This natural golden hair crystal ball, with a diameter of 24 centimeters, do you see inside? When the light hits it, it's crystal clear, especially the strands inside that shine beautifully. This is worth 340 million. Ling Kiki turned on her phone's flashlight and shone it on Xia Qing's crystal bracelet beads. The light revealed a pattern inside, resembling volcanic cracks. Xia Qing had never noticed before. She was surprised at how beautiful the patterns appeared under the light. This is clearly a naturally formed crystal, especially the patterns inside, like a volcanic eruption, and the cracks make it even more valuable. Just like amber, there is a type of amber with insects. Broken tree trunks continuously secrete resin, and some trees have a sweet scent that attracts insects, which get completely encased in resin, preserved intact. The value of this amber with insects is 10 times that of regular amber. So the patterns in the natural crystal stone Xia Qing has are even more expensive. Ling Kiki had also researched this. The composition of crystal ore is very rare, and if it contains volcanic rock, it could have formed around a volcano. You sold it to me for 100,000 before, and I was already grateful. Ling Kiki laughed. For her, that was practically a gift. Tian Rui said that this crystal is worth about 100,000 in their area, mainly due to the difficulty of mining it, as it is around a volcano. Rarity increases value, and since Xia Qing's is unique, it naturally becomes even more expensive. These jewelers are very shrewd. They buy it, process it, and promote it, and the price immediately goes up. So that's how it is. Xia Qing nodded. She took out a jade Buddha statue she was selling today from her backpack. Ling Kiki stared at it in shock. Although she didn't know this particular Buddha, she could recognize the jade. What do you think the starting price should be? Ling Kiki turned on her flashlight and looked at it for a full half hour. Hard to say. This looks like ancient jade, right? Yes. Xia Qing didn't hide it. Ling Kiki didn't dare to ask further. This ancient Buddha seemed like it came from a temple, but she couldn't tell its age. After all, she wasn't into antiques. Myanmar is the origin, so there must be quite a few buyers. Wait a moment, let me ask my brother. Ling Kiki took a photo. Ling Feng dotes on this little sister and always replies to her messages promptly. Ancient jade Buddha, let me see the base. Then Ling Kiki took pictures from all angles. Ling Feng's eyes lit up. Buy it. Whatever the price, I'll cover it. Ling Feng said. How much? I don't know. This is from a new friend of mine, and she's planning to auction it here in Myanmar. Ling Kiki said. Auction? Brother, I just want you to help me see how much it's worth. This is an ancient jade Buddha, top-notch color, carved from black and white jade. If I'm not mistaken, it's from the Ming or Qing dynasty, but it also has some differences from the Ming and Qing styles. Ancient jade. Exactly, ancient jade that can be carved into such a form is a masterpiece among its kind. I want to give it as a gift. You don't mean to give it to Grandma, do you? Ling Kiki frowned. She originally planned to buy a whole piece of jade and design a style for her grandmother herself. No, I've already bought a gift for Grandma. It's for old Jing. He loves antiques, and this jade Buddha is just perfect for him. Although their family has the largest jewelry chain in Huagua, things haven't been going well in recent years, especially since it's a business that has been passed down for 3 generations. Ling Feng has always wanted to seek a breakthrough and collaborate with old Jing, but the gift must truly touch the heart. Recently, Ling Feng has been looking for a jade Buddha. He had already found a few options, but upon seeing this one, he felt that old Jing would definitely like it. Let me ask around for you. I'm not sure if she'll sell it, Ling Kiki said. Turning around, she looked up and told Xia Qing about it. My brother offered 6 million. In reality, her brother's offer was between 3 million and 5 million. Xia Qing had asked Tian Rui and checked the information about this jade Buddha. It was part of their family's collection, purchased for just 1 million at the time. She had also compared the prices of items in both timelines, but some things couldn't be compared. For instance, some items in Xia Qing's timeline are very cheap, while they are expensive in the other. Ling Kiki was quite supportive and directly quoted her brother's high price to Xia Qing. Ling Feng didn't say anything. Once he received the item, he felt that the jade Buddha was worth it. It felt warm to the touch, and after having a master bless it, its value would increase even more. Old Jing would definitely love it. Great, then I'll sell it to you. I'll auction off the others later. Ling Kiki didn't expect Xia Qing to be such a big spender. How much jewelry was hidden in that backpack? I'll transfer it to your Swiss account. Just give me your account number, and my brother will send you the money right away, Ling Kiki said. Xia Qing provided her Swiss bank account number. 15 minutes later, she received the 6 million transfer. Wait here, I'll go deliver this item. You actually put such a valuable item in a plastic box, Ling Kiki complained. But she still carefully held it in a plastic bag as she went out. As soon as she stepped outside, a bodyguard approached her. Send this back to my brother. Yes, the bodyguard nodded immediately. Trading in Myanmar is relatively reassuring. At least there's no need to worry like back home. If someone were to investigate her sudden influx of wealth, it would be quite troublesome. At 1 o'clock in the afternoon, in the exhibition center, many people were seated below. Those who could sit there were all big clients. They were adorned with various jade and jewelry, surrounded by bodyguards standing nearby. Xia Qing glanced at her watch, feeling somewhat at ease. The first to come up was a man dressed in traditional Myanmar attire. "This is a piece of emerald I opened up today, priced at 1 million. I'll take it." A man behind him immediately raised a small sign. The transaction was made on the spot, cash exchanged for goods, a swift deal. Chapter 124, sold for quite a sum. In just a short time, many items had already been traded. The highest priced item was worth several tens of millions. It was quite lively. Here, money seemed to lose its value, almost like just a string of numbers. Have you been to the French jewelry exhibition? There, money is just a number. There are plenty of jewels worth over 100 million. Ling Kiki remarked. She had only been to such an exhibition once with her brother, where even the casual exhibits were worth hundreds of thousands or millions. International top-tier jewelry exhibitions are held in developed cities, not here. Most of the items here are raw stones. These stones, after processing and design, gain brand value at international exhibitions, and with high-end designs, their prices can multiply by dozens of times. Next up was Xia Cheng. She took out a pair of cat's eyes from her backpack. This is a pair of cat's eyes, also known as cat's eye stone, priced at 3 million. Cat's eye stone, commonly known as cat's eye, is a type of chrysoberyl, one of the 5 major gemstones in the world. Cat's eye stones are often referred to as the most noble of gems, especially in Southeast Asia, or in Myanmar and India. This type of cat's eye is seen as a symbol of good luck. Today, this place has cat's eyes. Most of what is found here is jade. This cat's eye has a nice color, beige. The 2 light refractions are just like a cat's eyes. On the market, tens of thousands of cat's eye stones are mostly artificially created. This is a natural cat's eye stone. It's worth it. I want it. This natural cat's eye stone is primarily produced in Sri Lanka, with small quantities found in India, Brazil, and Russia. In China, it is even rarer and of lower quality. Only Sri Lanka produces cat's eye stones of this quality. These 2 cat's eye stones are not large, but once set as art pieces, they could easily sell for millions. Xia Cheng offered 3 million, and immediately someone wanted to buy. I offer 5 million. Although many people came here for jade, they are all jewelers, and who doesn't have a discerning eye? 5 million for this grade of cat's eye, such a well-matched pair. I bid 8 million, said a French man. Little girl, we are all from Huagua. Selling this good stuff to our own country is not a loss, right? The man laughed. This Huagua person offered 4 million, and of course, the money here is all in RMB. If it were in Chat, it would be a huge loss. I came here today to sell, and whoever offers the highest price will naturally get it. Xia Qing said lightly. Want to morally bind her? In the end, the 2 cat's eyes sold for 8 million, and selling here is straightforward, unlike in Huagua jewelry stores where they take a 2% cut. Here, big clients carry password devices with them, as they come from all over the world, making Swiss banks a very convenient option for transfers. Confidential, quick transfers, and safe. Universally accepted. Xiaoqing sold quite a few items, totaling tens of millions. I've sold almost everything today, so I'm leaving first, Xiaoqing said. Her backpack was empty, and several jewelers had given her plenty of business cards. Alright, we'll get in touch later. Ling Kiki was also very straightforward. She came to buy things, while Xiaoqing sold a lot. Just as she stepped out, Hong Tao and He Jian followed her. Not far away, a thin black man was staring at Xiaoqing. That girl just now has 2 bodyguards with her. Follow her and see which hotel she stays at. Today she sold 50 million at the factory. After coming out, they wandered around the stone yard, which was quite chaotic. Rows of small stalls lined the ground, displaying various rough stones, from small to large. This was purely based on luck. Xiaoqing casually bought a few, spending tens of thousands, and the stones she opened were all small ones that could only sell for a few thousand. If one of these small stone yards' rough stones could yield top-quality jade, it would be like hitting the jackpot. Ling Kiki had not yet found her favorite jade and planned to check out other exhibitions. What Myanmar lacks the least are large venues. Most single girls tend to attract the attention of bad people, and Ling Kiki was no exception. However, the security in Mandalay is still decent. 100 yuan is equivalent to 30,000 Chat, so you can imagine the prices here. No wonder many people come here to buy rough stones despite the chaos. You guys order whatever you want. Xia Qing handed the bill to the 3 bodyguards. The 3 ordered a lot, especially with that tall guy standing at 1.85 meters. Xia Qing searched for what delicious food Mandalay had and ordered a few specialty dishes: palude, fried rice noodles, cheesecake, sour bamboo shoot soup, and a glass of fresh pineapple juice. After the meal, she bought some plum candy, which tasted quite good. 3 bodyguards. The wild wolf could hardly see anyone. Black Sharp was low-key, silent, and taciturn, while Red Peach occasionally spoke and would buy things. He even snacked, making him seem more like he was on vacation. In the evening, Xia Qing returned to the hotel and took a shower first. Someone is following us, Black Sharp said. Some little pests from Myanmar. It's best not to disturb my vacation mission, Red Peach snorted coldly. If Xia Qing were here, she would find that they not only had guns but also weapons, the origins of which were unknown. They were all mercenaries, with blood on their hands. In just 3 days, the money she made from selling gems had already reached 100 million. She planned to leave for Mengbang today, which was very close to northern Myanmar. Over here, Xia Qing dismissed Red Peach and Black Sharp and called the wild wolf alone. She investigated the wild wolf's identity and found that he was no longer a Chinese national. He could enter China only by using someone else's identity. The wild wolf was not only a mercenary but also on the blacklist of various countries. Of course, obtaining this information cost Xia Qing 100,000. Wild wolf, real name Chu Xiu. You don't look like this, do you? The wild wolf had undergone contouring and wore a fake face. Suddenly, the wild wolf attacked, trying to choke Xia Qing, but he didn't expect her reaction speed to be extremely fast, dodging swiftly. The two exchanged punches, and feeling Xia Qing's strength, Chu Xiu frowned slightly. He didn't expect that the seemingly weak girl had strength that was not inferior to that of an adult man. I mean no harm. Just put down the gun and listen to me. I'm still your employer, aren't I? You need money. I have money too. If I die, the company won't pay you the remaining money. I just want you to help me with a favor. Hearing Xia Qing's words, Chu Xiu lowered his gun, thinking that a girl couldn't harm him, but he became more vigilant because Xia Qing knew his identity information. I want you to help me buy firearms. Whatever commission you want, I'll give it to you, Xia Qing said. Chu Xiu was stunned for a few seconds upon hearing her words, but someone who could sell such gems couldn't possibly be simple. Very few people casually spend millions hiring mercenaries as bodyguards. You just need to help me with this matter. We only have a business transaction. You've had a hard life, fighting and killing for so many years, and you've long been blacklisted by various countries. Although you can use someone else's identity, the things you stick on yourself will also make you allergic, right? Plus, China is about to implement security checks with facial recognition and fingerprint detection. Chapter 125, Agreeing to Conditions and Collaborating. After completing this mission, you definitely won't be able to return to China, Xia Qing said firmly, so helping her would only bring him benefits, not drawbacks. After all, for those on the blacklist, it was difficult to go to certain countries. Chu Xiu's expression was cold as he stepped closer to Xia Qing. I can help you survive in Myanmar. You help me buy weapons, that's it. No other meaning. Xia Qing blinked her big eyes and said, Do you think I would trust you? The man said coldly. Xia Qing had spent money to purchase information, including that of Red Peach and Black Sharp, which cost several tens of thousands, but this one in front of her cost 100,000. She had specifically sought out Suyu last night, and in the end, Suyu chose this man based on the information analysis. He has a 50% chance of helping you. If he proposes conditions, he will definitely help you, Suyu said confidently. He had no way out. This time he could take the risk to accept the mission because he wanted to make some money. As long as you agree to my conditions, I can help you. Hearing Chu Xiu's words, Xia Qing breathed a sigh of relief. It was similar to what Suyu had said. I need you to help me with a favor. What favor? Xia Qing asked, needing to know what she could help with. You'll know when the time comes. If you're willing to help me, I'll help you get guns. This is something you can definitely help with. Killing is against the law. I can't do that, Xia Qing said with a bitter smile. Chu Xiu seemed to have heard a joke. Xia Qing seemed to understand the meaning in his eyes and said, It's legal to buy and sell firearms in Myanmar. Do you need a large number of guns? Otherwise, buying just one wouldn't require someone else to help purchase it. Exactly. It was pleasant to converse with a smart person. My terms are already laid out, the choice is yours. After all, once the task was completed, he would still get the remaining money. I agree, but this will be our secret, Xia Qing said. Alright, Chu Xiu replied. After all, once he completed this task, he wouldn't be able to return to Huagua, and he couldn't be too far from Huagua. Xia Qing could return to her home country, and he had also grasped a hold over her, making her help take care of the child back home. Even if he didn't take this task, he couldn't stay in Huagua any longer. 3 days later, the new security system in Huagua was updated. Iris recognition technology, with an accuracy rate of up to 90%. Are you daring enough to go to northern Myanmar tomorrow? Xu Xiao said coldly. What's there to be afraid of? Xia Qing replied calmly. She had come well prepared this time, having trained with Suyu for so long, plus her own abilities. Without self-defense skills, she didn't dare to take on this porcelain job. The next day, they set off for northern Myanmar, directly buying a second-hand car there. People from Mandalay generally wouldn't go to northern Myanmar, as they considered it a very chaotic city. They could only drive there, purchasing a second-hand van for just a few thousand huaxia coins, along with some spare food and water, and gasoline stored in the trunk. The three of them took turns driving, with Xia Qing sitting in the back. Driving from here to northern Myanmar would take several hours. The road from Mandalay was easy, but it got rougher afterward. Although northern Myanmar is in the northern part of Myanmar, it is not governed or controlled by the Myanmar government but rather by local armed groups. Moreover, since northern Myanmar borders Huagua, a large Chinese community has formed here, unlike in Laos and Vietnam, where such situations do not exist. Thus, it is very chaotic here, with even armed groups controlled by Chinese. This area is mountainous, and there are also mines controlled by Chinese, particularly in Kokon, where a special crystal called labradorite is produced. The suitable gemstones, said to stabilize emotions and enhance personal charm, attract many who wish to purchase them, leading them to take risks. This chaos has become a paradise for some, with large-scale money laundering and illegal transactions. At 5 in the afternoon, they arrived at a gas station, which was quite rudimentary. Xia Qing sat in the car, wearing a mask, trying to avoid trouble. Suddenly, a girl ran out from a van in front of them. Xia Qing saw through the car window that the girl's hands were bound with tape. The girl rushed into Xia Qing's car but was stopped by He Jian and Hong Tao, who were smoking outside. Get away! He Jian said coldly. Seeing Xia Qing in the back seat, the girl, despite the mask, could tell she was from Huagua. She pleaded in Mandarin, please save me. My dad is He Hong Ping. If you save me, I'll give you a lot of money. I was tricked here by a scumbag. I beg you. I don't want to die. A man nearby noticed the girl had escaped, and the other girls in the van also tried to run but were all caught and slapped. Xia Qing recognized He Hong Ping. Wasn't he the richest man in the special economic zone? Was she He Cece? Please, I beg you. The woman saw that the other girls had been caught. If they just drove away, she would be discovered immediately. The surroundings were all roads, and once there was no cover, she would be discovered. Let her get in the car. He Jian and Hong Tao stepped aside. Hearing Xia Qing's words, the girl breathed a sigh of relief. She hurriedly climbed in. She had seen this car at the last rest area, and Xia Qing had also seen her through the car window. The girl was dressed neatly and even wore jewelry, showing no signs of being kidnapped. The people around her were clearly bodyguards, all from Huagua. But at first, she couldn't find an opportunity until just now. She knew that if she didn't seize this chance, she would really be taken to some kind of park. Thank you. You say your father is He Hong Ping, the one from Gangchang? If you search for my photo online, you'll know I'm not lying, He Cece said. Xia Qing searched for a photo online. If she was really deceiving her, she would throw her out. At that moment, He Cece's face was swollen from being slapped, but the black mole at the corner of her eye was still very obvious, and she could be recognized from the photo, although in the picture, He Cece looked radiant, while now she was in a terrible state. How did you end up here? You should have brought bodyguards when you went out, right? Xia Qing frowned and asked. She knew that people like Ling Kiki, who were super wealthy like He Cece, always had bodyguards when going out in the country. How could they go to a dangerous place without them? Chapter 126, A Billion Delivered to Your Door? At this moment, the two men, unable to find the fleeing He Cece, suspiciously walked towards their car. He Cece was almost scared to death, her face pale with no color, burying her whole body beneath, even clutching Xia Qing's clothes, her trembling hands showing her anxiety. Xia Qing placed her hand on hers and said, Don't worry, did you see a girl just now? I don't have any girls here, Hong Tao said in a deep voice, her gaze becoming sharp. The man wanted to come over and check the car, but was pressed down by He Jian. Before the two men could react, they were knocked down. Do you know who we are? What the hell are you doing hitting me? I'll cut off your kidneys. Hong Tao pulled out a gun and pointed it at the man's forehead, coldly saying, Hurry, get lost. Okay, I'm leaving. The man felt the coldness of the gun against his forehead and panicked. The two men hurriedly left, and He Jian drove away as well. The two men returned to their car. In northern Myanmar, it was normal for someone to die randomly, burying someone by the roadside. No one would know. Tell me, did you see that woman get into that car? The man asked viciously. There were a few little girls in the van, scared and holding their heads. One of the men grabbed a woman's collar, pointing a stick at her. You, Did you see? And no, the girl said in terror. They had just been scared to death. How could they have time to look at others? Damn it, that woman must have been in that car. The man frowned, but that foreigner was not Asian and had a gun in hand. Let her run, that person with a gun is definitely not a good person. Besides, that woman's passport is with us, she can't escape Myanmar, and we can still report back, right? Another man said, feeling a bit scared after being threatened with a gun. Remember the license plate number of that car, the man said. Okay. In the van, Cece saw the car that had been trying to grab her drive away, and she finally breathed a sigh of relief. Aren't you afraid I might be a bad person too? Xia Qing smiled. You're wearing this bracelet made of rare crystal, which isn't cheap, and your watch is Cartier, plus this necklace. Anyone who can openly carry so much jewelry in Myanmar is definitely not someone who has been deceived. Otherwise, if caught, their belongings would have been taken long ago. So can you tell me what exactly happened? Xia Qing asked, her curiosity piqued, especially since Cece was from a wealthy family. How could she end up in northern Myanmar? It's Shen Yen. I never expected she was already involved with my sister. This time, she tricked me into coming to northern Myanmar just to take my life and inherit my fortune. He Hongping truly felt sorry for this precious jewel. Although Cece had not entered the entertainment industry, she was still quite popular for her straightforwardness, repeatedly exposing the hidden rules of the industry, earning her the title of the entertainment industry's disciplinary committee by netizens. She had married Shen Yen 3 years ago, a rather mediocre male star. I haven't gotten pregnant in 3 years of marriage. Shen Yen told me there are ways to have children here in northern Myanmar. My father is getting old, I must have a child as soon as possible. He told me there are ways here, so he brought me over, but I never expected he actually owed 500 million in gambling debts. He even got involved with my sister, distracting my bodyguard, wanting me to stay in northern Myanmar. He can inherit my fortune, but with our family background, we signed a property agreement before marriage, so in a divorce, he wouldn't get a share of my assets. He wouldn't get any assets in a divorce, but if she were to become a widow or go missing, he could claim Cece's fortune without a divorce. I never expected he would sell me to northern Myanmar. I must go back and take revenge. Cece's eyes turned red. She hadn't slept well for many days. After hearing this, Xia Qing was surprised to find herself caught up in a big scandal from a wealthy family. It was quite astonishing. I beg you to take me back. As she spoke, Cece leaned close to Xia Qing's ear and whispered in a voice only the two of them could hear. If you can take me back, I can give you 100 million. Cece didn't trust anyone. 100 million, even Xia Qing was tempted, and if her hired bodyguard heard this, he would probably be even more tempted. But Cece didn't trust anyone. She was willing to trust Xia Qing, perhaps because they were both women. Your passport has been taken. It's very difficult to cross back to China. This meant she could only walk back across the border. But now, with the chaos in northern Myanmar, their country's border was already being fenced off, and it would be very dangerous once electricity was connected. I know, but I really have no other way. Cece cried. She had always been smart growing up, but she had made a foolish mistake with a man. This foolishness was deadly. If it weren't for meeting Xia Qing, she feared that kind of ending. In that car, those people were constantly discussing where to sell them. Those who dared to resist and were deemed useless would have their body parts cut off. Just follow me for now. I still have important matters to attend to in northern Myanmar, but I can't guarantee your safety. When it's time to leave, I will find a way to take you back. I hope you can keep your word. Xia Qing said. What I said counts. You can also contact your father now. Perhaps he can send someone to pick you up. After all, being from a wealthy family, they must have ways. No, not now. I must return safely before I can tell my dad. Cece said. Unless absolutely necessary, she didn't want to take such a big risk. She had been foolish once. She couldn't afford to be foolish a second time. If Shen Yen found out she hadn't been captured, he would definitely think of other ways. Now Shen Yen believed she had been caught and would let his guard down, but having hidden for 3 years, he would be even more cautious. Perhaps her father was being monitored now. She couldn't be reckless. The two chatted a bit more, and the wolf bought a large bucket of water, while He Jian and Hong Tao lit up cigarettes. Are we leaving now? Hong Tao asked. Let's go, Xia Qing replied. They were mercenaries, and Suyu had told her not to trust these desperate people too much. Are you really going to bring a burden? Hong Tao joked. I'm not a burden, I can. Xia Qing knew what she was about to say and quickly interrupted her. If these people found out that this person was worth 100 million, who knows what these mercenaries would do? I am going to bring her along. It's just nice to have someone to keep me company. Then let's make it clear, we are only responsible for protecting you, Hong Tao said. They didn't want to waste effort protecting anyone else. You have 7 days, and it's already been 3. In 4 days, you two can complete the mission and leave, Xiaoqing said. Chapter 127, A Big Fat Sheep. Xiaoqing had already reached a secret agreement with the wolf. 3 days, Xiaoqing decided should be enough. The wolf had channels in northern Myanmar. Hong Tao and He Jian naturally wouldn't say much as long as their commission was in place. That was all that mattered. Moreover, the task was ending early. This was practically a vacation. The car gradually returned to calm, and Cece also settled down. After 2 days of high tension, she didn't dare to fully relax her guard. Her nerves were still tightly strung. Gulyolu. Cece held her stomach. She hadn't eaten for a day and a night. Those people were starving them to make sure they had no strength to escape. You can eat this first. Xiaoqing handed her a piece of flying cake. Thank you. Cece bit into the flying cake, devouring it quickly. Her stomach was so hungry it was unbearable. She had never thought that even a flying cake could taste so good. About 2 hours later, they arrived in Guigan, a small city adjacent to Yun Province in Huaguo, with Baoshan City and Longling County to the north, as well as Mangshur. So there were quite a few Chinese here, most of whom spoke Chinese, but separated by a borderline. It was like heaven and hell. Most people going to the jade mines would go to Mandalay, very few outsiders came here, and the local population was only a few 100,000. First, find a hotel. Preferably a high-end one, Xiaoqing said. Okay, He Jian replied. This area belonged to Southeast Asia, with women dressed in traditional clothing everywhere, some of them quite fashionable, all of them, without exception, very revealing. There were no high buildings here, nothing over 6 stories, most were 2-story small buildings. Their specialty was hand-grabbed rice, but Xiaoqing had no appetite at all. Miss, why not come work with us? Salary is 10,000 huaxia coins a month. Meals and accommodation included. An old woman from Myanmar shouted at Xiaoqing. She tried to get closer but was blocked by 2 bodyguards. The foreigners were not tall. The average height for men was only about 1.75 meters. Hong Tao and He Jian still had a strong presence. In a small restaurant, Xiaoqing sat at the middle table, with Hong Tao and He Jian at the 2 tables beside her. The wolf had gone out to do something, and Xiaoqing knew what he was going to do, naturally tacitly agreeing. You two can order whatever you like, Xiaoqing said to the 2 bodyguards. Xiaoqing looked at the menu, which had Burmese on top and Chinese below. 2 servings of pea jelly and 2 cups of freshly squeezed juice. Alright, that'll be 500 yuan. Or you can pay 20 huaxia coins instead. They accepted both huaxia coins and Myanmar currency, but huaxia coins were better. Cece sat down to eat a meal, not daring to drink any beverages. She had fainted from drinking before, but Xiaoqing seemed unconcerned and drank directly. This has a bit of a sour taste, Xiaoqing frowned. That night, they found a small hotel. Cece wanted to sleep with Xiaoqing because she was scared, while the 3 bodyguards slept in the surrounding rooms. The soundproofing in Myanmar's hotels was very poor, even a little noise could be heard, not to mention Xiaoqing also had a watch in her hand. Don't they come in to protect you? Cece asked, a bit scared. They are male bodyguards, not women. Xiaoqing noticed that Cece was suffering from post-traumatic stress. She frowned internally. With Cece asleep, she couldn't go find Suyu tonight. After a while, the wolf returned. I found the cellar, but you need to come with me in person. After all, you won't feel at ease handing the money over to me. Chu Xiu was right. She wouldn't give the money to a mercenary, especially since it wasn't a small amount, and if the money was taken, she wouldn't have bought the gun. Xiaoqing changed into a different outfit and put on a hat before heading out with the wolf. You're going out? It's dangerous outside, Cece said. Having encountered 2 groups of high-paying scammers today, she felt that everyone here had ill intentions. Yes, I'm going out. I'll be back later tonight. You should sleep, Xiaoqing replied. Xiaoqing got into the car with the wolf, and after half an hour, they arrived at a rather chaotic factory area. Are you scared? You dare to come alone to buy a gun? Chu Xiu saw the fear of the unknown in Xiaoqing's eyes through the rearview mirror. I'm not scared. I'm just nervous. What if you betray me? Xiaoqing said calmly. Since I've decided to cooperate with you, I won't betray you. I just hope you can keep your promise. He had a hold over Xiaoqing's gun purchase, making her the best partner. The best partners are those who have leverage over each other. We're here. The price for your first purchase won't be cheap, so you better be mentally prepared, Chu Xiu kindly reminded her. The car then slowly came to a stop, and Xiaoqing followed Chu Xiu out, the air filled with the smell of gunpowder. Xiangge, long time no see, the wolf said coldly. A man in a floral shirt and dragging a suitcase walked out. It was Xiangzhua, one of Myanmar's largest arms dealers. Ah, wolf, you're back? Have you decided to work with me? Only by following me can you have a future, Xiangzhua said, pulling Chu Xiu into a hug. It turned out they were old acquaintances. I'm here today to introduce you to a big client. She wants to buy a large quantity of guns and ammunition, paying in full, Chu Xiu said. Great. Xiangzhua glanced at Xia Qing. When did a big client turn out to be a woman? But he didn't think much of a woman. Stop talking nonsense, I just want to buy guns, Xia Qing said in a deep voice, wanting to finish the purchase and leave, not wanting to listen to the two reminisce. Wow, this woman has quite the temper. Xiangzhua didn't care about Xia Qing's cold words. Instead, he found her fierceness exciting, igniting a man's desire to conquer. Suddenly, several men surrounded Xia Qing. You filthy woman, you think you can come into my place and leave? Let me have some fun tonight. Xia Qing listened to their vulgar words, her face darkening. She turned to Chu Xiu and coldly questioned, Chu Xiu, is this the place you brought me to? I told you, a woman wanting to buy guns has to pay some price, Chu Xiu said indifferently. Good brother, good buddy, Wolf, let's drink tonight. This woman has how much money in her hands? I'm not afraid she won't hand it over. Xiangzhua laughed heartily. This was like delivering a big fat sheep to him. Xia Qing was being pointed at with guns, her hands, feet, and mouth all taped up. Xiangge, this woman has sold at least 60 million in Mandalay. I brought her here as a token of loyalty. She'll follow you from now on, the wolf said in a deep voice. Good kid, I accept your loyalty. As long as this woman coughs up the money, I'll give you 1/5. From now on, we're all brothers. Xiangzhua happily patted the wolf's shoulder. Who wouldn't want such a free fat sheep? Chapter 128, The True Face of Chu Xiu. Xia Qing was locked in a dimly lit room, extremely damp and hot. How did your live stream go today? You had 10,000 people online. If you dare to spit it out again, you'll keep eating shit, the man said viciously. Today you're locked in a damp room, and if you don't reach the numbers tomorrow, it'll be a wet room. A woman was also locked up, wearing a cheap little dress, about the same height as Xia Qing, but looking like she weighed only around 80 to 90 pounds. Were you tricked here too? I can't get the tape off you, or they'll kill me if they find out, the woman said fearfully. Xia Qing forcefully broke free from the tightly bound tape and then tore off the tape that was stuck to her mouth. The tearing hurt a bit. The woman was momentarily stunned. She had also been bound with this strong tape, and several loops were impossible to pull apart. Outside, it was dark, and Xia Qing could see through the small window. She was already drenched in sweat from being here for a while. This place was too stuffy, with only a small window crack. Don't think about escaping, you can't get out at all, the woman said. How long have you been here? Xia Qing asked. 3 months. I was also captured and have to do eating broadcasts every day. They only let me eat 1 meal a day, and it's some seafood that's really fishy and disgusting. Even if they put a lot of chili on it, it's still sickening. Other eating streamers use fake wasabi, but I have to eat real wasabi. Here, wasabi is cheaper than matcha. If she couldn't eat, it would make her eat shit to get rid of the nausea. The woman saw that Xia Qing was very calm, even going to the door to check the lock, which was secured with a chain. Xia Qing took out a long needle from her space and inserted it into the keyhole. Suyu had taught her this method. She had practiced for several hours. She still couldn't open a safe, but this little lock was no problem. I advise you to keep your mouth shut. After all, too many people have already died in Myanmar, Xia Qing warned coldly. Perhaps having experienced apocalyptic events, Xia Qing had become much tougher. She had seen selfish people fighting over food, even preying on their own kind. The woman immediately shut her mouth. When she first arrived, she had resisted, but each time it got worse, and now she was too scared to fight back. The girl behind her didn't dare to move, huddling in the room. I won't report you, but you really can't escape. Listen to me, if you get caught, you'll be beaten badly. The lock clicked open, and Xia Qing stepped out of the room. The girl looked at the slightly open door, hesitating whether to go out or not. Xia Qing tied her shoelaces, took out a hand dagger from her space for self-defense. There was almost no patrol in the factory area at night, only the main gate was tightly closed. Wild Wolf, you can pick any of these women. Consider it my repayment to you. We brothers have no overnight grudges, right? I'm just glad you came, Xiangzhua said. Brother Xiang, the stuff taken from that woman has already been checked. It's worth a total of $1 million. $1 million? What a rich woman! Xiangzhua became excited looking at the jewelry in his hand. Good, Wild Wolf, you brought me a big fat sheep. Starve her for a day, then tell her tomorrow that if she pays 30 million, she can leave. We'll slowly wear her down until she coughs up all her money. That girl looks pretty good. We can keep her for other uses. In short, anyone who entered their place would be skinned and have their tendons pulled out without ever getting out. Chu Xiu's gun had long been taken away, and while a few people were chatting, suddenly the chopsticks in his hand lunged towards Xiangzua's eye. He had just learned that the jewelry the woman brought was worth quite a lot. Xiangzhua had always been wary of the wolf, and all his weapons had been confiscated. This was his territory, and he relaxed for a moment, believing the wolf posed no real danger to him, especially with the valuable jewelry the woman he brought had. Ah! Xiangzhua screamed in pain, blood flowing from the hand covering his eyes. The wolf didn't give him a chance to react. Another chopstick was plunged directly into his neck. The two little lackeys behind him finally reacted, guns in hand, ready to shoot at the wolf, but he was quick, twisting the necks of both men in an instant. The wolf took the guns into his own hands, and Xu Xiu grabbed Xiangzhua's head, watching his blood continue to pour out of him, still alive. "Ha, I told you you'd die in my hands sooner or later. It was you who betrayed me back then," Xu Xiu sneered. After saying this, Xiangzhua completely lost his breath, and he wiped the blood from his palm. At that moment, a man appeared at the door. Seeing the scene inside, he wasn't surprised but smiled and said, "Shiogu, thanks to you for helping me this time. From now on, I'm the boss here, and you're the second in command." "Shiogu, you're too kind. My life was saved by you." He had been undercover here waiting for Chu Xiu's return. "Go call everyone from the factory over," Chu Xiu said. About an hour later, Chu Xiu had become the new boss of the factory. "Shiogu, these are a few of Xiangzua's trusted men, and one has already escaped," Xiaoho said. One escape was nothing to him. "Xiaoho, you ungrateful trash. Damn you. How dare you betray brother Xiang?" The man spat at Xiaoho. Chu Xiu didn't even lift his eyes, directly shooting both men in the head with 2 shots. Seeing this, the others dared not say anything. Xia Qing, hiding behind, witnessed the scene and realized that mercenaries were indeed cold-blooded and ruthless. "Stop hiding, Xia Qing, come out," the wolf said, looking in her direction. Xia Qing calmly walked out from the corner, and Xiaoho was equally surprised to see her. Weren't you locked up?" It would be a lie to say Xia Qing wasn't nervous. She appeared calm on the surface, but inside she was panicking, covering her watch. She had forgotten that the watch had a locator, and the wolf, being his mercenary, would definitely know her location. Chu Xiu walked around the 2 corpses, and the others quickly scattered in fear. He approached Xia Qing and revealed his skin. Indeed, he had a pair of beautiful eyes. How could he have an ordinary face? The man's features were distinct, a mix of Ras and Huagua, but there was a 1-inch scar on the left side of his face. "Now we can officially cooperate," Chu Xiu said. Chapter 129, Reaching an Agreement. Actually, buying firearms doesn't require me to show my face, does it? Xia Qing had already guessed. It was all to lure her here, making her a bait. "Our deal can continue," Chu Xiu said, finishing his sentence and returning the jewelry they had taken from Xia Qing. There were still some bloodstains on the bag. "Ha, how can I trust you now?" Xia Qing snorted coldly. Although she had some vague suspicions and had even prepared for the worst, her tightly clenched fists were a bit tense, slightly sweating. Watching Chu Xiu pull something from his pocket, Xia Qing gripped the hand dagger tightly. If she really encountered danger, even if it risked exposure, she would still dive into the space. After all, there was only one life. "This little boy, there's an address on the back of the photo. I hope you can take good care of him in Longua. In return, I'll help you purchase military supplies here. This factory will be mine from now on," Chu Xiu said softly. His current identity could only allow him to survive here. Xia Qing looked at a photo, a cute little boy with a small red mole under his eye. "Aren't you afraid I'll use him to threaten you?" Xia Qing said. "I've investigated your father, Xia Jixiang, your mother, Yang Xia, and all your relatives. Your background is very clean." The more Xia Qing listened, the more shocked she became. She didn't expect Chu Xiu to have investigated her as well. "I don't know who you're buying weapons for, but you must be someone significant. Will you go through with this deal?" Chu Xiu asked. "Not go through with it? Would he also threaten her family? Do you have no trusted friends in Huagua?" Xia Qing asked. They had only known each other for a few days, nearly entangled by mutual interests, yet he dared to hand a child over to him. Friends? Wasn't it true that those who were once his brothers had betrayed him? He didn't trust Xia Qing, but now there was no one else he could rely on. However, now that he had a hold over Xia Qing, he wasn't afraid she wouldn't take good care of things. "In 3 years, you will send him over," Chu Xiu said solemnly. In 3 years, he would become the king of northern Myanmar, and he would naturally have the ability to protect him. "All right, then I want the weapons now, all of them," Xia Qing said. "No, that's not good." Another man rushed over in a fluster. "Ho, brother Ho, our warehouse is empty." Xiaoho's face changed dramatically as he approached Chu Xiu. "Brother Xiu, the warehouse was full of weapons. This was a new batch that just arrived. How could everything possibly disappear overnight? The surveillance system has been outdated for a long time and hasn't been repaired. With so many weapons, even if they were taken away, there would be noise. How could it be so silent?" Chu Xiu's face darkened as he looked at Xia Qing suspiciously, but he quickly dismissed the thought. Xia Qing had spent a lot of money hiring bodyguards. How could there be other hands involved? That night, Xia Qing was arranged to sleep in a relatively clean place. There was a small fan, but Xia Qing couldn't fall asleep. The factory area was too chaotic, and there had been attempts to escape yesterday. Release those captured piglets, Xu Xiu said. Brother Xiu, if we release those people, where will the money come from? We earn our living here. In 2 months, we still have to pay the armed forces insurance, Ho Jie said. If they couldn't pay the insurance, they would also be beaten. Here, it was a layer of exploitation over another, and the bottom layer was the most miserable. Let them go. Release those women. To me, they are all a burden. Although Ho Jie was worried, he trusted Xu Xiu immensely. Alright, but if we release them now, they will be captured by others. They won't be able to escape northern Myanmar, Ho Jie said. He would sell those women off later. Their passports had been destroyed on the first day they arrived, just to cut off their escape routes. Now that the factory had just stabilized, there were still people around with whom they had stable relations, and there would definitely be trouble later. They had a lot to face. Xia Qing originally wanted to leave but was forced to stay. Let Hong Tao and He Jian go back first. Let Cece stay with me. You are not allowed to harm her, Xia Qing frowned and said. Okay, Xu Xiu replied. The next day, Xu Xiu sent someone to capture He Cece resisted in every way, but in the end, she was bound and brought over. Xia Qing had already settled the final payment for Hong Tao and He Jian. When He Cece saw Xia Qing, she was so scared she was dumbfounded. She thought Xia Qing was one of the factory people. You lied to me. Sure enough, everyone here is a liar. Please let me go. Everything I said is true, He Cece said. Xia Qing untied her restraints. Don't be afraid. I told you I would take you back. Just stay by my side, Xia Qing said. When can we go back? He Cece was still very nervous and scared, even distrustful of Xia Qing. Xia Qing could understand all of this. In a few days, you just need to believe what I say. You all can stay here for the next few days. Things are a bit chaotic right now. Once everything is sorted out, we can proceed with the transaction, Xu Xiu said. No problem, Xia Qing replied. You are the calmest woman I've ever met, which makes me curious. Most women would be frightened and panicking, their faces pale. Instead, Xia Qing remained very composed. Because I know you wouldn't want to lose me as a major client. Plus, I promised to help, so you have to let me return to Huagua. Talking to smart people can save a lot of unnecessary time, Xu Xiu said in a deep voice. Xiao Jia, when Miss Xia goes out, take 2 people to protect her. After all, my commission is calculated separately, Xu Xiu instructed. Upon hearing this, Xia Qing's mouth twitched. It wasn't just about having money. One also needed the strength to protect their assets. Okay, Ho Jia replied. Xu Xiu had planned to come here early on and had already set his sights on Xiangzhua. He had arranged for quite a few of his own people to be in the factory, or else things wouldn't have gone so smoothly. He just needed an opportunity to get close, and he also took the chance to check on that child. He dealt with 2 scumbags. Xia Qing didn't mind. After all, the guns purchased in Myanmar weren't being transported to Huagua. It was too difficult for Xu Xiu to pin her down with this. The fact that He Cece was sharing a room with Xia Qing made it impossible for Xia Qing to feel at ease about going to the apocalypse side. Xia Qing stayed here for a full 7 days before Xu Xiu got everything sorted out. In the apocalypse, Suyu took out the guns from the space. These were all very ordinary firearms. These all need modifications to increase their power. Alright, send them all to the armed department. A few survivors from the military factory have recently arrived. We can hand them over for modifications, Li Yao said. Recently, the base's vegetable supply had decreased significantly, and now only mushroom packs were being distributed. Everyone had been eating mushrooms for every meal these past few days. Okay, Suyu replied, feeling a bit gloomy. My wife asked me to check why we haven't seen the deputy base leader lately. Their ceramic and clothing factories have produced several new styles, Li Yao said. I don't know either, Suyu frowned. Li Yao noticed that Suyu was also in a bad mood and didn't dare to ask more, quickly taking the batch of guns away for modification. Recently, more and more zombies had been wandering out. With guns, they could reduce the threat of death and injury. Chapter 130, Purchasing Guns. Xu Xiu had been very busy these past few days, not only with the various cries for help echoing from the factory area. The people in the factory couldn't be let out and were now all detained. Xu Xiu was busy connecting with suppliers and investigating where the military supplies in the warehouse had gone. But there was not a single clue. An entire warehouse of military supplies had just vanished. He Cece was initially quite scared, but since she had been following Xia Qing, she hadn't encountered any danger again. At first, whenever Xia Qing went out, He Cece had to follow her, even to the bathroom. However, things had improved a lot in the past 2 days. At least it felt very safe now. Qingqing, I feel like there are people watching us everywhere outside. Why aren't you scared at all? He Cece said. Outside, There were shouts of vendors and quite a few small stalls. The locals wouldn't be kidnapped. These people specifically scammed outsiders to lure them to northern Myanmar. This coarse flour cake and sweet glutinous rice balls. Let's pack 5 portions of this mixed glutinous rice cake. Ching Ching, can you eat that much? He saw Xia Qing buying quite a bit of food. Of course. I have a big appetite and a lot of strength, Xia Qing said with a grin. Half of this was for Su Yu. She had already resolved most of the gun issues, mainly to avoid raising Chu Xiu's suspicions, which was why she hadn't rushed to leave. Moreover, Chu Xiu planned to establish power in northern Myanmar, and she had to wait until Chu Xiu stabilized during this time before she could leave. Otherwise, Chu Xiu would not let her go. He truly admired Xia Qing's mindset. The two of them bought quite a few things from a street vendor. When they were about to head back, Xia Qing took the opportunity to go to the restroom and, while He wasn't paying attention, she stashed some of the items into her space. They were sent back to the factory area, where a dozen people were kneeling in the yard. These were all piglets. One girl was stunned to see Xia Qing. She actually recognized her. Damn it! You all better behave. A man whipped them with a lash. They didn't dare to resist. Xiangzhua mainly dealt in arms trading, and those they had captured were all women who were made to livestream and engage in some business. Of course, these women were just for their amusement. He was so shocked by this scene that she was dumbfounded. 2 people saw Xia Qing and He come in and thought they were new arrivals. Oh, 2 more pretty girls have come. Xia Qing watched as the man approached, and He fearfully stepped back. Xia Qing frowned. She still had quite a few items in her hands and spat out a word, "Get lost." The man didn't care at all. The women who just came in were very fierce, and after a day or 2 of scolding, they would immediately call him brother. Xia Qing kicked out, and with a crisp sound, the man's calf was directly broken. Ah! The immense pain from the fracture made him clutch his leg and howl. Ho Jia came out and saw this scene. "What are you all doing? This is Sister Qing. Remember this well. Anyone who dares to touch a hair on Sister Qing's head will have me to deal with," Ho Jia said coldly. The people around didn't dare to speak. "Sister Qing, Shogu is waiting for you in the room." Ho Jia immediately changed to a smiling face when he saw Xia Qing. Ho Jia had followed Chu Xiu for many years. This was the second time he had seen him bring a woman. Okay. Xia Qing entered the room, but He was stopped. "Shogo said he wants to talk to you alone." Xia Qing handed the things she bought to He and said, "Let's share it. You wait for me here." The room had only a sofa, a bed, and a long table. There were various firearms on the table. Chu Xiu had already established connections here over the past few days, but he still needed money. Xia Qing looked at the guns and was drawn to a small pistol, only the size of a palm. This is the P1NAA. This gun is compact, and each bullet head is manually polished to ensure the fit of the parts. This gun isn't expensive. What's expensive is its bullets. Xia Qing just thought the gun looked nice. If she took it out, others might think it was just a decoration. "These are all the guns available for purchase. How many do you want?" Chu Xiu said. Chu Xiu's arm was injured and wrapped in bandages. It was normal to get hurt while trying to gain power here. "How much?" Xia Qing had looked into the market in America, where gun ownership is legal. A gun costs about $15, and a box of bullets is about the price of a cup of milk tea. The cost of owning a gun is low, making people feel uneasy while walking on the street. "You can take a look." Chu Xiu pulled out a sheet of paper, which was his price list. "Okay, I want these few, and the more bullets, the better." Although she hadn't entered the space, she could still communicate with Su Yu. They could actually improve the firearms, and these bullets were all available. Recently, Su Yu wanted to acquire some military factory equipment. However, military factories are secret bases and are located in remote areas. Most of their Longwa military factories are in the northwest. "That's fine, but a deposit is required. I'm really short on money right now." "You just swallowed Xianzua's territory and are still short on money?" Xia Qing frowned. "Of course I'm short on money. You saw those piglets outside, didn't you? You can do whatever you want here. Those people should be dealt with. I can invest in your business here." "Sure, I want to open a club," Chu Xiu said. He needed to develop his own power, and that required business. Most of the people in northern Myanmar were the underworld bosses from China, who came here to make a living after failing elsewhere. Chu Xiu frowned. The armed forces here were too corrupt. With his current weak strength, he certainly needed a lot of money to maintain himself. "The total price for these guns is 9.8 million. I'll give you 10 million. How about a 5 million deposit first?" Chu Xiu was pleased with Xia Qing's straightforwardness. Everyone was quite direct. "No problem." After the two reached an agreement, it would take half a month for the goods to be shipped. Xia Qing planned to return to China first, and after half a month, she would buy a large truck to come back and transport the goods to the designated location. Suddenly, gunfire erupted outside. Ho Jia and He burst in. Not good, Zhang Xiaogang has brought people in, Hojie said anxiously. Zhang Xiaogang was the second in command of Xiangzhua, and during these few days of trouble, he had been at the casino in Dongpu village. Hearing that their territory was being robbed, he was furious and rushed over with his men. Grab your guns. After Chu Xiu finished speaking, he took Hojie outside. Only He Sisi and Xia Qing were left in the room. What should we do? They won't break in, will they? He Sisi was very anxious. Panicking is useless. We need to hide here, Xia Qing said, locking the door and hiding the guns under the bed. Gunfire occasionally rang out outside. This northern Myanmar is so chaotic. I will never come back here again, He Sisi said. It was precisely because it was chaotic and surrogacy was not illegal that she came. She had originally wanted to go to another country, but Xinyan said everything was already arranged here, so she came. When the noise outside subsided, Xia Qing frowned slightly. You stay here and don't move. I'll go take a look, Xia Qing said. Chapter 131, Returning Home. No, don't go out. It's so chaotic outside. Would they be killed if they went out? There was basically no law here. Northern Myanmar was not under the jurisdiction of the Myanmar government. Xia Qing told He Sisi to hide while she went out. She hid in a corner and saw two bodies lying in the yard, their faces slightly pale. However, looking at the scene in the yard, it seemed to have been controlled by Chu Xiu, though his already injured arm was still bleeding. Chu Xiu, you better keep your word, otherwise, no matter what your relationship is with the armed forces, I will kill you. Zhang Xiaogang left with his men, leaving two bodies behind. Bury the bodies, Chu Xiu sighed. He would eventually put an end to the chaos here. Xia Qing also felt that staying any longer might be more dangerous, so she should find a way to escape. Thus, Xia Qing approached Chu Xiu and successfully reached an agreement, transferring 5 million on the spot. The remaining commission will be transferred to your account once I return to China, Xia Qing said. No problem. I want to see the child within 3 days of your return. Okay. Immediately, Chu Xiu sent someone to drive Xia Qing and He Sisi to the border. Your passport is lost. We can only go back to Mandalay to get the documents replaced and then fly back to China, or we can rent a car to drive to the border. It would take 6 to 7 hours to drive from here to Mandalay. The border was only 1 or 2 hours away. Getting a passport replaced in Myanmar will probably take half a month. It was too troublesome to replace a passport abroad. Let's go directly to the border. I'll call my friend to come pick me up, He Sisi said. Okay, I'll get off to buy some things. Xia Qing bought some food and water. He Sisi took Xia Qing's phone and called her friend. Dream Niao is me. CC. My God, is it really you? Where have you been? I've been trying to contact you for days and couldn't find you. I called Xinyan and he said you went on a trip? Where did you run off to? Zhang Mengyao said excitedly. Xinyan is a scumbag, he cheated long ago. I'm stuck in northern Myanmar because of him, but I'm safe now, though my passport is gone. Can you send me some money to get a new one? No problem. It's pretty quick to get documents reissued in our country, but how do I send it to you? You need to get to the border, and remember to bring a bodyguard. Don't get scammed. Add this phone number on WeChat, and I'll send you the address once I arrive. With a passport, they could cross the border, of course, they could also sneak across, but now the border is surrounded by fences and electric wires. Alright, I'm going to take care of it now. I'll have a private jet take me there. We'll settle accounts with Xinyan once you're safely back. Zhang Mengyao said. Don't tell my dad about this yet. He's old, and I can't let my aunt know I got scammed in northern Myanmar. Don't worry, I understand, Zhang Mengyao said. The two had been childhood friends, true besties. After hanging up, Zhang Mengyao cursed angrily. She knew Xinyan was no good, yet He Sisi liked him. The worse the scumbag, the better he was at charming people. Get out of the car, Xia Qing said to the driver in front. Ah, no way, Brother Ho said I have to take you to the border. Hand me your phone. Xia Qing took the man's phone, opened the payment code, and directly transferred 100,000 yuan. Buy another car. The man, holding the phone, was in a daze, looking at the 100,000 yuan that had just arrived. He was extremely anxious. He actually received so much money. Buying a second-hand car would only cost about 10,000 to 20,000, yet he was given 100,000. Xia Qing drove them all the way to the border, and they slept in the car overnight. The next day, He Sisi contacted Zhang Mengyao. From the border fence, Zhang Mengyao used a drone to bring over the passport. Great! With the passport, I can finally go back. He Sisi trembled as she held her passport. Xia Qing drove with He Sisi to the border exit, where they saw the brand new Red Star national flag. He Sisi was instantly moved to tears. She was finally back. Sisi. Zhang Mengyao waited outside and immediately rushed over to He Sisi. The two embraced tightly. This is my friend. Thanks to her, I was able to come back. He Sisi introduced. Thank you so much. Get in the car. I've prepared some food for you inside, Zhang Mengyao said. Xiao Qing looked at the Lexus van, worth 2 million. Look at how thin you've become. Drink this little milk stew, I've already warmed it up for you, Zhang Mengyao said. Damn, that trash Xinyan, how dare he treat you like this? Can we call the police? We can't call the police. We'll talk about this when we get back, Cece said. She had just escaped death and needed to rest peacefully for a while. My private jet is on the tarmac. Do you want to rest here for a night, or should we fly back directly? Zhang Mengyao asked. Let's go back. I don't want to stay here, Cece replied. Where do you want to go? You saved Cece, which makes you my friend too. I can take you back quickly, Zhang Mengyao said. Just drop me off at the Ruili high-speed train station. I can get back from there myself. Alright, Xiao Qing. Thank you for coming back this time. I won't forget what I promised you. Once I get divorced, I'll call you right away. If you need anything or need help, you can also contact Mengyao. The two of them had added each other on WeChat. Okay, Xiao Qing replied. She directly bought a high-speed train ticket and then a plane ticket, returning to Handan City in the evening. The first thing she did was go to the warehouse. A lot of things had been delivered there in the past few days, and she needed to store them in her space. Just as she was about to enter the space, she realized that Cece had been following her around in northern Myanmar these days, making it impossible for her to enter. Xiao Qing, come back quickly. Your mom had a car accident. What? How could she have a car accident? Where is my mom now? Hearing that young Xia had been in an accident nearly scared Xiao Qing to death. Upon hearing the location, Xiao Qing hurriedly took a taxi to the first hospital of Handan City. At that moment, her father seemed to have aged 10 years, standing alone at the door of the operating room. Xiao Qing rushed over, her face pale. What exactly happened? How could my mom have a car accident? She asked anxiously. Xiao Jixiang kept looking worriedly at the direction of the operating room, praying continuously. However, what puzzled Xiao Qing was that Grandma Xia and Tian Kaihua were also there. About 2 hours later, the doctor who performed the surgery came out. The situation is as follows. The surgery did not go smoothly. Our facilities are limited, and the patient's condition is unstable. She needs to be transferred to another hospital for further treatment, the doctor said gravely. Doctor, is there no danger to her life? Xiao Qing asked cautiously. Yes, although there is no immediate danger to her life, the facial injuries are quite severe. We are concerned that the patient may not be able to accept it when she wakes up. You family members must be prepared to help her cope. What? Her mother was disfigured? The patient has already been sent to the ICU. It would be best to transfer her, as her leg is severely shattered, and we cannot repair it here. She needs surgery as soon as possible. Okay, thank you, doctor. I will find a way to arrange the transfer. Xia Jishang breathed a sigh of relief. As long as she was alive, that was good enough. What exactly happened? How did my mom get into a car accident? What about the driver? Xiao Qing asked her father anxiously. Tian Kaihua nudged Xia Jicheng. Niece, this is my fault. Xia Lei borrowed your family's car for his engagement, and he mistook the brake for the accelerator, crashing the car into the yard. Yes, it was Xia Lei's engagement, and you weren't around to lend a car, but who would have thought such a big thing would happen? Tian Kaihua added from the side. I'll cover the medical expenses for Xia Jicheng said with a frown. Tian Kaihua turned pale and secretly pinched Xia Jicheng. The car must have insurance. The insurance will cover it. We're all family, so there's no need to be so clear about it, right? Tian Kaihua hurriedly said. Xia Lei has already paid the betrothal gifts. What money is left? Just use the insurance payout. Grandma Xia chimed in. You've started earning money now, and you want to extort money from your uncle's family? Grandma Xia's expression changed. Xia Jixiang had just paid 30,000 yuan, which was for the surgery, and they didn't know how much more it would cost. Heh, you don't need to pay for the medical expenses, Xiao Qing said coldly. I said it, we're all family. What compensation? Besides, Xia is not in life-threatening danger, Grandma Xia said. Upon hearing this, Tian Kaihua instantly felt happy and was about to say a few polite words of thanks, but the next second, Xiao Qing's words plunged her into an ice cellar. That car is mine. I did not agree to lend it out. I will sue your son for stealing the car and crashing it into my yard, injuring my mom. As for how the judgment goes, let the police decide. I will find a lawyer for this matter. Xiao Qing's tone was as cold as ice. You, Xiao Qing, we are all family. It's just a car accident. You are just trying to ruin Lei Lei. He is preparing for civil service exams and is about to get engaged. How could he have a criminal record? How can you be so cruel? Do you hear yourself? My mom is lying in the ICU. Just escaped death, with a disfigured face and a broken leg. But what about your son, Xia Lei? Damn it, acting like a turtle hiding in its shell. Lei Lei is also injured. He had several stitches on his head, Tian Kaihua said angrily. Jixiang, you see, it is indeed Lei Lei's fault. but we can't ruin the child's future, you are also his uncle. Xia Jiqing was very reluctant when it came to issues concerning his own son. Xia Qing had already called the police, their home had surveillance, and the yard was in shambles, not yet cleaned up. Hearing Xia Qing's call to the police, Tian Kaihua became furious and tried to snatch Xia Qing's phone, but she was no match for Xia Cheng. With a shove, Tian Kaihua stumbled and fell to the ground, starting to cry out. Elderly Mrs. Xia, seeing Xia Qing's fierce demeanor, dared not throw a tantrum at her and turned to Xia Jixiang. Family harmony is important. Jixiang, you need to manage your daughter. Elderly Mrs. Xia said angrily, hitting Xia Jixiang. Mom, if something happens to Xia, no one will have it easy. Xia Jixiang said hoarsely, his eyes red. Dad, you should go rest at the hotel for a while. Come back tomorrow after Mom is out of ICU. Xia Jixiang nodded. He had endured a day and night without food or water, and now that he knew Yang Xia was not in life-threatening danger, he couldn't hold on any longer. Second brother, are you just going to watch our family make a scene? Xia Jiqing frowned and said, is it necessary for a family to be like this? All I know is that lying inside is my wife of several decades. Xia Jixiang said coldly. Behind him were Xia Jiqing's resentful glances and Tian Saihua's heart-wrenching screams. After a while, the police arrived, and Xia Qing explained the situation clearly. Here is the surveillance video, you can take a look. He found the key to my house by himself, without my consent. Okay, I will investigate and gather evidence. I will give you a response as soon as possible, the police said seriously. Xia Qing ordered takeout for her father, so he could eat something. Meanwhile, Xu Xiu had sent her a message urging her. Sorry, my mom had a car accident. After I see her, I will go pick him up tomorrow. The child lived in an orphanage in Han City, which wasn't very far. At the hospital, Yang Xia had already regained consciousness, but her complexion was not good. Mom, don't worry. Once your condition stabilizes, I will take you to a big hospital. They will definitely be able to fix it. Xia Qing comforted her. We have money now, we can pay for any treatment you need. Yang Xia couldn't speak yet, only nodding. Your mother's constitution is very good, otherwise, she might not have come off the operating table, the doctor remarked, envious of Yang Xia's health. Yes, your mother's various indicators are even better than those of young people. That's really impressive. Xia Qing felt very fortunate to have given her parents health supplements, otherwise, her mother might really be in danger now. But to repair it, we might need to find top reconstructive surgeons from Kyoto or Magic City. Those doctors are very hard to get, the doctor said. However, the most important thing now is the leg surgery. It must be done as soon as possible, the doctor said seriously. Xia Qing also registered an appointment on her phone. There was only one appointment available a week, and it was impossible to get. She found a scalper. This appointment costs 20,000, but it won't be available until 3 months later. Xia Qing frowned slightly. The doctor said that the facial repair needed to be done quickly for it to be more perfect, and the leg bones were shattered and also needed surgery. Lin Nuan, along with her aunt and uncle's family, also rushed over, furious about the situation and trying to find a solution. I know there's a doctor specializing in recovery in Gang City. He's very skilled and works at a private hospital, so it should be easier to book an appointment, right? Lin Nuan said. Gang City? Even private hospitals should be able to hire good doctors if they are willing to spend money. Sister, let me ask around for you. Lin Nuan made several calls in the corridor, finally frowning and saying, that doctor is also very busy. We can only wait. But given the current situation, especially with the leg, the sooner it is treated, the better. Hong Chang? She contacted Zhang Mengyao via WeChat. Cici is currently dealing with family matters, but I will help you find the best doctor for your treatment. Xia Qing actually wanted to ask if it wasn't necessary to make an appointment in advance for something so certain. Later, she found out that the private hospital was actually owned by Cici's family. A private jet will come to pick you up tomorrow. Since you are Cici's friend, I will definitely help you, Zhang Mengyao said. Thank you so much. Xia Qing was genuinely grateful this time. Chapter 133. Not wanting to burden others that evening, Xia Qing remembered her promise to Chu Xiu and went to the orphanage in Hancheng to see the little boy who was only 6 years old. The environment of the orphanage was actually quite good, but most of the children here were abandoned. The next morning, Xia Qing completed the adoption procedures, and the little boy followed her closely. When Xia Qing finally had time to ask him, she said, Xiaoran, aren't you afraid? When she first entered the orphanage, many children looked at her. The older ones hoped to be adopted, while the younger ones were scared. But only this child had a look of indifference, as if he lived in another world. Xiaoran shook his head and said, I want to follow you. Xia Qing looked into the child's eyes, which resembled Chu Xiu's by about 40 to 50%, but his gaze was very deep, unlike that of a child his age. Xia Qing patted his head and took him to buy a few sets of clean clothes and shoes. She then took him to the hospital. "Hello, you must be Miss Xia? Our plane will land on the hospital's rooftop helipad in 20 minutes. Okay." This was the direct helicopter for patients from Hongchang. Shu Ran had just been brought back, and now she could only take him along, but Xia Qing had already sent the child's information to Chu Xiu, so he was naturally relieved. Xia Qing, the child, and Xia Jixiang boarded the helicopter together. They had a special fast route, and it would take at most 3 hours to reach Honi Hospital. Cici's family was the largest shareholder of this hospital. Xia Qing searched a bit and found that it was a top-tier hospital with very advanced and complete equipment, first-class hardware conditions. In the afternoon, they arrived at the dedicated helipad of Honi Hospital. Yang Xia was immediately arranged to undergo a full-body examination. The three of them were in a high-end VIP ward, which had a special family room, but only one person could stay there. "Is this a hospital? It doesn't look like a hotel," Xia Jixiang said in surprise, looking at the facilities. "The living conditions of the rich are beyond what the poor can imagine. It is a hospital, only one person can stay in the family room. I will take this child to stay at the hotel across the street." "All right," Xia Jixiang said, feeling uncomfortable. Chu Ran was very well behaved, always following behind Xia Qing. A girl in a high-end nurse uniform politely smiled and said, "Family member of Yang Xia, please come to the doctor's office." Okay. The doctor's office was separate, and the decor was very luxurious. "Hello, I am Tan Wenjie." The middle-aged man had some gray hair at his temples, and Xia Qing saw his profile at the door. He was a very impressive professor-level surgeon, and his surgeries required a waiting list. However, this was special, as it was specifically instructed by Miss Cici, so they did not dare to be negligent. The examination results are out, and emergency surgery is needed. The most important thing is that the injury to the leg is very severe. The leg bone can no longer be used and can only be replaced with a prosthetic bone, but this also carries risks, Tan Wenjie explained in great detail. "Can you give me a copy of the examination results?" Xia Qing asked. "Of course. However, this will require multiple surgeries, at least 3 in total." Xia Jixiang felt a pang of discomfort thinking about how much Yang Xia had suffered. "Let's focus on treatment first. There must be a way." But it wasn't that simple. Xia Qing looked at the plan. The best recovery would allow her to walk, but there would still be some impact. That evening, Xia Jixiang stayed in the family room while Xia Qing bought him some daily necessities. He then took Chu Ran to the hotel across the street and booked a large suite. After eating, you can sleep by yourself. If you want to watch TV or use the projector, that's fine. Chu Ran nodded obediently. Meanwhile, Xia Qing closed the door and went straight to the bedroom. "How is it? Is there any good solution?" "The plan provided by your doctors is good, but the transplanted bone joint also carries risks since it involves external materials, which could potentially cause allergies and may not be usable. Moreover, it will need to be replaced in 10 years, requiring another surgery, and there could be issues along the way. We are now using the most advanced artificial cloned bone technology, which will be perfectly integrated based on your mother's genes," the doctor said. "This way, the recovery will be the same as that of a normal person." Xia Qing's eyes lit up upon hearing this. "Unfortunately, we don't have the equipment for that. DNA cloning requires a unique profile for each person. Where can we find it?" Xia Qing asked. "This is produced by global international biotech companies, such as Juji Biotech, Johnson & Johnson, and Roche. Sudan's senior brother works for Juji Biotech." "My senior brother and I are in pharmaceuticals," Sudan said with a frown. "Biotech companies deal with biomedicine, medical devices, and biotechnology. Juji Medical Device Company is located in Guangqing Xinchuan City," Sudan added. "That's a first-tier city with a large population. That city alone has nearly 10 million people. If there are devices, would you be able to do it?" Xia Qing asked, as this was her most critical question. Professor Zhang would. Xia Qing didn't know how to respond to this news. She just felt a bit down. Suyu signaled for everyone else to leave. He gazed intently at the girl before him and said seriously, "I know what you're worried about, and I'm willing to go. Suyu, Xinchuan City is far away, and there are many zombies. I'm not afraid. The base has just been established, and those children have finally started to smile. You can't take risks." Xia Chang was torn, truly torn. She was bound to Suyu. Once she entered this world, she couldn't stray too far from him, or she would be bounced back to her own time and space. If she were to go to Xinchuan City to find that cloning equipment, then Suyu would have to go with her. She didn't want to drag anyone else into this. This base needs to be built. We need more advanced equipment, and we can gather a lot of useful supplies along the way. Moreover, I also want to find out why the world has become like this and see if there are other places. If humanity wanted to survive, they needed to save themselves. Suyu's tone was extremely gentle as he said, "It's me who wants you to come with me." Xia Qing knew that Suyu was caring for her feelings, but she couldn't neglect her mother. She couldn't let her suffer for the rest of her life. Even if the road ahead was dangerous and filled with zombies, she wouldn't be afraid. In the past, her parents were her safe haven, and now she would be theirs. Stop being conflicted. You accompany me to save this world, and I'll accompany you to save your mother. Suyu's openness reassured Xiaoqing a lot. They were each other's salvation. Alright, once everything is arranged at the base, we'll go together. Gratitude filled Xiaoqing's eyes. This trip to Xinchuan was a dangerous journey. They had to settle the base. It was now their last home. Although the success rate of hydroponic vegetables isn't high, at least we can produce them now. We can also bring in more mushroom spawn and rice flour. Rice and flour were the most filling foods and could be stored for a long time. Suyu quickly arranged everything. He knew Xiaoqing's mother was anxious to undergo surgery. Yang Xiao was currently in the hospital, and Xiaoqing couldn't leave for the time being, making Suyu the most at risk on this trip. This was also why Xiaoqing felt guilty. Xiaoqing decided to buy a motorhome first and then go to Suyu's place for modifications, so that during the long drive, Suyu could be more comfortable. Okay, I'll go back and arrange it right away, Xiaoqing said. Xiaoqing, if it weren't for your presence, my life would be much worse than it is now. I might even be dead, and there would be no Suyu in this world. Hongyi Hospital. Doctor, how is my mother doing now? Xiaoqing asked nervously. The surgery went very smoothly. We were initially worried about infection and took preventive measures. She'll need to stay in the ICU for a few days, but the patient's physical condition is excellent, and she can be transferred to a regular ward for recovery today. The nurse was also quite surprised. That's great. Xiaoqing was very happy to hear the doctor's words. A decision needs to be made quickly regarding the artificial joint to ensure early implantation and avoid a second surgery after the wound heals, the doctor advised. Okay, I'll discuss this with my family, Xiaoqing replied. Immediately after, Xiaoqing paid the hospitalization fee, 150,000, and it had only been 2 days. However, if it weren't for He's connections, the surgery wouldn't have been possible. Xiaoqing directly paid 1 million first, as she would also need to undergo a recovery surgery on her face later. In the ward, this was the top hospital in Hong Kong, with a tablet offering various meals. Abalone clay pot rice, Chinese and Western dishes, desserts, and steak were available 24 hours a day. However, patients had a special nutritional meal plan. These could be ordered to the ward to ensure the guests' privacy. The room was also very advanced, with nurses available 24 hours to change clothes, a shower room, and a safe bathroom with large floor-to-ceiling windows, which could help lift the patient's spirits. Yes, you can order any of the meals here for free, but patients can only eat light food for now. Xiao Jixiang couldn't understand those menus, looking at the list filled with abalone and sea cucumbers. Was this hospital food? He didn't dare to order anything. Xiaoqing came over and ordered a few items, smiling, "Please bring them to the ward." Okay. The nurse politely left. "Qingqing, what kind of hospital is this? I've never seen such a good hospital." Yang Xia exclaimed in shock. "This is a major hospital in the port city, Mom, just focus on your treatment here." She had just overheard Yang Xia's conversation with her father. "Mom, and don't worry about your leg, it will definitely recover. You can get back to how you were before." Yang Xia couldn't feel her leg and only felt pain when she moved. She didn't want her daughter to worry and waste money. "It's fine, Mom's leg is okay, it will be fine in a couple of days. We can just stay in a regular hospital." Yang Xia was always worried about being a burden to her daughter. "Mom, just listen to me and stay here comfortably." Xiaoqing comforted her. Beep beep. Xiaoqing looked at her phone. It was a call from Tian Kaihua, which she directly hung up. Xiao Jixiang's phone was already turned off. He hadn't had the mind to use his phone these past few days. Xiaoqing directly blacklisted Tian Kaihua, and after a while, a strange number called. "Xiaoqing, it's by Jia. Do you remember me?" Now Lei Lei has been taken away by the police, and not only does he have to pay compensation, but he will also be detained for 15 days. You are all family, and no one wants this to happen. Can you withdraw the lawsuit? If Xia Lei is detained, he won't be able to keep his job. Bai Jia frowned as she spoke. She even complained a bit about Xiaoqing, saying they were family, and Xia Lei didn't do it on purpose. He felt very guilty about the incident. She thought that her own family wouldn't be so heartless, but unexpectedly, Xiaoqing had called the police directly. "You have so much money, and your car is insured. There's no need to make such a scene and send your cousin to detention, right? This will be a stain on his record for life. Is there nothing that can be discussed properly?" "Discuss what? My yard was damaged by him, and that's one thing, but he hit my mom. My mom is still in the hospital, and I've already reported this to the police, so let's leave it to them to handle." Xia Qing said coldly. She knew exactly what kind of person Xia Lei was. The police said that as long as you can sign a letter of understanding, Xia Lei won't have to go to detention. You're his sister, just sign the letter of understanding. Bai Jia frowned again. If you have any issues, talk to my lawyer. Xia Qing hung up the phone directly and blacklisted that number as well. He hit someone, didn't want to pay compensation, and her mom was in the hospital undergoing surgery, yet Xia Lei ran away? Call her heartless if you want. She simply wouldn't forgive anyone who wronged her. If it works, fine, if not, then goodbye, even if it's family. No one could hurt her beloved mother. She would protect her family. Xia Qing tidied up her emotions and returned to the hospital room. The meal had already been set on the table. Dad, you stay here and eat with Mom. There's a child at the hotel that I still need to take care of. Alright, you go ahead and do your thing. It's fine here. Your dad is with her. Yang Xia said. Don't hesitate to spend money. Everything here is free. The report is included in the hospitalization fee, and I've already paid it, so don't worry. Xia Qing reminded her a few more times before leaving. Yang Xia looked at the huge floor-to-ceiling window and smiled. If it weren't for the bandages on my face and legs, I would think I came to some kind of resort hotel. The hotels we've been to before aren't as good as this one. I never thought there would be such a hospital. Look at that nurse, always smiling and taking care of me so politely. Yang Xia sighed. How could the world of the rich be imagined by these poor people? So don't worry, the recovery doctor said your facial injuries can definitely be repaired, and your skin will be even more tender then. Xia Jishan comforted Yang Xia. Yang Xia nodded happily. She was very worried when she learned about her disfigurement, but now seeing the environment here, she felt she would definitely be treated well. Xia Qing returned to the hotel, and Shu Ran was sitting on the sofa obediently watching TV. As soon as he saw Xia Qing come back, he immediately stood up, feeling insecure in this unfamiliar environment. This is a phone and a location watch. Do you know how to spend money? Xia Qing asked, feeling like she was asking a silly question. Shu Ran frowned slightly and shook his head. How could he spend money in the orphanage? I'll teach you. If you need anything, contact me, and then add this WeChat. Xia Qing also handed him Chu Xiu's number. I'll be quite busy these days and will stay here for a while. I've rented this suite for a month. When we return to Han City, can I find you a school to attend? Although Chu Ran was a child, he seemed much more mature than others, so Xia Qing asked for his opinion. Chu Ran nodded and transferred 10,000 yuan to his phone. He also called the hotel restaurant to order 3 meals a day for children. This hotel has a children's playground. You can go out to play, but only within this hotel, understand? Chu Ran obediently nodded, and Xia Qing patted his head. Let's eat first. In the afternoon, Xia Qing had checked the information. The Hummer off-road vehicle primarily produces military and off-road vehicles. This brand was originally dedicated to manufacturing vehicles for the military. Later, it began producing civilian cars, boasting superior performance, and could be considered the king of off-road vehicles. However, Xia Qing also looked up some other information. She was interested in a Canadian-made off-road vehicle called the Sentinel, which has an armor protection level of BR6, a powerful 333 horsepower, and is a legally permitted armored vehicle on the road. This car is worth 8 million, and the key point is that expensive off-road vehicles require advance reservations, often taking months to pick up. She needed something that could hit the road quickly. In the end, she chose the Hummer H1, known as the Land Tank, which could be considered the pinnacle of off-road vehicles. Xia Qing took a taxi directly to the Hummer dealership. Can I reserve this car now? Xia Qing asked. Previously, when she casually bought cars worth tens of thousands or over 100,000, they were always in stock. The salesperson looked at Xia Qing with disbelief in her eyes. Then she awkwardly said, "Hello, miss, cars over 1 million need to be reserved in advance. For vehicles over 1 million, especially high-end models, advance reservations are required." Xia Qing felt a bit embarrassed. Although she had money now, she still hadn't experienced the life of a true wealthy person. Can I ask who has reserved this car? Xia Qing genuinely wanted to buy it, so she paid to reserve it in advance. Civilian armored vehicles are very sturdy, and so you would definitely like it, plus the space is quite large and comfortable. Sorry, that's not possible. Customer reservations are private information. If you want to buy it, you can pay a deposit in advance. After leaving the dealership, Xia Qing could only buy a less expensive off-road vehicle for the time being. She then realized that wealthy people don't go to dealerships, they have dedicated salespeople who provide selection services at their homes. This seemed to open a new world for Xia Qing. She was now a newly rich person. Xia Qing rented a truck and went to the supermarket to buy rice and flour, loading them into the truck, along with noodles and other long-lasting items. Suyu was going away for at least 10 days to half a month, so it was essential to stock up. Fortunately, the port city was large, so buying so many things didn't attract attention. There were also enough mushrooms and hydroponic plants at the base to last for a while, but they had to be rationed until Suyu returned, and no food could be exchanged while he was away. In the living room of the end-of-the-world villa, Suyu said, "You all know, I'm going to Xinchuan City, which is thousands of kilometers away. The daily support for the base is up to you. The food Xia Cheng sent me is enough for a while, plus what was sent before, a month is sufficient. Take good care of the hydroponic vegetables and mushrooms. Recently, the clothing factory and ceramic factory should be paused. We'll resume work when I return." As for the medicinal tea factory, the machines they had previously researched were already set up, and they could just buy medicinal tea to decompose and brew. Suyu arranged everything. "Brother Yu, I want to go with you," Li Yao said. "I'm not afraid of danger, having one more person is safer." Everyone knew that going to Xinchuan was dangerous. No one knew what the outside world had become, and an unknown map was the most terrifying danger. "Brother Yu, I want to go with you too," Wang Chang, Zhang Liang, and Yang Shuo all said together. "No, this time I'm going myself. We don't know what the situation outside is like. You all stay here and take care of the base." A few people silently lowered their heads, seemingly reluctant. "Don't worry, I won't get into any trouble. You just need to protect the base. Recently, anyone who comes to exchange for food should not be allowed to do so. Protect the food in the base," Suyu said. This was what he was most worried about. "Understood. Guard this place well. Don't let anything go wrong as soon as I leave." Suyu had already packed everything and was about to set off. Just as he reached the base entrance, a dozen squad leaders surrounded him. "Base leader, you can't go out." "Yes. What will happen to our base if you leave?" Suyu frowned slightly. Had someone leaked his plans to go out? "Base leader, we won't stop you if you want to go out, but going to Xinchuan is too far. If something really happens, we won't have any food sources left for the base. How will we survive?" Wang Jin complained. These people had eaten toxic leaves, moldy food, and endured the painful days of hunger. It's easy to go from frugality to luxury, but hard to go from luxury to frugality. "Who told you that the base leader is going to Xinchuan?" Li Yao snapped. The few people at the front shook their heads, looking around, and one man hidden among them stepped back a bit, looking a bit guilty. "Where the base leader goes is none of your business. Base leader, please don't go to Xinchuan. Base leader, don't go. We need you." Some of the squad members started to make a fuss, immediately trying to block him. Suyu's expression grew increasingly grim. "The base has enough food. You won't go hungry. If you continue this moral coercion, each of you will lose 10 points, Wang Chang said coldly. The others became tense upon hearing this. Points in the base were equivalent to money. That was like deducting 100,000 for each person. "The base leader going to Xinchuan is the most important thing. Don't you want the base to develop better? The weather is hot now, and you can all see that the land outside is gradually becoming desertified," Li Yao added. "Stop blocking him," Wang Chang said sternly. The squad members dared not continue to obstruct him. "The base is currently scientifically cultivating hydroponic vegetables. Food is guaranteed," Suyu said in a deep voice. He understood that these people lacked a sense of security, but he also had his own matters to attend to. He couldn't be tied down here. "What you need to do is to guard this base. I will definitely come back. The base also needs more and better equipment." "Base leader, I want to go with you," said Xian from the squad. He was different from the others. He wasn't trying to stop the base leader but wanted to accompany him on the mission. The last time he went out with the base leader was a wonderful experience. The taste of that barbecue lingered in his memory. "This time it's a secret mission. You all need to guard the base. Protect this base until I return," Suyu said solemnly. The other squad members no longer blocked the entrance. Once outside, Suyu got into an off-road vehicle, which was stocked with plenty of gasoline. Meanwhile, Xiao Cheng was at a restaurant, ordering a lot of fried sauce noodles, seafood ramen, and sweet and sour pork. Most of the flavors here were sweet and sour. Crispy yellow pigeon, steamed chicken feet, shrimp dumplings, custard buns, fried rice. Pack 2 portions of each. "Okay, please wait a moment," the restaurant staff said with a smile. Xiao Qing ordered a whole menu and also bought a lot of tea and pastries. She packed a variety of snacks. Xiao Qing's WeChat rang. It was a call from Zhang Mengyao. "Xiao Cheng, are you free? CC wants to see you. She said she has something for you and needs to meet in person." Her sisters, the 1 billion that CC promised her. Xiao Cheng sent the address, and about 10 minutes later, a Rolls-Royce stopped at the restaurant entrance. "Hello, you must be Miss Xia," the driver politely asked. "Yes, please get in the car." The driver opened the door for Xiao Qing, shielding her head as she bent down to enter. After about half an hour, the car headed towards the shallow waters of the harbor city, located in the southern district, where the beach is crescent-shaped and picturesque. known for its luxury residences, and home to the largest golf course in the harbor city. It is the top luxury residential area, a gathering place for the wealthy. One must know that in the harbor city, every inch of land is precious. It is no exaggeration that being able to afford such a large house speaks volumes about one's wealth. Cece's house at No. 18 Deepwater Bay can be seen from the air, featuring not only a tennis court but also a swimming pool and diving board, with the entire villa built against the mountain. This house is worth a staggering $2 billion. The car drove directly into the garage, and at a glance, Xiao Qing saw at least 7 or 8 luxury cars, none below 100. The coolest was a red Lamborghini. "Miss Xia, this way please," the maid smiled politely, guiding Xiao Qing. Cece, dressed in a silk nightgown and crystal slippers, lazily walked down the stairs. Compared to her haggard appearance in Myanmar, the girl now looked radiant. Cece signaled for the maid to leave, sitting on the soft, luxurious leather sofa. "This check is for $1 billion, but you need to sign a contract with me." Xiao Qing initially thought Cece wouldn't give it to her, but she didn't expect this person to be so trustworthy. However, there must be conditions, otherwise, she wouldn't just give her this $1 billion. Cece took out a contract, which stated that Xiao Qing needed to ensure she would not disclose any information about her time in Myanmar. "I hope you keep this secret. I don't want anyone to know I went to Myanmar," Cece said, as she couldn't let herself be caught with any leverage, especially during this critical period of her divorce. "No problem." Just keeping a secret in exchange for $1 billion seemed quite a bargain. Although for them, $1 billion was like buying a favorite, albeit expensive, piece of jewelry. "Miss, Van Cleef & Arpels is here, saying they have the latest jewelry for you to choose from," the maid respectfully said. Xiao Qing looked over to see 2 people in work suits standing at the door, holding a safe and wearing white gloves. Cece looked impatient and said, "It's all old styles, nothing special. Van Cleef & Arpels, Cartier, Chaumet, and Harry Winston are all top brands in the jewelry world. Forget it, bring it in to take a look." The 2 people at the door, hearing Cece's words, excitedly walked over. "Hello, Miss He," the woman said politely and humbly. One person opened the safe, revealing the most luxurious jewelry from Van Cleef & Arpels. "These are the styles we are about to launch," the staff introduced. Cece glanced at them, not particularly fond of any. "More of these similar styles?" The salesperson quickly took out a crystal bracelet from a small box in the safe. "This is a crystal bracelet made from volcanic rock, named Fiery. Isn't this the bracelet that Ling Kiki bought? However, this crystal is adorned with diamonds and other gemstones, making it even more dazzling. Not only that, but it also came with crystal earrings, essentially selling her crystal separately. This one is nice." As soon as Cece finished speaking, the attentive young lady carefully took out the bracelet. "These jewels are expensive, and if they get damaged, they can't afford to compensate. Let me try it on for you." Saying this, the girl half knelt in front of Cece, slowly putting it on her. Cece opened her hand to look at the bracelet and said, "This one is pretty good. I'll take it, and I'll keep the matching earrings too." The 2 salesgirls were very happy. After all, their commission from this sale was quite high. Xiao Qing watched this scene, feeling speechless. She had indeed only been a wealthy person before. This was true wealth. Ahem, she was the first generation to suddenly become rich. Cece, wearing the bracelet, left with the other 2 salesgirls who were carrying a safe. Xiao Qing couldn't help but feel a bit emotional as she held the 100 million check in her hand. Xiao Qing took out a more beautiful volcanic rock crystal from her backpack, which was fiery red like lava, accompanied by scarlet pearls. "I see you like this crystal too. I'll give you this one, it's unique," Xiao Qing said with a smile. For these wealthy people, most of their clothing and jewelry were high fashion, and they were very cautious about matching outfits or jewelry with others. Therefore, the styles from these brands were all different. "This one is actually the same as my crystal, it's quite nice," Cece said. Cece knew that Xiao Qing went to Myanmar to sell jewelry. "If you have more jewelry like this, it's best to have something special. I can help you sell it," Cece said with a smile. The bracelet Xiao Qing gave was even more beautiful. "Great! From now on, I'll send you a piece of my new products," Xiao Qing said. Xiao Qing noted down the address here. She planned to go back and prepare a batch of jewelry to send to Cece. After all, she had just received 100 million from her. "I won't help you sell it for free. I'll take a 2% profit," Cece said. Although she had a lot of money, she wouldn't work for nothing. Besides, who would complain about having less money? "Of course. I hope you remember your promise." Cece was more concerned about this. Xiao Qing held the check in her hand and said, "I am very trustworthy, and of course, you are too." In the afternoon, Xiao Qing chose a box of crystal jewelry and called a courier to send it to Cece. On her way back, she remembered that Chu Ran was still at the hotel, so she went in to buy him a few toys and some books. When she returned, Chu Ran was still watching TV, and he seemed a bit nervous when he heard Xiao Qing come back. "Xiao Ran, These are all for you, take your time playing. The hotel will deliver 3 meals a day for you, and if you want to go out to play, you can. I will be quite busy these 2 days and might not be at the hotel. If you need help, you can ask the hotel staff. They will assist you. If I'm not back, don't worry. Chu Ran nodded obediently. Chu Ran looked at the pile of toys on the table and raised his eyes to see that Xia Qing had already returned to her room. In fact, Chu Ran was still quite socially anxious, but Xia Qing always interacted with him just right, never making him feel uncomfortable. He took a photo and sent it to Chu Xiu. Daddy, I really like this sister. In Myanmar, Chu Xiu received Chu Ran's photo, and the corners of his mouth lifted slightly. He had indeed chosen the right person. Be good over there. Once things stabilize here, I'll bring you over, Chu Xiu replied. Xia Qing dared to give the child a phone, proving that she had a clear conscience and would not treat the child poorly. Xia Qing entered her room, closed the door, changed her clothes, and directly entered the space. This time, she was startled. The surroundings were desolate, with a broken road and abandoned cars. What was going on? Usually, whenever she entered, she would immediately flash to Su Yu's side. Why was it like this time? Xia Qing frowned, a bad premonition rising in her heart. She hurriedly returned to the space, only to find that the crack had disappeared. Was there a bug in the space? Su Yu? Xia Qing called out anxiously, but there was no response from Su Yu. However, she noticed that there were traces of food missing in the space, which should be because Su Yu had taken some. She quickly found paper and pen to write a note and placed it in the space, hoping Su Yu would see it. Immediately after, she returned to her own time and opened her eyes. It was still the same dilapidated road, the same old cars. Xia Qing frowned as she looked at the tire tracks on the ground and the lifeless world around her. She continued to try entering the space, but after traveling through, she was sent back here. The desolate land around her still felt like the apocalypse. Why couldn't she go back? A wave of panic surged in her heart. She forced herself to calm down. Every time she had come before, she had been bounced back from this time, but this time she was left behind. The wind around her was a bit strong, and she walked along the road, noticing the tire tracks on the ground. She felt that she shouldn't be too far from Su Yu. In the past, she always appeared next to Su Yu, so it shouldn't be any different this time, right? Su Yu! Xia Qing shouted loudly, but there was no echo. Instead, she heard a rustling sound. She saw an old car ahead shaking violently, and a zombie crawled out from inside, roaring. Xia Qing felt incredibly foolish. These zombies were extremely sensitive to sound, and here she was shouting in the apocalypse. It was too easy to attract zombies. Fortunately, the zombie's half-body was stuck inside and couldn't move at all. Xia Qing could only continue walking along the broken road until it was almost dark. She was really tired. She had never walked such a long distance on foot before. The sky grew darker, and Xia Qing entered the space to check the note. It was Su Yu's handwriting. Don't be afraid. Look around for any road signs and remember them. I'll find you. Although Su Yu's handwriting was bold and cold, seeing his words felt like he was right beside her, filling her with a sense of security. Xia Qing tried again but still couldn't go back. She could only stay in the space. Outside, it was completely dark, and she didn't dare to stay out alone. She rarely observed her own space, usually just traveling back and forth or taking things. This time, staying in the space for a long time was boring, so she noticed that the space seemed to have 2 layers flowing and folding. The flow was extremely slow, and when Xia Qing walked over to touch it, it felt soft, like an endless pit. Was it evolving? Why did it have to evolve now, of all times, when she was in the apocalypse? She didn't know how long this space had been evolving. The information she could touch made Xia Qing feel a bit more at ease. At least she could still go back. If she didn't return, her mother would worry. They had only rented the hotel for a month. You should evolve quickly, right? Xia Qing silently asked. The next second, the space directly bounced her out. Damn! Xia Qing looked at the pitch-black sky around her, listening to the rustling wind. No! She quickly tried to enter the space again, but was bounced out once more. If she wanted to evolve quickly, she couldn't stay in the space. This was too much. She was wrong. Could she please be let in? Evolving slowly didn't matter. After being bounced out a few times, feeling dizzy, she finally calmed down. She took out her phone, turned on the flashlight, and looked around for any road signs. After walking a few hundred meters, she finally saw a village not far away, with a flickering light. A light meant there were people. Could it be Su Yu? Xia Qing wrote down the geographical name of the village and placed it in the space, waiting for Su Yu to check it. She hadn't walked such a long distance in a long time, and her feet felt like they were about to blister. She really saw a truck, not the SUV she had bought for Su Yu. There was some mixed filthy blood on the truck. From inside, she could faintly hear groans. Xia Qing peered through a small gap and saw that there were a few half-dead people lying inside. A stench of excrement wafted out, almost making Xia Qing gag. She quickly took out a mint and popped it in her mouth to ease the nausea rising in her stomach. Fortunately, Suyu had trained her before, otherwise, a normal person suddenly thrown into the apocalypse facing a pile of corpses would probably be scared silly on the spot. Woo woo! Save him! The silent groan. Xiaoqing could only see the shape of her mouth and her feeble attempt to lift her arm. Following her gaze, Xiaoqing looked down and saw that her lower body was already a pool of blood, with a frail little baby, unsure if it was still breathing. She couldn't even protect herself now, couldn't return to her own space, so it was better not to get involved in these matters. Firmly adhering to the first principle, if it doesn't concern you, just stay out of it. She slowly walked inside, hearing a few people talking. This meat is still tender when cooked, especially with this sauce. If anyone can't hold on and dies, they'll just become food. That pregnant woman is about to die. Once she does, that child probably won't survive either, and that meat will be the tenderest. Once the bottom line is crossed, it becomes completely bottomless. Xiaoqing looked over and was shocked to find herself in such a village, her face turning pale. Previously, she had only heard about the cannibals that Suyu and Li Yao encountered at the base, who would send people to kill them. She never expected to see it with her own eyes this time. It was simply devoid of moral ethics. This world had always been like this. She should have known better. In Huaxia, there had been years of great famine over thousands of years. Otherwise, the idiom to exchange children for food wouldn't exist. Xiaoqing slowly retreated, hoping they wouldn't notice her. Encountering a truck again, she heard the faint cries of a baby inside. Can't get involved, can't get involved. Xiaoqing chanted a few times, wanting to leave quickly, but as she took a few steps, the child's cries grew louder. This would probably attract the people inside. The baby's cries echoed in her ears, combined with what the people inside were saying. The baby is tender. The taste is the best. Xiaoqing sighed deeply, took out a t-shirt from her space, and went in to carry the child out. As soon as she picked it up, the baby instantly stopped crying. Xiaoqing looked at the bloodied, dirty little face, which was wrinkled like a little old man. She hurriedly carried the child out, walking for over an hour without stopping until she could no longer see the firelight behind her and finally stopped, panting. At this moment, it was pitch black around her, and she felt even more afraid, looking at the baby whose umbilical cord hadn't been cut. She could only take out a lighter to burn the military knife and then cut the umbilical cord, tying a small knot with the remaining part. She had baby formula in her space, but not much, only 2 cans. I can't even return to my world now, let alone bring you into my space, and I don't know if you can survive. Woo woo. The little baby actually started crying again. Xiaoqing prepared some water to mix with the formula, using a mineral water bottle with a straw to make a makeshift baby bottle. Newborns suck, right? Gulu gulu. The baby drank 20 milliliters, and to avoid waste, she put the rest in her space. With wet wipes, she cleaned the baby thoroughly. It was hot, and she was afraid the baby would get infected. She could only stay in place. In the past, she always arrived in this world during the day, but this was the first time she stayed here at night, only to discover how pitch black it was at night, especially with the moon in the sky being faint and dim. At this moment, only the little one in her arms gave her a sense of warmth. She was so tired, having walked all day, feeling as if she had climbed Mount Tai, her spirit highly tense. She hugged the baby and leaned against a nearby rock to take a nap. She almost dozed off for a bit, waking up at every little sound. In the dim sky, there were some lights. It was already close to dawn at 4 in the morning. She got up and saw a car approaching not far away, but it wasn't Suyu's car, it was the truck she had seen yesterday. Is there a woman up ahead? Chase her down. The people in the truck were very excited. Xiaoqing was awakened by the roar of the vehicle. Seeing the large truck rushing towards her, she quickly picked up the child and tried to leave. However, her sleeping position had been incorrect, causing her legs to feel a bit numb. In just a moment, the truck had caught up, and 2 men jumped out from inside. Their beards and hair had not been trimmed for a long time, tangled together, making it impossible to discern their age. They looked like 2 wild men. The 2 men were taken aback by Xiaoqing's appearance for a moment, then their eyes filled with excitement and greedy desire. There are still such beautiful and clean women? Big brother, I can already smell a fragrance. The 2 men held watermelon knives, their eyes fixed on Xiaoqing like predators eyeing their prey. Oh, and there's a little child? I love babies the most. The man became even more excited as he stared at the infant in Xiaoqing's arms. Don't come over, Xiaoqing said coldly, holding the baby in one arm and a military dagger in the other. They didn't take her, a delicate girl with a small weapon, seriously at all. But the baby was too soft, and Xiaoqing didn't dare to hold him too tightly. Just immediately put down your little dagger. We won't eat you. We wouldn't bear to eat you. Little dagger? This was a military dagger. Although small, its special shape made it difficult to stitch up wounds after being stabbed, easily causing severe bleeding. You are no longer human, you are no different from zombies. Even dogs wouldn't cannibalize their own kind. Stop wasting time with her, just tie her up and take her back. That'll keep us entertained for a long time. After a few days of hunger, you'll eat anything. Then will you still be tough? You'd be begging us on your knees. Xiaoqing didn't waste any words and took the initiative, kicking the man on the left in the groin, causing him to clutch himself and kneel down, howling in pain. Suyu had said this move worked well against men. Xiaoqing quickly turned around, spinning and delivering a kick to the other man's stomach, sending him sprawling to the ground. She didn't pursue further and hurriedly jumped over the highway guardrail to escape. Reflecting on her earlier move, she felt it was quite impressive, though she had almost flung the child out of her arms. This area should have been a forest, but all the trees had withered. Squeak, 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 a large rat emerged from the ground and scurried away into the distance. The rat had mutated to a size comparable to a cat. Arriving here felt like entering a horror world, with blind boxes everywhere. Woo woo! Xiaoqing didn't stop and continued walking while holding the child, finally reaching a small path. This was a rural dirt road, occasionally littered with the dried corpses of zombies, their heads hollowed out. A gray, hairless cat emerged from under a dilapidated trash can, its eyes a bright red, licking the corpse of a zombie on the ground. It seemed like a delicious lunch to it. Xiaoqing cautiously passed by it, holding the infant in one arm and gripping her dagger tightly, nervously watching the mutated cat. If she got scratched, she could potentially turn into a zombie. It was indeed quite terrifying. She didn't dare to let her guard down for a moment. The cute cat emitted meowing sounds, but this hairless cat was thin and its growl was extremely grating. It sounded like nails scraping against an iron door. Suddenly, the cat lunged at her, and the dagger in her hand plunged into its head. The cat's claws were sharp and dangerously so, almost tearing her skin. She disgustedly flung the cat away. She only cared for cute little animals. She didn't know if she would have nightmares about the cat when she returned home. I still hope to go back and see the lovely ragdoll cat to wash my eyes. This time in space is really thrilling, too thrilling. A baby born holding a corpse, and bad people everywhere, corpses scattered around, mutated rats and hairless cats. It's hard to imagine that Suyu has lived in this world for so long, relying on faith, I suppose. It must be really tough for him. She has never dared to let her guard down, her mind always highly tense. She looked towards the space, where there was a note from Suyu. He was already on his way, and seeing this eased her mind a lot. Xiaoqing told Suyu about what had just happened. She looked up at the road sign that had fallen to the ground. She walked over to pick it up and wrote down the sign for Suyu. She wasn't planning to leave, she would stay here, otherwise, she and Suyu would only drift further apart. Suyu had been driving all night, and at this moment, his eyes were bloodshot. He also sensed the difference in the space. Although he could take things, there were significant restrictions. But he couldn't afford to stop for a moment. Xiaoqing was still in this world. This world is completely different from hers. Buzz buzz buzz. The roar of the car engine buzzed loudly, and his heart felt as if it were suspended in midair. He couldn't rest until he found Xiaoqing. He had never felt this urgent before, even when surrounded by zombies in a high-rise building, or facing gunfire and ruthless criminals before the apocalypse. He remained calm and collected. But at this moment, his heart was in turmoil. On the other side, Xiaoqing waited quietly for Suyu to find her. She was unfamiliar with this place, and after 2 days, she still couldn't enter the space. The little one kept peeing and pooping, catching her off guard. She had never taken care of a child before, so she was quite busy. She tried to feed milk with a straw, but the little baby ended up sucking in air for a long time, crying loudly without getting any milk. "My little treasure, don't cry. I'll cut the straw shorter for you." Once the little baby got the milk, he seemed quite satisfied, which had worried her so much. Taking care of a child was indeed exhausting. It was not a job for humans. The child, once cleaned up, looked quite cute during the day, all rosy and tender. If she were to abandon him, he definitely wouldn't survive. In an instant, Xiaoqing's heart was complicated. "I hope my space evolves quickly, that way, I can have supplies to take care of you. Otherwise, without food, you would starve to death. But don't worry, I will bury you properly when the time comes. I won't let those bad people bully your little corpse." Xiaoqing muttered to herself, thinking about how such a cute child would be the apple of the family's eye in her world. But here he had become mere rations. It was truly heart-wrenching. Xiaoqing held the child, looking left and right, hoping that Suyu would arrive soon. Not seeing Suyu's shadow, she spotted a somewhat rusty pickup truck. Xiaoqing quickly hid, gripping her military dagger tightly. Damn! Every day, every hour here is so thrilling. Her nerves were always on edge, constantly worried about danger. Because the people she encountered were not police officers, They could be terrifying zombies or humans who would eat you alive without spitting out the bones. And there were mutated animals with strange appearances. Compared to zombies, Xiaoqing found the humans in this apocalypse even more frightening. We're running low on gasoline. We need to find a place to replenish our supplies, the short-haired woman said with a frown. Mei Ling, I sensed a little baby. A baby? A living baby? Are you sure you didn't sense it wrong? The woman turned to the one in the passenger seat. No mistake. When has my ability ever failed? There really is a baby, Chai Jing said seriously. Zhao Meiling slowly brought the car to a stop. Zhao Meiling said in disbelief, in this desolate wilderness, even if there is a baby, it must be close to death, right? 2 people got out of the car holding weapons, and 2 children aged about 6 or 7 crawled out of the trunk. You two, don't stick your heads out of the car, Chai Jing said with a frown. The 2 children nodded, revealing only a pair of dark eyes. Chai Jing held a watermelon knife, while Zhao Meiling wielded a heavy cleaver. It's right in front. Zhao Meiling pointed to a dirt wall ahead. Don't come over, Xia Qing suddenly said coldly. Chai Jing was shocked to see Xia Qing. How could there be other people? Her ability had never failed her, and she tested it again, still only detecting the small baby. Chai Jing and Zhao Meiling were dressed in military green tank tops, one in blue denim shorts and the other in black, both wearing leather boots. Don't be nervous. We're just passing by and sensed there were survivors here, Chai Jing said in a deep voice. Zhao Meiling stood in front of Xia Qing with her cleaver. Both Chai Jing and Zhao Meiling had been lacking water for a long time, their faces pale and lips cracked, but they had no dark veins. This was considered slightly better in the apocalypse. In contrast, Xia Qing had thick black hair, rosy lips, and a fair complexion. She looked nothing like someone from the apocalypse. The atmosphere instantly became tense. What do you want? Xia Qing questioned, sensing some strength in the 2 before her, while Chai Jing curiously looked at Xia Qing. She scanned with her ability but couldn't detect anything about Xia Qing. It was as if she were a bug. Is this your child? Zhao Meiling asked with a frown. What do you want? Xia Qing watched the 2 warily. She had seen cruel people before who wouldn't spare even children, so she was now afraid of who these 2 were. Is there something? Xia Qing said coldly, gripping the military dagger in her hand. If they dared to approach, she would stab without hesitation. Just then, in this tense moment, the baby began to cry loudly, and not only that, it also pooped. A foul smell immediately filled the air. Xia Qing's clothes, holding the baby, were instantly stained yellow. The tense scene was shattered by this moment. Xia Qing couldn't afford to relax. There were still 2 people standing dangerously in front of her with sharp blades. The baby's cries grew louder. Don't let the baby cry, it will attract other mutated animals or zombies, Zhao Meiling quickly said. On the other side, be careful, mutated monsters are approaching us, Chai Jing said urgently. Xia Qing looked around but didn't see any monsters. After a few seconds, several mutated wolf dogs over a meter long suddenly sprang out. The mutated wolf dogs let out hoarse growls as they approached them. Quick, don't let the baby keep crying, Chai Jing urged. Xia Qing was flustered. She had never taken care of a child before. First, clean his bottom. Do you have any milk? Let him suck on that to calm him down. I don't have any. Xia Qing was on the verge of tears. She wasn't even married. Roar Zhao Meiling, holding the cleaver, was incredibly strong. As soon as the mutated wolf dogs got close, she swung the cleaver and charged forward. Basically, one swing could incapacitate a mutated wolf dog. Wah wah. The child continued to cry. If you trust me, hand him over. I mean you no harm, Chai Jing said in a deep voice, believing in her judgment. Xia Qing glanced back at Zhao Meiling, who was protecting them with the cleaver, hesitated for a moment, and then handed the child to Chai Jing. Chai Jing quickly cleaned the baby's bottom and then pulled out a slightly yellowed pacifier from her pocket, putting it in the child's mouth, which immediately quieted him down. Chapter 140, The End of the World, Heart-Pounding. Several mutated large dogs were knocked down by Zhao Meiling, and there were bloodstains everywhere. We should leave first, or the smell of blood will attract other mutated animals, Chai Jing said anxiously. These mutated wild dogs had very sensitive noses. Xia Qing also got into their pickup truck, but as soon as he opened the door, he found 2 little boys sitting in the back, one of whom was a frail baby just a few months old. Chai Jing quickly drove the car away from the scene. Zhao Meiling saw a few mutated animals following them, drawn by the smell of blood, licking the corpses on the ground. The baby must be hungry. Duo, check if there's any milk powder left in the can, and prepare some for the child, Chai Jing said. A 6-year-old girl nodded and took out a worn milk powder can. Xia Qing noticed that the date on it had expired for several months. The little girl scooped out a spoonful and mixed it with a large amount of water to feed the baby. Xia Qing actually wanted to refuse, as the milk powder had expired for months and he wasn't sure if it was good for the child. However, since he had just gotten into the car and wasn't familiar with the 2, he could only observe for now. Gulyulu, the little one drank from the yellowed bottle. My name is Chai Jing, and this is my partner Zhao Meiling. You don't look like a corpse licker, Chai Jing said. Of course not, I found this child, and they did too, Xia Qing replied. They were saved by Jingjing and Meiling, Duo said, her voice a bit hoarse. The other little boy seemed worried, quiet, and curled up in the corner. They are the ones we rescued from the corpse lickers. Those people, although they haven't turned into zombies, are no longer worthy of being human, Chai Jing said with disgust. Those who had eaten human flesh were referred to as corpse lickers. We have been searching for a new home. The world is so big, there must be a place for us to live. You must also be a supernatural being, right? Otherwise, you wouldn't have survived until now, Zhao Meiling asked tentatively. The two of them were women, naturally uniting with other girls. Xia Qing had managed to live with the child for so long without showing signs of hardship, so she must also be a supernatural being. Chai Jing sensed Xia Qing's wariness and did not continue to inquire further. You can just put me in the front, I can walk by myself. She still needed to find Suyu. As a thank you for saving me, here, this is for you, Xia Qing said, taking out 3 bottles of Waha from her space. The little girl looked at the items with great surprise and excitement. Although she had quite a few supplies in her space, she didn't dare waste them since her space was currently upgrading. You are a space supernatural being? Chai Jing said in surprise. Sort of, Xia Qing replied. Space supernatural beings were quite rare. In the team they had previously joined, there was one space supernatural being. At first, everyone catered to her because they all wanted the supplies stored in her space, but as time went on, that person's supplies were nearly exhausted, and no one paid her any attention anymore. Unexpectedly, they encountered another space supernatural being here. Chai Jing thought that space supernatural beings should live alone, that was the only way to survive. Although being in a group provided some safety, human hearts were far more complicated than zombies. Thank you, sister, Duo said excitedly. You can't get down, Chai Jing suddenly said. This statement made the atmosphere tense again. There's danger, don't get out of the car here. I am a scout supernatural being. I can detect within an 800-meter radius. That group of mutated wild dogs is chasing us, she explained. These mutated wild dogs have very keen senses. We didn't clean up after killing that group of mutated dogs just now, Chai Jing said nervously. These guys are tough. At first, Xia Qing didn't believe it until he saw several mutated wild dogs chasing them through the rear window. The speed of these mutated dogs was incredibly fast. The car is out of fuel. Chai Jing looked at the dashboard showing low fuel. The car is probably going to stop. Duo, Tong, you two hurry and hide. There are a total of 4. Be careful. Don't worry, this time I'll chop off their heads and stew them for meat, Zhao Meiling said coldly. Not worried at all, they had faced danger before. Don't be careless, there's one that's very strong, Chai Jing reminded. Russell. The car was about to run out of fuel and slowly came to a stop. A mutated wild dog chased up from behind, biting at the metal of the pickup truck. Zhao Meiling opened the car door and swung at the mutated wild dog. Chai Jing also picked up a watermelon knife. Roar! A mutated wild dog reached in through the car window, tearing at its head. Green, foul-smelling liquid dripped from its mouth. Duo was used to such scenes and tightly held her younger sister in her arms, not letting her make a sound. So disgusting. Seeing the mutated dog's mouth up close, the liquid flowing out looked like pus from a wound. It was truly stinky. Xia Qing took a baseball bat from her space and swung it at the dog's head. Whack! The dog's head was dented in and sent flying. Xia Qing got out of the car and saw Chai Jing and Zhao Meiling leaning against each other, dealing with a fierce mutated wild dog. This one was clearly larger than the others. Its teeth were sharper and harder. Roar! Oh no! A few more have come. Chai Jing frowned. What bad luck today, to run into such a sensitive-nosed wild dog. Take care of it. Xia Qing saw a mutated wild dog charging at Chai Jing and directly swung her baseball bat to knock it away. Thank you, Chai Jing said, still shaken. Just now, 3 mutated dogs had attacked her at the same time. If it weren't for Xia Qing, she would have been ambushed. The 3 girls, armed with different weapons, backed together to deal with these mutated dogs. They had to chop off their heads to immobilize them. No, we have too many scents on us, it will continue to attract mutated dogs. Chai Jing frowned. We can't let the mutated dogs around come over. These dogs rely on smell? Xia Qing asked. Exactly. Did you see their eyes? They're white, they are blind. Their noses have mutated into 5 nostrils, which is why they are so sensitive. Chai Jing said, panting. Jing, how are you? Zhao Meiling asked worriedly. Zhao Meiling had super strength, but Chai Jing's physical condition was relatively weak. Most importantly, Chai Jing had her period. Girls are at their weakest during this time. Xia Qing's eyes lit up as she took out perfume from her space. She sprayed it all over herself. You two spray some on yourselves. Xia Qing handed them 2 bottles. These were from her previous scavenging in the mall. She had kept quite a bit for future research, thinking she could sell it later. Splash, she sprayed herself. The mutated dogs were confused by the scent. Not good, they're heading for the car, Chai Jing said. Inside the car were all children. Chapter 141, Apocalypse, waiting for Suyu. Sure enough, those mutated wolves began to bite at the car. Zzzzz. The 3 of them hurried after. Xia Qing's skills had been trained by Suyu for a while, and her reactions were very sharp. After a few minutes, only one large mutated wild dog remained. Roar, the mutated wild wolf howled, green pus dripping from its mouth. They had all slashed it a few times, and it was unfazed. It seemed completely unaware of the pain. We must resolve this quickly, or it will attract other mutated animals soon. Chai Jing frowned. In a crisis, it is essential to resolve the situation quickly without hesitation. In the past, they would drive away from the scene at high speed, but at this moment, the car was out of gas. The 3 of them faced off against a gigantic mutated wild dog. The mutated wild dog charged at them with a howl, and in the middle, Chai Jing quickly dodged, while Zhao Meiling slashed at it with a knife. Xia Qing swung a baseball bat at its head, using so much force that both the bat and the mutated wild dog flew out. The mutated wild dog was sent flying several dozen meters away, crashing heavily to the ground, and the back half of its body was slashed open by Zhao Meiling. Are you also a power user? Zhao Meiling looked at Xia Qing in surprise. That kind of strength was something an ordinary person couldn't achieve. No, I just have a bit more strength, Xia Qing replied. Let's not talk about that now. We need to take our things and leave this place, Chai Jing said. Xia Qing could see that Chai Jing was the leader among the 2, while Zhao Meiling was the main force. I have some gasoline, let's use it to get out of here. Upon hearing this, both of them were very excited. Perhaps it was because they had just fought together, and now they trusted each other more. Xia Qing only added a portion of gasoline for them. Huffing, they got into the car and drove away. Xia Qing saw a note written by Suyu in the space and quickly informed him of the current situation. Xia Qing, I just saw your skills. You have the shadow of a special training unit. Are you a female soldier? Zhao Meiling asked. No, I just trained for a while, Xia Qing said. I see. Zhao Meiling nodded. She was also a female soldier. We've been to many places, some have rampant mutated animals, and some are surrounded by zombies. I really don't know where there is still a place for us humans to survive, Chai Jing sighed. You can go to the Sunny Base. There are many people there, with normal food and water, Xia Qing said. Sunny Base? Where is that? Chai Jing asked. It should be in Yang City, Xia Qing replied uncertainly, as she was not from this timeline. Yang City? That's 700 or 800 kilometers away. How did you come from so far? Zhao Meiling exclaimed. 700 or 800 kilometers? How is that possible? Do you know Xinchuan City? We're in the outskirts of Qingyuan City, about 80 or 90 kilometers from Xinchuan City, Chai Jing said. They also needed to go there because the county and urban areas had more supplies, and they needed to replenish their resources. Moreover, Xinchuan City was by the sea, and they wondered if they could catch some fish. What? It's that close. What about Luochang? Xia Qing quickly asked. North of Xinchuan, it should be about 100 kilometers from here. 100 kilometers? Xia Qing frowned, not expecting that she and Suyu would be separated by such a great distance this time. Perhaps something went wrong with the spatial evolution, causing her to be transported here. She sensed the space, the colorful flow, like a thin film, had already covered half of it. She felt that when it was fully covered, this space would successfully upgrade, and she would be able to return to her own world. It seemed there was still a day left. Thinking of this, Xia Qing felt a huge sense of relief. She left a message for Suyu, telling him not to worry. I'll stay here with my friends and won't go with you, Xia Qing said. Suyu had just replied to the note. He was driving over, probably just a few dozen kilometers away. It's too dangerous for you to be alone, Zhao Meiling said, a bit worried. Chai Jing used her powers to scan the surroundings and found no immediate danger. Thinking of something, Chai Jing did not continue to persuade Xia Qing to stay. It was best not to get too involved in others' matters, after all, they were just passing acquaintances. Xia Qing took the child away and then pulled out a lot of things from her space. If you believe me, you can go to the Sunny Base, where there is food. You are all ability users and can survive on points. Okay, Zhao Meiling said. Take these things with you. Xia Qing took out a large bag of items from her space. She watched the car drive away, hoping they would meet again by chance in the future. Inside the car, Duo and Tong Tong were unpacking, and there were plenty of food items, including several large boxes of chocolate. Sister, look, Duo said excitedly. That sister gave us so much food. Duo was very happy. Tom Ton looked at a colorful lollipop, his eyes shining. Zhao Meiling saw instant noodles inside and was very grateful to Xia Qing. I wonder if she will be in danger herself, Chai Jing said with a frown. She won't, Zhao Meiling said firmly. She had seen that woman's skills. She was quite strong and capable. That sister is really nice, Duo said happily. Yeah, she is a space ability user and probably collected a lot of things. It's normal for her to want to live alone, but it's surprising that she gave us so much, Chai Jing said. Yes, we've encountered so many selfish people on this journey that I almost thought everyone was like that. Selfishness is just a desire to survive. For example, if you have 10 million, donating 1,000 isn't a big deal. But if you only have 1,000, would you still think about donating? Xia Qing giving them so much meant she definitely had enough food. It would be great if Xia Qing could join us. At least when we go to search for supplies, we could carry more, Zhao Meiling said regretfully. Let it be, we can't force others to do anything. But she seems like a good person. At least she can choose to be a partner in this apocalypse. Although they encountered many dark people in the apocalypse, human nature is complex, and not everyone can abandon their bottom line. Some will uphold their morals, even when their country has suffered from war. They will resist fiercely and never give up. There are traitors, but there are also heroes. Are we going to the sunny base? Zhao Meiling asked. It's too far. We need to collect enough gasoline first. Finding a stable place would definitely be good, Chai Jing said. Xia Qing watched them ride away on their bikes while she held the child, waiting for Suyu. The child was quite well behaved, eating and sleeping. Chapter 142, Apocalypse, Heart Racing, Space Upgrade Successful. Xia Qing was feeling a bit hungry. The warm food from her space was all prepared in advance. However, it had been almost 2 days since she last bathed, and she felt uncomfortable with her sticky body. She thought that when she could return next time, she must take a good bath. In the apocalypse, there was dust everywhere, and perhaps she had a bit of a cleanliness obsession, especially since she often had to hunt those disgusting mutated animals and zombies. About 2 hours later, she saw a car speeding towards her from a distance. Xia Qing immediately stood up excitedly. She knew it was Suyu coming. He finally arrived. She hurriedly ran towards the car, which was the SUV she had bought for Suyu, but the front had a large dent. The bumper had fallen off, and there was no license plate. It was Suyu. Xia Qing's eyes lit up with excitement as the car quickly stopped in front of her. Suyu stepped out of the car with his long legs. His beard had grown out, looking like he hadn't groomed himself for 2 days. His eyes were red, and the bloodshot veins were clearly visible. Suyu, Xia Qing's tone contained a hint of grievance, and her eyes were almost misty. This was a stark contrast to her fierce demeanor when she killed the mutated wild dogs. She has been really tense these past few days. The space has always been her reliance. Although she has seen this ruined apocalypse, every time she went out, there were many people around. But these past 2 days, it has just been her alone, and she truly felt how difficult it is to live in the apocalypse. She also understood how strong those who can uphold their moral bottom line are. Suyu is one of them. Otherwise, facing such scenes every day, Xia Qing doesn't know how long she can survive. Perhaps after a while, she would have already lost hope. Suyu turned back in response, their eyes meeting unexpectedly. I'm here. Suyu didn't realize how hoarse his voice was, but it still sounded pleasant. He stepped forward, his distinctly knuckled hand wanting to hold Xia Qing in his arms. He had been very worried and scared these past 2 days. He feared that Xia Qing would come to despise this world, and even more, he feared for her safety. He had never been this afraid before. Even facing death was not as terrifying as the thought of Xia Qing being in danger. Suyu restrained himself and reached out, brushing Xia Qing's hair. Her face had some dust, and her eyes were slightly darkened. The pain in his gaze was about to overflow, and he struggled to suppress the urge to hold Xia Qing tightly. His hand clenched tightly, trying hard to control his emotions, but his eyes could not hide the worry and the feeling of having her back. Suyu, I'm really tired. I want to take a nap, Xia Qing said, relaxing her spirit. Okay, you can sleep in the car for a bit, Suyu replied gently. He didn't ask how Xia Qing had saved a baby, but he still took the child. Xia Qing reclined the front seat, and with Suyu beside her, she felt particularly at ease, even though the outside world was an apocalypse filled with zombies and mutated animals. Before long, Xia Qing had already fallen asleep. The high tension had drained her energy. These past 2 days, her body had been too tense, waking up every little while, exhausting her spirit. She had never been in such a state before. Now completely relaxed, she fell asleep quickly. Suyu adjusted the air conditioning to a comfortable temperature and placed the baby in the back. He looked at Xia Qing, who was already asleep, her muscles relaxed. Only then did Suyu feel at ease. The sunlight slanted through the car window, illuminating her face. Her long, curled eyelashes were incredibly cute, and Suyu couldn't help but lean closer. He could clearly see that Xia Qing's delicate skin had almost no pores. Her warm breath brushed against him, and his heart suddenly felt heavy. His dark eyes reflected Xia Qing's peaceful, relaxed, sweet face, and even he, who was usually calm and composed, couldn't help but feel flustered. Suyu's throat tightened, and he couldn't help but swallow. Xia Qing felt a bit uncomfortable and moved slightly. Suyu quickly stood up, his ears instantly turning red. Looking at Xia Qing's still closed eyes, he felt like a child caught in the wrong. His gaze had nowhere to settle, and his heart was about to burst. If Xia Qing weren't asleep, she would have clearly heard the thumping sound. Just now, her lips had lightly brushed against his, like a butterfly gently passing by, leaving a tingling sensation. Suyu couldn't help but touch his lips, which had just been accidentally brushed by Xia Qing, feeling flustered and chaotic. Xia Qing slept for a full 2 hours and woke up stretching. She felt refreshed from the nap, and the sky outside had darkened. She got up and saw Suyu coaxing the baby, feeding it formula made from the space, giving off a bit of a dad vibe. "Where are we now?" "We're almost at Qingyuan County," Suyu said. The sky was getting dark, and entering the county at this moment was very dangerous, especially with a small baby to take care of. They were still about 10 kilometers from the county, and they could occasionally hear the roars of zombies. It would be great if Chai Jing were here. She was a scout-type ability user and could see if there were any dangers nearby. "You should rest too." Xia Qing quickly took the baby back. "I'm not tired," Suyu said in a deep voice, recalling the days and nights he had spent without sleep while on missions. "No, you should take a nap, that way, we'll have more energy. I see that the space has completed its evolution. Can you see if you can return to your world?" Suyu said. His heart was actually tangled and anxious, but he wouldn't selfishly keep Xia Qing in this desolate world. Upon hearing this, Xia Qing was very excited and quickly entered the space. The space had successfully upgraded. It hadn't expanded, but it felt different. Previously, everything around was pitch black, and now there was some silvery light. Xia Qing placed her hand over it, feeling a flow, and soon she accepted the information about the space upgrade. "So that's how it is." Xia Qing thought of her original world, and a white vortex appeared in the center of the space. With the space upgrade, she could now open any vortex directly. She quickly informed Suyu that she would go back to check on her parents and would come back right away. She didn't feel comfortable leaving Suyu alone. The next moment, Xia Qing appeared in her hotel bedroom, where it was now 6 in the morning. She hurried to take a shower and changed into clean clothes. First, she went to check on Shu Ran, who was sleeping soundly, and then rushed to the hospital ward. "Dad, how have Mom and you been these past few days?" Xia Qing asked anxiously. "Pretty good. It's quite comfortable staying here in the hospital. Everything is arranged well every day." "I'm fine too. It's just that your mom has been nagging about why you haven't come over these days and why you're not answering your calls," Xia Jishang frowned and said. Not answering calls made them very worried. "I went to find a friend. Mom needs an implant for her leg, and I want to find the best one so that she can walk normally in the future," Xia Qing said. "That's great. Just don't tire yourself out too much these days. Just call your mom to reassure her. We don't need to worry about anything in this hospital." "Dad, if you're fine, you might as well get a checkup at the hospital too," Xia Qing smiled. "No need, I'm in great health. These past few days, I've been playing chess with the guy in the next ward every day. He can't win against me at all and keeps asking me to play," Xia Jishang said proudly. "The food in this hospital is too good. It's even better than what's made outside." Before long, Yang Xia also woke up and was very happy to see her daughter. "Mom, don't worry, just take good care of yourself. The repair on your face is already in progress. It will definitely not be noticeable once you're discharged," Xia Qing said. "I'm not worried. Watching dramas here every day is quite nice," Yang Xia said. Although Yang Xia said this, Xia Qing could see the worry in her eyes, definitely because of her leg. At 8 in the morning, the doctor came to do rounds and called Xia Qing out separately. "If the surgery is done earlier, recovery will be best within half a month. I still recommend you to do it as soon as possible," the doctor said. "I know, but the current artificial joints cannot restore my mother's normal life. I have already been in contact with artificial bones. Once implanted, my mother will recover normally in the future. At that time, I'll trouble you to personally perform the surgery," Xia Qing said. "Artificial bones? How is that possible?" The doctor thought Xia Qing was joking. Although there was research in this area and papers had been published, it was still just theoretical. "Miss Xia, this is not a joking matter. It concerns your mother's leg," the doctor said seriously. "I can understand your feelings, but the most advanced option right now is this artificial joint. Although it's metal, its safety performance is very high, and early implantation can help the patient recover faster. Later, rehabilitation training will also be needed," the doctor said earnestly. He understood that family members of patients always wanted to find better treatment methods for their loved ones. "I can understand your good intentions, but I hope to wait a bit longer until I get the artificial skeleton," and then you can take a look. I can tell you clearly that the artificial skeleton has not been developed at all. I don't know where you heard that, but I still suggest you get it implanted as soon as possible, the doctor said with a frown. If there really were a technology for artificial skeletons, the wealthy would have already been clamoring for it. This is merely a stage of theoretical discussion. When I get the item, you will definitely agree, Xia Qing said in a deep voice. She knew the doctor thought she was being deceived, and she could only prove it once she actually had it. The doctor looked at Xia Qing's insistence and shook his head slightly. He had seen patients stick to their opinions only to end up harming themselves. The doctor sighed deeply and said nothing more. He just wouldn't perform the surgery when the time came. Although the money was good, it had to be a successful treatment. He wouldn't take such a risk, nor would he tarnish his reputation. After seeing the doctor, Xia Qing went to remind Yang's mother a few things. If you need anything in the hospital, just order it. Don't worry about the medical expenses. They've all been prepaid. Dad, you'll have to take care of Mom for the next few days. It's no trouble at all, not at all, Xia Jixiang said. This place was hardly a hospital, it was more like a high-end hotel, and the garden outside was beautiful. He planned to take Yang Xia out for a stroll today. Now that Yang Xia's condition had stabilized a bit, she still couldn't walk and could only sit in a wheelchair. After finishing all this, Xia Qing hurried to the baby specialty store in the mall. What are some well-reviewed newborn formulas? Xia Qing asked, frowning at the dazzling array of products. Are there really so many things for babies? This high-end formula from Germany, Baba Supreme, and this Itemi Platinum, both contain natural milk fat and probiotics, the staff member introduced. Our domestic brands, Xingfei Fan Juorui and Shifu, are also very good, focusing on lactoferrin and containing 6 types of human milk oligosaccharides. How many cans does a baby drink in about a month? Xia Qing asked. Forget it, just give me 10 boxes of these 2 brands, Xia Qing said. Upon hearing this, the staff members' eyes lit up, and they couldn't suppress their smile. Sure, please wait a moment. I'll get the goods and prepare the invoice right away. 1 box of formula contains 8 cans, so 10 boxes would be 80 cans. I suggest you can get a membership for a 20% discount. We have stores nationwide, and you can also receive gifts. Alright, then let's do it. Introduce me to other baby products, Xia Qing said. The staff member quickly nodded, looking at Xia Qing with a different light. She had placed orders before, but today was a super big order. Moreover, the customer was so straightforward. It was as if they were about to empty the store. Get 50 boxes of diapers from small to large, and these few bottles, Xia Qing said. Babies go through a lot of supplies. This soft tissue is very gentle for wiping little bottoms, and there's a cream to prevent diaper rash. These baby clothes are all pure cotton, with 100% Class A testing. They feel very soft when worn. Buy them all, Xia Qing said. Anyway, she didn't know what a little baby needed, so she would buy everything first. It would definitely come in handy. The staff member followed Xia Qing, their face almost blooming with smiles, and even the store manager came over to help with the introductions. Xia Qing bought quite a lot until the car was filled to the brim. For the remaining items, she had them packed and sent to the hotel. Back at the hotel, she stored all these things in her space. After finishing all this, Xia Qing went to look for Chu Ran. The child was not in the room, so she checked the watch locator and found that Chu Ran had gone to the hotel amusement park. After thinking for a moment, Xia Qing decided to hire a private butler at the hotel. Usually, you are responsible for this child. When he goes out, follow him to ensure his safety. If anything happens, contact me in a timely manner. If I don't answer the phone, send me a WeChat message. Okay, don't worry, I will take good care of the child. Xia Qing felt relatively assured with this top-notch private steward and signed the contract, paying a commission in advance. Then she returned to her room, preparing to find Suyu, but her phone was bombarded with various WeChat messages, so she could only reply one by one. First was her aunt. She had already contacted Yang Xia, and they would arrive in Port City in the next couple of days. The shop had now been equipped with machines, so Xia Qing no longer needed to prepare the medicinal materials. She just had to purchase them and put them into the machines for processing. Next, Lin Nuan was also coming to Port City. Nuan, my mom is almost better now. There's no need for you to come all the way here. Besides, you're currently filming. I've seen the trailer that has been released. It's really good. The sci-fi film's teaser had already come out, produced by a top domestic special effects company. But my aunt, her aunt was hospitalized. Don't worry, this is the top private hospital in Port City, Xia Qing said. Lin Nuan also knew about this hospital. It had excellent treatment and an even better environment, but it was very expensive, and the hospitalization fees were something ordinary people couldn't afford. Xia Qing replied to the subsequent messages one by one. The people in the village were almost in a panic. This Xia was hit and sent to the hospital. I heard she went to a big hospital for treatment, but we don't know when she will be back. Yeah, old Xiao went along too. No one has been collecting our vegetables lately. We can only sell them off, and now we have to get up early and work late again. I heard it was his nephew who hit her. My goodness, it was such a serious accident, and now he's reportedly been taken to the detention center for 15 days. Is he borrowing money everywhere? This Xia was hit, and now no one is collecting our vegetables. Xia Lei shouldn't have driven if he couldn't. He hit someone and ran away. If it weren't for De Huan going out to call for help, it would have been really dangerous. Grandma Xia had been staying at Xia Jiqing's place these past few days, and Tian Kaihua was in a particularly bad mood. Our son is now in the detention center. He can't even keep his job. How could Xia Qing be so heartless to her own family? Tian Kaihua said angrily. Mom, are you just going to watch? Grandma Xia felt bad too. Now we can't even contact Xia Jixiang. With Lei Lei in the detention center, I feel terrible too, Grandma Xia sighed. It's all that dead girl Xia Qing's fault for calling the police. Yang Xia has already been saved, and Lei Lei didn't do it on purpose, yet now our son is arrested. And you still say we are one family. Is this how family treats us? Xia Jiqing remained silent, his face dark with anger, and he was also very resentful towards Xia Jixiang. Stop talking. This matter has already turned out like this. Now Lei Lei is in the detention center, and we can't contact the second brother at all. Xia Jiqing frowned, looking at the broken bowl on the ground that Tian Kaihua had smashed, his face turning pale with anger. Grandma Xia thought about going to Xia Jixiang's house to find something valuable to help support the family, but as soon as she entered the yard, the big yellow dog barked at her, baring its teeth. Now the walls of Xia Qing's house were all in disrepair. Xia Qing entered the space, thinking about the time and space of Suyu, and suddenly a swirling vortex of light appeared. The next second, Xia Qing entered Suyu's time and space. Suyu squinted his eyes, sensing that Xia Qing had arrived, and immediately woke up. I bought a lot of things, including a safety seat. The off-road vehicle I ordered before won't arrive until 3 days later, Xia Qing said. Okay. Xia Qing took clean clothes and diapers for the baby from the space to change her, but she had never done this before. Moreover, the little baby's body was incredibly soft and squishy. Let me do it, Suyu said, noticing Xia Qing's awkwardness. Suyu took the child's clothes and deftly changed the diaper, dressing the baby with ease. Seeing Suyu's efficiency, which made it seem like he had done this many times before, Xia Qing couldn't help but ask nervously, have you had children before? No, I've never been married. I haven't even had a girlfriend, Suyu hurriedly explained. He had always been in the military, surrounded by men, and even when he was undercover on missions, he had no interest in other women. Hearing Suyu's words, Xia Qing finally relaxed. When I was on a mission at the border, I rescued a group of trafficked children. The oldest was only 4 or 5, and the youngest was just a few months old. Our team was all men, so we had to take care of them ourselves. There were 7 or 8 babies, and the 8 of us took turns caring for them. It was overwhelming. After half a month, we had turned a few men into caregivers, Suyu recalled. They were soldiers, and their ability to learn made taking care of children manageable. But every day was filled with the cries of infants, one after another, and they couldn't soothe them all. Those soldiers were just 18-year-old boys. How could they have any experience in this area? Taking care of babies is harder than fighting, Suyu said, reminiscing about that time with a hint of humor, though Xia Qing sensed a subtle sadness in his tone. Did something happen? Some of my good brothers died trying to save the children, and those who survived have probably turned into zombies by now. In short, he hadn't seen them since. After Suyu finished speaking, the atmosphere in the car grew a bit heavy. No one wished for the world to turn out this way. One could only say that the world was not a pure land, and everyone had their own suffering. Suyu, I believe you can change this world, and I will help you, Xia Qing said. She had previously spoken of grand aspirations as if joking, but she truly hoped for a peaceful and stable world. All right, it will definitely happen, Suyu replied, a slight smile forming at the corners of his mouth as he looked at Xia Qing, his gaze subtly shifting. Once the world stabilized and became peaceful, he would definitely speak out. He would. Even if Xia Qing wouldn't stay in his world, he would find a way to reach her time and space. He needed to discover the reason for the connection between their worlds. Suyu took out the baby safety seat and attached it, which also had some toys on it. We'll set off soon, bypassing Qingyuan County. If all goes well, we should reach Xinchuan City by noon, Suyu said. They had Sun Shenzhen's satellite map, so they could navigate smoothly. Xinchuan City is a first-tier metropolis with a large population, so there will definitely be a lot of zombies. What about this child? Suyu frowned as he looked at the baby. The child had just finished drinking milk and was staring at the little toys in front of him. It was already dangerous for Suyu and Xia Qing to navigate through a horde of zombies, and now they had to bring along a baby who might cry at any moment. Those zombies had keen hearing. Carrying a baby was undoubtedly like carrying a ticking time bomb. I know, but he's so small, we can't just give up on him, can we? Xia Qing frowned. Suddenly, she thought of Chai Jing and Zhao Meiling. If they could hand the child over to them, Xia Qing would feel at ease. After all, they had adopted a few children, and Xia Qing could provide them with food. But now, finding them would be quite difficult. They had no way to contact them. Don't worry, since we've decided to take him, we can't give up. There are always more solutions than difficulties, Suyu said. The world was filled with challenges, and humanity possessed a strong belief, just like him. Once, no one believed he could traverse the dangerous Amazon rainforest, but he succeeded, accomplishing what no one thought possible. Humanity is the most capable of creating miracles, and they are no exception. A baby is a burden but also a hope, isn't it? Xia Qing looked at the sleeping face of the baby, truly changing day by day. Yesterday it was wrinkled, and today it had already become tender and fair. The little face turned rosy, incredibly cute. Suyu, let's give him a name. What should we call him? Xia Qing said excitedly, blinking her eyes. The sunlight shone brightly, warmly illuminating the room with a hint of heat. How about Xia Yang? Great, very good. Let's call him Xia Yang, Xia Qing said with a smile. It sounded like a warm personality. 18 years later, it would be a slap in the face. The name Yang would have a Yandere personality. From now on, he will take my surname, and I promise you a life of luxury in the future, but you must be good, Xia Qing said. Unable to resist, she pinched the child's face. Their pace was slow, some roads were destroyed, and after the apocalypse, no one would repair them, making it impossible for cars to pass. Walking was exhausting and slow. In that case, Suyu, I'll go back and buy a motorcycle. With a motorcycle, they would be much more convenient. Okay, I'll wait for you, Suyu replied. The next moment, Xia Qing returned to her time and space. She could now freely control the vortex, condensing it directly to return to her own time without passing through space. There were quite a few motorcycle shops in the port city. Moreover, many people rode motorcycles at night. She searched for a motorcycle shop on the map and headed to Hongtu Road by taxi. It was already 11 o'clock at night, and many were racing on the roads. The roar of motorcycles filled the air. Especially at the motorcycle shop, it was still open late, with many young boys and girls sitting on cool motorcycles, some wheels even flashing colorful lights. Boys were smoking, and girls were chewing gum. This reminded Xia Qing of some scenes from Hong Kong dramas. Movies are derived from reality. Boss, do you have any heavy motorcycles? The boss was a 30-year-old man with braided hair, speaking in Cantonese. Little girl, these few models are all heavy. The boss didn't even look up, playing with his phone while pointing to a few motorcycles in front. Xia Qing looked at several models and said, I want this one. How'd you a Suzuki GSV 250, where do I pay? The boss was taken aback for a moment, then stood up and said, this model is 210,000. No bargaining. Okay. I want to buy 2 helmets, unisex. Xia Qing looked at the motorcycle gear nearby, shorts, tank tops, leather jackets. She bought a set for herself and another for Suyu. She swiped her card and left, finishing the purchase in less than 10 minutes. She got on the motorcycle, and many people were watching her. It seemed she didn't have a motorcycle license yet. Fortunately, it was late at night, and she could just ride to a deserted place and return to her space. That girl, I wonder which rich second-generation girl she is, probably buying for her boyfriend. Why can't I meet someone with a love-struck brain? The boss sighed. Swiping money was truly exhilarating. No haggling at all. Hopefully, there would be customers like this every day. Isn't this a rich second generation? Virum, the motorcycle's acceleration was quite fast. She quickly reached a deserted area and returned to her space. She also found a barbershop to trim her hair, and after returning to the hotel, she hurriedly took a bath. She was so dirty, sticky all over, so Xia Qing ordered a milk bath package. The hotel staff left only after preparing everything. She was used to watching dramas while soaking in the bath, and this time was no exception. Meanwhile, Suyu, the child, was crying loudly. He took out milk powder and a bottle from the space, seeing a cool motorcycle in the space. Knowing that Xia Qing should have finished shopping, he also prepared milk for Xia Yang, and the little guy fell asleep shortly after eating. Just as he entered the space to get some milk powder, he felt that he could enter the space. To test it out, he absorbed the remaining crystal beads, and a chaotic spatial vortex formed in his hand. A flash of surprise crossed Suyu's eyes. He was immediately sucked in. The next second, he appeared in a blurry bathroom, surrounded by a hazy mist, steam enveloping him, and a fragrant aroma filling the entire space. Water cascaded over her body, dancing on her delicate skin, forming droplets. Suyu was so nervous he couldn't speak. He clearly saw that the skin-like, long hair wet, and the flushed face from the bath was indeed Xia Qing. Fortunately, the next second, he was bounced back. He had been there for less than 2 seconds. His entire body felt as if his abilities had been drained, and he was drenched in sweat. Xiaoqing, however, was completely unaware. After her bath, she changed into a motorcycle outfit, black leather shorts, a black tank top, and a small leather jacket, with a dagger pouch strapped to her thigh. She had tied her hair into small braids, looking incredibly cool in the mirror. She returned to Suyu's time and space. What's wrong? Did something happen? Why are your ears so red? Xiaoqing looked at Suyu's ears, which were burning. Suyu didn't dare to meet Xiaoqing's eyes, feeling a bit dry in the mouth. He didn't dare to tell Xiaoqing that he had just visited her time and space. It's just a bit hot, Suyu said, his words not matching his heart. His mind involuntarily recalled that alluring scene, leaving him feeling dazed. He had completed many tasks and seen many women before, but he had never taken it to heart. Xiaoqing's flushed face, the rising heat, and the lingering fragrance seemed to stay at the tip of his nose, making it hard for him to forget. Scene after scene uncontrollably appeared in his mind. He struggled to restrain himself. Perhaps liking someone meant that both psychological and physical desires would only be directed at one person. Xiaoqing noticed that the car's air conditioning was set to 20 degrees. Was it really that hot? The car continued to drive, and as they got closer to the county town, they could see that some houses around had already been sandified. Many old cars lay around, their tires scattered nearby. There were skeletons sitting in the car. Despite looking fine, they would crumble into dust with just a light touch. Further ahead, the car could no longer move. The road was bumpy. Fortunately, I bought a motorcycle, we can ride it over, Xiaoqing said. The two got out and stored the car in the space. She also tried to store the child in the space but naturally couldn't, so she gave up on that idea. Xiaoqing stood outside the car holding the child, waiting for Suyu to change clothes. Looking at the motorcycle's rearview mirror, Suyu was changing clothes. His broad and solid back, with clearly defined muscles, looked sculpted. The hormones were practically overflowing, especially when Suyu put on the black leather jacket. The motorcycle leather jacket was indeed a piece that exuded explosive hormones. No one could easily walk away from a handsome guy in a leather jacket over 180 centimeters. Fortunately, the weather here wasn't too hot, with temperatures between 10 and 20 degrees, but the wind and sand were quite strong. Xiaoqing had already put on sunglasses. Suyu stored the car, put on his helmet, and rode the motorcycle, with Xiaoqing following behind. The motorcycle had a high chassis, making it difficult for someone with short legs to ride. Xiaoqing strapped the child to her chest, looking at Suyu's slim waist, her hands gripping his waist. Let's go. A soft voice came from behind, and Suyu felt the soft hands, his heartbeat disrupted, briefly silent before turning into a tumultuous wave, stirring his heart. Okay. Suyu's voice was slightly hoarse as he twisted the motorcycle and set off. The motorcycle was a bit bumpy, but it was much easier to ride than the car. The ground along the way was littered with body parts, not a single complete corpse in sight. Sometimes a strong wind would blow, followed by a sudden flash of lightning and thunder. Looks like it's going to rain soon. Xiaoqing frowned slightly as she looked at the sky. Let's find a place to take shelter in that building ahead. It seems we need to think of another way to get in, Suyu said with a frown. Okay. Strange, why is there not a single person in this building? It's zombies, not a single zombie? Xiaoqing frowned. Although this wasn't Xinchuan City, it was still a county town. How could there be no zombies? Not even a corpse? Suyu squatted down to examine the traces on the ground and said, there are signs of dragging on the ground. In other words, something must have dragged people away? They found a relatively clean room, and Xiaoqing took out a baby stroller she had bought from her space and placed the baby inside. Let's eat this today. Xiaoqing took out several boxes of meals, still warm, thanks to her space's preservation ability. These were all ordered from a restaurant in Port City. While Xiaoqing was eating, Suyu was surveying the surroundings. Wait, Suyu said in a low voice, gripping his knife. What's wrong? Suyu walked towards another room, leaving Xiaoqing to take care of the baby. After a few minutes without seeing Suyu return, she frowned slightly. She glanced back at the baby, hesitated for a moment, and then walked outside. The dilapidated house was filled with dust and sand due to the wind. A shadow darted out and grabbed Xiaoqing's arm. She sighed in relief when she saw it was Suyu. Where did you go? I found something here that will be useful for our trip to Xinchuan, Suyu said with a smile. Saying this, Suyu took something out from his space. What is this? It looks a bit strange. Suyu explained, this is a civilian flying backpack. Flying backpack? Xiaoqing was astonished to hear this, but it needs to be charged. Once fully charged, you can wear it on your back and fly. Although it's not as agile as a personal flying device, it's still sufficient. There are about 7 or 8 of them, and only 4 are usable after I tested them. Backpack flying? This was the first time Xiaoqing had heard of such a thing. You can charge it in your world, and then bring it back. I'll teach you how to use it, Suyu said cheerfully. It was truly a stroke of luck. Having this would make things much safer. Even if there were many zombies in Shinchuan City, they could bypass them. Okay. Xiaoqing took the several flying backpacks, gathered energy in her hand, and a spatial vortex appeared, allowing her to return directly. Suyu watched the vortex, feeling that he also had the energy to pass through. Now, at the hotel in the late night, there were many charging outlets. Following Suyu's instructions, she charged the backpacks fully. She visited Chu Ran's room again. The child was sleeping soundly, which reassured her. She checked her phone and saw several messages, most of which were work reports. Suyu told her not to rush back, as it would be safer for her to sleep in this time and space. Lying on the soft bed in the hotel, she soon fell asleep, only to be awakened by a beeping sound. The flying backpack was fully charged. She unplugged them and put them into her space before entering Suyu's time and space. It's fully charged now. How do we use it? Let me demonstrate first. Suyu strapped one of the flying backpacks onto his back and fastened the safety belt. He pressed the button, and the backpack inflated instantly. Press this button to start it, hold this black one in your hand to control the speed by moving it forward, and twist it upwards to control the height. After Suyu finished speaking, he began to control it, and they could hear the buzzing sound from the powerful engine inside the backpack. The maximum weight is 200 pounds. Xiaoqing was barely 100 pounds, which was sufficient. Xiaoqing tried a few times, feeling a bit tense in the air, much like riding a jet ski. The main thing is control. Turning relies on yourself. This is relatively simple for civilian operations. Xiaoqing had decent hands-on skills, and after more than an hour of practice, she finally got the hang of it. The next day during the day, Suyu rode a motorcycle with Xiaoqing to Shinchuan City. With the Bluetooth system, Suyu found the address of the giant biological technology company in Shinchuan City, located at 190 Guangqing Street. Although it wasn't in the city center, the giant biological medical company had thousands of employees, meaning there were at least thousands of mutated zombies. Strange, how come we haven't seen any zombies along the way? Xiaoqing said. They were on a provincial road, with plenty of abandoned cars, but no zombies in sight. Something feels off, so you also sensed something was wrong. Look ahead, the ground has cracked open this big. Was there an earthquake? Doesn't look like an earthquake. The surrounding buildings are still intact, as if something has drilled up from underground. There's movement ahead. Xiaoqing also heard it, and Suyu drove the motorcycle forward. There were two people fighting a giant bug. The bug was at least 3 meters tall, resembling an oversized worm that had drilled up from the ground. So cool. Xiaoqing saw a man releasing a blue light from his hand, while another man with a buzz cut was unleashing flames. Ability users, Suyu said in a low voice, looking at one of the men, whose figure seemed familiar. Ability users were rare compared to evolved beings, and it was surprising to see two at once. Why are their abilities so cool? Xiaoqing said, her eyes shining with envy. If only she had such powers. The special effects in movies couldn't compare to this, it was too real. Up ahead, Xiaoqing and Suyu weren't in a hurry to leave because the two men were fighting, blocking their path. After a few minutes, the two men burned the giant worm to death. The 3-meter-long worm was charred black. Bro, I see someone behind who looks like Suyu. Suyu? Are you seeing things? Or dreaming again? The buzzcut man said, speechless. Really? Turn around and look, it's really Suyu. Wang Han turned around and saw a man on a motorcycle not far away. Suyu saw him too and accelerated towards them. Getting off the motorcycle, Wang Han's shock turned into joy. The two men instantly embraced. You brat! It's so good to see you again, Wang Han said excitedly. The 18-year-old girl beside them stared at Suyu with shining eyes, and soon Xiaoqing felt her entire body being scanned by that gaze. This kind of look made her uncomfortable, but she refused to back down and shot a glance back. The little girl was dressed in dirty clothes, her hair looked unkempt for a long time, and her complexion resembled that of a poor girl, though her eyes were bright and had a pitiful look. Wang Han was 3 years older than Suyu and was the captain of the peacekeeping forces. This isn't a place for talking. Let's find a safe spot first, Wang Han said. These giant bugs would become active at night, drilling up from the ground. Most were over a meter long, with some mutated ones reaching 2 to 3 meters. Okay. Half an hour later, they found a residential building. The door was locked, and the surroundings were checked to be safe. This place is full of those giant worms. They will drill up from underground at night, devouring zombies and living creatures. But the meat of these things is edible. Not only was the meat edible, but they also produced ability orbs within their bodies, though not everyone would have them. These orbs could enhance the strength of ability users and even increase the chances of becoming an ability user. Xiaoqing thought to herself, no wonder there are hardly any zombies here. They've all been eaten by those big bugs. It seems the zombies aren't very strong. However, the fact that these big bugs are devouring zombies, and they're even roasting the bug meat to eat, made Xiaqing feel a bit nauseous. "Brother Suyu, do you still remember me?" Suyu didn't look at the girl first. Instead, he nervously glanced at Xiaqing, seemingly afraid she might misunderstand something. "This is Xiaomi, my little sister. It was you who rescued her from the thieves' den back then, and she became your little fan afterward," Wang Han said helplessly. Xiaomi felt very disappointed and sad when she saw that Suyu didn't remember her at all. Suyu had saved too many people. "This is my brother, Cheng-jun." Xiaqing remembered that he had just released a blue light from his hand, like an electric spark. Cheng-jun looked much cleaner and brighter than Wang Han. However, Cheng-jun was mute and couldn't speak. Cheng-jun had already chopped up some tables and chairs. They were preparing to roast the bug meat over a fire. Wang Han looked at Xiaqing. He had noticed her early on, mainly because she was too clean and fair, which felt out of place in this dirty and chaotic apocalypse. It was like a fresh white lotus blooming in a stinky ditch. "Suyu, I thought you would be single for life. I didn't expect you to have a wife and kids in the apocalypse," Wang Han laughed. Both Xiaqing and Suyu felt their ears turn a bit red upon hearing this. Suyu looked at Xiaqing in silence, and he didn't explain. Xiaomi felt very uncomfortable listening to this. That woman next to her was not worthy of her brother. The white moonlight. Wang Han chopped off the bug meat, and Xiaomi saw that Xiaqing had a look of disgust on her face. She instantly became unhappy. This was food. It was already good enough to share with her. How could she still be picky? This city is still relatively safe, and these big meat bugs aren't very strong during the day and can be eaten, so we'll stay here. "Suyu, do you want to stay with us?" He noticed that Suyu could get a motorcycle, and his expression was quite normal, including the fact that the baby was well taken care of, which was very unusual in the apocalypse. This caught his attention, and with Suyu's strong abilities, they could have an extra helper. Wang Han absolutely trusted Suyu's character. "No, if you don't want to stay here in the future, you can go to the Sunny base in Yang City." Base? Wang Han was also surprised. He didn't expect that bases could still be established now. He thought there were hardly any people left in the world. Meanwhile, Xiaqing watched as the three of them skewered the bug meat onto sticks. The meat was dirty and slimy, sizzling over the fire. Xiaqing frowned so hard it could squash a fly. "Sister, try it. The bug meat tastes pretty good when roasted. And it's not poisonous, it can be eaten normally." Xiaomi didn't know if she was doing it on purpose, but she handed Xiaqing a charred piece of meat. "No, thanks." Xiaqing quickly waved her hand to refuse. She really couldn't eat that thing. "Sorry, but she couldn't swallow even a bite of it. She couldn't even eat fried grasshoppers or cicadas, let alone this thing." "Sister, this is meat. You wouldn't be picky, would you? Food is very precious now," Xiaomi said while glancing at Suyu's expression. "No, I just don't like eating bugs," Xiaqing frowned and said. Xiaomi frowned slightly. "Bugs?" As soon as Xiaqing said this, both Wang Han and Xiaomi felt that Xiaqing was being very pretentious. "It's already great to have food to eat. Why care about bugs? The fields in the village are in a panic. Even finding seeds doesn't guarantee they can be planted," Xiaomi said with a frown. The fact that they could share food was also out of respect for Suyu. Wang Han also felt that Suyu's wife was too delicate. What time was it now? Having food to eat was already very good. "Yeah, we were really hungry once, and Cheng-jun, who has fire abilities, roasted a bug. We decided to give it a try, and it was actually edible. No toxins, just a bit off in taste. When you're starving, you can eat anything. Moreover, this bug has a chance of producing ability crystals, which can potentially awaken human abilities," Wang Han said. He and Suyu were comrades who had shared life and death, so he wouldn't hide this matter. Awakening abilities? Xiaqing was quite curious. She was surprised to see Cheng-jun conjuring flames out of thin air. If she could awaken abilities too, wouldn't that be cool? It's a probability, and it doesn't guarantee success. Cheng-jun, Xiaomi, and I have used at least 100 of them. The luckiest one is Xiaomi. She succeeded in awakening her abilities with less than 10, Wang Han sighed. To think he and Cheng-jun had used dozens. And not every mutated bug had the ability, they had killed at least 1,000 bugs. "You saw it, I can control electricity, Cheng-jun can control fire and isn't afraid of getting burned, and Xiaomi's ability is water." The water that Xiaomi conjured was precious, especially in such a polluted time and space, although it had no combat power. "Yes, brother Suyu, if you need water, I can give you some," Xiaomi said. Xiaqing noticed that since meeting Xiaomi, the little girl hadn't taken her eyes off Suyu. "I don't need it," Suyu said in a deep voice, not even looking at Xiaomi. Suddenly, the child in Xiaqing's arms started crying. Suyu naturally took the child from Xiaqing. He conjured a diaper out of thin air, quickly changed the child, and then brought out a milk bottle filled with prepared milk. Wang Han, Cheng-jun, and Wang Mi were all shocked. They were all ability users, so they quickly reacted. Suyu, you're a space ability user? Suyu nodded. No wonder, their attire and complexion didn't look like they were suffering from hunger. It seemed Suyu had plenty of food stored in his space. No wonder Xia Qing had a disdainful expression towards that big bug. Xiaomi looked at Xia Qing, then at Suyu, and unconsciously filled in a lot of thoughts. After feeding the milk, the little one fell asleep. Xia Qing couldn't stomach the black bug, so she took out some soup dumplings and milk tea from her space. You're also a space ability user? Xiaomi stood up in shock upon seeing Xia Qing conjuring items out of thin air. She had just imagined that Suyu was taking care of Xia Qing and never thought she was also an ability user. Is there a problem? Why such a big reaction? I just didn't expect you both to be space ability users. The probability is too low, Xiaomi said in astonishment. How could everyone's abilities be the same? Xia Qing's physique was even more special. She wasn't from this time and space, so the abilities here were ineffective on her. You could say she had an immune physique. Xia Qing ate her soup dumplings, watching as the sky darkened outside, when suddenly a silver vortex appeared beneath her feet, and in the next second, she vanished into thin air. Suyu had gotten used to Xia Qing disappearing frequently. Since she wasn't from this time and space, she would be bounced back after a while. Where did she go? How could she just disappear like that? Wang Han and the others were stunned by the scene. That's Qingqing's special ability, Suyu said calmly, but he didn't explain further. Wang Han wanted to ask but wisely kept his mouth shut. Everyone had secrets, even good brothers had to respect that boundary. Xiaomi was dying of curiosity. She just left, leaving the child with brother Suyu? Xiaomi frowned and complained softly. Just like that, she left without a word? Suyu glanced up, his gaze slightly cold. In the evening, Wang Han held onto Wang Xiaomi and said, Xiaomi, I know how you feel about Suyu, but now Suyu has a wife and children. You shouldn't entertain those thoughts. I know Suyu very well. Over the years, I've never seen him get emotional. If he has finally become emotional, then no one else can interfere. You are my sister. It's normal to have some fantasies after being saved by someone, especially since Suyu is strong and indeed handsome. I have to tell you, don't provoke Suyu. He doesn't care about women he doesn't like, even if they threaten to jump off a building. Wang Han earnestly advised his sister. Stop being so sarcastic, it will only annoy him. Xiaomi's eyes were red from Wang Han's scolding, feeling very wronged. But I just think that girl is not worthy of brother Suyu, he is so good. Xiaomi frowned and said, it was like how they felt about their favorite superstars, believing that no one was good enough for them. Xiaomi, you are my real sister. Listen to your brother. Xiaomi wanted to say something more but remembered that no matter what she said today, Suyu had been very taciturn with her. Even with Xia Qing gone, Suyu had completely ignored her. After comforting the child, Suyu took out some buns from his space and handed them to Wang Han. Wang Han held the warm buns in his hands, feeling somewhat incredulous. These are buns. I can't remember the last time I had one. Wang Han's eyes turned slightly red, and his hands holding the buns trembled with excitement. For them now, food was just to fill their stomachs. There was no longer any talk of deliciousness. Even this bug meat was eaten just to stave off hunger, and their taste buds had long since become numb. Sometimes, finding a bottle of expired chili sauce was considered a gourmet treat for them. We're all brothers. Suyu patted Wang Han on the shoulder. Wang Han shared some with Cheng Jun and also gave some to Xiaomi. The few of them held the buns, warm as if just steamed. They no longer cared where such food came from. Taking a bite, the juicy broth instantly filled their mouths, stimulating their long-dormant taste buds. It awakened their desire for food, and after finishing these delicious soup dumplings, they looked at the charred bug meat roasting over the fire, feeling no appetite. To ensure nothing went to waste, they decided to keep the meat. However, Xiaomi surprisingly couldn't eat the bug meat. Xia Qing went to the hospital as usual in the morning and found that Xia Jixiang had developed a good relationship with a 70-year-old man in the ward next to him. The two often played chess together and had become good friends despite their age difference. Yang Xia's face was also being repaired step by step every day, and it was still quite difficult to achieve a completely scar-free appearance. The sci-fi film she invested in premiered its first episode today, with one episode released every 5 days. It aired at 9 in the morning, and Zhang Nan had invested a lot of money in Douyin, with the trailer already booked for hundreds of thousands of views. Xia Cheng scrolled through Douyin, watching clips from this drama. The special effects are amazing. The quality is comparable to foreign productions. Our Huagua finally has its own superhero drama. Those who said our sci-fi films were no good can now be slapped in the face. With the airing of the first episode, the male lead, Xiao Xian, instantly gained 1 million followers. This sci-fi film leaned towards a strong male lead, with the female lead and the second female lead not appearing until the second or third episode. Zhang Nan and the others were ecstatic. However, waiting 5 days for each episode was simply too long. But there was no other way. they were producing and airing simultaneously. Notify the director to continue filming. Work overtime, Zhang Nan said excitedly. Xia Qing applied a face mask while watching this episode of the sci-fi film, feeling it was quite good, but the special effects still lacked a bit of impact, even though it was produced by the top special effects company in their country. Perhaps because she had seen the real fire abilities in the apocalypse, she felt this movie lacked a sense of realism. After finding the machine to make artificial bones and returning, she would look for any special effects talents in the base. Her former classmate, Wang Sisi, sent her a WeChat message, asking if she was still collecting vegetables recently. My mom is in the hospital, and I can't collect vegetables until she finishes her treatment. I can't go back during this time. Wang Sisi sighed and told her family about it. It seems like it was quite a collision. I heard that Xia Lei has been taken into custody, and during this time, no one in our village is collecting vegetables. Recently, Xia Jiqing and Tian Kaihua were not well received by the villagers. The villagers are really snobbish. Who didn't mock Xia Jixian's family before? Now, they all rush to be close to them. Now our son is still in custody, and it's said that life there is very hard. They only have boiled noodles with plain water every day, and if they want something better, they have to pay. The food expenses inside are 3 times more expensive than outside. Tian Kaihua was reluctant to pay for it. That second family's still not giving any news. Yang Xia has already gotten out of danger, yet they're still so aggressive, Tian Kaihua said angrily. Now, Grandma Xia had already moved back to Xia Jixiang's house alone. Moon had already sent the villa plans. Sister Qing, the villa has been completed. Should we decorate it according to your design? Decorate it quickly, and the materials must be the best and environmentally friendly, Xia Qing said. She hoped her mother would recover soon so that they could also live in the villa. The villa wasn't far from the village, away from her uncle's family. Received, Moon replied. She recalled visiting Hisisi's home and seeing the opulence, realizing how luxurious the homes of the wealthy were. When the time came, she would hire a few people to make her parents' lives better. After finishing all this, Xia Qing returned to Suyu's time and space. Xia Qing returned to the apocalypse. It was just past 3 in the morning here. Only Wang Mi and Cheng Jun were sleeping, while Wang Han and Suyu were on guard. Seeing Xia Qing suddenly appear startled Wang Han, but he quickly calmed down. After all, having stayed in the apocalypse for a long time, he had seen everything and could control electricity. His mental fortitude had long been honed. What is that sound outside? There was a kind of surging sound, along with the sound of the ground cracking. Those are the big bugs that look like earthworms you saw today. They curl up underground during the day, and at night they come out to forage. No wonder when they passed by here today, they found many cracked pits in the ground, making it impossible for cars to pass. Even motorcycles had a hard time navigating. We can't be sensed by them upstairs, but if we're on the ground, they are very sensitive. A dozen bugs could swarm and devour a person, Wang Han said. Several buildings in the city center had their foundations destroyed and collapsed by these bugs, and the number of bugs underground in their current location was relatively few. As soon as the sky brightened, these bugs began to burrow back one by one. Xia Qing and Suyu prepared to leave. Where are you going? Wang Han asked. After eating buns, he felt a bit nauseous at the thought of eating those bug meats. We're going to the Juji Biotechnology Company in Xinchuan City. We want the equipment inside. Xinchuan City isn't far from here. Juji Biotechnology is also in the outer city, Wang Han said. If you don't want to stay here, you can consider going with us to the Qingtian base. There is normal food there, Suyu said. Wang Han, Cheng Jun, and Wang Mi were all ability users, and the 3 of them going to the Qingtian base would be a boost. Qingtian base? Is it safe there? For now, it is safe. I established it, and there are currently several thousand survivors. Wang Han didn't hesitate and said, okay, I'll go with you. I'm really fed up with these stinky bugs. After nearly half a year of eating them, it was no wonder he was tired of it. If there were no buns, they might continue to eat this thing to survive. Wang Mi listened as her brother agreed to go to the sunny base with Suyu, her eyes brightening slightly, feeling very happy inside. Cheng Jun had always followed Wang Han, so he naturally had no objections. Suyu, we only have 4 flying backpacks, and a few of them are broken, Xia Qing frowned. They already had 5 people now. You have flying backpacks? That's great, Wang Han exclaimed excitedly. With this thing, they could at least fly to the city center to search for supplies. Cheng Jun gestured, and although Xia Qing couldn't understand, both Suyu and Wang Han did. Cheng Jun said he can repair the flying backpacks and can fix them, so you translated for Xia Qing. Let's set off. As soon as they stepped out of the house, they saw a few scattered bugs outside, those that hadn't made it back underground in time. During the day, their movements became slow, and their combat power diminished, as if they were just big meatballs. Hitting them with a knife was tough, their skin was rough and their flesh thick, but they were very afraid of fire. Xiaoqing thought that this thing they mentioned might very well explode with ability crystals. Be careful, don't get tangled up with that bug, Wang Han said. Once tangled, it wouldn't be easy to break free. Xiaoqing's hand knife was a bit too small for this, and she was thinking about what weapon to use when Suyu stepped forward, his knife slicing through the bug's body like cutting slices. Cheng Jun also stepped up to help, a scorching fireball roasting the bug, which immediately wilted. There's something inside, Xiaoqing said, her eyes shining. How is that possible? Can one explode with ability crystals? Wang Xiaomi said incredulously. Suyu went over, pried it open with his knife, and indeed saw 2 blue ability crystals inside. Are these 2 ability crystals? Xiaoqing said in surprise. Yes, 2. Suyu replied, handing both to Xiaoqing. They were the size of quail eggs, but their color was crystal clear. Wow, what luck! We just stumbled upon ability crystals, and there are 2. Wang Han couldn't help but admire the luck of Suyu and Xiaoqing. After just defeating the big bug, Cheng Jun had helped too, and Xiaoqing was not a stingy person. Cheng Jun, thank you so much just now. This is for you. Xiaoqing took out a pack of fried chicken from her space, and the aroma immediately filled the air. In the apocalypse, words of gratitude are much more precious than money. Wang Han and Wang Mi both smelled the meaty fragrance. The fried chicken was still warm and crispy from just being fried. Cheng Jun was a bit stunned as he took the fried chicken. He had stepped up to help just because he had eaten buns yesterday. He never expected to receive a pack of fried chicken, and smelling the aroma made his mouth water. Wang Han felt a bit regretful now. Why hadn't he stepped up to help? He thought Suyu could handle it, and he missed out on the delicious fried chicken. Wang Mi instinctively swallowed at the smell, and although Wang Han wanted to eat, it was for his brother, so he wouldn't snatch it. Cheng Jun was very excited holding the fried chicken. Cheng Jun still shared the fried chicken with Wang Han and Wang Mi. The few of them shared the fried chicken. Xiaoqing and Suyu were both very curious about the ability crystals. Suyu, should we give it a try? Even if it doesn't work, it won't hurt, Xiaoqing said. Of course, being able to activate abilities would provide more survival assurance in the apocalypse. We also used several ability crystals to successfully activate it. Xiaomi used 10. When we first activated our abilities, the energy was low, so absorbing more ability crystals would increase our strength, Wang Han explained to them. Just swallow it. This was actually similar to crystal beads, but crystal beads were soft, while this was transparent and had colorful hues inside. When activating supernatural abilities, one feels a warmth in their body, thinking they have a fever. It can take as little as 3 days or as long as 10 days to realize they have activated some kind of supernatural power. The process of activation cannot be detailed. Everyone has different physiques and thus different abilities, and their experiences naturally vary. Suyu and Xiaoqing both swallowed at the same time. Xiaoqing felt a cool sensation, as if she had just swallowed a quail egg whole. She almost choked. Who would have thought that just after Xiaoqing swallowed, she disappeared on the spot? I don't know what happened. I was suddenly bounced back. It felt as if a force had rebounded her back to her own time and space. Suyu did not feel the heat as described, but it did make their space feel more compact. The spatial flow of colors kept shifting until it finally stopped. Suyu, you are originally a space ability user, so the chances of activating other abilities are quite small. Why did she disappear again? Wang Mi asked curiously. It was always surprising to see Xiaoqing suddenly vanish and then reappear. Suyu sensed the energy in his body, including the changes in space. He and this space had become more tightly knit. So it can be done this way. Suyu gathered a light circle in his hand and marked it. The symbol could only be seen and sensed by him and Xiaoqing. Just making the mark had already exhausted all his energy. By marking here, he could directly traverse through space. On the other side, Xiaoqing was bounced back to her own space, then felt the changes occurring there, and noticed the mark in the space. This was the mark made by Suyu, and she was able to reach the location of Suyu's mark directly through the spatial mark. It was equivalent to a teleportation channel. Their skill was incredibly powerful. Xiaoqing also tried to create a teleportation mark in the modern world. No, even though she absorbed the same supernatural crystal from the same bug, why couldn't she? So she tried again, but still felt nothing, and was momentarily disappointed. However, she immediately entered the space again. So what if she was bounced back? She was going in. The next second, Xiaoqing appeared at the spot where Suyu had just marked. Her space with Suyu became even more compact. Suyu, so we can teleport here anytime through the mark. Let's call this position No. 1, Xiaoqing whispered. Suyu could mark, and Xiaoqing could bring people to teleport. Thus, their skills complemented each other. Once we find the equipment, We can use teleportation to hunt insect beasts here after we return. These supernatural crystals are still very useful, Suyu said. This would increase the probability of having supernatural users in their base. In this world, only the fittest survive. Ordinary people would gradually be eliminated. Only evolved beings and supernatural users could survive. Right. This way we can cover more places, and once our energy is restored, we can leave marks. No, the food at the base can probably only last a month. We still need to hurry back, Xiaoqing said. But now that they had this skill, it saved them travel time. Xiaoqing felt a bit excited. If Suyu went to her world, he could leave marks all over the globe. Then they could go wherever they wanted. Xiaoqing was in a good mood and brought out a lot of food along the way. Wang Mi was initially quite unwilling for Xiaoqing to be with Suyu. This is an apple, you guys try it. It might be a bit warm. Here, have some ice cream. It's too sweet, eat some spicy strips. In short, they kept chatting and eating along the way, and Wang Han felt it was so enjoyable to be with them. Finally, he didn't have to eat any bug meat. Now thinking back on that bug meat, they had actually eaten it for half a year. Just the thought of it made him feel disgusted. Wang Mi was also gradually succumbing to the delicious food. Who could resist good food? No one can resist the temptation of delicious food. So from the beginning with Xiaoqing, to now Qingjia, and then Cheng Qingjia, Wang Mi admits that Suyu is very handsome, especially when he saved her by taking on more than 10 people by himself. But nothing compares to a lovely cream cake. She actually got to eat cake. No man can compare to food. Qingjia is just like her own sister. Cheng Jun also fixed the remaining flying backpacks in the car, and Xiaoqing had already charged them. However, apart from Suyu and Wang Han, the three of them were controlling the flying backpacks, swaying as they watched the zombies on the ground street chasing after them. If they fell, they would definitely be torn apart. Xiaoming, Cheng Jun, you two stay here. I'll go with Suyu, Wang Han said. Xiaoqing, you stay too. I'm very skilled at controlling the flying backpack with Wang Han. We'll collect the equipment and leave right away, Suyu said. You wait for us on the roof of this residential building. Suyu took Xiaoqing, while Wang Han took Wang Mi. Cheng Jun was doing quite well with the controls, but Wang Han was still worried about leaving Wang Mi alone here. After all, Xiaoqing could disappear at any moment. Chapter 150 The Apocalypse, Becoming More Like a Mom. Okay, be sure to pay attention to safety, Xiaoqing instructed. Xiaoqing and Wang Mi's control skills were really poor, especially the feeling of being suspended and the strong sense of weightlessness. Wang Mi didn't dare to open her eyes at all. It was Wang Han who was guiding her the whole time, which greatly affected his operation. Xiaoqing wasn't much better, although she had been on roller coasters. This required self-control, overcoming the feeling of weightlessness, and facing the roaring zombies below. It was truly a test of one's psychological endurance. So they landed on the rooftop to wait. The feeling of feet touching the ground was really comfortable. Suyu and Wang Han quickly took off. Roar! The rooftop door was locked, making a clanking sound. There are zombies inside, Xiaoqing said. Cheng Jun couldn't speak, but he could read lips. He tightened his grip on his weapon. They were not even at the center of Xinchuan City yet, and there were already so many zombies. How many zombies would there be in the city center? Like the Bun during the New Year in the Magic City? Crowded with people? Roar! Although the zombies during the day were not active, their growls could still be heard rising and falling. There are so many zombies here, Wang Mi said, feeling a bit nervous. Her ability was water manipulation, which had no offensive power. Xiaoqing took out a baseball bat from her space. She had bought 10 of them. She gave one to Wang Mi and one to Cheng Jun. With this baseball bat, your combat power will be great. Wang Mi felt that the baseball bat was a bit heavy. She usually didn't fight because she was a water ability user and Wang Han's sister, so she was usually a key protected target. When they went to fight bugs and search for supplies, she mostly stayed in the house, spending each day in loneliness and boredom. Xiaoqing noticed blood behind Wang Mi. No wonder the zombies upstairs were so crazy. Their hearing and sense of smell were very sensitive. Xiaoqing pulled Wang Mi aside and whispered in front of her, "You got your period. Here are some sanitary pads and pants. Hurry and change over there in the corner." Upon hearing this, Wang Mi also realized she was uncomfortable. She hadn't noticed anything while flying in the sky. Her period was irregular. Sanitary pads. Wang Mi felt a wave of emotion upon seeing this. She had searched for these before. Some were usable, but most were moldy and infected with bacteria, so she didn't dare to use them. Every time her period came, she used clean cloths. Being a water ability user, she could wash them. "Thank you," Wang Mi said shyly. Clank! The growling of the zombies grew louder. The iron door, having aged, was about to loosen. Bang! With a loud crash, a particularly fat zombie suddenly burst out. Before the mutation, it should have weighed around 200 to 300 pounds. Cheng Jun immediately released a fireball. ZZ! The fireball hit the zombie's body, causing a chemical reaction, and the tattered clothes on the zombie were scorched. It's useless, we can only chop off its head. Xia Qing charged forward with a baseball bat and swung it at the zombie's head, smashing it to pieces. This baseball bat was custom-made, specifically chosen for its sturdiness. Wang Mi, who had just changed her clothes, was stunned. She never expected Xia Qing to be so violent. Xia Qing looked delicate and fair, but when it came to action, she was anything but hesitant. The warm sunflower had instantly transformed into a violent cactus. Wang Mi now felt that her brother Suyu, such a capable person, had a partner who was equally impressive. A few more zombies staggered in from behind, but she and Chang Jun took care of them. After clearing the zombie crystal beads, they divided them among themselves. The ability crystals in the giant bug's body could only be activated by chance. The crystal beads were what restored their energy. I'm sorry, I forgot it was my period today. If she had known, she wouldn't have come out. It's unnecessary, no one can predict this, so don't worry. We can just wait for them here. They found a residential building, and inside, there was even a small zombie that could only crawl. It crawled quite fast, and Xia Qing couldn't bear to hit it. After dealing with the zombie in the house, they rested on the living room sofa. This little baby needs milk every 2 hours. Xia Qing took out some milk powder and water from her space to prepare the milk. She was increasingly taking on a motherly appearance. He's the cutest baby I've ever seen, Wang Mi said. Many unfortunate babies had turned into zombies, otherwise, they would have died at birth, and those who survived were pitifully few. Even those who lived didn't look as fair and adorable. They waited there for several hours, and Xia Qing began to feel anxious. She checked her space from time to see if anything new had appeared. Finally, one corner of the space was piled high with various equipment, which relieved Xia Qing. Suyu and the others had already gotten the items and were surely on their way back. At this moment, Xia Qing's mood improved, and she took out a bucket of ice cream from her space. You can choose from these 2 flavors. Chang Jun looked at the ice cream on the coffee table and licked his lips. Ever since they started following Xia Qing, they had eaten things they could only dream of before. Thank you, Sister Qingqing. Wang Mi happily took the ice cream and started eating. Sister Qingqing, how did you and brother Suyu get together? At first, my best friend and I were tricked into the factory area, and it was brother Suyu who saved us. He single-handedly dealt with those criminals. He was super cool. As she spoke, her eyes sparkled with admiration. So, who is stronger, your brother or him? Actually, my brother is quite strong too, but he scolds me every day. No wonder he doesn't have a wife, Wang Mi complained, sounding just like a recent high school graduate. However, after the apocalypse, she didn't even know her grades and hadn't gone to college. Don't worry, Sister Qingqing. After my brother scolded me that day, I also faced my feelings. I won't like Suyu anymore. You and brother Suyu already have a child. I can't be the third wheel. Put. Wang Mi said this both seriously and earnestly, and Xia Qing almost choked on her ice cream. When did she have a child with Suyu? Their relationship was purely revolutionary friendship. Buzz buzz buzz. It's my brother and the others coming back, Wang Mi said excitedly. Wan Han and Suyu landed on the rooftop, and Chang Jun went up to greet them. There were too many zombies. If it weren't for the flying backpacks, we wouldn't have escaped. Thousands of zombies were rushing over. The clothes on both of them had become dirty, reeking of zombie stench, and there was no time to even retrieve the zombie crystal beads used for decapitation. Wang Han's build was not much different from Su Yu's, just a bit shorter. Xia Qing took out some clothes from her space for them to change into. Su Yu's motorcycle leather jacket could simply be wiped down with a dry cleaning cloth. Su Yu, your clothes are pretty cool and resistant to dirt, Wang Han said enviously. I'm not changing this outfit, Su Yu replied in a deep voice. I can tell, it's a couple's outfit like the one your wife wears, Wang Han teased. Chapter 151, I will definitely support you, we've got the stuff. Let's hurry back to the Sunshine Base, Su Yu said. Once they brought this equipment back, Professor Zhang would be able to create artificial bones, and Xia Qing's mother would be able to stand up again. After returning, they would establish markers at the base, allowing him to move around and return instantly through Xia Qing. Okay. Xia Qing knew there were thousands of people at the Sunshine Base waiting for her to come back. You guys rest first, we'll set off tomorrow morning. On the coffee table, Xia Qing took out several steaming lunchboxes, Winsen chicken, pig intestine rice rolls, egg waffles, curry fish balls, clay pot rice, mango sago, sweet and sour pork, and roast goose. There were also Cantonese dim sum and various buns. Since she was in Port City, all the food was directly purchased from the local restaurants. The three big men had a huge appetite, and the dining table was filled with the sounds of chewing, with no one talking. Unlike before when they roasted insect meat while eating, their taste buds had been stimulated recently, and they found it hard to imagine days without these foods. The thought of going back to eating insects for several days was unbearable. They understood Xia Qing's expression at that time, With so many delicious dishes, who could eat insect meat? It was like eating gourmet food every day while watching others eat scraps. The table was left spotless, with not a single crumb remaining. In their time and space, eating out at a restaurant would often leave plenty of leftovers, sometimes even requiring takeout. Here, there was no such issue of food waste. In the evening, Xiaoqing would disappear back to her own time, while it was morning on her side, and she took a nap. After waking up, she washed up and applied a face mask. Shu Ran was in the living room. "Sister Qingqing, I want to go to school," Shu Ran said, nervously twisting his fingers as he looked at Xiaoqing. He wanted to learn a lot of knowledge. "At your age, you should indeed be in elementary school. I was planning to take you back to Han City for that. It wouldn't be a hassle in Port City either." For Xiaoqing, anything that could be solved with money was not a problem. There were many private schools in Port City, and it was just a matter of paying. Xiaoqing wasn't short on money, and it was a good thing for the child to want to go to school. "No problem, I'll contact your dad right now." Xiaoqing picked up her phone and sent a WeChat voice message to Chu Xiu, but he hung up. After a minute, Chu Xiu directly called back with a video call. In the video, Chu Xiu had a bandage wrapped around his forehead. "What's the matter? Ouch, are you hurt? Isn't this about fighting for territory? I opened a club and gave you 30% of the shares. I invested all the money, and I only get 30% of the shares?" Xiaoqing frowned. "What else?" Xiaoqing noticed the bloodstains in the background of the video. Wanting territory in the Myanmar region was truly a life-or-death gamble. She felt awkward saying anything further. She didn't really want to make money in Myanmar, but changing the environment there was a good thing. 30% is fine. Xiaoran wants to go to school, and I want to enroll him in St. Paul's private elementary school in Port City, which costs about 300,000 a year. This didn't include living expenses. "I'll cover the tuition and living expenses," Chu Xiu said in a deep voice. "Alright, then you'll just have to owe it for now. I don't have a house in the Port City, so I can only ask a friend to take Xiaoran in. During the winter and summer vacations, I will pick him up, and I will come over on Saturdays." "Thank you." Chu Xiu's voice became unusually gentle. "Then it's settled. Next time, wipe your face before the video call. It's all blood." Although she hadn't interacted much with Chu Xiu, she had a feeling he wasn't a bad person, because when she was in the Myanmar area, she had seen Chu Xiu indirectly help others. "Your dad agreed to let you go to school. After lunch, pack up, and I'll take you to register." As soon as Chu Ran heard this, he nodded eagerly. She needed to ask his Sisi for help with this St. Paul private school. "The school has already contacted you. You can take the child over this afternoon." "Thank you." His Sisi was truly a big name in the Port City's elite circle and had helped her a lot. "If you want to thank me, give me some more jewelry." "Sure, I'll have someone send it over this afternoon." Xiaoqing was also very generous and hadn't expected his Sisi to sell the jewelry so quickly. His Sisi asked for her bank card and transferred her 15 million, which was the money from selling the jewelry. His Sisi sold it to top celebrities. Not only were the styles innovative, but the jewelry was also rare, giving them face when worn. Otherwise, the same leather bag would sell for a few hundred in the mall, but in a boutique, it could be thousands or even tens of thousands. While checking her phone, she came across the news that Sisi's husband had been exposed for cheating, and the two had already signed a divorce agreement. At noon, she had lunch with Chu Ran at the hotel and then went to the hospital to see Yang Xia. At 2:30 in the afternoon, they drove to St. Paul Primary School. St. Paul is an international school, and entry requires testing. Although Xiaoqing had asked his Sisi for help, the basic entrance test still had to be completed. The St. Paul campus covers 70 acres, with a tranquil and spacious environment, combining historical and modern architecture, beautiful gardens, and play areas, equipped with restrooms, changing rooms, a library, study rooms, music rooms, art rooms, a cafeteria, and dormitories, among others. Xiaoqing waited for 2 hours. "This is the admission notice. You can complete the enrollment tomorrow. Your child is very smart, especially in mathematics. The tuition is 350,000 a year, and living expenses, including accommodation, are 250,000. You can scan the QR code above for all the details," the admissions office teacher said politely. "Those who can enter this primary school are all from the middle class. After all, a tuition fee of 300,000 a year is not something an average family can afford." Xiaoqing paid the tuition without hesitation, and a dedicated teacher took Xiaoran for a tour of the school. Here, there are all kinds of biological supplies, including uniforms, which is quite convenient. "What do you think?" Xiaoqing asked. After all, a child's opinion is also very important. "Very good. The environment here is much better than the orphanage. No one bullies him." Xiaoqing rubbed his head, not knowing why, but even though Chu Ran was only 6, he seemed to have something on his mind. He always looked gloomy. After finishing up here, they returned to the hotel. If anything happens at school, call me. No matter what unpleasant things happened before, it's all in the past now. Since I promised your dad to take care of you, I won't treat you poorly. Xia Qing's voice was very gentle. Chu Ran's eyes turned red, and then he threw himself into Xia Qing's arms. I want to study, I want to go to police school, I want to avenge my mom. Wow. Xia Qing actually had a vague suspicion that Chu Xiu's identity was not simple. He was originally from the special forces of Huagua. How could he have fallen to become a mercenary and been blacklisted by multiple countries? Xia Qing let Chu Ran cry his heart out without saying anything, just holding him. When he calmed down, Xia Qing softly said, You can definitely do it. I will support you. Chapter 152, The End of the World. Has it only been a few days? The child is already here. The next day, Xia Qing went to pick up her Hummer H1 off-road vehicle. This off-road vehicle can seat 8 people, has a spacious interior, and good visibility. The key is that this vehicle is of high quality, originally designed as an armored vehicle. In the desert, off-roading is a breeze. The end of the world. It was morning on Suyu's side, and the over 200,000 yuan off-road vehicle they had been driving was almost totaled. The road had cracked, and the car fell into it, injuring Wang Mi's head. Fortunately, there was a baby seat, otherwise, the little one would have been hurt too. It's such a pity to lose a car like this, Wang Han frowned and said. Now, finding a vehicle for transportation was extremely difficult. There were many tech companies in Xinchuan City, and Suyu absorbed energy, leaving behind a temporary coordinate marked as No. 2. Just in time for me to arrive, let's get a new car. Suddenly, a brand new Hummer H1 appeared. This car is nice. Most men like such powerful models, and Wang Han was no exception. Wang Han had also driven military off-road vehicles in the border peacekeeping forces. With this car, their journey would be much easier. They only arrived in Yang City the next afternoon, encountering mostly mutated animals along the way. They would only encounter zombie hordes upon entering the city or county. This back and forth had taken about 7 or 8 days. What happened at the Qingtian base? Xia Cheng frowned slightly, seeing bloodstains at the base's gate that hadn't been cleaned up. Their car was stopped. When Xia Cheng and Suyu got out of the car, they were met with excitement. The base leader and deputy leader have returned. The base's gate opened. What happened? Where are Li Yao and Wang Chang? Xia Cheng asked. They were injured. A group of people came the day before yesterday, pretending to be survivors from our side, but they colluded to steal our food. Li Yao and Wang Chang were injured while protecting the supplies, a team member frowned and said. Suyu and Xia Qing exchanged glances. They weren't surprised that such a thing had happened. After all, a tall tree catches the wind. If they wanted to establish a base in the apocalypse, they needed to recruit survivors, but there were also those with ill intentions. This was a bug. Xia Qing, you arrange for them, I'll go check on Li Yao and the others, Suyu said. Okay. Xia Qing called for people to arrange accommodations for Cheng Jun, Wang Han, and Xiaomi. You three are all ability users. I'll get you into the military reserve team later. I'll go see what's happening at the base. I'll go with you, maybe I can help, Wang Han said. This base was doing quite well, although it had suffered a raid, the uniforms were standardized, and it had formed a small-scale survival base. Suyu saw Li Yao and Wang Chang. Li Yao had been shot in the arm and had already undergone surgery, while Wang Chang was recuperating. In the conference room, several squad leaders were present. When Xia Qing entered, everyone immediately stood up. Deputy Base Leader. Xia Qing nodded, and only then did everyone sit down. However, everyone was curious about who the baby Xia Qing was pushing was. Wang Han and Wang Mi could sense that Xia Qing's authority here seemed quite high. These three are new ability users. Wang Han controls electricity, Cheng Jun controls fire, and Xiaomi controls water. Xia Qing introduced them to everyone. The people in the conference room were very surprised to see the three of them, especially at their abilities. Their base was in dire need of ability users, so they were naturally very happy to have strong members join. Xia Qing signaled for Wang Han and the others to sit down. Yang Shua saw that everyone was seated and pressed the mouse and keyboard. This is the surveillance footage from over there. These few first pretended to be survivors from the Longhua underground base and infiltrated our safe base. We have confirmed with the people from the Dragon Country underground base that they do not have this person. Subsequently, we identified these individuals through the Blue Dose system. They are from the Noon people, around 18 years old, and the surveillance shows that at least 2 of them are ability users. His ability is light control, which allows him to manipulate light. This ability can create photographs, generate blind spots, and provide camouflage. The intense, stimulating light was like a flare, instantly blinding them, and it would take a few minutes to recover. Where did these people come from? Xia Qing frowned. What can be known now is that although this world is in an apocalypse, there is definitely food, like insect meat. However, the taste is poor, and it may be toxic, yet some people have survived. Our base previously broadcasted a call for a large number of survivors, and others must have heard it too. They did not want to enter the Qing Tian base but wanted food, so they came to rob. However, they only took a portion. This portion was still critical. If Suyu and Xia Qing did not return soon, their food would only last a day or two. After all, the base now had thousands of people. In the future, entry to the base must be stricter. We need to ensure the safety of our base first and will no longer accept any survivors, Suyu said solemnly. Understood, Yang Shua replied. They needed to make the survivors feel a sense of belonging to the base. Not only do they have this ability user, but they also have weapons. Many people in the base have been injured. They had a gunfight, and the main gate was blown out, which had just been repaired overnight. Although they also had weapons, they were caught off guard by such a sudden attack. Actually, I have a suggestion, said one of the glasses-wearing Vanguard members, Zhou Chen. Go ahead, Suyu said. We could collaborate with the Dragon Country base. After all, they are military and have more advanced weapons and technology. If we can cooperate, it would be very beneficial for the development of our base. The internal situation of the Dragon Country base is chaotic, Suyu frowned. This was his biggest concern. Part of the lower-level personnel from the Dragon Country base had fled, leaving only the middle and upper-level individuals. If we want to personally reach an agreement with the Dragon Country base, we need to go there ourselves, Suyu said. Kyoto is much farther from Yang City. We can establish a second coordinate at the Qing Tian base and find a way to fly to Kyoto. With the coordinates, Xia Qing could travel between these points at any time, and there would be no need to worry about the food supply at the base. With her around, food could be supplied at any time. We need to get a plane. Xia Qing frowned. Xia Qing also understood that even a private plane costs over 100 million Huaxia coins, and even if purchased, it cannot be taken away. Buying a private plane is equivalent to purchasing an entire flight crew. Plus, there are flight routes. In short, it is very troublesome. The food at the base is running low, and Xia Qing still needs to return to buy a large amount of food, leaving the baby here for Suyu to take care of. Brother you've only been with the deputy base for a few days, and you already have a child. Chapter 153. Life now is not easy. Suyu was taking care of the child here, and all the equipment had been handed over to Professor Zhang Yenshin. Can this equipment produce artificial bones? Suyu asked. This was very important to Xia Qing, and he took it seriously. No problem. The equipment is well preserved and undamaged. Moreover, it is the latest model, and there are plenty of materials. We can at least produce 100 pieces without issue. Suyu felt much more at ease upon hearing Zhang Yenshin's words. That's good. Once I organize this equipment, we can start production. We need to draw a 10 milliliter blood sample for genetic testing and also perform a full-body MRI scan. Okay. Suyu took note of this matter and planned to tell Xia Qing later. Those people also have guns, the most advanced ones. They must have found them in the armory. To locate the armory, they can't be ordinary people. Actually, the key point is the two ability users, and there's another one that wasn't captured on the surveillance. His skill is metal manipulation, so those bullets can't hit him at all. The most crucial part is that this person is a foreigner. Yang Shua frowned as he spoke. The blonde-haired, blue-eyed color is not typical of our Dragon Country people. The newly joined fire ability user might be able to control him. There are too few ability users in the base. The evolved ones have strong physical qualities and various powers, but they still fall short compared to ability users. One physical attack, one magical attack. Those people might come back after consuming all the food. The base must strengthen security. I originally thought that establishing the last human base would lead to peaceful development, but there will always be so many conflicts. Yang Shua frowned again. As long as there are people, there will be disputes. Our current life is hard-earned. Brother are you really planning to cooperate with the Dragon Country base? Yes. The president should still be able to make decisions. The internal chaos of the Dragon Country base is due to the consortium holding a large stock of supplies. They control the most essential resources. Suyu frowned slightly. He had to face this for the safety and future development of the base, even though he didn't want to see him. Xia Qing returned to the hotel and the next day took Chu Ran to school. Today was his first day, and he would be boarding from now on. Xia Qing had visited the child's accommodation environment. It was very luxurious, and she wasn't worried about the child suffering. She went to the hospital, drew a tube of blood from Yang Xia, and took all the previous test results from the hospital. The wounds on Yang Xia's face had healed. The bandage was supposed to be removed in half a month, but unexpectedly, it could be taken off in a week. The doctors all said that Yang Xia's recovery ability was good, and Xia Qing knew this was the effect of the physical enhancement agent. Xia Qing put the items into storage, and Suyu had already hurriedly handed the items over to Professor Zhang Yenshin. With the test results in blood, they could use technology for artificial bone technology, perfectly integrating it into the human body, just like new bones. The materials match, it will take 2 days to complete the production, Professor Zhang said. That's great. Suyu was also very happy. This trip was also for Xia Qing's mother. Xia Qing had ordered a large quantity of rice and flour, as well as vegetables, and had ordered quite a few mushroom packs. In the apocalypse, the production of mushroom packs had decreased by 1/3, but it was still enough for self-sufficiency. This time, during the robbery, the hydroponic vegetables and mushrooms were not taken. Even if they were stolen, they wouldn't plant them, they would only waste them. She had ordered a considerable amount, and it would take at least 2 days to arrive. Although the food in the warehouse of the base was running low, there were still leftovers from the points exchanged by each family. They could hold on for another day or two. 3 days later, Xia Qing took a 2-hour flight back to the county town, first going to the warehouse to collect a batch of supplies. Then she returned home, where the wall in the yard had been smashed. Once the villa was renovated, she would let her parents move there. Qingqing, you finally came back. Where have you been these days? I couldn't reach you by phone. Lei Lei has been taken to the detention center, and your aunt is almost going crazy, said Grandma Xia. As soon as Xia Qing entered the house, she saw it was dirty inside, and the kitchen was a complete mess. You need to come with me to your uncle's house to find the police and clarify this matter. Let Lei Lei out first. Grandma, my mom is still in the hospital. The medical expenses for a day are over 10,000. Just right. I'll go with you to talk to Uncle about this matter. Later, my mom's leg needs to have a bone implant, and she will also need recovery time. Her face is disfigured and needs repair. When old lady Xia heard this, her hands trembled. Qingqing, you say you're so rich now, but your uncle's family isn't doing well either. How much can they earn from farming for a year in the village? They also have to support 2 sons. Old lady Xia began to play the victim. I only know that my mom has it hard. Your son is my dad and my uncle, and your favoritism is your business, but you can't expect me to do anything. You don't care about the hardships my parents face, but as their daughter, I care deeply. After Xia Qing finished speaking, old lady Xia stood there, frozen. When they were young, their lives were very tough. She had never helped with cooking or taking care of children. Just now, after being scolded by Xia Qing, she didn't know what to say and only felt a buzzing in her head. Xia Qing was preparing to place an order on the app to find someone to repair the courtyard wall. Qingqing, we'll help fix your courtyard. The cement and everything are ready. We can start tomorrow, Grandpa Wu specifically came over to say. They had all been worried, and now that it was cold, they couldn't bear to go out early and late to sell vegetables for 2 days. When Xia Qing just returned, she had collected a large batch of vegetables, and they felt that having someone collect vegetables was truly their good fortune. Now that something had happened at Xia Qing's home, they were all willing to come and help. Thank you, Grandpa Wu. How much for the cement and bricks? I still need to pay for these. No need. You collecting our vegetables has already helped us a lot. The several grandpas were very enthusiastic, and Xia Qing no longer refused. Their village mainly grew vegetables and corn. Crops like rice were grown in large areas in the forest villages, but these matured twice a year. Their village grew less because very few households had large agricultural machinery. That night, Xia Qing arrived at Suyu's space. The base was now managed more strictly. The supplies just arrived at the warehouse today, and more than half have already been exchanged, Zhou Chen said. Li Yao was injured and was now in recovery. Zhou Chen was in charge. Brother Yu, we have already developed facial recognition technology, and the survivors at our base have started to be registered one after another, Yang Shua said. Good, Suyu replied. Chapter 154. Collaborating with Suyu's abilities. Suyu had already contacted the Longhua base. They agreed to cooperate, but the premise is that Brother Yu has to go there in person, Yang Shua said. Suyu had originally planned to go in person. Xia Qing came to collect some inventory from the clothing factory, ceramic factory, and cosmetics factory. I found the old traditional Chinese medicine facial masks. This is a finished product you can try out, Sudan said. This mask is mainly for skin rejuvenation. Okay, if you need any materials in the future, just let me know. Xia Qing was also generous. There's something I want to discuss with you. Go ahead. Why be polite between us? Xia Qing smiled. After cooperating for so long, Sudan was also a knowledgeable and reliable person. It's about sanitary pads. Actually, what you sent us was good, but I saw several brands, and these sanitary pads are not up to standard. Not up to standard? Their Longhua had very strict quality requirements. Xia Qing frowned. She had purchased well-known brand sanitary pads, which had always sold well in Huaghua. Yes, long-term use can cause hormonal imbalances in women, such as acne on the chin. The women at their base had long been exposed to bacterial contamination. In fact, their immune systems were stronger, so using these sanitary pads wasn't a big problem. It was better than having none, but the people in Xiaqing's space might not be so lucky. Long-term use could also lead to a decrease in female fertility. If you want to create a brand of traditional Chinese medicine sanitary pads, I can help you, but we need cotton. Sure, I'll buy some cotton later and we can make a small batch first. She was also a girl, and it felt a bit uncomfortable to think that such things could be faked, especially from big brands. There have been quite a few pregnancies in our base recently. The chances of getting pregnant have greatly increased, especially for the evolved ones, Sudan said. Recently, there had been about 100 or 200 pregnancies in the base. With so many humans reduced, they are still developing and evolving. Humans are the most adaptable, eliminating the weak. Don't worry, I will purchase a batch of baby supplies, Xiaoqing said. They could search for other supplies in the city, like clothing and shoes, but baby formula was a different story. After a while, Professor Zhang Yenshin also came to find Xiaoqing. Base leader, the artificial skeleton has been completed and can be implanted at any time. That's great. Xiaoqing was very excited. This meant her mother could stand up again. This artificial skeleton is made to match the genes perfectly, so others cannot use it, or there will be certain side effects. If it's a direct relative, it will have half the effect. Even half the effect was much better than those metal joints. This artificial skeleton completely matched the density of human bones and could function perfectly. In their country, those who had lost hands or feet could potentially have them perfectly integrated back into their bodies through the creation of artificial skeletons. For instance, a severed hand would be almost just a decoration with ordinary metal, but the artificial skeleton technology could restore finger movement, although it would require regular maintenance and should not be subjected to dangerous actions. However, basic daily life would be absolutely no problem, and it would be quite similar to human fingers. Alright, I'll go back and arrange the surgery for my mom. These are traditional Chinese medicine patches that help with bone recovery. Apply one every 3 days after the surgery. Okay, thank you, Professor Zhang. It's no trouble, no trouble, Zhang Yenshin said, feeling fulfilled in the base every day. Not only was food guaranteed, but life was also safe. He was older now, and not having to live a wandering life was the happiest thing. Xiaoqing took the items and stored them in her space. Suyu also came over and told Xiaoqing about going to the Kyoto Longwa base. Alright, I support whatever you do. She believed Suyu's actions were for the good of the base. They had built the base step by step, which was not easy, but without high-end technical talents to support them, it would take too long to move forward. Time was precious now. Only by quickly building the base could they cope with various dangers. The recent incident of the base being robbed made them realize that the base was still too weak and lacked the ability to respond to various dangers. They had food, but lacked the strength to protect it. They needed to build a fortress, have strong experts, and possess advanced technology. However, this time they didn't need to prepare so much. Suyu had already established coordinate points in the base, and Xiaoqing could take Suyu to freely navigate these points. The space had been upgraded once before, becoming more stable, and the capacity for storing items had greatly increased. Moreover, in the past few days, she discovered a small section of space that had been separated out. It was like a square space that had been squeezed out. She didn't know its purpose yet, but Xiaoqing could sense that this small space also required energy. Before we go to the Longwa base, let's take a few people to Shenkawa City, Suyu said. Xiaoqing understood that he meant to hunt big bugs to obtain ability crystals. Okay, the displacement vortex I have mastered can take at most 2 people at a time. No problem, Suyu replied. Li Yao and Wang Chang were both injured, and he planned to take Wang Han with him. Then just tell me when you're going, and I'll take you there. Perhaps it was because she was bound to Suyu's space and had simultaneously absorbed the awakening of the twins' abilities. Their powers could only be maximized when working together. Over here, Xiaoqing returned to the modern time and space, placing the collected goods in the warehouse and notifying the heads of various shops to pick up their items. In the afternoon, she bought a plane ticket and hurried to the Port City Hospital. Doctor, this is my mother's artificial skeleton, and this is the test report. I hope you can perform the implantation surgery for my mother. What can I say? Aside from medical joints, I cannot use other medical devices privately. That would be a violation of regulations, the doctor firmly refused. Doctor, I think you should take a look at this before making a decision. Xiaoqing opened the box, revealing an artificial skeleton specially customized for young Xia, along with some surgical suggestions and details. How is this possible? The material is so realistic. The doctor put on medical gloves to examine and test it. Indeed, this is more flexible and convenient than metal joints, and the weight is more suitable for the human body, the doctor said, astonished as he looked. This skeleton is made according to my mother's genes. I hope you can help my mother with the surgery. The doctor in front of Xiaoqing had also checked the information. He was a well-regarded doctor in Port City and had always been her mother's attending physician. I need to conduct machine tests before I can consider this. The doctor did not refuse outright, and Xia Cheng saw shock and excitement in his eyes. If the tests show no issues, I can perform the surgery on your mother. This material and the way it is made for artificial skeletons is flexible. If there are no infections, allergies, etc., it would be a groundbreaking proof in the academic field. But what exactly was this material made from? The doctor was also very curious, because even the best metal skeletons have peculiarities for the human body. In that case, the doctor would definitely be willing to perform this first surgery. After all, publishing a rare paper would be of great help to him. Chapter 155, a historic surgery. The doctor expedited the tests, and the results came out 2 hours later. The doctor excitedly came to find Xia Cheng. Miss Xia, the test results are out. This material is completely fine, but to know the real effect, we need to see it after implantation. Everything has its risks. Although the test results are fine, the report indicates that this material is over 90% similar to human skeletal muscle. May I ask which company produced this? If it were released, it would have already caused a stir in the medical community. This is a product developed by a professor friend of mine. It hasn't been officially launched yet. I see. If it can be officially used, it will definitely benefit more disabled individuals, the doctor said excitedly. It seemed that this new material, which had not yet hit the market, had similar situations, like the latest drugs that are first tested on volunteers before mass production. This is made according to each person's genes. I'm afraid it can't be mass-produced. Achieving such a perfect integration can only be customized, the doctor nodded, recognizing that this was similar to gene-targeted drugs. Doctor, can you perform this surgery for my mother? Xia Cheng asked, as this was her biggest concern. Yes, of course. However, since this is a new material, we need to sign an agreement stating that we are not responsible for any issues arising from the material afterward. Okay. It seems you have a lot of trust in this material. I also have high hopes for it. The compatibility with the human body is very high, the doctor said. Having been a doctor for decades, he could see that. But after all, it has never been used before, so this agreement still needs to be signed. Even commonly used medications can have issues. No problem. This material is absolutely fine, Xia Cheng said seriously. Alright, then I'll prepare the surgery time, probably scheduled for tomorrow morning. Please inform the patient to fast and refrain from drinking water. Okay. Xia Cheng felt quite anxious, but she trusted the standards of the post-apocalyptic world and had checked information about artificial bones on her phone. It was a very advanced material. The artificial bone also required comprehensive sterilization during implantation. In the small conference room were Chief Physician Yang Xia, Zhao Weiguo, and several young people from the department. Fang Zhou, you'll be the assistant for this surgery. Go back and prepare, said a young man wearing glasses, who, despite being only 28, was already a chief physician. The man adjusted his glasses and replied, okay. As you can see, this time we are implanting an artificial bone, which is different from before. If this surgery is successful, it will be a historic achievement. Of course, there are risks involved, as this synthetic material for the artificial bone is also being used for the first time. Gu Fangzhou looked at the test report in his hand and said, I've seen it. It is indeed very flexible. If it can be installed in the human body and not get infected afterward, the patient's recovery quality will greatly improve. It might even be indistinguishable from a normal person, but we don't know if it will be, as the report says, able to avoid allergies and so on. Now we must give it our all. Understood. The surgery the next day was taken very seriously, with the entire process being recorded, including the dean watching in real time from outside. Normally, an artificial bone that hasn't been marketed cannot enter surgery. If it were in the mainland, it would require review and approval, which would take more than half a month. However, here in the top private hospital in the port city, the top private doctors are essentially serving the wealthy. Xia Cheng could afford the surgery costs, which would be around 1 to 200,000 in the mainland. But here, it was nearly over $1 million. Mom, don't be nervous. It will definitely go smoothly. I'm not nervous. This hospital looks very impressive, Yang Xia said. Her recovery had been quick during her few days here. You can go in now, we will wait for you outside. After comforting Yang Xia, she was anesthetized and pushed into the operating room. Xia Cheng and Xia Jixian waited outside. Dad, don't worry, Mom is just having a leg surgery. It will definitely be fine. When Mom recovers, I'll give you both a surprise, Xia Cheng said firmly. The villa would almost be renovated by the time they returned. Your mom really suffered in this car accident, Xia Jixian sighed. Anyway, Xia Lei had already been taken into custody, which was a lesson for him. An hour later, the surgery was completed. This surgery was much simpler than we imagined, a perfect fit, Zhao Weiguo said excitedly. This will be a historic victory. The artificial bone fit perfectly with Yang Xia's leg, and as long as the recovery went well, it could completely replace it, and walking would not be an issue at all. As long as the surgery went smoothly, thank you, doctor. Alright, the follow-up will be handled by my disciple Gu Yuanzhou, who will closely monitor the patient's condition. Okay. Zhao Weiguo hurriedly left after performing a major surgery. Everyone in the hospital was reviewing, and he had taken it very seriously. Bone replacement surgery was also a physically demanding task. It's you! Xia Qing was taken aback when she saw the young man with glasses, a very refined-looking doctor. Gu Yuanzhou frowned slightly, seemingly not recognizing Xia Qing. Xia Qing chose not to say anything further. Gu Yuanzhou was her senior's boyfriend, and they had only met once for a meal. How is my mom doing now? The patient needs to be observed for a day or two. Once stable, she can return to the ward. Okay. Xia Qing nodded. Family members are not allowed to enter during the observation period, so they can only wait in the ward. Dad, don't worry. Everything went very smoothly. We just need to wait. In the afternoon, Xia Qing went to the mother and baby store to buy 20 boxes of milk powder. There have been quite a few babies born in the base recently, and due to the evolution of the mothers, they can only breastfeed for a month. After that, they can only rely on milk powder. Returning to the apocalyptic time and space. Xia Qing, we are ready to go to Xinchuan City, Suyu said. Wang Han felt a bit nervous and asked, can we really get to Xinchuan in the blink of an eye? We can, right? Xia Qing had only tried it herself. Alright, you just need to walk in directly. A silver, pitch-black vortex formed in front of Xia Qing. I'm feeling a bit dizzy, Wang Han couldn't help but say. Let's go. Suyu was the first to step in, and Wang Han felt he couldn't back down, so he steeled himself and walked in. As the two entered, the silver vortex immediately disappeared. My brother won't be in trouble, will he? Wang Mi said nervously. Don't worry, he will be fine. Zhang Liang, are you going? Xia Qing asked. She could teleport two people at once, but she could do it many times. It just consumed a bit of energy, and she estimated she could only open it once or twice in a short time. People are always afraid of the unknown, and Zhang Liang was no exception. I'll wait a bit. Xia Qing didn't force him and directly disappeared. For her, Suyu was her mobile coordinate. No matter where he was, she could now move to his side. Chapter 156, Teleportation. Wang Han and Suyu were both traveling through space for the first time. Suyu felt nothing and adapted very well. I'm feeling a bit dizzy and nauseous, Wang Han said, his face pale. While others get carsick or airsick, Wang Han was experiencing space sickness. The next second, Xia Qing appeared beside Suyu, taking out a sour plum drink from the space. Drink this, it will help. Thank you. Wang Han cheered up. The drink tasted much better than water. After feeling better, they indeed saw their current location. I can't believe it's here, Wang Han exclaimed. The ground still had the remains of the bugs they had hunted not long ago, but now only bones were left. Let's go. Hunt the bug beasts. During the day, the bug beasts stay underground, but there are also solitary ones. Suyu held a Swiss army knife, and Wang Han also had a weapon. Xia Qing held a military dagger, feeling a bit eager to try. The road was littered with broken stones and cracks. One misstep could lead to a fall. Put on the flying backpacks, Suyu said. Okay. Both Wang Han and Suyu put on their flying backpacks. Xia Qing didn't need one. If she fell, she could just enter the space and teleport to Suyu's side or to a location he had marked. The sun was bright here, and there were sparkling things on the ground, including a diamond ring. Xia Qing casually picked it up and stored it in her space. She felt more like she was here to shop. Suyu and Wang Han hunted the bug beasts. They had killed 5, but none had any ability crystals inside. Now you know how lucky you were last time, right? Just going out to kill a bug beast got you twin ability crystals. I've been here hunting for half a year and haven't seen a single bug produce 2 ability crystals, Wang Han said. Keep looking. The next second, Xia Qing disappeared again. This time, she had called for a meeting from the base. All evolvers attended the meeting, and within 10 minutes, everyone was present. The task of slaying bug beasts can yield ability crystals. Who wants to sign up? Only 2 people can go at a time, once a day. What are ability crystals? Are they like crystal beads? An evolver asked. Energized crystals can mutate and produce superpowered individuals. They can control fire, water, and so on. A few people stirred with excitement upon hearing this. Of course, there were ordinary people who wanted to go as well, but the chance for them to absorb energized crystals was even lower. Evolvers had a 50% chance, while ordinary people probably only had a 5 to 10% chance. The evolvers were all very excited and eager to go. They knew that only those with strength could protect themselves after the base was robbed by superpowered individuals. You can go, but there are mutated bugs over there, and there are quite a few of them, which poses a danger. Not every bug has an energized crystal. Xiaoqing clarified the pros and cons first. The base leader is over there, but you can also wait for us to hunt for energized crystals, but redeeming points will cost 1,000 points. If I teleport, you will also have to give me one energized crystal when you return. The mutated bug meat is also edible. How you choose is up to you, Xiaoqing said in a deep voice. The base had already provided a good platform. I'll go, Xian said. I'll go too, Zhou Chen added. The rest can sign up with Zhang Liang, only 2 can go each day. The others thought about it and also wanted to go. Energized crystals could trigger superpowers. Although the chance was slim, everyone hoped to hit the jackpot, and they were no exception. I think we can go, not only for the energized crystals, but the bug meat is also edible. The deputy base leader said it would be fine. Yeah, bug meat is still meat. In the base, vegetables were cheap to redeem, but meat was very expensive, and they usually hesitated to redeem it. With so many going, Xiaoqing wouldn't have to do anything else. Just transporting these people every day would be enough trouble, so she arranged it once a day. As she absorbed more energy, the number of people she could teleport would increase. Xian and Zhou Chen were both ready. You might feel a bit dizzy. Xiaoqing formed a vortex, and Xian and Zhou Chen exchanged glances before stepping into the vortex together. Everything went dark, and they felt a bit dizzy. If an ordinary person were to travel like this, they would probably vomit. Those with weaker constitutions would faint. There are bug beasts here, so you must be careful. You need to return here by 4 p.m. If you can't make it back, find a place to hide first. I will only teleport you back at 4 p.m., Xiaoqing said. Understood, Deputy Base Leader. If we don't find any energized crystals, can we still go back? Xian asked, scratching his head awkwardly. After all, she had mentioned that teleportation required giving up an energized crystal. You can pay off the debt with points, Xiaoqing smiled, showing her human side. I will stay here until I find an energized crystal before going back, Zhou Chen said. He couldn't waste the opportunity now that he was here. Waiting to go back in line might take who knows how long. Since we're so familiar, I'll give you this food. You can divide it among yourselves. The meat from these mutated bugs can also be roasted and eaten, Xiaoqing reminded them again. Okay, thank you, Deputy Base Leader. Xian expressed his gratitude. Zhou Chen was also very thankful. In the next moment, Xiaoqing disappeared from the spot. She went to Su Yu's side to inform him of the situation. Let's cooperate for now, Zhou Chen said. No problem, Xian replied. After all, they had arrived in a new environment, and the two of them were just right to cooperate, both being brothers who came from the base. As for the energized crystals obtained, whoever killed would take them. Su Yu and Wang Han arrived at another street. With a swoosh, Su Yu quickly dispatched a bug, striking true at the weakness behind its neck. Let me try to dig it out, Xiaoqing said eagerly. Okay. Xiaoqing put on leather gloves and pulled out a round orb. I got it, Xiaoqing exclaimed happily. There really is one. Wang Han said in surprise. It seems Xiaoqing had a bit of luck after all. Next, they continued to kill several lone insect beasts. There are only so many insect beasts that go solo during the day, but at night, they surge out of the ground one by one, and it's truly shocking. They lay hundreds of eggs at once. For those with a fear of clusters, it was unbearable to look at. There must be a queen insect underground, Wang Han said. Just like an ant queen, it keeps laying eggs. Their body structure devours zombies, which carry crystal beads, and then they transform within, with some insect beasts condensing into ability crystals. Even if you get ability crystals, it doesn't necessarily mean you can activate your powers every time, but it can restore energy. They absorbed dozens of them before they were activated. Of course, some had different physiques. Chapter 157. I thought you had forgotten me. Today we killed more than a dozen big bugs and got 3 ability crystals, Xiaoqing frowned. Wang Han's expression changed, looking sourly at Xiaoqing. They used to kill for a whole day without seeing a single ability crystal. Today Xiaoqing got 3 and was still showing off. By 4 in the afternoon, she waited at the marked location for Xian and Zhou Chen. So, are you guys going back today? We've decided to stay for another 2 days. The food you gave us is enough for 2 days, Xian said. Saving a bit means they could eat for a few more days. Alright, then be careful, don't go out at night. The bugs come out in droves, Xiaoqing reminded. Okay. Xiaoqing took Su Yu and Wang Han back. Sister Qing, more than 30 evolvers have signed up, Zhang Liang said. Got it. More than 30, with 2 people a day. It would take some time to get through the queue. The people behind were also watching. Xiaoqing was very happy with the 3 ability crystals and quickly absorbed them. She noticed that the extra space in her storage had changed, gaining a time-space flow rate. Xiaoqing took an apple from the space and put it into that small space. Within a few minutes, the apple began to rot. Is this an accelerated space? It was only 5 or 6 square meters, and Xiaoqing didn't dare to go in. Wouldn't her age increase if she did? Xia Qing tried putting other things in and found they could all accelerate. If she put in a few fruit trees, wouldn't they grow rapidly in the accelerated state? This was worth a try. This ability crystal is indeed a good thing. Suyu planned to go to the Longwa base in Kyoto. He could have someone come from the base, but he also wanted to mark the location himself. The places Suyu marked had to be personally visited. In the conference room, Suyu delegated all matters of the base. He was about to drive to Kyoto, and those accompanying him were Wang Han, Zhang Liang, Cheng Jun, and Wang Mi. Wang Han was also worried about leaving his sister alone at the base, so he brought her along, plus his sister was a water-type ability user, making the journey much easier. Xia Qing could teleport to Suyu's side at any time, as well as to the marked locations, to replenish the base's food supply. During the time I'm away, Xia Qing will be in charge of everything at the base, Suyu said. Understood. Xia Qing collected a lot of crystal beads through points. Others exchanged crystal beads for points to trade for food. The crystal beads belonged to her, and every day she continued to absorb them to enlarge her space. However, that small special space did not increase. 3 days later, Yang Xia's bones had healed well, and after 3 days of observation with no allergic reactions, she was transferred to a regular ward. Almost every 3 hours, a doctor would come to inquire about her condition. Miss Xia, can we have a private chat? Gu Fangzhou adjusted his glasses, speaking a bit awkwardly. Sure. The two stood on the hospital rooftop, where they could see the scenery of the garden. Gu Fangzhou handed Xia Qing a cup of coffee. Thank you. Is there something on your mind? From my observations these past few days, your mother's artificial bones are made perfectly. She has passed the high-risk period for infection. Xia Cheng nodded, feeling much better. The technology for artificial bones in this post-apocalyptic world is indeed quite advanced. At least Yang Xia will be able to live a normal life in the future. Otherwise, even if she had artificial joints installed, part of her would have to be amputated, leaving her disabled. Yes, thank you, doctor. Xia Qing thought about why Gu Fangzhou had called her out alone and recalled the unspoken rules among doctors. Dr. Gu, let's add each other on WeChat. Sure. After scanning for WeChat, Xia Qing was pondering how much money would be appropriate to transfer to Dr. Gu. Gu Fangzhou adjusted his glasses, swallowed hard, as if he had made a decision, and said, Miss Xia, I would like to ask you for a favor. What is it? My sister had a car accident when she was young, and she is severely allergic to prosthetics, which has made it impossible for her to walk normally. After he finished speaking, Xia Qing immediately understood his meaning. You also want this artificial bone? Yes, I can pay for it, Gu Fangzhou said hurriedly. It's not just about the money, my mother hasn't fully recovered yet. You're ordering it now, which shows a lot of trust. I'm a doctor, I can certainly tell how good the medical equipment is. For ordinary metal joints, at least a week of observation is needed. Your mother shows no signs of infection, and the compatibility with her body is over 90%. I believe that once Dr. Zhao's paper is published, many will come to you to buy artificial bones, Gu Fangzhou said. So he just wanted to order in advance. The customization would take a long time. Okay, but I can't guarantee anything because my friend is quite eccentric, Xia Qing said. That's great. Gu Fangzhou was also very excited. This way, his sister would have a chance to stand up. In that case, we will need a vial of your sister's blood and a full-body MRI report. Artificial bones are customized based on each person's genes. I see, no wonder the integration is so perfect. Gu Fangzhou nodded. You can mention the price. The best metal joints on the market range from 300,000 to 500,000. Each joint position has a different area. Okay, I will ask about the price. Actually, the main reason was that Xia Qing didn't know how to price it, so she didn't mention it for now. This needs to be customized, so it will take some time. Understood. If there's a chance, I can treat you to a meal, Gu Fangzhou said happily. How are things with Wu Shui? Xia Qing casually asked. She had a decent relationship with Wu Shui. She should be in the Magic City. Gu Fangzhou looked at Xia Qing's suspicious expression and said, We're not in a romantic relationship, she's my cousin. I thought you had forgotten about me. After Gu Fangzhou said this, his expression was slightly unusual. That time they had dinner, Gu Fangzhou was there, along with Wu Shui, Xia Qing's roommate. Xia Qing thought for a moment. Indeed, Gu Fangzhou hadn't mentioned being her boyfriend when he came. You should take your sister's blood and save it. If we can customize it, I will notify you. She needed to ask Professor Zhang how much material for the artificial bones was left. In the afternoon, Dr. Zhao Weiguo specifically came to find Xia Qing. Miss Xia, the materials for these artificial bones represent a significant advancement in bone medicine. They can give many disabled people a chance to stand up again. I understand your point, and I won't hide anything. We should at least wait until my mother fully recovers, right? Xia Qing said. After all, this is just the first case. Zhao Weiguo expressed his understanding. He was too excited. He had originally wanted to wait until Yang Xia fully recovered, but he was still too late. Xia Qing was pondering in her heart that it seemed she was going to acquire a biotechnology company. However, even if she acquired a biotechnology company now, they didn't have the advanced equipment like in the apocalypse. But acquiring a biotechnology company would certainly make things much easier. It seemed she had to find a way to set up a system, and she also needed to figure out the material components for making artificial bones. With this in mind, she called Moon again. "Which company are you looking to acquire this time?" Moon asked. "Ha, do you think I only look for you when I have nothing else to do?" Moon thought to herself that most of the time, Xia Qing just sent her messages on WeChat, and only for big matters like company acquisitions did she call. But really, it's about acquiring a company. "Help me acquire a biotechnology company, preferably one that specializes in medical devices." There was a pause on Moon's end before she replied, "Okay, but even a small biotechnology company won't be cheap. Then let's go for a small company within 300 million. She didn't have much money left. Acquiring a large biotechnology company would cost hundreds of billions, which she couldn't afford. The small companies only produce reagent kits. Xia Qing thought for a moment and said, "No problem, but I need some high-paid technical staff and a manager." "Got it. Qing Tian Technology Company has been established, but they haven't developed any new products recently." "Understood. I'll contact the person in charge of Qing Tian Technology." Technology companies are all about technology. Such investments are significant, and it's normal for research to take years without results. "I know, just hurry up with the biotechnology company matters. Let me know when there are leads. I need to go there in person." "Okay." Moon hung up the phone, knowing she would be busy again soon. Her work was getting busier and busier. Xia Qing got through to the person in charge of Qing Tian Technology, Lu Zhanqing, a top student from Huazhong University of Science and Technology, who had won provincial-level ACM information awards during his studies. "Boss, what can I do for you?" Lu Zhanqing was still very polite. After all, she was the super major shareholder investing in them. They had met and exchanged numbers when the technology company was first established. "Do you have any progress on that aircraft?" Xia Qing asked. As soon as Lu Zhanqing heard it was a work report, he became serious. "We're currently programming it, but our research on the jetpack is stuck on the energy aspect. The main issue was energy consumption, considering the human body weighs at least 100 pounds. I'll give you a manufacturing diagram, see if you get any inspiration." "Ah, okay." Lu Zhanqing was a bit surprised. To him, Xia Qing was an outsider. He couldn't believe she wanted to give him a manufacturing diagram, but since it was from the boss, he had to take it seriously. After all, the technology company was still in a consumption phase, with no profits yet, and they were still drawing high salaries. Since Xia Qing was giving Lu Zhanqing the diagram, she wasn't worried about him betraying her, as they had already signed a labor contract. Even if someone wanted to poach him, the things he had worked on couldn't be taken away. Moreover, if he were poached in the same field, he couldn't work in that field for 5 years, which was a non-compete clause that technology companies would sign, along with confidentiality agreements. There was a clause in criminal law regarding the infringement of trade secrets, which not only required hefty fines but also imprisonment. After hanging up the phone, Xia Qing took out the flying backpack she had obtained from the apocalypse. According to Suyu, this was just a civilian flying backpack, manually controlled. If it were military grade, it would come with an adaptive flight control system, biological sensors, environmental perception capabilities, energy efficiency, and so on. However, even if it is for civilian use, it is still high technology that has not yet been broken through in their world. Xia Qing drew the design of the backpack, including writing the manual. She was originally a major in painting, and the details she drew were very precise. After finishing everything based on the manual on the backpack, she sent it to Lu Zhanqing's WeChat. Lu Zhanqing glanced at the photos Xia Qing sent. To his surprise, the more he looked, the more excited he became, and he immediately printed out the image. They were still considering what kind of energy could replace it and how this battery was manufactured. Lu Zhanqing sent Xia Qing a whole bunch of questions. Xia Qing felt a bit dazed after reading them. After thinking for a moment, she directly traveled to the apocalypse to find Mubo. "The structure of this energy battery is like this. I'll write down the programming for the design and send it to your phone shortly," Mubo said. He was originally a senior technician at a rice technology company, and the civilian flying backpacks were all products of their company. "Okay," Xia Qing replied. Now Mubo was establishing a technical research department at the base, currently researching car modifications and upgrading the base's intelligence system. Lu Zhanqing was waiting for news on his side, and he already had a significant breakthrough in his mind. They were holding a small team meeting for research. This boss behind it was quite impressive. Lu Zhanqing no longer underestimated Xia Cheng and treated her as an ordinary major shareholder. Subsequently, after Xia Qing received the information, she sent it to Lu Zhanqing in batches. However, the new energy battery technology was still lacking a bit in their era, so the finished product had a shorter lifespan. In the apocalypse, ordinary civilian flying backpacks could last for several hours without issue, but the batteries they designed could only last half an hour, which was still a significant breakthrough. Xia Qing also sent Lu Zhanqing the principle of the air purifier. Although the technology company was small, it was not a problem to work on two projects simultaneously. A technology company needed to have continuous profits, so investing in the research of this purifier was not an issue. I hope this air purifier can be produced as soon as possible. No problem, Lu Zhanqing replied. The boss had already sent over the principles and design drawings. They just needed to find the materials, have the factory produce it, and then conduct inspections. The flying backpack project would likely require some time for research, but with the materials Xia Qing provided, the time had already been greatly shortened. Xia Qing had also acquired a biological company located in Changsha. She had applied for a patent for artificial skeletal devices. Although it had not yet been marketed, it was already under the name of Qing Tian Biological Company. This biological company also produced medical devices, among which the most famous were reagent kits, bone screws, and implant materials, etc. Although the artificial skeleton had applied for a patent, it could not be produced in this time and space due to a lack of materials. The material closest to human bone, super, only existed in the apocalypse. She was already manufacturing the machine. Replicating one was not a problem, but the material was the key issue. It seemed that she could only obtain this material from the apocalypse. Super material was extracted from the bones of mutated animals in their world during the apocalypse, so it did not exist in this world. Thinking about the large sum of money needed for the acquisition, she came up with a good idea. She picked up her phone and called Xu Xiu. Xu Xiu, do you want to discuss a business deal? Xu Xiu's side was quite chaotic. He raised his hand, and everyone around him stopped their movements, instantly becoming quiet. I have a batch of jewelry that you can help me sell in the Myanmar area, and I'll give you a 2% commission. Selling jewelry in the Myanmar area should be fine, right? All of her jewelry came from the apocalypse, and the Myanmar area was chaotic, with large jade factories, so selling it wouldn't trace back to the source. It was dangerous for her to sell it herself. Now that Xu Xiu was in the Myanmar area, having someone help her sell it would be much more convenient. Of course, he needed this deal as well. Transfer the money to my Swiss bank account. Swiss banks are the most confidential international banks. Xia Qing provided Xu Xiu with a string of bank account numbers. I'll have someone send the jewelry to the border. Okay. Xu Xiu's voice was hoarse. I hope we have a pleasant cooperation. Xia Qing hung up the phone. At that moment, Xu Xiu held a phone in one hand and a gun in the other. A bloodied man was kneeling on the ground, trembling all over. Xiu, please let me go. I'll give you all these piglets. Xu Xiu pressed the gun against the man's forehead, his voice icy cold. The time I just spent on the phone was your mercy. With a bang, the gun fired, and a blood hole appeared on the man's forehead. Xiu, what about the people here? Ho Jia asked. Those who are willing to stay can stay, those who aren't can leave. Those who have blood on their hands will all be killed, Xu Xiu said coldly. All right. They had already taken control of 2 factories and had acquired a luxurious KTV, where women used to be placed to accompany drinks and engage in underground transactions. There would still be accompanying drinks, after all. Without it, there would be no business. But Xu Xiu would ensure their safety. Changing this place was not something that could be done overnight. Moreover, what he wanted most was revenge. Xu Xiu looked at the name Xia Qing on his phone. He was in desperate need of money. To establish himself here, money was essential. Otherwise, how could he support so many people? He also had to pay bribes to the Myanmar military. This place was chaotic inside and out. Compared to those war-torn countries in Central Africa, at least they were always facing outward. But in Myanmar, more than half were Chinese. The most powerful forces here were indeed the Chinese, deceiving their own people, committing fraud, organ trafficking, money laundering, human trafficking, and so on. All kinds of dark industries existed here. To oppose him, without money, nothing could be accomplished. He didn't care where Xia Qing's jewelry came from, whether it was stolen or robbed. As long as there was money involved, that was enough. Perhaps he was helping her sell stolen goods? Xu Xiu thought of Xia Qing's seemingly innocent face, which remained calm even when seeing blood, making it hard for him to see through her. From now on, Xia Cheng would be his biggest financial backer. Meanwhile, Xia Cheng was already contemplating what to do next. She had the contact information for her previous bodyguard company and hired a domestic bodyguard. The bodyguard would arrive in Port City tomorrow afternoon to help her transport the jewelry. After all, shipping jewelry via express delivery wasn't very safe. In the future, she could sell large quantities of jewelry from the apocalypse through Chuxiu. The gold she obtained from the apocalypse could be melted down and remade into jewelry at the gold shop he previously opened in Han City, but things like jade and gemstones were harder to say. Taking out a few would be fine, but taking out too many would raise suspicion. This was an information age. She remembered there were also surveillance jammers. It seemed she needed to issue tasks at the base. Half a month later, Yang Xia's body had fully recovered, and she could even walk, though not for long. Xia Cheng applied traditional Chinese medicine patches on Yang Xia's legs every day. This patch feels warm after applying it. It feels full of strength, Yang Xia said with a smile. Of course, Qingqing said this is medicine prepared by a master of traditional Chinese medicine, Xia Jixiang said. Meanwhile, Xia Qing had completed the discharge procedures and was packing her things to leave. She had already purchased her plane ticket. Where's my dad? Xia Qing, preparing to leave the hospital, didn't see Xia Jixiang with Yang Xia. Miss Xia. Gu Fangzhou hurried over, and Xia Qing knew what he was going to ask. Don't worry, the blood genetic testing has been completed. Once it's customized, a company will contact you. Okay. Gu Fangzhou felt much more at ease upon hearing Xia Qing's words. At least his sister had hope now. There were still plenty of artificial bone materials left from the apocalypse, and making 100 pieces was not a problem. However, these were consumable items, and Xia Qing had also purchased a batch of materials through a biotech company, which had been delivered to the apocalypse. In fact, Gu Fangzhou's artificial bones had already been made, but Xia Cheng didn't want to give them out too quickly. Being too efficient could bring her some trouble. After all, she had only recently acquired Qing Tian Biotech, and everything needed to be perfected. In the afternoon, they took a plane back to Han City. I feel like I can still walk. No need for a wheelchair, Yang Xia said, feeling that she had recovered quite well. Mom, just sit down. When we get home, Uncle might come over to cause trouble. If he sees you can walk, won't it be even louder? Yang Xia thought about it and agreed. Driving back home, the yard had already been repaired, and many villagers saw Yang Xia and Xia Jixiang return. Ah Xia, you're back. I heard your car accident was quite serious. Just glad to be back. Yang Xia and Xia Qing walked to the front door, where several villagers were happily chatting. After exchanging pleasantries for a while, they finally went inside. How come I didn't know our family is so well liked in the village now? Yang Xia muttered. The room was a mess. There were still many snack bags on the coffee table in the living room, and the dish rack in the kitchen had unwashed bowls. The bathroom smelled terrible, and it was unclear how long it had been since it was last cleaned. The floor was also dirty, looking like it hadn't been mopped in 10 days or half a month, and the vacuum robot was nowhere to be found. Is this our home? Yang Xia was about to explode upon seeing this scene. Xia Qing frowned. The last time she came back, she went straight to the second floor. Did someone rob the house? Xia Jixiang was also puzzled. Where were his cigarettes and alcohol? Don't worry, let me check the surveillance. The house was still connected to cameras, and she checked the footage, discovering that her grandmother had brought Xia Xiaopeng over to play. Xiaopeng knew there was no one at home, so when it snowed, he invited his friends over to play. They had also broken the vacuum robot while playing. Yang Xia's face turned pale, and Xia Jixiang was so angry he couldn't speak. I'm going to find them and settle this. Do they think our home is their own? Not only did they crash into our yard wall, but now they treat our home like a playground? Xia Jixiang slammed the table and was about to go to his uncle's house to reason with them. At that moment, Grandma Xia returned. Oh, Jixiang, Xia, you're back. I couldn't reach you for so many days. Mom, did you let Xiaopeng come over to play? And brought his classmates too? Look at what the house has become. Xia Jixiang frowned. Grandma Xia didn't see any problem. Isn't the house fine? What's the big deal? Jixiang, you're overreacting. Grandma Xia didn't feel there was any issue at all. Mom, look at what the house has turned into. Jixiang, how can you talk to your mother like that? I raised you both with so much effort. Do you think it was easy for me? I worked and took care of you too. Now that I'm old, you both are starting to resent me. Now the eldest is worried about Lele, and Xiaopeng has no one to take care of him, so I brought him over. What's wrong with that? Grandma Xia truly didn't understand why, after working hard all her life, she ended up with this outcome. Raising children to prevent aging, she had 2 sons, yet the eldest resented her. Didn't the second son understand her either? Xia Jixiang listened to this in silence. Their parents had worked hard when they were young, but when did things change? It started when they didn't treat things equally, when they got married, when he had a daughter. Grandma, we never looked down on you. You went to my uncle's house, and now you're over 70, yet you're still sweeping the floor, cooking, and taking care of your grandchildren? But when you came to our house, it was my mom who cooked, and every year for the new year, it was my mom who prepared your clothes. You never had to do much around the house. When my grandfather was sick, my parents took turns caring for him. What's there to feel sorry about? What's there to blame you for? What's there to say you're unfilial? Yes, you don't look down on my dad, you just look down on my mom, because my mom gave birth to me, unlike my uncle, who had 2 sons. This statement shook Grandma Xia to her core, tearing apart the veil that covered her heart. It was at this moment that the balance in her heart began to tilt, and later, when she learned that young Xia could not have children, that balance completely tipped. Grandma Xia's face turned extremely ugly. She looked up at Xia Qing, wanting to refute, but her throat felt as if it were being choked, and she couldn't speak. Grandma, it's the 21st century now, not the 40s and 50s of your time. Daughters can also provide well for their parents and take care of them in their old age. Grandma Xia was momentarily speechless, and suddenly felt dizzy and fell to the ground. Emergency room of Han City First Hospital. What happened? The old lady was fine at my house. How did she get so upset that she ended up in the hospital as soon as you came back? Tian Kaihua felt a surge of resentment in her heart, and now seeing Xia Qing, she couldn't help but voice it. Aunt, you said it yourself, we just got back. How could we have upset Grandma? And Aunt, you should manage Xiao Peng. The child doesn't understand, bringing a bunch of kids to my house, but the adults shouldn't be clueless either, right? Xia Qing said indifferently. Isn't it okay for Xiao Peng to go see Grandma? Tian Kaihua said haughtily. She wanted Xiao Peng to go to Xia Qing's house. Her eldest son had suffered so much. Going to Xia Qing's house to watch TV and eat snacks was also saving them money. Recently, my robot vacuum cleaner has gone missing, along with my dad's cigarettes and alcohol. I don't even know if other things are missing. Aunt, you might not know, but I have cameras in my living room. Upon hearing this, Aunt became flustered. It's just a vacuum cleaner. Xiao Peng accidentally took it to my house to play. I'll return it tomorrow. I don't want to keep someone else's trash. Disgusting. If Xiao Peng is already stealing at such a young age, what will happen when he grows up? If the parents of such a naughty child don't educate him, sooner or later, the police will have to. Tian Saiwa's face turned red with anger. Looking at Xia Qing's proud and arrogant face, she wanted to reach out and pull her down. But Xia Qing was speaking the truth, and Tian Kaihua could only swallow her resentment. Anyway, her big villa had already been renovated. Spending more money on renovations naturally made it faster. Her tech company's air purifiers were just in time to be put to use. Before long, the old lady had successfully stabilized and was standing in the hospital room. The old lady had a stroke. It will take 2 to 3 months to recover, especially since she is older, the doctor said, finishing his instructions before leaving. For the past month, we have been taking care of Grandma while young Xia was sick. We've been caring for her for 2 months straight. The remaining 2 months should be your turn, Tian Kaihua quickly said. Grandma Xia had a stroke, her mouth twisted, but her eyes could still move. What are you taking care of? It's still my grandma who cooks and does laundry for you every day and picks up the kids. You think just because Grandma had a stroke and can't move, you can just throw her out? Xia Qing spoke without mercy. Perhaps she didn't have the confidence before, but now she was full of it. Hearing Xia Qing's direct words, Tian Kaihua felt a bit guilty, but she simply decided to let it all go. If it's your family's turn to take care of her, then it's your family's turn. We agreed on this from the beginning. The doctor just said that she might recover in 2 to 3 months. If she hasn't recovered well in 2 months, she will find a way to delay it until the old lady is better, and then she will take her away. The old lady struggled to turn her eyes towards the eldest son, Xia Jiqing, without saying a word. It was said back then that both would take care of her when she fell ill. We will come to pick up the old lady in 2 months. Tian Kaihua pulled the silent Xia Jiqing away. This way, others would blame the daughter-in-law, and no one would blame the eldest son, only feeling that he was being oppressed. Xia Qing turned back to look at the old lady, tears streaming down her face, not knowing if it was sadness, regret, or if she finally saw something clearly. Then the old lady looked worriedly at Xia Jixiang. If this son also didn't care for her, would she really be left with no one to rely on? Yes, I'm sorry. The old lady struggled to utter these words. She had always been in good health, and suddenly falling ill and lying in bed made her extremely panicked, as if at that moment she had become a child without security, waiting for adults to arrange her fate. We definitely can't stay at home anymore, Xia Qing said. The house was in a complete mess, and Xia Qing had no mood to go back. Finding a cleaner would take half a day. We'll move to a new house. Move to a new house? Xia Jixiang was still a bit taken aback. What about our house? After living there for so many years, they were going to move? We'll find someone to tidy it up, you can come back to live whenever you want. Didn't we say we'd give you a surprise this time? Xia Qing looked at the immobile old lady, her heart filled with mixed emotions. After all, she was still grandma, and Xia Jishang still had the responsibility to care for her. The law was still quite strict these days. It was pitiful to grow old, but those who are pitiful must have their faults. As for my grandma, let's find a caregiver. It was impossible for her or her mother to take care of her. Half an hour later, they arrived in the suburbs of Hancheng, not far from their village, about a 20-minute drive. There had been earth-shattering changes here, with layers of ancient buildings still under construction in the distance. This was the ancient film and television city she had built, which had already taken shape. It would take another 6 months to fully complete the construction and decoration. A row of villas had already been built here, and only Xia Qing's villa was fully decorated. Dad, Mom, this will be our home from now on. Nestled by the mountains and rivers, with a film city nearby, Xia Jixiang and Yang Xia stared wide-eyed, in disbelief. This was the new home? Wasn't this some luxury hotel? How could a home be this big? Yang Xia was so surprised that she got off the wheelchair. Although the landscaping hadn't been fully completed and there were still a few workers laying grass, the overall decoration was already finished. Xia Qing had already chosen the basic furniture for the house, and it had all been installed gradually. You can't enter, this is a private residence. A man in a green work vest blocked their way. There were a total of 10 villas built on this street, and Xia Qing's was the largest. There was also an apartment. Once the film city was fully established, there would definitely be people renting apartments here. The entire villa area was enclosed and had been given a name, and there was now property management and security. The other villas had already been built, but Xia Qing's was the only one that hadn't been sold yet. Yang Xia's excitement turned into nervousness, feeling that it was somewhat unbelievable that they could now live in such a large luxury house. This is my home, why can't I enter? Xia Qing remained calm. She called Moon, and soon a person in charge hurried out. Hello, Miss Xia, the man said respectfully. The person who had just stopped Xia Qing also felt a bit embarrassed, mainly because there were often people coming to this villa. Xia Qing didn't mind, after all, it was for her to keep an eye on the place. The equipment in the villa has been renovated, and the furniture you selected has been moved in. This is the garage, with a front yard and a backyard. The front yard is currently being landscaped, while the backyard has already been completed. The house is equipped with a smart voice system, with a total of 3 floors, and the first floor has a dedicated maid's room. This is the smart voice system from Shagua, which allows you to control all the appliances with the tablet in your hand, or you can download the app on your phone. Once the landscaping outside is finished, everything will be complete. The entire house has undergone formaldehyde removal treatment and is ready for immediate occupancy. In fact, the furniture purchased for Xia Qing was from major brands, all of the highest environmental standards, and most of it was solid wood. Additionally, the entire house is equipped with a ventilation and filtration system, so formaldehyde issues are minimal. The smart voice door has been set up, and you can register your fingerprints. Okay, thank you for your trouble, Xia Qing replied. Not a trouble at all. If you have any questions, just call me immediately. I'm here to serve you, the man said respectfully. This was not just a big client, he was their big boss. Xia Jixiang and Yang Xia strolled around the villa, occasionally gasping in surprise, with their mouths agape at the huge floor-to-ceiling windows, the terrace, and the small swimming pool outside that had yet to be filled with water. The completely open space layout, combined with the giant floor-to-ceiling windows, offered an incredible view. There was also a water bar, a double-height ceiling, and a full wall of open wine racks waiting for the owner to store wine. This wine rack, it's truly my dream rack, Xia Jixiang exclaimed excitedly, then suddenly remembered that a lot of the wine at home had been taken away, and he felt sad again. Dad, I'll bring you some good wine in a couple of days. In her space, there was still wine from the apocalypse side, which could be stored. The most famous wine from their place, Longhua, was medicinal wine. It was good for health, but Xia Qing still needed to change the bottles. Is there an elevator installed on the 3rd floor? Xia Jixiang looked at the elevator, feeling it was a bit extravagant. There was also a staircase in the living room, a large spiral staircase. Jixiang, pinch me. Am I dreaming? Is this really our home? Yang Xia looked at the enormous living room. A crystal chandelier hung from above. How much effort would it take to clean such a large light? Now that the house was fully renovated and furnished, there were still some details missing, like pots, pans, and slippers, which they needed to buy themselves. Mom and Dad, you can stay on the 2nd or 3rd floor. The room on the 1st floor is for the maid. Do we still need to hire a maid? Yang Xia said, feeling a bit overwhelmed. Looking at this house made her dizzy. Labor costs were the highest these days. Yes, with such a big house, we can't expect you to clean it, right? Besides, We need to find a caregiver for Grandma. Alright, Mom and Dad, don't worry about it. Just live comfortably here. Once the film city is built over there, the villa area nearby will continue to develop, and the environment will be even better with more people. Okay. Xia Jishan was already overjoyed. If you need anything, just buy it. Xia Jishan took Yang Xia around the villa. This mattress is really soft. This bedroom even has a walk-in closet and a separate bathroom. Jishan, look. This bathroom is so big, and it has a bathtub. Yang Xia said excitedly. Xia Jishan then saw the small living room on the second floor, where they could even keep fish. In the end, Xia Jishan and Yang Xia chose the master bedroom on the second floor, which also had a small gym. The couple sat on the bed, their hearts still racing. Jishan, I feel so happy right now. I've said it before, our future days will only get better. Xia Qing chose to live on the third floor, which featured a super large walk-in closet. Grandma Xia was not in good health, so she was allowed to stay in a guest room on the first floor. There were also 2 more guest rooms and 2 small nanny rooms on the first floor. The basement served as a storage area, and Xia Qing set the key only for herself, so that supplies could be delivered directly to the basement in the future. The next day, Xia Qing hired a full-time nanny, a caregiver, and a chef from a housekeeping company. She also contracted the housekeeping company to come once a week to clean the entire house. Usually, the nanny was responsible for the household cleaning. Anli, you just need to take care of my grandmother's daily needs. Xia Qing instructed the caregiver to sleep with Grandma Xia. Okay. Grandma Xia sat in her wheelchair, her mouth tilted, unable to speak. Since being brought to the villa yesterday, she had been in a daze, unable to believe that the granddaughter she had always looked down upon was now so wealthy. She could actually live in this luxurious villa. Xia Qing directly arranged for a caregiver to attend to Grandma Xia, and there was also a nanny and a daily menu. If they wanted to eat something, they could order directly. If not, the kitchen would prepare meals based on nutritional guidelines. With these extra people in the house, Xia Jishan and Yang Xia were both very polite. After living for more than half their lives, it was the first time someone was taking care of them so meticulously. Next month is the new year. Should we bring Grandma and Grandpa here to celebrate? Yang Xia asked. Usually, they would go to Grandma's house, but in the past, their family conditions were poor, and they would eat at their uncle's house. Sure, Mom, you decide. You are the mistress of this house now, Xia Qing smiled. As for this year, it seemed they wouldn't be having dinner with uncle's family. With 2 brothers in the family, if the elders were not treated equally, the family would never be harmonious, but unfortunately, most elders did not understand this principle. She hired a dedicated chef who prepared some simple dishes for lunch. The food was served directly in the dining room. Yang Xia and Xia Jishan looked at the exquisite dishes, feeling as if they were in a hotel. Grandma's meal should be taken to her room, Xia Qing said. She didn't want to eat at the same table as Grandma Xia when she was a child during the New Year. She was always sent to eat in the small kitchen, so now it was time for Grandma to experience this feeling. Alright, Aunt Li, the caregiver, replied. Yang Xia was almost fully recovered now, and in the afternoon, Xia Jishan accompanied her to a clothing store, where she could still continue to open branches. Xia Qing had dug out quite a few items from her space. The paintings hanging in the house were artworks taken from the apocalypse, and the ceramic plates were all unique. In the evening, Xia Qing lay on her soft silk quilt, with luxurious and soft glass lamps hanging from the ceiling. She then entered the apocalyptic space to check the number of marked locations, and found that there was 1 more marked location. Except for Suyu's, which was marked in red, the others were all white. Xia Qing selected Suyu's location and teleported there. Suyu and the others were now in a dilapidated factory area. What happened? Xia Qing saw that they all looked a bit disheveled. It's a mutated plant. There's a mutated giant tree in this factory area, Suyu said. Fortunately, with Chung Jun's fire abilities, that root system is afraid of fire, which helped us eliminate it. However, that mutated tree would likely grow back after a while, and the zombies in the factory were hanging on the mutated tree, becoming animated corpses. Aren't you supposed to be in Kyoto? Why did you come to this factory? Xia Qing asked. Couldn't they just walk along the road? Brother, you found out through the map that this is a rice distribution factory, and there are technological devices inside. We wanted to go in and take a look. A giant rice distribution factory. Xia Qing's eyes lit up, and she immediately checked her space, discovering that some equipment had appeared in her space. Jumi is a large technology company in this world, one of the top 100 enterprises globally, and at the forefront of technology in Longwa. Otherwise, the engineers from Dimi wouldn't have the qualifications to enter the underground base in Longwa. I didn't expect that even plants in your world have to mutate. Xia Qing thought of a game, Plants vs. Zombies? This world is still evolving on its own, and who knows what it will become in the future. The creatures on this earth are all evolving. If they fail, they will die. One day, they will all have to fight. Yeah, I used to think there were only zombies, but along the way, I've encountered quite a few bizarre mutated animals, Zhang Liang sighed. Xia Cheng looked through the dirty window and saw a tree not far away. Strangely, while most trees grow above ground, this one was growing underground, its roots spreading downwards. At that moment, the part above ground had already been burned and withered. Not only did we collect some equipment, but also some goods from the warehouse. Inside is a box of nanoglasses, Suyu said with a smile. As he spoke, he took out a box from his space. Nanoglasses? What are those? Xia Cheng asked curiously. Nanoglasses come in two models, A and B. Model A is a comprehensive product for nearsightedness, presbyopia, or astigmatism, Suyu explained. No matter what your condition is, as long as you wear this model, it will work. Plus, it uses invisible nanotechnology to suppress the progression of nearsightedness. Model B, on the other hand, has a 100% preventive effect against nearsightedness, Suyu clarified. Is there such a thing? Xia Cheng exclaimed excitedly. Nanoglasses are similar to contact lenses in their world, but wearing these won't lead to nearsightedness. They look even thinner, and Xia Cheng checked the manual. This product can be replaced after a year, and there are versions for teenagers. Children undergo genetic testing, and if they show a dominant trait for nearsightedness, they will wear nanoglasses for prevention during childhood. Xia Cheng used to be nearsighted, but after absorbing crystal beads, her eyesight returned to normal. Not only did she no longer have nearsightedness, but her vision also improved. We can even perform nearsightedness surgery back home, Xia Cheng said. Even after surgery, there's a chance of becoming nearsighted again, but wearing this is an effective prevention, Suyu said. Due to their work, they often use computers and televisions. Daily life is inseparable from electronic products. Moreover, this can also prevent eye diseases. That's really great, Xia Cheng replied. Suyu knew so much because even the soldiers used these glasses, as they are also waterproof. Xia Cheng noticed that the technology in this time and space seemed to be a bit more advanced than theirs, but some products were relatively outdated. For example, regarding food, later Sudan told her that here, no additives are allowed in food. This means that their technology lacks harsh practices. Once detected, the punishment is severe. It leaves a record that greatly impacts children's education and lives. Suyu also found many useful items for Xia Cheng, ensuring she had enough capital to develop in that world. Unknowingly, it was already afternoon. Xia Cheng had bought quite a few pastries, roasted chicken, roasted duck, and sauerkraut fish. The others were drooling at the smell. These were all ready-made items Xia Cheng had purchased. There are steamed buns and rice. When Suyu was about to set off, she teleported to Xinchuan City. This time, Xian and Zhou were waiting there. Sister Chang, we are going back today. Here are 2 ability crystals for our travel expenses, Xian said. Great. They had stayed here for 3 days and had good luck. With food running low, they needed to return. Xia Cheng teleported them back, holding 2 ability crystals in her hand. This business is not bad. It doesn't take much effort, and the transmission only takes a second or two. This time, she absorbed these 2 ability crystals in one go. The divided small space changed again, and the entire space became bright, like sunlight. Xia Cheng placed an apple seed into the space. In just a few minutes, a seedling had already sprouted. Sure enough, this space is an accelerated space. She needs to buy a batch of seeds to put here for accelerated growth. That way, why would she buy vegetables? She could just buy seeds directly. Unfortunately, this small space is only a few square meters, which is still too small. Thinking of the villagers in the village, she decided to continue collecting vegetables. It would also make their lives easier. They are all elderly people over 50, and it's not easy for them to go out and sell vegetables until dark. Moreover, with Xia Cheng's support, the villagers are now living much better and have extra free time to work. Our daughter is going to college this year too. Look at the daughter of the old Xia family, she's doing well. Yeah, I heard they moved to a new house. They live in a big villa now. Sai, when will we be able to buy a house in the city? Sun Yang said. Looking at her 2 children, 1 boy and 1 girl, she no longer wanted to favor boys over girls. She used to mock others for having daughters, saying that a married daughter is like spilled water. Now, those daughters are taking their families to live in big villas. For breakfast, there was originally a chef, but young Xia was not used to it, so breakfast was simple, and she let the chef come for lunch and dinner instead. Xia Cheng glanced at the time. Today is Friday, and she needs to go to Port City to pick up Chu Ran. The child has a holiday on Saturday and Sunday. She was considering whether to buy a small house in Port City. However, the housing prices in Port City are very high, and good houses need to be bought through agents, which are quite concentrated. In short, it's a rather troublesome matter. The most convenient thing is to stay in a hotel, and there's no need to clean. After booking the flight ticket, Xia Qing went to Port City. If Suyu could come over and set a mark here, it would be great. That way, she wouldn't have to take a 2 or 3 hour flight. Xia Qing saw a message from Gu Fangzhou on WeChat. Miss Xia, can I invite you to dinner? Sure, Xia Qing replied, just in time to deliver the artificial skeleton that Gu Fangzhou had ordered. He sent over the address of a 5-star restaurant in Port City, and the time was set for 7 p.m. Xia Qing took a taxi to Chu Ran's school. The Russian Federation has announced missile strikes on Ukraine, marking the first use of intercontinental missiles in human history. Currently, there are 197 countries in the world, with 16% of them in a state of war, the most severe being Palestine, Iraq, Ukraine, Syria, and Yemen, with many children left homeless. Internal turmoil in Myanmar may lead to civil unrest soon. The country advises against traveling to Myanmar recently. The taxi's radio was playing the news. The driver couldn't help but complain, there are wars everywhere abroad. When can we settle our own issues? Xia Qing wasn't too concerned about national affairs, but she heard that there was civil unrest happening in Myanmar. She had just delivered a batch of jewelry to Chu Xiu and didn't know if it would be affected. However, the more chaos there is, the more funds are needed. If Chu Xiu wants to take advantage of the situation to establish a foothold, it will depend on his abilities. Xia Qing's eyes narrowed slightly. It seems her cooperation with Chu Xiu will become even closer. War? She didn't know how many innocent people would die and become homeless. War is like the end of the world on the other side of the globe. At the school gate, how does school feel? Very good, the classmates here are very polite, and the teachers are all very nice to me, Chu Ran said. Previously, when he was in the orphanage, he was always bullied, often arguing over various things, and even fighting. But there is nothing like that here. These classmates are very polite, exchanging toys with each other, and everyone is very well-mannered. Even knowing that Chu Xiu's parents are not around, they would not bully him. Only the rich second-generation characters in novels and TV dramas appear so overbearing. In reality, the wealthier families tend to have better conditions at home, and the influence and upbringing they receive are the best. Knowledge makes you profound and gives you grace. That's good. I'll take you to have a meal with my friend. Okay. Chu Ran nodded obediently, and looking at the little guy's eyes, they resembled Chu Xiu's very much. Your eyes look a lot like your father's. Father? Chu Xiu is actually not my father, he is my uncle. Chu Ran blinked and said, my uncle is single. Ahem. In the past, Chu Ran had also been taken care of by someone, but that family took the money and secretly bullied him. When his uncle found out, he killed that man. Xia Qing was a bit surprised. Hadn't Chu Xiu always called Chu Ran his son? And wasn't Chu Ran's surname Chu? Xia Qing didn't ask too much about Chu Xiu's matters. She just needed to take good care of the child. They took a taxi to the restaurant, a 5-star Michelin restaurant with an average price of 1,010 per person. Passing through the elegant and luxurious lobby, the restaurant's environment was super romantic and comfortable, with outdoor terrace seating that even offered a view of Tsim Sha Sui's night scene. The luxurious and soft interior seating was unique to high-end restaurants, and the understated kitchen was semi-open, very large and clean. She arrived nearly 5 minutes early and saw Gu Fangzhou waiting for her when she reached the table. Dr. Gu, I didn't expect you to arrive so early. Miss Xia. Gu Fangzhou quickly stood up. The waiter behind him promptly pulled out a chair. This is my younger brother, Xia Qing introduced. Chu Ran secretly observed Gu Fangzhou, who wore gold-rimmed glasses and a gentle, clean white shirt, exuding an air of scholarly elegance. Hello, we have children's meals here, the waiter asked. Xia Qing looked at Xia Chu Ran and nodded. The waiter then took out the menu for the girl to order. Sesame shrimp toast, crispy fried wontons, baked crab shell, vegetable salad. After ordering, Xia Qing took out a metal box. Dr. Gu, this is a customized artificial skeleton for your sister. You can take a look at it when you get home. Great, thank you. I'll transfer the money to your account, Gu Fangzhou said happily. Actually, I took the liberty of inviting you to dinner today because I hope to collaborate with you. Collaborate? I'm here on behalf of the dean to discuss collaboration with you. Originally, Dr. Zhao was supposed to come, but as you know, he is very busy, so I came instead. You want to sign a long-term collaboration for the artificial skeleton? Xia Qing almost understood the man's intentions. Yes. Okay, how about this? I'll call the manager of Qingtian Technology Bio Company over later, and we can discuss the collaboration. This technology has already been authorized to Qingtian Bio Company by that professor, and the patent has been applied for, Xia Qing said in a deep voice. This technology is a good one. It can at least help many people who would otherwise be disabled to walk normally again. However, this material does not exist in this world, it only exists in the apocalypse, and both sides need to synthesize it to complete it. That's great. Gu Fangzhou's eyebrows relaxed slightly. He initially thought the collaboration would be somewhat difficult, which is why he chose this restaurant first. Now he still needed to find a few more implants, and once evaluated, they could be officially launched. After their hospital collaborates with this artificial skeleton, their hospital will have a very deep reputation nationwide and even globally. This is very beneficial for the development of their hospital and could even put them on the global map. After all, the first artificial skeleton implantation technology was done by them. This greatly enhances their hospital's prestige. Xia Qing called the manager of Qing Tian Biological Company, a person named Zhou Shen, who was recruited at a high salary from Moon's management team. He will come over tomorrow, and you can discuss the specific cooperation details then. Okay. Chu Ran was eating a children's meal and secretly took a photo of Gu Fangzhou to send to Chu Xiu. This brother seems to be pursuing sister Qing Tian. The two were eating and chatting about medical matters. Actually, I think a physical enhancement liquid could also help boost the immune system. My mom drank this back then. No wonder, Auntie's physical condition recovered very quickly, Gu Fangzhou said. But this product hasn't been launched yet. If you want to try it, I can let you have a go. Most of these immune-boosting agents can't be classified as medical products. They should all fall under health supplements, Gu Fangzhou remarked. They chatted and discussed while eating, and Gu Fangzhou was a very knowledgeable person. No matter what you talked about, he could accommodate you. The conversation was quite pleasant. Thank you on behalf of my sister. You're welcome. Thanking me after the surgery is successful and recovery is complete is also fine. The physical enhancement agent you mentioned, I want to try it too. No problem, you can give me your home address, and I'll send it to you. Xia Qing planned to dilute part of the physical enhancement agent, turning it into an oral solution, dividing one bottle into 10. Chu Ran quietly ate beside her. This scene looked a bit like a family of 3. The recent Heroic God has already aired its 3rd episode. This show is so good. I hope the plot doesn't fall apart later. I saw on Weibo that Lin Nuan's former manager is subtly saying all sorts of things about Lin Nuan backstabbing her former company. They even said Lin Nuan is the mistress of the behind-the-scenes investor. That can't be true, right? Why not? Otherwise, why would Lin Nuan leave Tianyu? This big production company has released 2 blockbuster dramas this year. Isn't the maid in the first Empress played by Lin Nuan? It can't be baseless. What's wrong? Gu Fangzhou noticed Xia Qing's unusual behavior and asked with concern. Just a small matter. No need to trouble you to take us. You keep this safe. Thank you. Let's get in touch next time. Gu Fangzhou smiled. He watched as Xia Qing and Chu Ran got into a taxi, tightly holding the box. Gu Fangzhou called Director Lu. Xia Qing agreed. She has authorized Qing Tian Biological Company to cooperate with us. So smoothly? Yes, very smoothly. Gu Fangzhou had no intention of finalizing everything in one meeting at the restaurant today. He just wanted to treat Xia Qing to a meal and discuss things slowly. After all, this was artificial bone technology. With this technology, it wasn't just about making money. Winning awards in the medical field would be a piece of cake. Moreover, there were many large hospitals in the country, providing plenty of opportunities for selection. This girl is quite different, Gu Fangzhou said to himself. Xia Qing looked at her phone. 50 million had arrived from the Swiss bank, indicating that Chu Xiu had sold her a batch of jewelry. She transferred 5 million back to Chu Xiu. The new batch of guns has arrived. Do you want to come pick them up? We'll give you an 80% discount for this batch because of our relationship. Xia Qing smiled helplessly, thinking about how Suyu was currently heading to the underground base in Longhua. If both sides negotiated well, then weaponry could be shared, making the Qing Tian base much safer. The firearms obtained from Chu Xiu were still too low level. Not needed for now, Xia Qing thought for a moment and sent a message to Chu Xiu. I heard there's fighting in the Myanmar region. The power struggle between northern and central Myanmar. Isn't fighting quite normal? Is it affecting you? Yes, prices are rising. Money is very important now, and if you have any jewelry, I can sell it to you. Or you can look at the investment, and I'll set up a jade factory for you. Chu Xiu, you're different now, huh? The WeChat box on the other side was still typing. Thank you for taking care of Chu Ran. He said he's been very happy these past few days. Xia Qing had just bought ice cream and handed it to Chu Ran, her hand shaking slightly. After we finish eating, let's go play the arcade games. Chu Ran was still in elementary school, just wanting to play some games and watch a movie to relax. You can send me some local specialties from Myanmar, just make sure there's a lot. Specialties from northern Myanmar? Poppy? Morphine? Was she trying to send her to prison? Her wish was for world peace. Do you want some durian? The durians from Myanmar were small but tasted quite good. Give me the address, and I'll send you a truckload. Durian? Xia Qing used to be afraid to buy this at the supermarket because it was expensive. Okay. Looking at his phone, Chu Xiu's lips curled up slightly. He had just acquired a stall, and the men there didn't like eating durian. Moreover, the situation had been tense lately, and fewer outsiders had come. so the durians weren't selling well. Do you want to open a factory here? Chu Xiu said. Xia Qing knew that if Chu Xiu could send her gifts, he must have some purpose. Where is it so chaotic now? Would I dare to open a factory? Although Xia Qing had money, she wasn't foolish enough to engage in a losing business. It's precisely because it's chaotic that you can make money. You come to open the factory, and I'll provide protection. Chu Xiu desperately needed backup investment now. The only wealthy person he could think of was Xia Qing. Plus, Xia Qing was straightforward with money and didn't drag her feet. How about a jewelry processing factory? Chu Xiu had already thought it through for Xia Qing. Xia Qing had a large amount of jewelry. As long as she opened a factory in Myanmar, the items in her hands could be laundered through Myanmar and officially circulated. And how large would the factory's circulation be? Now was the perfect time for chaos in Myanmar, but it wouldn't be too difficult for her to protect that area. I've thought it over. I'll go there in person, Xia Qing said. If she were to open a factory in Myanmar, she would definitely go there herself. I'll wait for your news. Chu Xiu was confident that Xia Qing would agree, as long as she had a large amount of jewelry, because this was an excellent opportunity. Xia Qing searched on her phone for local specialties in factories in Myanmar. Characteristics of scams. In fact, the central and southern parts of Myanmar were relatively peaceful and had many large jade factories. Rather than opening a factory, it was more about acquiring one. Acquiring a jade factory would allow her to reprocess the jewelry in her hands. Xia Qing was tempted. She had made up her mind that once she finished this busy period, she would go to Myanmar. However, this time she wouldn't need bodyguards. While Xia Qing was scrolling through her phone, Xu Ran was playing arcade games, and she noticed several derogatory comments about Lin Nuan on Douyin. Frowning slightly. Worried, Xia Qing sent Lin Nuan a message. Do you want me to help clarify things? No need, Sister Qing, these are just haters. But there is one thing, do you want to help me? What? A travel variety show that takes friends on trips has contacted me. Forget about stealing the spotlight. What if something bad happened to them? After thinking it over, I still think you're the most suitable, Sister Chung. Travel? Where to? Xia Qing frowned. It should be within the country or abroad, just for 3 days, just to relax a bit. Lin Nuan was a regular guest. The first season had 5 regulars taking their families and friends on trips, and the second season was just with their own families. We used to go together for so long when we were kids. It's been ages since we did anything together. Sister Qing, let's go together. A free trip. Xia Qing couldn't resist Lin Nuan's coquetry, especially the voice message she sent, which was all high-pitched. Okay. Xia Qing agreed. She didn't want to suffer from a high-pitched attack. Lin Nuan, as her name suggests, is a little girl who knows how to warm people's hearts. Facing her younger sister, who had warmed her in her childhood, she is willing to help her as long as it's not too excessive. Xia Qing sent a message to Chu Xiu. No need to send the durian, I'll go pick it up myself, but it will be a week later. No problem, I'll wait for you. Xia Qing took a sip of coffee, watching Chu Ran, who was playing racing not far away, already in first place. That kid plays really well. Damn, I've never played with a kid before. How about we have a PK again? The next day, she took Chu Ran to the amusement park in the harbor city. She always felt that Xiao Ran had a heavy heart, a gloomy feeling for someone so young. Alright, be good and go to school. I'll come to see you next week. Little mom, I'm going to school. After Chu Ran finished speaking, her face turned red, and she quickly ran into the small courtyard. People around who were also sending their children thought Xia Qing was a young stepmother and looked over curiously. She had been a mother to 2 children in the apocalypse, and now she was a mother again. In the apocalypse, at the Sunny Day base, the activation rate of this ability crystal is too difficult, but my son accidentally absorbed my ability crystal and actually awakened his powers. Chapter 165, Space Anomaly activates abilities. Deputy Base Leader, we found that the younger the age, the greater the chance of activating abilities, Yang Shua said. Our base has already had 2 8-year-old children activate their abilities. It's just that the ability energy is a bit weak. Xia Qing curiously asked, what abilities do they have? One child can turn into a shadow, and the other child can fly. Flying? That ability is quite good. If she could, she would also want to fly, but she had previously tried a flying backpack and was quite nervous about the weightlessness. How about this? The base will establish a special department, the 147 ability team, to let the children who activate their abilities join and be uniformly trained and managed. The main focus is management, as these children are still young, their ability to distinguish right from wrong is weak, and they are easily exploited. Adults need to guide their hearts. Understood, I'll arrange it right away. Who should manage these ability children? Yang Shua pondered. How about Xian? Didn't he also activate his abilities? Yes, Yang Shua said. Xian activated the ability to summon wind, but perhaps due to the small amount of energy, the wind he summoned was like that of a fan. After arranging this, Xiaoqing went to Suyu's villa. Now Suyu is the base leader, and with the recent infrastructure, he has his own small villa. Suyu went to the capital of Longhua, leaving the children in the base under the care of dedicated staff. However, Xiaoqing comes to check on them every day. Deputy base leader, it's really amazing. Every time before you come, he cries, but once you arrive, he stops crying, said a female caregiver from the orphanage. Is that so? Xiaoqing picked up Xiaoyang, whose wrinkled little face had already opened up, but his eyes had not yet opened. The doctor is checked, and Xiaoyang's health is very good. There are no issues with his eyes. That's great. Xiaoqing took out several cans of milk powder, diapers, and various baby supplies, saying, take these for him. If you need anything else next time, just let me know. Okay, the caregiver replied respectfully. Xiaoqing played with the little guy for a while before leaving. The caregiver took special care of Xiaoyang, as she was dedicated to looking after him. If anything happened to the child, she wouldn't have a better job. Being able to care for the adopted son of the deputy base leader was a position of high authority. It was akin to the status of a wet nurse caring for a prince in ancient times. Xiaoqing also went to see little Lucky at the orphanage and found that after not seeing her for a few days, she had grown quite a bit taller, and not only that, her hair had also become thicker. Director, I just gave little Lucky an ability crystal to observe if the child has any special conditions. If so, report it. Also, please tally the children aged 6 to 10 in the orphanage. Okay. Compared to the children in the base, these orphans actually have the strongest sense of belonging to the base. Xiaoqing wants to cultivate a team of ability users, preferably children, as they are the future of the base. Shinsinni passed the news about the ability crystal obtained by the base to Shinbei. Brother Chen, this ability crystal is said to have been obtained from another place, from a bug beast's body. Getting this can trigger abilities with some probability, Shinbei said excitedly. But right now, only the evolvers can queue to go. Shinsinni has no way to sign up or exchange for one with 500 points. With Shinsinni's ability to easily read people's hearts, she could quickly gather information. Shinbei leaked the news to the people at Jiangnan base. Okay. Last time, they took advantage of Suyu's absence to ambush Qingtian base, which was Jiangnan base. Jiangnan base is a survivor base without ordinary people, only accepting ability users and evolvers. They do not want to submit to Qingtian base's management, as they all see themselves as the protagonists of this world. After sending 2 ability users to Xinchuan City, Xiaoqing was instantly transported to Suyu's side. He had already left 2 markers along the way. Xiaoqing, the markers 7 and 8 are at the museum and the Science and Technology Museum. Okay. Xiaoqing noted the marker locations. After Suyu marked them, they would be displayed in her space, and she silently memorized all these points. These are the recently collected ability crystals. We will split them. Xiaoqing gave Suyu 5, keeping 5 for herself, as previously, all the crystals had been given to her by Suyu. Now, by transporting 2 people back at once, Xiaoqing could obtain 2 ability crystals. Although she didn't know why their abilities were bound together, it was clear that their powers worked better in tandem. They would eventually find the reason. Suyu, did you see that there's a corner in the space with an acceleration zone? I put an apple seedling there, and after a day, it's already full of apples. I can't see it, Suyu said. Xiaoqing frowned. Did that mean only she could see that few square meters of acceleration space? That was a bit magical. The 2 absorbed the ability crystals, and it seemed like Xiaoqing had no limit to her absorption. If Wang Han saw this, he would surely be shocked, as one could only absorb 1 ability crystal at a time. If no ability was triggered, one would have to wait until the next day to absorb again. But Xiaoqing directly absorbed 5 at once, and this time she felt she could transport 3 people at once. She and Suyu absorbed the ability crystals almost simultaneously, and the swirling space vortex grew larger. She felt a chill, a coldness rising from her body. Suyu, are you okay? Xiaoqing looked at Suyu's flushed face and gently touched his forehead. Oh no, you have a fever? Xiaoqing's hand was icy. She couldn't tell if her temperature was too low or if Suyu's was too high. In any case, both of them felt a bit abnormal after absorbing the ability crystals. At that moment, Zhang Liang, Wang Han, and Wang Mi were outside eating. When Xiaoqing transported over, she brought them hot pot. They were cooking hot pot in the living room, and it was raining and thundering outside, making it impossible for them to continue their journey. It must be the absorption of the ability crystals that's the problem. Xiaoqing wanted to go outside to ask for their help, but Suyu stopped her. I'm fine, just a bit hot. Suyu's voice became hoarse, deep and husky. Suyu smoothed his body, as if suppressing something, his tone low and magnetic, with a soft breath at the end. I'll go back and get some ice from the fridge. I probably have a fever from absorbing the ability crystals. Cooling down should help, right? Indeed, there is a saying, desperate times call for desperate measures. Suyu's gaze on Xiaqing grew increasingly intense. Your eyelashes have ice crystals. He suppressed the surging heat within his chest, his whole body trembling, his throat rolling up and down a few times. The hand gripping Xiaqing's arm felt slightly warm. This activation of his abilities made Suyu feel as if he were on fire. The space around them also changed, as if separating yet intertwining, continuously flowing with vibrant colors. Xiaqing suddenly felt a bit uncomfortable. Were their abilities linked together? She felt as if her entire body was trapped in a cold storage. The space was half ice blue and half golden, flowing together. Xiaqing touched her eyelashes and found them covered in frost. After all, it was summer in this apocalyptic time. Chapter 166, thoughts are freezing over. Xiaqing felt cold all over, as if she were in an ice cellar, while Suyu felt hot, as if being scorched by the sun. It's so cold. Xiaqing felt her thoughts were about to freeze, her limbs stiff with cold, her fingers unable to bend. Suyu reached his hand under her arm, wrapping it around Xiaqing's soft waist, holding her tightly as they both fell onto the bed. It was just that Suyu was beneath, and she was above. The scorching body heat between them surged like a tidal wave, far exceeding the limits of an ordinary person and still rising. Xiaqing's icy body temperature rapidly dropped, and it seemed that holding each other eased things considerably. Xiaqing's eyelashes were covered in ice, making it impossible to open her eyes, but she could feel Suyu's warmth. So warm, too warm. The hand around her waist tightened further, as if trying to meld her into his body. Suyu felt an overwhelming heat, yet he still managed to restrain himself with reason. His eyes, however, were burning red as if set ablaze. The room's temperature gradually rose, and the atmosphere became increasingly ambiguous and enchanting. Suddenly, a series of urgent knocks on the door jolted the two, who were on the brink of losing their sanity, back to reality. Xiaqing, with her eyes frozen shut, struggled to open them, realizing she was tightly embraced by Suyu. Suyu, fighting against his desires, did not let go of the person beneath him. The crimson depths of his eyes swirled like a vortex, threatening to pull anyone in with the slightest misstep. Zhang Liang had intended to come in and call Suyu and Xiaqing out for hot pot, especially since Xiaqing had brought a lot of ingredients this time. As the door cracked open, seeing this scene made Zhang Liang's mind momentarily freeze. Realizing something, he quickly closed the door tightly again. Outside, he steadied his heartbeat, thinking he must have been seeing things. Was the iron tree blooming? Where's Suyu? Isn't he coming for hot pot? Wanhan, enjoying the spicy food, hadn't had hot pot in a long time and was relishing it. The rain outside masked the heated breaths from within. We'll eat in a bit. He's probably busy absorbing crystal beads, Zhang Liang said, his expression unchanged, though he couldn't help but feel his face heat up at the earlier scene. Damn! Yugu was actually holding a woman, and so tightly. Wang Mi frowned slightly and said, Isn't Sister Qing inside too? I'll go call her. Don't go. Zhang Liang immediately blurted out, grabbing Wang Mi, who was about to get up. Ahem, let's not disturb them, let's just enjoy the hot pot. Wang Han, noticing Zhang Liang's unnatural tone, thought that men were indeed full of vigor. Ahem, Xiaomi, better not go, eat. There's also the cake you've been craving. Wang Han stopped his sister. Cheng Jun remained silent, focused on cooking the hot pot. Time passed. Xiaqing finally regained her body temperature, groggily opening her eyes. She collided with Suyu's golden pupils. Suyu, your eyes have changed color. Xiaqing exclaimed in surprise. So have yours. They were so close that they could see the color of each other's eyes reflected in their pupils. Why has my pupil turned ice blue? Xiaqing asked. The ability crystal is a medium that stimulates the innate talents within the body. In other words, it provides energy for those who have awakened their abilities. Xiaqing originally intended to absorb the ability crystal to enhance her space, but this time it seems a bit different. It's already night. Why hasn't brother Yu come out yet? Wang Han frowned. Well, our brother Yu is in good health. Isn't it normal for him to take a bit longer? Zhang Liang said. But we haven't heard any noise from inside. Could it be that you saw wrong? Impossible. I saw with my own eyes that they were hugging tightly together on the bed. Cough, cough. Wang Han covered Wang Mi's ears. My sister is still underage. Inside the room, Xiaqing and Suyu's faces were flushed. They both belatedly realized that their current position was too intimate. Suyu's blood surged again, and Xiaqing immediately blushed, struggling to get up. Looking at the big bed, it was already a mess. Had they really done nothing but hug for a few hours? Suyu raised his hand, and a golden flame gathered in his palm. This is fire? Xiaqing exclaimed. She had seen the fireball of the process lord, which was bright red. Xiaqing also felt a change within her body. She raised her hand and conjured an ice-blue ice pillar. This is ice type? Had she become Princess Elsa? This was too magical. She and Suyu, one awakened fire, the other awakened ice? The space around them also changed, becoming larger, but the accelerated space still only measured a few square meters. The space feels different to me now. If before it felt like you were bound to my space, now it feels like they have merged. So you felt the same way and nodded silently. Xia Qing looked outside. It was dark, and she could hear people talking outside. It would be a bit awkward for them to go out together now. I'll head back first. Okay. Suyu could feel the vortex of Xia Qing disappearing, and he could even sense himself passing through, but he feared he wouldn't stay long. He knew that the world on Xia Qing's side was peaceful, with strict laws, and his presence as someone without an identity would only cause her trouble. On the other side, Xia Qing returned to the hotel, and as expected, it was already past 8 in the morning. She rushed to the bathroom, looking at the unfamiliar pupils in the mirror. To be precise, it was a cool and transparent blue, as if placing one in a world of ice and snow, reminding Xia Qing of her abilities. She tried it out. What's going on? I can't use my abilities in this world? She teleported back to the apocalypse base and tried again. Her abilities worked normally. Then she teleported back. As expected, abilities can only be used in that world, but her space was not restricted. It seemed this time-space suppressed abilities, or perhaps this time-space had not evolved or mutated, so it naturally couldn't have energy. Beep beep. Lin Nuan called. Sister Qing, did you see the WeChat I sent you? It has the information for this time's resident guests. The location is in Rueli. Sister Qing, just get to Magic City, and the trip will start from there. Okay, I'll buy the plane ticket right away. She was still in Port City, and it would take a few hours to fly to Magic City. Xia Qing glanced at the information. The resident guests included by Jing, Shen Linzhou, Lin Nuan, Yang Chang, and Jin Shi. Among these guests, only Shen Linzhou was the highest-grossing male actor in the Chinese film industry. He often appeared in the Chinese New Year Gala and was a key figure in this variety show. Bai Jing and Yang Chang were also popular stars, while Jin Shi was a longtime actress, and only Lin Nuan was a recently exploded female star. Chapter 167, Participating in a Variety Show? This was Xia Qing's first time participating in a variety show, and she felt a bit nervous, especially since it would last for 3 days. Comprehensive monitoring means that aside from sleeping at night, she cannot enter the space during the day. 3 days should not be a problem. With this in mind, she booked her flight and prepared to go. Maintaining food supplies for 3 days at the base was not an issue, and recently some evolved beings had brought back insect meat. After cleaning and adding various seasonings, the overall taste was quite similar to beef. One must admit that humanity is wise. Moreover, the Base Research Institute had studied the insect meat and found it to have high nutritional value, although the taste was indeed quite fishy. Therefore, the base's chili pepper exchange was the most popular, and Xia Qing also purchased a lot of chili peppers. However, having insect meat allowed Xia Qing to save on buying a batch of meat. The base's mushroom spawn bags only needed to be purchased regularly, which was enough to produce a large quantity of mushrooms. Currently, the base was not accepting outside survivors, so the food supply was still sufficient. This time, the program's location was chosen in Rueli, a unique border city, which was quite bold, considering its proximity to the Myanmar region. However, it was convenient for Xia Qing. After participating in this episode, she could just head to the factory to see how the factory that Chu Xiu mentioned was doing. Focusing on her career was the most important thing now. After all, she was also worried about what would happen if the space closed one day. Only the career established in this world would truly belong to her. However, there had been fighting in the Myanmar region recently, and she wondered if there would be any danger in Rueli. Would the fighting affect Rueli? Perhaps the program team wanted to take this opportunity to promote the border city? That night, Xia Chang arrived at the airport in the Magic City. In the warm van, Lin Nuan leaned close to Xia Qing, giving her a hug. Sister Qingqing, I love you. I knew you would come. I hope the program team doesn't assign any cooking tasks to you. Lin Nuan's cooking skills were truly hard to describe. No way, that's not my persona. Sister Chang. Lin Nuan's manager, Zhang Li, seemed a bit awkward. After all, Xia Qing was their big boss. It's like this. Lin Nuan has gotten caught up in an entertainment scandal. Although it brought in some traffic, the number of haters has clearly increased, and this is probably the work of the company. We can't let Lin Nuan continue to be caught up in this scandal. Even if we issue a lawyer's letter and a public statement, the public doesn't really trust it. After all, even with a lawyer's letter and a statement on Weibo, those who end up getting slapped in the face and caught can do so very quickly. Previously, top stars in the entertainment industry have fallen from grace like this. Therefore, the public does not buy into lawyer letters and announcements. This is a hidden black label. Now they want to label Lin Nuan as a kept woman or a mistress, and once the audience becomes familiar with it, it will permeate and greatly affect Lin Nguyen's future development. Just like a once second-rate actress who was labeled as a hostess and a gold digger, with all sorts of dark history, her career stagnated, and her public image was poor. It was only many years later, after marrying a soldier, that she managed to recover. But the waiting time was too long. A female star's youth is limited. One must create the brilliance of a female star at the most beautiful age. So, I got Lin Nguyen this travel variety show. I see, you want to expose me in the program? Yes, you are the author who stirs up chili peppers, and Lin Nguyen is your cousin. With family helping out, no one will say anything. Instead, they will be envious, Zhang Li said. Zhang Li was also worried that the boss would not agree to appear on the show, so she wanted to clarify things first. After all, the entertainment industry was quite complex. If it goes well, it could thrive. If not, it could turn into a scandal. Moreover, Lin Nguyen is also an actress, and she is developing in that direction. So Zhang Li tries to minimize Lin Nguyen's appearances on variety shows. However, this is also beyond her control. After all, with popularity comes the need to promote the drama. Alright, that's not a problem. Besides, I am Nguyen's cousin. If I don't support her, who will? Xia Qing laughed. Lin Nguyen's eyes turned slightly red, feeling deeply moved. Sister Qingqing, you are my greatest benefactor. There's no need to say so much about our relationship. When they were young, Xia Qing was playful, and the two little ones wandered too far and got lost. In the dead of winter, the two of them, along with a dog, huddled together in the snow to keep warm. They mobilized the entire village before they were finally found. Lin Nguyen returned home with a fever, needing injections and 4 drips, while Xia Qing gradually awakened her abilities from that experience. Zhang Li explained the variety show to Xia Qing along the way. These people, Shen Linzhou is 40 years old, a big name in comedy films. Most people are tuning in for him. A fair-skinned, popular star, his persona is that of a high IQ, but he is genuinely a top student. Jin Shi's straightforwardness has landed him on Weibo's trending topics multiple times due to inappropriate comments on the show, but everyone likes his bold and straightforward personality. Yang Cheng has the charming, warm guy persona, and most of the guests they invited this time are stars. Besides Nguyen and Jin Shi, this episode features Jin Shi's younger brother, who is 16. Zhang Li shared all the information she had gathered with Xia Qing. Our Nguyen's character persona is that of a little son, with a hint of a cute, high-pitched voice, which contrasts sharply with the character she plays in the recently aired drama. After all, in that wildly popular sci-fi film, Lin Nguyen portrayed a very aloof character who was tough and spoke little. Tomorrow we will start recording the show, but we will fly to Ruweli first, and then begin recording. The recording will last about 3 days, and after the show is recorded, we can have free time. Will there be cameras in the bedroom? Xia Qing asked, as that was her biggest concern. Of course not. The recording is just about doing tasks and playing games in Ruweli, and then appropriately leaking the news that you are stir-frying chili peppers. No worries, sis, just follow my lead when the time comes, Lin Nguyen said, worried that Xia Qing might not adapt to the variety show, as she thought they were all about real personalities. But in reality, variety shows also require acting. Audiences enjoy certain personas, or they fantasize about what their idols would be like, and they are likely to perform those personas in reality shows. This is not difficult for actors like them. Okay. Speaking of this, Xia Qing suddenly remembered that her editor, Ruan, had sent her a QQ message a week ago. Stir-frying chili peppers, are you releasing a new book? I want a new book, please send it to me. Xia Qing replied to her, I need to participate in a variety show, I'll post it tomorrow. To her surprise, the other side replied instantly with a super excited emoji. Since she needed to present herself as a writer on the show, she could just bring her laptop tomorrow and directly release her new book, right? Thinking of this, she had another task for tonight. Which novel should she choose? Not to mention, Xia Qing was also very excited. She had never participated in a variety show before, and the key was that she would meet real-life stars. She had previously met Su Jia, Wang Xingqing, especially Zhou Ling, who fit her aesthetic perfectly. Chapter 168, The Two Women Following? Suyu saw Xia Qing disappear from sight, and the warmth of her presence seemed to linger at the tip of his nose. Thinking of Xia Qing's slightly flustered eyes just now, the corners of his mouth lifted slightly, and his heart raced continuously. It beat wildly for just one person. Zhang Liang saw Suyu finally come out of the room. Where's Sister Qing? As soon as Zhang Liang finished speaking, he realized what he had said. Ahem. He coughed twice to hide his embarrassment. The rain is still falling outside, brother you. It seems we won't be able to leave today. We can only set off tomorrow. By the day after tomorrow, we should be able to reach the capital, Zhang Liang said awkwardly. He was uncertain about how the negotiations with the Longwa base would go, but the main purpose was for Suyu to leave a mark at the Longwa base, that was the most important thing. As Xia Qing's strength increased, the number of people she could teleport at once also grew. Not only that, but trading supplies would also become more convenient, which was why Suyu had taken the risk to come all the way here. Fortunately, they were all ability users, and with Xia Qing as a super support, they had various supplies, making this long journey less unbearable. If they encountered an overwhelming horde of zombies, they could summon Xia Qing to take them all away. "Brother you, those two people are following us," Zhang Liang said, peering through the window at two individuals in the distance, backpacks on their backs, entering the building. "They must have some tracking ability, otherwise, they wouldn't be so hard to shake off," Suyu frowned. The two women appeared to be around 25 to 28 years old. Suyu and the others had saved them along the way. Now, for the safety of the base, outsiders were not being accepted. They could save people but wouldn't bring trouble along. "What should we do? Should we drive them away?" Zhang Liang frowned. "I think those two women are also pitiful. Why not let them follow us?" Wang Han coughed twice. "Brother, don't bother with those two, they clearly aren't good people." Wang Ni frowned. "You little brat, now you're telling your brother what to do." "Cough, brother, you said not to trust others easily in the apocalypse." "Cheng Jun, don't you think so?" Cheng Jun nodded woodenly. "Brother, are you interested in that short-haired girl in denim shorts with long legs? What nonsense are you talking about?" Wang Han clearly felt a bit guilty. Suyu frowned. Those two women definitely had their own abilities, and they had been following them all along. "Let's go." "But it's still raining outside. We have flying backpacks, we can fly away," Suyu said in a deep voice, not wanting to deal with those two women. Suyu took out the flying backpacks, and they quickly put them on. He then kicked open the floor-to-ceiling window. The window crashed down. One by one, they flew away, and 3 minutes later, the two women caught up. "I clearly sensed they were right here. How could they be gone?" the short-haired girl said. "They probably just left. I can't sense them for now. Should we keep chasing? They clearly don't want to take us with them." The girl frowned, not understanding why her sister insisted on following them. "We can survive without them." "What do you know? That man has spatial abilities. Look at the trash on the coffee table. This is hot pot? Instant noodle packets? Have you ever seen such fresh food?" The food here had been completely consumed, with no leftovers. "If I could replicate that man's spatial ability, all the food in his space would be ours, and with your ability, we could even avoid zombie hordes if we entered the city area. Then we could collect a lot of supplies," the long-haired woman said, her eyes shining. However, to replicate someone's ability, she needed to stay within 50 meters of that person. The higher the level of the ability, the more difficult and time-consuming the replication would be. "But I think your water ability is pretty good too, at least we won't lack water." "If you replicate the spatial ability, the water ability will be overshadowed," the younger sister frowned. "Even if I'm not covered, the ability I copied only has a validity of 3 months. I must find someone else to copy it again. Besides, if I copy the spatial ability, we can gather enough supplies and find a safe place to store them, and we could live for a long time. They are clearly trying to shake us off. Then let's think of a way to make them take us along." Suyu and a few others flew away with their flying backpacks, continuing towards the Longwa base, but Wang Han seemed a bit reluctant. In another world, although it was winter, the temperature in Ruweli was around 20 degrees, which is considered a warm winter in this city. Perhaps this is also why they chose Ruweli? However, Xia Qing always felt that with the war so close in the Myanmar region, wouldn't there be shells thrown over? "Nuan Nuan, you can take a look at my clothes. You definitely won't clash with anyone," Xia Qing said. Sure. Jiang Li, who was nearby, hesitated to speak. Lin Nuan's outfits had dedicated stylists, and they wouldn't clash because all the agents would communicate with each other. But since it was Xia Qing who was coordinating the outfits, who would dare to say no? Xia Qing took out an oversized suitcase. "Sister Qing, this dress is so pretty. These earrings are beautiful, and this bracelet is so lovely." Lin Nuan looked at the things in Xia Qing's suitcase, all of which were very nice. Although these weren't high-end brands, they were still very attractive. After all, for a star, comfort is secondary, looking good is the main thing. "These are all from your aunt's shop, all new arrivals," Xia Qing said with a smile. Although it was a variety show, everyone was staying in a hotel first. Today, Xia Qing met Shen Linzhou, who was a very polite person in person, unlike the funny persona he had on the show. They would be sleeping in a hotel in Ruweli for one night, and this floor had already been booked by the production team. Filming would officially start tomorrow. The first filming location was at a jade factory in Ruweli, and each group would ride in a car. The 5 permanent guests brought their friends to a jade market in Ruweli. There were 2 cameras installed on the car alone. Lin Nuan sat in the driver's seat, while Xia Qing sat in the passenger seat. Xia Qing was tapping away on her notebook. To fit her character, Xia Qing even wore a pair of gold-rimmed glasses to emphasize her identity as a writer. "I have to say, participating in a variety show also requires acting skills. Chapter 169, Xia Qing's appearance. These cameras were filming from all angles without any blind spots, and the editing would rely on the editing team later. There were 5 cars for the guests, and there were 7 or 8 cars from the production team surrounding them. Moreover, the production team had already set up the venue. Ruweli is actually a beautiful city burdened by the Myanmar region. In the past 2 years, the scam factories in the Myanmar area have been restless. At first, Xia Qing had only seen snippets on Douyin, but after actually visiting that place, she realized that Douyin had simplified things. Those who could escape from there had truly gone through hell and back. She heard Chu Xiu say he had released a batch of people, but those people could never return. They had committed fraud, deceiving the citizens out of their money, and if they went back, they would likely face sanctions. Of course, some people did return. In recent days, they had been exceptionally active on Douyin, claiming they had encountered good people, otherwise, they wouldn't have escaped at all, and so on. It was unclear if the production team had deliberately chosen this environment to ride the recent wave of attention on the Myanmar region. The Jade Stone Factory was right next to the border fence, with the city of Gwakai County from the Myanmar region nearby. Ruweli, a place with exotic charm, had 2 villages. The guests would not enter the venue just yet. The first to enter would be these permanent guests. They contracted this jade factory today, and this episode should be recorded here, probably taking 2 or 3 days. Basically, they will record continuously for half a month, and then through post-editing, it will be divided into 6 or 7 seasons. To shoot a famous group name, the staff required can be several hundred, even over 1,000. At this moment, a large tent has been set up in the center of the venue. Besides the few resident guests making their appearances, there are staff members standing behind, with at least a dozen cameras and quite a few other cameras. Today we are at this jade factory, and later everyone can pick a few pieces they like. The director is really generous this time, Shen Linzhou said, rubbing his hands and smiling at the jade market behind. Then Brother Shen, you should take out your family heirloom for appraisal, right? I heard an appraiser is coming later, Jinshi said, dressed in a beautiful and unique handmade dye outfit, showcasing exquisite ethnic characteristics. To distinguish between resident guests and other guests, the resident guests wore distinctive outfits from Ruweli. No wonder the director asked us to bring our own jewelry today. They are planning something, Yang Chang said as he slowly walked up. Yang Chang indeed stands out in terms of looks, and in this deep blue outfit, he looks even more three-dimensional. Bai Jing and Lin Nuan appeared at the same time. Bai looks like a top student, and our Molly is also here, Shen Linzhou said with a smile as he looked at the two. Lin Nuan looks so pink and tender today, completely different from our Molly's style. Recently, the drama Hero Slaying God has become a huge hit, and although Lin Nuan is the second female lead, her character is still very impressive, making her more popular than the first female lead. It must be said that Lin Nuan's decision to give up the first female lead after reading the script was correct. Although her scenes are few, they are stunning enough. The few residents showed up, chatting with each other to liven up the atmosphere. The stars received their first task card this morning, which was a jewelry card, and everyone had to bring some jewelry of varying prices. They are all stars, so whatever they bring is bound to be from big brands. Cartier, Van Cleef & Arpels, Tiffany & Company. Most of the jewelry is worth 5 figures. They wouldn't bring jewelry worth hundreds of thousands to a variety show, they only wear them for events, and jewelry worth millions is usually provided by sponsors, with only a few top stars having such privileges. Next, they brought their friends along. Shen Linzhou brought his friend who can cook, Jia Bin. Brother Shen really understands us. We'll have good food tonight, Yang Cheng said. Jean she brought her younger brother, Jinyu, who is already 1.8 meters tall at just 16 years old. Not only that, but he also has a bright and clean appearance, charming quite a few people as soon as he arrived. Hello everyone, brothers and sisters. His youthful and clean voice, combined with his bright aura, truly catches people's attention. Jean she brought her brother to give him a chance to show his face. With his good conditions, he will eventually enter the entertainment industry, so she took this opportunity to let him test the waters. After everyone introduced themselves, it was Xia Qing's turn, as besides Xia Qing, Jin Yu brought 2 non-industry people, 2 ordinary folks. On the surface, Jin she appears friendly, but she must feel somewhat uncomfortable inside. Everyone knows that Lin Nuan is a suddenly popular young star, and the show invited her to take advantage of her current heat. However, such fleeting popularity of small stars is too common in the entertainment industry. Once the drama airs, the heat might just fade away. Unless she can make the audience remember her characteristics, including whether there will be good dramas in the future, etc. In the entertainment industry, there are only so many good scripts and directors, but there are countless actors. Moreover, with so many newcomers this year meeting high standards, the key to success lies in the continuous support from behind-the-scenes investors. Otherwise, why have so many once popular stars turned to live streaming and selling products in the past 2 years? Xia Chang, wearing gold-framed glasses, a white opaque shirt, a short skirt, and a delicate watch, walked up confidently. She could feel the dozen or so cameras pointed at her the moment she stepped on stage. My goodness! Being an actor is not something just anyone can do. Without a certain level of mental fortitude, it would be impossible. However, she was no longer the Xia Qing of the past. Having witnessed so much horror and bloodshed in the apocalypse, her psychological resilience had unknowingly strengthened. Plus, as the deputy base leader, she was no longer the humble girl working for others. Her aura had long since elevated. Indeed, the accumulation of wealth can rapidly enhance a person's presence. Hello everyone, I am Lin Nuan's cousin, Xia Chang. Xia Qing greeted a few people with poise. This is not only my cousin but also the mysterious person rumored online recently, Lin Nuan said, pulling Xia Qing's arm affectionately. Everyone knew what Lin Nuan had been through lately, with trending topics on Weibo labeling her as a mistress and other unflattering remarks about someone backing her. This was quite common in the industry. More than half of female stars had been slandered, accused of accompanying directors or investors, and so on. Xia Qing smiled slightly, while Lin Nuan continued, "What you may not know is that my cousin has another name, Spicy Pepper. The original author of the recent hit dramas I filmed is my cousin Xia Qing. I'm being supported by her," Lin Nuan said with a smile. Xia Qing played along, the two of them perfectly in sync. After Lin Nuan's introduction, a flurry of cameras turned towards Xia Qing. They also captured the reactions of others. Yang Chang, Jin Shi, Bai Jing, and several invited guests were all quite surprised. Shen Linzhou looked bewildered, but seeing everyone else's astonishment, he exaggeratedly feigned surprise and quietly asked the nearby Jia Bin, "I don't know either. Just go along with the surprise. She's the one behind the recent hit Hero Slaying God, and before that, Ling Yi, Power Over the World, The First Empress, and Su Jia's Flowing Fire. Every script she writes becomes a hit," Jin Shi exclaimed. Shen Linzhou, the comedic heavyweight, quickly walked over to shake Xia Qing's hand. "I hope to have the opportunity to collaborate. I'm more suited for handsome roles, like Lin Jie." Jia Bin, also the comedic relief, rushed over to shake Xia Qing's hand as well. The atmosphere became lively, much to the director's surprise. Who would have thought Lin Nuan had a big screenwriter cousin? Next, we need to complete our tasks to earn the final reward, a jade ring worth 200,000. A staff member presented a beautiful jade ring. The props team must be using a fake to fool us. Right, it's definitely real in the photos, the director joked. The morning shoot was simple, just playing games and such. At noon, everyone had lunch together, each receiving a boxed meal. The guests sat together, casually gathering some material. "Let's see if I have the potential to be a hero," Shen Linzhou joked. Everyone knew Hero Slaying God had recently exploded in popularity, easily racking up millions in views. "Yes, I think you definitely do." Shen Linzhou immediately struck a heroic pose. "I hope to be assigned a special superpower." The group began to chatter excitedly about what superpowers they would have if they were in Hero War God. Each person shared their ideas. "The next task is the superpower you just chose, and each person can only use it once. You need to find the most valuable jade in our market. The group that succeeds will win," the director announced the task. "I just chose invisibility. How am I supposed to identify things with this skill? I think this place needs X-ray vision, right?" Several people were bargaining with the production team, as this was a rule that had been changed on the spot due to Xia Qing's sudden arrival. The recording had gone smoothly for 2 days. "Sister Qing, it was originally planned to record this show in 3 days. But the director suddenly added more content and said he wanted you to stay," Jian Li said. "Me? Yes, the director thinks the footage from the past 2 days is great, and with you joining, there will be a lot more funny material. We just need to extend it by 2 days." Jian Li actually wanted to say that with Sister Qing's figure and looks, plus this novel persona, entering the entertainment industry wouldn't be impossible. Xia Qing looked at Lin Nuan's expectant eyes and honestly thought the pay wasn't much. "Why don't you just stay for a couple more days? It's really fun with you around," Lin Nuan said. "Having you with me makes me feel like I have a lot more screen time." "Where's the next travel destination?" Xia Qing asked. "Pattaya, Thailand." Thailand is also a neighboring country to Myanmar, so she could go. The flight would only take 1 or 2 hours. Xia Qing calculated the time and said, "But I can only record in Thailand for 1 day." "Okay, no problem." That night, they insisted on going to Thailand, and some staff had already gone ahead to Pattaya. This time, the production team is giving us 2,000 Chinese yuan to go to Thailand ourselves. The first group to reach the Pattaya hotel wins, Jian Li said. "This production team really knows how to have fun. They're going abroad too?" Xia Qing remarked. "Is there no place to travel in such a large country as Huagua?" Yeah, at first, they said they wanted to go to India, but the crime rate there is too high, so they chose the relatively safe Thailand instead. Alright, they must be drawing inspiration from the previous hit variety show that went to the gypsies and became a sensation, John Lee said. Xia Cheng knew that show. It was popular but quite scary. That small country was very chaotic, and wherever the female guest went, she was surrounded by onlookers. By the later episodes, the female guest was wearing a headscarf. The director of this show was the same as that variety show, which was also very popular and competitive. Don't worry, nothing will happen. Besides, this variety show has a high investment. For instance, Shinlinjo's pay for this season is in the tens of millions. Earning tens of millions in half a month, how many people dare to even think about that? Xia Chang and Lin Nuan set off from Ruili, accompanied by 2 cameramen, while their manager followed remotely. However, only the 2 of them could be seen on camera. Right now, we only have 2,000 yuan, and we need to reach Thailand by tomorrow morning. I see that the plane tickets are already sold out, and only first class is left. Plus, we need to get from Ruili to Modu. If we can save some money for Modu, the plane tickets for the 2 of us would be 800 yuan. Or we can only wait for the 2 a.m. flight. If we take economy class directly to Thailand, it would cost us 2,000 yuan for both. But then we won't have any money left for a taxi to the hotel in Thailand, Lin Nuan said while scrolling through her phone. Is it that complicated? Xia Cheng asked. Let's head to the airport. Half an hour later, they switched to a flight to Thailand. Indeed, having something valuable on you is beneficial, but the necklace that Sister Cheng just exchanged looks quite valuable, Lin Nuan said. For those who like it, it is indeed valuable. Xia Cheng silently sighed, realizing that these things were worthless in the apocalypse. Everyone else was using their own tricks to get by. Some exchanged their fame for tickets, while others clung to the production team. Eventually, they all arrived at the hotel in Pattaya, Thailand. It was already 3 in the morning when they reached the hotel, and everyone was resting inside, the staff also exhausted. Xia Cheng was still in good spirits. There were no cameras in the hotel room. She took out the shielding device from her space, turned it on, and entered her space. When she returned after finishing her tasks, 3 hours had already passed. The good news was that Suyu had arrived at the Longwa base, but it would likely take some time to negotiate. When Xia Cheng emerged from her space, she noticed that her room seemed to have been searched. She put away the shielding device and looked at the white carpet, which had men's footprints on it, her expression turning serious. Had strangers entered her room? Her Thai was learned from watching dramas and was not very accurate. She cautiously approached the peephole to listen to the sounds outside. This hotel is completely taken over by the Chinese. We just need to control this place. Dozens of Chinese have been killed in Thailand, and the Chinese embassy will definitely intervene. I saw those few tonight, they are all Chinese stars. Some of the women are really beautiful, and that little brother too. A thud was heard as a man was hit on the head, but seeing it was the boss, he dared not resist. Don't worry, their passports have all been taken away. Damn, one of the Chinese even thought it was some game for them. Is he stupid? Search every room carefully. We're going to stage a grand terrorist attack in Pattaya, the man said with a sinister smile, his eyes coldly fixed on the night sky that was about to brighten. Xia Cheng listened to their words, her heart racing, her face changing dramatically. She understood the gist of it. A terrorist attack was happening here. Was this her luck on her first trip to Thailand? Was wishing for world peace going to lead to war? She quietly entered the bathroom and took out her phone, which had a few unread messages from Lin Nuan. Call the police. There are bad people. There were no further messages. This hotel was on a small island in the suburbs of Pattaya, a 5-star hotel. Costs were low in Thailand, even an all-inclusive 5-star hotel didn't cost much. Compared to domestic prices, it saved a lot of money. The embassy's phone was unreachable? She didn't dare use the internal hotel phone, it was definitely surrounded by those terrorists. The main concern now was how to get out. She took off her dress and changed into clean, practical clothes for easier movement. She actually had a handgun in her space, but her aim was poor, and she hadn't practiced much. However, it should be enough to scare someone, so she found a small handgun. With her evolved physique and keen hearing, she noticed there was no one in the nearby corridor. She opened the door slightly and saw that the opposite room was ajar. Xia Cheng quickly slipped out and entered the room across the hall. The room was in disarray, with no blood or bodies, and Xia Cheng let out a sigh of relief. This proved that Lin Nuan had likely just been taken away. This was bad. The 2 terrorists had mentioned playing with women. Xia Cheng's face turned pale. Lin Nuan and the others were all female stars. If something happened, their careers would be ruined. Xia Cheng couldn't bear to imagine it. Of course, it seemed that surviving was the priority here. She hurriedly went out to search for Lin Nuan, listening for any sounds as she walked. Hearing noise from the corridor, she hid behind a cleaning cart. According to the hotel information, there are still 2 people unaccounted for. One man said, "They must be found. What do we know about the people we're looking for, male or female? We have no information." The man complained. "Grab everyone, and we'll know everything during the first interrogation." Xia Cheng hid behind the cleaning cart, watching them leave. These 2 spoke fluent English. Were they Americans? It seemed they were looking for someone, but the information about this person was vague. All they knew was that he was in this hotel, so they arrested everyone in the hotel to catch him. But wasn't this hotel contracted by their production team? Then again, such a large hotel, with at least 1,000 rooms, it was very likely just a cover story from the production team, and they had only booked a floor. Who was this person? Why were they looking for him? Or did he have something important in his possession? However, from the snippets of conversation, it could be analyzed that at least these few people were not in immediate danger. They must have been collectively tied up somewhere. Taking the elevator down was impossible. She walked to the stairwell, but all the stairs were locked. Not only that, she could see movement in the stairwell, indicating someone was guarding it. The surveillance cameras were still active above. Those terrorists might be watching from the control room right now. Fortunately, Xia Qing was cautious. The shielding device was hanging on her. In the control room, these surveillance feeds suddenly went static. "I don't know what's going on." A man with an American appearance frowned and said, "Could someone have tampered with the cameras? Send someone to check the 6th floor." The man grabbed a walkie-talkie and called a few people to check. "All right, it's probably just a short circuit." The 2 men saw that the static had cleared and the cameras were back to normal. "Keep a close eye on the surveillance. If anyone comes out, make sure to catch them." Now, only these 2 people are still unaccounted for. They must be hiding in this hotel. "We can't let anyone in the hotel go free." Understood. Photos of 2 people appeared on their phones, taken when they checked into the hotel. One of them was Xia Cheng. Xia Cheng didn't rashly try to break the lock on the stairs, fearing it would cause a commotion, and instead found an empty room to hide in. These terrorists had definitely sealed off the corridors. Looking at the large floor-to-ceiling window in front of her, Xia Qing made a bold decision. She would climb out the window. This was a 5-star room. Each room had a small balcony, and the height made it difficult to climb down. Moreover, if she didn't land in the right spot, she could easily fall. Xia Qing looked at the air conditioning unit beside her, thought for a moment, and walked to the balcony railing. If she lost her balance, she would probably fall. It was truly a test of her balance. She followed the railing and leaped onto the air conditioning unit. Creak! One of the screws on the air conditioning unit was loose, and Xia Qing's heart skipped a beat. The height of the 6th floor was dizzying when looking down. There was a large swimming pool below. However, she clearly saw that the pool was stained red, with 2 bodies in security uniforms floating on the surface. Xia Qing's pupils constricted. She was even more worried about Lin Wan's safety. She jumped down from the air conditioning unit, recalling a scene from an international star's stunt movie that resembled this. But that was a movie, where there were chances to redo scenes. She had no such opportunity. When she jumped to the 3rd floor, there was no air conditioning unit left, so she climbed directly to the balcony and slipped into the room. Her palms were slightly red from climbing without any tools. "Does anyone here know these 2 people? Speak up. I have no patience." The man grabbed a man nearby and stabbed a knife directly into his arm. "Say it, or not." "I really don't know," the man said, enduring the excruciating pain and fear. "Does anyone know them?" The man circled around and locked eyes with a woman, who was the makeup artist that had come with the production team. I know this one. She's a guest from our crew, Xia Cheng," the woman said fearfully, seeing the man just now directly stabbed in the arm, blood dripping onto the ground. Her face turned extremely pale, afraid that she might also be injured. You bastard," Lin Wan said angrily, not expecting this person to betray her cousin. Slap! Lin Wan was slapped, her fair face instantly swollen, a trickle of blood oozing from the corner of her mouth. The slap left Lin Wan's head buzzing. "Do you recognize this man?" The man took out another photo. This time, he stabbed 2 more people, and they all said they didn't know the man. "These people are all locked up. Not one is allowed to leave," the tall man said coldly. "Yes." Bog picked up the walkie-talkie and informed the monitoring room. "This woman is named Xia Cheng, and for the other man, you can broadcast if there are no clues. If they don't come out voluntarily, kill 1 person until they do. What if they don't come out? After all, he has valuable information in his hands. If he is a soldier, he will come out." Bog's eyes flickered, a heavy expression crossing his face. Indeed, for this person, countless lives had been lost. Although he was a terrorist mercenary, he had to admit that the soldiers of the Huagua peacekeeping forces had integrity in blood. At least, even when their flesh was cut into pieces, they didn't reveal any information, not even whether they were male or female. That was why so many people were mobilized. After a while, the hotel broadcast rang out in an internationally recognized language. Xia Qing, Zhang Huanen, I give you 15 minutes to appear in the hotel lobby, otherwise, for every minute you're late, I will kill one person. Chapter 172, 5 minutes won't do? I am the most impatient person. Don't try to call the police. The entire hotel area is under our control. If anyone among you calls the police, let's see who dies first, them or the police. The man's cold voice came from the broadcast. Xia Qing crouched on the balcony, having seen the scene just now, where someone revealed her information, and Lin Yuan defended her. In such a situation, anyone would instinctively want to protect themselves. But if someone can suppress their instinctive fear to protect others, then that person must be great and trustworthy. Adversity reveals true feelings. They must have registered their information when checking into the hotel. Now only she and another man were hiding. She was definitely not the person they were looking for, so could it be that person named Zhang Huanen? There were about 70 or 80 people squatting in this lobby, with 3 or 4 dozen from their production team, and the rest were hotel staff. There was also a nearly dead body on the ground. These people had never encountered such a large-scale situation in Huagua, and they were all terrified, their faces pale. At first, the guests even thought it was a prank by the production team, remaining relatively calm, even exaggerating their fear, until the gunshots rang out. The hotel staff were shot, and they became terrified. At this moment, each of them was pale with fear. My cousin hasn't been caught yet, so we still have hope. Maybe my cousin has already called the police, Lin Yuan said. Now, Xia Qing not being caught had instead become their hope for survival. You actually told them my cousin's information just now. Yes, I'm sorry, I was just so scared, the girl suddenly cried out. First, stop his bleeding. Just now, a cameraman had been stabbed in the arm. Dozens of people were locked in a room, all very scared. That person just said on the broadcast that if they don't find them, they will kill us, 1 person per minute, Bai Jing said with a frown, his face pale and his lips trembling. It's all the director's fault for insisting on doing the show in Thailand. Jean, she complained. The director hiding in the back was also trembling, his face pale. Such things hadn't happened in Thailand in recent years. So many people from our country travel to Thailand every year. Xia Qing was hiding on the balcony. She wanted to go over, but the balcony in that room was too small for her to squeeze through, and there was someone outside guarding with a gun. There were also people outside. The terrorists she encountered now had 6 different faces, and to control such a large hotel, there must be quite a few of them. She glanced at her watch. Time was passing slowly. She couldn't wait any longer. There are 2 pretty girls inside, and they say they're stars from our country. We've played with girls, but not with stars. Should we give it a try? Said the man with a buzz cut lewdly. There's an empty room next door. I'll go first, then you come? Alright, but you better be quick. It'll be trouble if the boss comes over. After the man finished speaking, he hung the gun around his neck. As soon as he entered, the dozens of people in the room instantly huddled together in fear. The scar-faced man scanned the room and directly locked onto the busted Jinshi. Jinshi had changed into a silk camisole nightgown, intending to look sexy for the morning shoot with the crew. She was already going for a sexy figure. The scar-faced man went over and pulled Jinshi out from the crouching crowd. Ah, no, please don't kill me. Jinshi trembled, her whole body shaking uncontrollably. The scar-faced man dragged Jinshi into the empty room next door. Yang Cheng couldn't bear to watch and wanted to stand up to save Jinshi. Bang bang, 2 gunshots rang out. If it weren't for Shen Linzhou grabbing Yang Cheng, she might have been shot dead. The bullets grazed her scalp and hit the glass behind, shattering it into pieces. Yang Cheng was also frightened, her face pale, cold sweat breaking out on her body. The man, smoking a cigarette and holding a gun, said, "Anyone who dares to move will die." His expression was fierce, and there was a strong smell of blood on him. These people had blood on their hands, naturally exuding a murderous aura. However, he had no intention of killing them for now, as those 2 people had not yet been found. The boss had not yet confirmed who had that piece of information, but letting them get hurt was naturally inconsequential. When the time came, he would burn this place down, leaving no trace. Everyone's faces were as pale as paper, devoid of any color. Everyone cover your heads, if anyone moves, just die. Lin Yuan had only seen videos from abroad before, where people knelt in front, and those behind them swung knives at their heads. She had thought at the time, why not resist? Even if it meant death, one should fight for a chance to die together. But now, facing the dark mouth of the cave and the bright red blood on the ground, the cold bodies, the terror paralyzing her body made it impossible to move. Growing up in a peaceful environment, she couldn't cope with such scenes at all. No, please. The quiet environment was pierced by Jinshi's screams, which sounded unexpectedly clear to them. Damn it, keep your voice down. I'm starting to react. The man shouted. The room fell silent. A few men from the crew clenched their fists, wanting to help, but their instincts were filled with fear. The other women were also afraid that they would be the next. Everyone was on edge. Xiaoqing peeked into the balcony and saw a scar-faced man tearing Jinxi's clothes, her snow-white skin exposed, especially her full breasts. The man was taking off his pants, and Jinxi's feet were being held down tightly. Ah! The man cried out in pain as someone stabbed him in the back. This was bad. She had just seen an ugly thing that flashed in her eyes. She hadn't aimed for his neck. Xiaoqing didn't give him time to react, jumping up and kicking his cervical spine. This area is weak. As long as the position is right, just a press can cut off blood flow and cause fainting. Suyu had specifically taught her this. Xiaoqing's kick knocked him out cold. Keep screaming. Jinxi hadn't recovered from the shock yet. She was stunned by Xiaoqing's swift and clean movements. Seeing her unresponsive, Xiaoqing quickly reached out and pinched her waist. Ah yes, just keep screaming. Don't stop, okay? Xiaoqing whispered to Jinxi, leaning closer. Don't be afraid, just listen to me and you'll be fine. Xiaoqing's voice carried a calming aura, especially after she had just swiftly dealt with a tall and terrifying terrorist. It was like a bright shadow appearing in the drifting darkness. Jinxi's heart was soothed. She couldn't hold them back at this moment. Jinxi was an actress. She could still perform in bed scenes. Xiaoqing listened to her screams, feeling very satisfied. She picked up the terrorist's gun from the ground and also grabbed the walkie-talkie from his waist. With this, she could at least understand the internal matters of the criminals. The gun was a bit heavy, much better than the one she had gotten in the Myanmar region, so good that she didn't know how to use it. Damn! Xiaoqing threw the gun under the bed. He couldn't use it, and she couldn't let anyone else find it. However, the short knife on the man's leg could be used. She wiped the blood off her hands with the fabric and took a peek. The man was still smoking, occasionally checking his watch. 5 minutes won't do? Is the sound so small? Chapter 173. The blood of the living is warm. Xiaoqing made the woman scream to relax the vigilance of the terrorist outside the room. Xiaoqing emerged from behind, and the man reacted quickly. Those who can become terrorists are used to living on the edge, so their reflexes are naturally fast. Xiaoqing was able to easily deal with the scarred man who had assaulted Jinxi because he was relaxed at that moment, and it was Xiaoqing's sudden attack that defeated him. Xiaoqing could easily handle a few ordinary people, but dealing with trained mercenaries was still a bit challenging. Damn it! The man cursed, and Xiaoqing had already rushed up, the distance too close. The two exchanged a few blows, and Xiaoqing delivered a spinning kick to the man's chin, knocking blood out of him. Chinese martial arts? The man was shocked as he wiped the recent blood off. Everyone watching was so astonished that their mouths hung open. However, the man's strength was not to be underestimated. At the same time Xiaoqing kicked his chin, he kicked Xiaoqing in the chest, but fortunately, she managed to block it with her arm. Her arm went numb. Go to hell. Xiaoqing couldn't help but curse, and the crew members who had just squatted down all stood up. With Xiaoqing being so fierce, it was hard for the men to just cower. The man immediately grabbed the gun in his hand, but this time Xiaoqing was faster than them. Do you think you can draw your gun faster, or can I shoot faster? Xiaoqing held a small handgun, pointing it at the man. Drop the gun on the ground, Xiaoqing said coldly. The man looked at the gun in Xiaoqing's hand. After years of being around guns, he could naturally tell whether it was real or fake. Xiaoqing remained calm and composed, her gaze steady and cold. The man didn't dare risk his life, slowly lowering his machine gun. Are you the one we're looking for from the Wait Special Forces? You can't escape. Just give us the USB drive in your hand, and I will plead with the boss to consider letting you go, the man said. I'm not. I'm just a writer, Xiaoqing replied. A writer? A writer so fierce? The fighting scene was comparable to an action movie, and was the small gun in her hand real or fake? Now you'd better obediently put down the gun, otherwise I will shoot, Xiaoqing said seriously, showing no signs of the panic that others displayed. Sure enough, the man couldn't find a flaw in Xiaoqing, thinking she was a member of the Special Forces, a soldier trained to shoot without hesitation at terrorists, and so he threw his gun to the ground. I remember you guys from Huagua said you don't kill those who surrender. Sorry, terrorists don't get that treatment, Xiaoqing replied coldly. She had killed zombies, killed mutated bugs, but this was the first time she had pointed a gun at a person. She had heard that human blood was warm. Lin Nuan, come over and take the gun away. Xiaoqing's eyes were fixed on the man, and there was no way to approach him. Lin Nuan was already stunned, her brain had just crashed, and now being called by Xiaoqing, she struggled to overcome her trembling body. However, Lin Nuan had been crouching for a while, and when she stood up, her legs felt weak, almost unable to support her. Yang Chang stepped forward, supporting Lin Nuan, and then walked over to pick up the gun from the ground. It was a bit embarrassing for everyone. With so many people, so many men, they hadn't managed to subdue a single terrorist. Xia Cheng pointed the gun at the man's forehead and then kicked hard at his groin. Taking advantage of his scream of pain, she struck the pressure point on his neck with her hand. In an instant, he fainted. This all happened in just a few seconds. Xia Qing closed the door, and Jinqi found a bedsheet to wrap around her body, trembling as she came out from inside. Her clothes had just been torn, but fortunately, she had not been violated. "Sister, what should we do now?" Lin Nuan asked, her face pale with fear. Just now, Xia Qing had subdued the assailant with one hand, and now she had become the backbone of these people. "Call the police, our phones and passports have all been stolen," the director said. "We can't call the police, the signal is lost here. We need to find a way to hide, we are too big a target with so many of us. You are hotel staff. Do you know of any safe, hidden places in the hotel?" Xia Cheng asked. "There's a wine cellar underground," the staff member said, trembling. It was probably their first encounter with such a terrorist attack. There were still a few injured and unconscious people in the room. Xia Qing thought for a moment, with so many people going to the underground wine cellar, even if it was hidden, they could still be discovered. "You guys tie these two up first, tie them up tightly." A few cameramen quickly followed Xia Qing's orders, finding bedsheets to tie up the two men. "I need to go out and call the police, the hotel signal has been blocked, and I need to find someone named Zhang Huanen. Everyone here is after that person, we need to find a way to locate him. You all lock this door for now, I will create some trouble, and you take the opportunity to hide." "What about you?" Lin Nuan asked anxiously. With so many people here, how could she let her cousin go out alone to call the police? "I'll go out by myself, it's easier that way, and the corridors are monitored. As soon as I go out, I'll be discovered." "Then how will you leave, sister?" Lin Nuan frowned. Xia Cheng pointed to the window outside and calmly said, "Climb out the window." The others looked outside. The window was quite high, and the railing was very narrow. How could they climb out? One misstep and they could fall. Xia Qing glanced at the time. 5 minutes had already passed. She flipped over and jumped out the window, grabbing the railing with one hand, then leaped to the next floor. "Your cousin is amazing," the director praised sincerely. If it weren't for the current situation, he would definitely want to film Xia Cheng. They locked the room door first and took 2 walkie-talkies from the terrorists. One was left for Yang Chang, and Xia Qing took the other. The group looked at the 2 terrorists tied up like Zhangzi, feeling a bit more at ease. "Brother Shin, thank you just now," Yang Chang said. If it weren't for Shin Linzhou pulling him, he might have been seriously hurt. This floor was filled with their program's crew, and after counting, there were more than 20 people. There were also staff and tourists from other floors who had been captured and brought to the hotel lobby, where one person was currently being pinned to the ground. He held a microphone from the hotel lobby and said, "I'll count to 3, if she doesn't show up, she'll die." "Ah!" The woman pinned to the ground trembled in fear, unable to even scream for help. The man stepped on her head, scraping her scalp and causing a lot of blood to flow. Bang! A man in black suddenly jumped down from the stairs. Bog saw the man smile slightly. He knew that if it were a soldier from Huagua, they would never give up a life. "You want something here, let these residents go," the man said in a hoarse voice. Xia Qing hid in the shadows, frowning slightly. Was this person Zhang Huanen? Was he a soldier from Huagua? It couldn't be as she imagined, could it? This man was a special forces soldier from Huagua, executing some international secret mission, gathering important intelligence, and then being hunted down? Chapter 174. Unfortunately, fueled by passion, the soldiers from Huagua are quite capable, but unfortunately, they are all fueled by passion. I really don't understand. Why are you all risking your lives for this? This thing is worth 3 billion. Even if you split $1 billion, it would be enough for you to live comfortably for the rest of your lives. A gunshot rang out. Blood instantly stained the ground. "You!" Zhang Huanen frowned, veins bulging on his forehead. He was quickly surrounded by several armed men, but his expression remained calm, though his cold gaze and bulging veins showed his anger. These people treated lives as if they were nothing. Bog waved his hand, and the man with the gun behind him stepped forward to search Zhang H. Everyone was thinking about how to escape instead of saving Zhang Huanen. Xia Cheng frowned and walked over, quickly checking his injuries. He had been shot in the right chest, but there was no blood. She saw a 5-star medal on the torn skin, which had already been bent. Although it had blocked a fatal shot, his rib had been broken by the impact. His waist had been slashed by a knife, blood soaking through his black clothes. "How are you?" Xia Qing listened to their conversation and realized that the person in front of her was a special forces soldier from Huagua. Being from the same country, she couldn't just stand by and do nothing. Zhang Huanen suddenly opened his eyes and grabbed Xia Qing's wrist. "Quick, take me over there," the man said weakly. "Take you where?" "They planted a bomb. Hurry and disarm it, or it will explode." What are you talking about? Xia Qing's throat tightened nervously. Was that the countdown for the bomb? She didn't care for herself. She could just hide in a safe space. But Lin Yuan was here too. There were at least dozens of lives at stake. Xia Qing helped him to the middle of the box, where the man had placed the bomb on a corpse. The woman had just been shot in the head, and the ground was covered in blood. Those who had been hiding in the corner panicked upon hearing there was a bomb and rushed outside. Bang bang. After a minute or two, gunfire could be heard from outside. They haven't left. Xia Qing frowned. These people are insane. They are terrorists, Zhang Huanen said weakly. She couldn't care about those who had already escaped and been shot. All she could do now was to deal with the bomb. Forget about those for now. Disarm the bomb. How do I disarm it? Xia Qing wasn't afraid of the corpse, just the bomb. She carefully helped Zhang Huanen sit down, feeling that if he moved too much, the blood from his abdomen would gush out. Be careful when you open it. Of course, be careful. This is a bomb. I've only seen bomb disposal experts in movies. Hopefully, the knowledge from the movies was real. The only bomb knowledge she had was about the red and blue wires. Xia Qing took a deep breath to ease her tension and opened the iron box. What's wrong? Zhang Huanen's expression became serious as he said, if this bomb explodes, it could turn the entire hotel into ruins. Then why set a timer? The time on it, we still have about 15 minutes, right? That's the time they leave here, Zhang Huanen said. Xia Qing thought about it. If it didn't have a timer and just exploded, wouldn't they all be killed? Maybe remote control would be more costly? So do I just need to cut the wires? Xia Qing asked. Cough, yes, but there are so many wires. Which one do I cut? Xia Qing said, almost in tears. Do you have a knife? Yes. Xia Qing thought he was going to cut the wires, but she saw Zhang Huanen painfully cut into the skin of his own arm. What are you doing? Xia Qing didn't understand. Zhang Huanen peeled back his flesh and pulled out a small object from inside. Promise me this will be taken back to the country. You must hand it over to the state. My captain and teammates are all dead. Zhang Huanen's eyes were red, as if bleeding. Xia Qing trembled as she took it. He was really ruthless to himself, hiding this thing in his body and cutting himself open. How much pain must that have caused? You go first. How can I go? There are people guarding outside, Xia Qing said. She wanted to leave too, but there weren't many choices left for her. Go, please, live and take it back. That's what matters. Zhang Huanen shouted. Time passed slowly. Xia Qing looked at his appearance, feeling an indescribable pain in her heart. What should she choose? Take this and escape alone? Or stay behind? What should she do? How can we resolve this crisis? Don't be afraid, they'll definitely leave when the time comes. Zhang Huanen moved in front of the bomb box, tightly holding the iron box, his fingers inserted inside. The beeping sound stopped. Suddenly, a mouthful of fresh blood surged from Zhang Huanen's mouth. No way. Bro, you're spitting blood now? Before Xia Qing could retort, Zhang Huanen's head spun, and he fainted. Damn. But unexpectedly, the timer on the bomb box had stopped. Did that mean it wouldn't explode? Before Xia Qing could celebrate for 2 minutes, the beeping sound started again. It seemed there was only one choice left for her, to hide in the space? Xia Qing's eyes lit up. She might have a way. Chapter 175. Terrorists. A bold idea suddenly popped into her mind. She could put the bomb into the space. Her space could stop time. With time stopped, the bomb wouldn't explode. The deathly atmosphere around them dissipated, along with the thick smoke. Xia Qing tossed the bomb into the space. Sure enough, once the bomb entered the space, time stood still. Xia Qing let out a sigh of relief. She had made the right bet. This could be considered a weapon of mass destruction, right? If Suyu encountered a zombie wave, it could blow them all away in one go. Now, she looked at Zhang Huanen, who had already fainted. Thankfully, he was unconscious, or she wouldn't have been able to explain anything. Xia Qing leaned in to check his breath. He was still alive. He needed treatment. Fortunately, she was strong enough to carry a man, but being petite made it a bit awkward to carry a man who was 1.8 meters tall. Not far away, in a car. Boss, Alan and Scarface haven't come back. The walkie-talkie can't get through. No one is responding. What should we do? Borg glanced at the time. There were only 2 minutes left before the explosion. Of course, we leave. There's only 2 minutes left before it explodes. Are we going to stay here and die? The man didn't dare to speak again, although he had a decent relationship with those two. At this moment, life was more important. Who would go back to save them? Xia Qing carried the man up to the second floor and randomly found a room. He's bleeding. Xia Qing took out bandages and a hemostatic agent from her space. She also pulled out a bottle of the first-generation diluted physical enhancement liquid. Since the physical condition in this world wasn't as strong as in the apocalypse, drinking it all at once might have side effects. The diluted enhancement liquid was poured into the man's mouth, Although it wasn't a recovery potion and couldn't heal the wound immediately, it was equivalent to boosting his immunity. The original immunity might be like an infantryman, but after drinking the enhancement liquid, it was like giving him weapons. Xia Qing took out scissors and cut a hole in the man's abdominal clothing, revealing the knife wound. Thankfully, it was a laceration, not a stab. The flesh was just turned out, which was a bit gruesome, and it was still oozing blood. She sprinkled the hemostatic agent on it and checked the wound with gauze and a hemostatic bandage. This kind of wound needed stitching. She had only learned simple treatments in college and wasn't a professional. Her hands were covered in blood. She cleaned them up and hurried upstairs to find Lin Nuan and the others. "It's me, open the door." Lin Nuan opened the door upon hearing Xia Qing's voice. "I found some bandages, let me treat the injured staff first." "Okay, I'll do it," Lin Nuan replied. "Where is that secret underground winery? Take us there now." "It's on the basement level," the waiter immediately said. "Those people have already left, but we don't know if they'll come back. Just now, a few people took advantage of the chaos to run out and were shot." We just saw that from the window," Husu said nervously. Husu was a guest brought by Yang Chang, a child star who debuted at a young age, and he was only 18 now. "Let's take the stairs, hurry, we need to go to the underground winery first." With a clatter, the injured were being helped down the stairs by the waitstaff. The two terrorists, still bound like Zhangzi, remained in place. Xia Qing walked over and ruthlessly stomped on their legs, breaking them. Crack! The sound of bones shattering echoed. "Ah!" Scarface let out a painful scream. Xia Qing didn't give them a moment to react. She broke both of their legs and then knocked them out cold. Don't say she was heartless. Their binding technique was utterly unprofessional. These two were mercenaries. It was very likely they would wake up and escape, posing a threat later on. However, Xia Qing didn't want to kill anyone here. After all, it was a society governed by law, and in front of Lin Nuan, she didn't want to leave her with psychological scars. Lin Nuan followed closely beside Xia Qing, feeling tense as she watched her cousin's violent actions, her throat tightening. "Are you scared?" Lin Nuan nodded, then shook her head. "I'm afraid of these terrorists, but I'm not afraid of you. Cousin, you saved us. I thought you thought I was cruel." After all, the way she had just broken someone's leg was rather brutal. Indeed, the environment influences people. At least a year ago, she wouldn't have acted this way. She might have even screamed in fear upon encountering terrorists. Fear is a human instinct. She might have even trembled. "No, cousin, I'm not a saint. Show mercy to terrorists? The law tells us that terrorists don't have a good ending. And if it weren't for you participating in this program, you wouldn't have faced this threat." Thinking of this made Lin Nuan feel very guilty. Terrorists were too cruel in this world. The massacre at the Opera House, where 143 people died at the hands of terrorists, was indiscriminate slaughter. That news had just been on the front page. Back then, it was just something she read about, but now it was a personal experience. Her mindset was different. She felt a bit uneasy just now. After all, she had always presented a quiet image in front of Lin Nuan, and she hadn't expected Lin Nuan to think this way. "I'm really glad I came," Xia Qing said. "Cousin." Lin Nuan's eyes glistened with tears as she choked out. "All right, this isn't the time for sentimentality. Let's hurry to the underground wine cellar." If Xia Qing hadn't come this time, Lin Nuan definitely wouldn't have survived. Not just her but the entire crew. "I'll sign up for boxing when I get back," Lin Nuan silently vowed. She had to be as strong as her cousin. With more than 20 people, they encountered a few other survivors, including children, on their way to the wine cellar. This underground wine cellar was indeed hidden, with rows of red wine that dazzled the eye. "When can we leave here? We can't just keep hiding in the wine cellar, can we? We can't go out now. Just a moment ago, when we tried to escape to the hall, we were shot, and all the cars have been taken by them." The hotel was surrounded by the sea, with only a single bridge passing through. The hotel provided transportation with its own cars. This hotel was also a landmark in Thailand. After a day of turmoil, everyone was hungry. Now, there was only red wine to drink, and they couldn't care less. Some people, feeling thirsty, started to open the wine. Xia Qing glanced at her watch. The explosion time had passed. Would those people come back if they hadn't heard anything? That was an unknown question. "By the way, cousin, this intercom has been ringing non-stop, saying they should come back, or else there would be an explosion." Lin Nuan frowned and said, "This hotel doesn't have a bomb, does it?" Yang Chang said nervously, frowning. There was a bomb, but she had already hidden it. "I don't know, it should be fine. I'm just afraid they'll come back, so let's hide here for now. It's not safe for us to go out recklessly right now. Without a car, we'd be completely exposed, with no place to hide." Xia Qing frowned and said, "I don't even know how long we have to hide. Are the Thai police really this inefficient?" Husu frowned and said. He was very unhappy now and even somewhat blamed Yang Cheng for inviting him to this program. Chapter 176, This is a soldier of our country. Long periods of mental tension had caused everyone's emotions to generate negative energy. If only we weren't here. Yeah, director, the place you chose is really unlucky. Isn't there a better place in our country? Isn't there enough space? It's too expensive to book a hotel of this size domestically. Our program's budget is limited, the director explained. He had never encountered such a situation when organizing trips to Paris. Most of their budget was allocated to the regular guests of these few programs. Shen Linzhou, Jin Shi, Bai Jing, and Yang Cheng knew what was going on but didn't dare to complain. Complaining won't help. The security in Thailand was pretty good before. What we can do now is stick together. Sister Cheng is right. Let's not argue anymore, Yang Cheng quickly said, looking at Xia Cheng with a bit of admiration. The spinning kick she used against the thug was so cool. Yang Cheng had acted as a police officer before, and the fight scenes were all staged, looking fast on screen, but the actions were very slow during filming. If he really went up to fight, he would probably get beaten up badly. Xia Cheng glanced at Yang Cheng. If she remembered correctly, she was a few years younger than him. I'll go out to check the situation, you all stay here. Xia Cheng wanted to go back and see Zhang Huanen. We're hungry here too. No, you can't keep going out. If you go out, bring us some food, or find a way to call the police or something. Xia Cheng looked at the person who spoke. They weren't from their program group, probably tourists. These people had been hungry all day. Xia Cheng frowned slightly. To be honest, she really hadn't had time to eat. When a person is under mental stress, they really don't have much appetite. You can go out and find it yourself. Xia Cheng said, if you want to go, then go, or choose to stay here, or go by yourself. This underground wine cellar was still relatively safe for the time being. At least it was hidden. Apart from the hotel staff, outsiders didn't know about it, let alone those terrorists. If they went out like this, they wouldn't know if those people had backup. Some of the people hiding in the underground wine cellar wanted to leave, while others chose to stay. Those who chose to stay were all from their program group, and at this moment, everyone was still relatively united. Moreover, they had seen Xia Cheng defeat two vicious thugs. Among the program group, only a few cameramen were physically stronger. The other travelers, especially those who had just witnessed the shooting, chose to stay behind. How about this? Who wants to come with me to find some food? She couldn't leave Zhang Huanen alone in the hotel. The cameraman didn't dare to go. You were just arguing about going out, and now you're all scared? Lin Nuan said angrily. Sister, I'll go with you. Xia Cheng thought for a moment. Now that those people had set off bombs, there probably wouldn't be any terrorists in the hotel for a while? Okay, I'll go too, Yang Cheng said. Xia Cheng, Yang Cheng, Lin Nuan, and two strong cameramen went together. She took a handgun out of her pocket. Yang Cheng, I remember you filmed police and gangster movies. You can use this gun for now. Don't shoot unless absolutely necessary. I picked this up from a terrorist. Okay. Yang Cheng took the gun. It was a real gun with a solid feel. His hands trembled with nervousness. Don't point the gun at me, Lin Nuan said anxiously. The few of them followed Xia Cheng up the stairs. The locks had already been broken. In the corridor, there were two corpses outside a room. They went around, and Xia Cheng entered the room. Zhang Huanen was still unconscious. Who is he? Lin Nuan looked at the pale face, as if he had lost too much blood. This is a soldier of our country. Sheng Jia, look, those people are back, Yang Cheng said, looking out the window as a car drove up. At first, Yang Cheng was quite excited, thinking someone had come to rescue them. But then four men armed with guns got out of the car. Boj noticed there was no explosion and the walkie-talkie couldn't reach Scar. Damn it, this is fake, Boj said, looking at the chip on the computer, which showed nothing. Boss, it's been 15 minutes, and the bomb hasn't exploded. Could it have been disarmed? Boj glanced at his watch. That man I shot and stabbed in the chest can't possibly be alive. Willpower? Don't these people have willpower? The last one took 5 bullets and still blew up our cruise ship. It's possible that guy disarmed the bomb, Boj speculated. That bomb is hard to disarm. No, boss, are we going back? You call the remaining brothers back to search. If they can't find him, kill them all, Boj said coldly. The rest continue with the plan. We can take fake stuff, but he can't bring back the real one. Boj frowned. Boj left with a truck full of people. Understood. A man took out a walkie-talkie and instructed the last vehicle to return to carry out the mission. Damn it, the boss wants us to turn back and deal with the remaining people. What if the bomb malfunctions? Let's wait a bit. If it doesn't explode, we'll go over. This is getting fun. A bearded man gripped his gun, his eyes gleaming with bloodthirsty excitement. Xia Cheng and Lin Nuan also moved to the window and saw several people had already entered with guns. This is bad. Xia Cheng thought. Zhang Huanen gave her the real thing. Could it be that they discovered it was fake and came back looking for it? And the hotel hasn't exploded. Hide. It might already be too late to go to the underground wine cellar. Instead, it would lead them there, where there were dozens of people. Bang bang bang! Just then, two who hadn't listened to Xia Qing's warning ran out from the underground wine cellar, trying to escape. After all, it was too dangerous here. They just wanted to leave this terrifying place as quickly as possible. As a result, they were shot in the head as they came out. This watch is nice. A terrorist took the watch from one of the dead and put it on his wrist. These people were driven by money, by the thrill of bloodshed. Some were outcasts from a society that couldn't accommodate their superhuman genes, naturally finding a place to gather. They were part of the world's extreme terrorist organizations, and every time they appeared, they brought unimaginable terror and shock. The people in the underground wine cellar also heard the gunfire. My God, they're really back. The staff hurriedly closed the wine cellar's main door. If we close the door, Lin Nuan, Yang Chang, and Xia Qing won't be back. Jean, she frowned. She felt grateful to Xia Qing for saving her. Don't close the door, they might find this place. This is an underground wine cellar. If we close the door, it looks like a wall from the outside, as you all just saw. There are people here. Don't speak, the glass can't be seen through from the outside, the staff quickly reminded. They saw a man with a gun walking over. The people in the wine cellar trembled, covering their mouths in fear of being discovered. Chapter 177, Lin Nuan, your sister is really amazing. The bomb is gone. The person is gone too. It seems that warrior from Huagua took the bomb away. How is that possible? That warrior wasn't killed? Look at the marks on the ground. Someone must have saved him. And accomplices? Didn't we kill all his accomplices? Let's search the area first. If we find no one, we'll burn this place down, the man said, frowning. He took out a walkie-talkie to report the situation, receiving orders from above to deal with the people here and leave no traces. Xia Qing and the others were hiding in the room, watching as the thugs entered the hotel. The car outside was empty, with no one left to guard it. We jump down from the small balcony at the back, then get into that car. They won't be able to catch us, Xia Qing pointed to the car below. Jump down? Lin Nuan looked at the window. It was 2 stories high, with no air conditioning unit, and the floor below was tiled. Jumping down would hurt, right? Tie the curtains and bed sheets together. Hurry, Xia Qing said. She could jump down without a problem, but Lin Nuan probably couldn't. The 2 cameramen quickly tied the curtains into a rope and lowered it down. When you jump down later, don't scream, okay? Xia Qing looked at Lin Nuan, afraid she would panic and shout. Lin Nuan covered her mouth and nodded. Xia Qing was the first to slide down, checked that no one was around, and waved to the others above. Lin Nuan was next. Xia Qing stepped forward and caught her in a princess carry. The 2 cameramen were quite agile. After all, they usually ran around with heavy cameras. The last one was Yang Chang. As he slid down, the bedsheet started to tear, probably because the first 2 cameramen were a bit heavy. When he reached the middle, the sheet completely broke. Be careful. Lin Nuan gasped and covered her mouth, while Xia Qing quickly went over to catch Yang Chang. Although the male star was tall, he maintained his weight for the camera, so he wasn't too heavy. Yang Chang's face turned red. He had played the hero saving the beauty too many times on TV, but in reality, he was saved by a girl. The key point was that the girl was able to catch him, which made him feel a bit embarrassed. At such a close distance, he could smell the lemon fragrance on Xia Qing. Xia Qing had no time for such thoughts. Her mind was solely focused on escaping, with no room for romantic notions. She went straight to the car, realizing the keys were still in the ignition. What a mistake. Who can drive? Xia Qing asked. I can, the 2 cameramen said simultaneously. Then you drive. Xia Qing pointed to the older cameraman on the left and motioned for them to get in the car. Don't go towards the big bridge. There should be a dock to the east. Xia Qing recalled the map of the hotel lobby. The big bridge had only one road. If those people were still there, it would be disastrous. Go out and call the police. Report to the embassy, Xia Qing instructed. Yang Chang, keep the gun for self-defense. Lin Nuan saw Xia Qing saying so much. Sister, aren't you coming with me? Xia Qing turned back to glance and said, there's no time, you all go quickly. Don't worry, I'll be fine. Director, the program team is in the underground wine cellar. We need to bring them back. Think of a way to go back and call the police, understand? Big brother, hurry and drive, they'll be back soon. Sister. Lin Nuan's eyes were red, unwilling to look at Xia Qing. Yang Chang, take good care of my sister, Xia Qing said. The car started, and the cameraman quickly drove away. We need to hurry out and call the police. That's the only way to save them. There are still so many people hiding in the underground wine cellar, the cameraman said. You're right, we need to find help quickly, Yang Chang added. Your sister is really amazing. We owe it all to her this time, the cameraman said. Xia Qing returned to the room they had just been in, quickly picked up Zheng Huanan and placed him in the storage room. She took out some water and drinks from the space. You have to hold on. Xia Qing said. When you get back to Huagua, you'll be a hero. The chip you brought back, you have to take it back yourself. Only then will your fallen teammates rest easy. The man seemed to twitch his eyelashes upon hearing Xia Qing's words. The surveillance here had already been destroyed. After all, those terrorists were also afraid of leaving any evidence behind. Where are they? Did they all run away? Let's set a fire and burn it down. That counts as completing the mission, the man said. Otherwise, how long would it take to search through so many rooms one by one? As they spoke, several men began to set fire. But only one man was wiping the blood from the tip of his knife. On the ground lay 2 corpses, and a terrified woman was holding a 4 or 5-year-old child, while a man lay on the ground, shot and barely alive. Please, don't kill the child, the woman cried, clutching her frightened child tightly. The man put away his gun, holding a military knife stained with blood. In front of the little boy, he severed his father's neck. With a splatter, blood gushed out. The child, witnessing this scene, turned pale, and the woman quickly held her child closer. The man laughed maniacally, a satisfied look on his face. He recorded the scene on his phone. Next, I'll deal with you too. No, please don't hurt my child, the woman cried, her voice breaking with fear. She wanted to escape with her child, but in such extreme terror, her legs felt weak, and her mind was foggy. All she could see was the man, like a demon, approaching her with the knife. His eyes flickered as he contemplated whether to kill the child first or the mother. Would killing that person create a greater sense of despair? He kicked the woman aside, snatching the child, who screamed in fright. The woman knelt on the ground, pleading, her eyes red and her body trembling. Please, don't kill my child. She's still so young, only 4 years old. Please. The woman knelt, banging her head on the ground, causing red blood to seep out. At this moment, a twisted madness flickered in the man's eyes. The woman didn't realize that her desperate pleas only heightened the man's excitement. Just as he was about to slit the child's throat, a gunshot rang out, grazing the man's shoulder. It was Xia Qing, holding another handgun. Her aim was poor, and she had just aimed at the man's head. The few people setting fire at the back of the hotel took the gunshot seriously. Put the child down, Xia Qing said, holding her gun with both hands as she stepped out. Apologies, but at this moment, she chose to save someone, even though she was also very nervous. These ruthless terrorists were more terrifying than zombies. Perhaps it was because she had been influenced by the soldier named Zhang Huanen. Seeing that he had no intention of letting go, she said coldly, "The next shot will be aimed at your head." Xia Qing struggled to raise her gun, aiming at the terrorist's head. This time, the man obediently released the child, who rushed into his mother's arms. "You all need to leave quickly," Xia Qing said in a deep voice. Thank you. The woman trembled as she held her child. Even in such a terrifying environment, her good upbringing made her say thank you. She hurriedly ran outside with her child, wanting to get as far away as possible. "Don't run outside. Go upstairs and find a room to hide," Xia Qing quickly reminded them loudly. There were still 2 or 3 terrorists outside setting fires, and encountering them would mean certain death. Hearing Xia Qing's words, the woman hurriedly ran up the stairs with her child. Now there were only 4 of them, and it was impossible to have enough manpower to search. They just needed to find a safe place to hide. The 2 exchanged glances, not daring to blink, as even the moment of blinking could lead to death. Bang! Xia Qing saw the man's movement with the gun, and they both fired at the same time. Chapter 178, Carrying the Burden Forward. Bang bang! Gunshots rang out. Xia Qing's aim was still poor, and with the man intentionally dodging, she didn't hit anything. But the man's bullet had already struck her arm. It hurt so much. Getting shot really hurts. That kind of pain that penetrates the flesh makes the brain momentarily dazed. She covered her arm in pain, hiding behind the sofa in the hall. The sofa was shot, and the stuffing inside was blown apart. She could no longer enter the space in front of the living. Just like in this world, she had no way to use her powers. She shot a few more times from the side of the sofa. These 2 shots didn't hit the opponent's vital points, but they did injure his arm. The pain and blood only stimulated the man further, awakening the super male genes within him. The gun in Xia Qing's hand was out of bullets, and her injured arm hurt a lot, though not much blood was flowing out. Her vision was a bit blurry, and the colored contact lenses felt uncomfortable, obstructing her sight. When she awakened her ice-type powers in the apocalypse, her pupils turned ice blue, so she wore black contacts to hide them. The thug's gun was also out of bullets, and he picked up a military knife to chase after Xia Qing. Xia Qing dodged his knife, holding a dagger in her hand, looking for an opportunity to attack him. The smoke outside had already spread in. Last time, Xia Qing had deliberately released smoke, but this time, it was indeed on fire. Cough cough. The smoke choked her mouth, making her feel uncomfortable. The more dangerous the situation, the calmer one must be. this was what Suyu had told her. The man's knife missed Xia Qing every time, and he seemed a bit annoyed, as if he hadn't expected her to be so evasive. Just then, a blurry figure suddenly appeared behind the thug, delivering a fatal blow, and blood sprayed from the thug's neck. The man clutched his neck, his eyes wide open in disbelief, as if he wanted to stare out his soul. As the smoke filled the air, the man slowly collapsed to the ground, instantly turning into a pool of blood, and the figure behind him became visible. Xia Qing stared in shock at the familiar figure that had killed the man. It wasn't until the man walked in front of her that she reacted. Suyu? It's me. You've been shot in the arm. We need to get the bullet out. Suyu's brow was tightly furrowed, his eyes filled with concern and pain. The next moment, Xia Qing brought Suyu back to the sunny base. At this moment, it was night in the apocalypse, and Suyu directly carried Xia Qing to the clinic at the sunny base. No consultations at night. The assistant frowned, wondering who would knock on the door at such a late hour. Base leader? The young assistant was taken aback when he saw Suyu. Quick, call the doctor over. Okay, right away. The young assistant immediately became serious, going inside to summon the doctor, quickly getting dressed upon hearing that the base leader had arrived. Gunshot wound, hurry and treat her, Suyu said. The doctor was administering anesthesia and treating the wound while Suyu stood by watching. No, I have to go back soon, the hotel is on fire, and there are still people in the underground wine cellar. I don't know if my sister managed to escape, and there are 2 terrorists, Xia Qing said anxiously. She didn't even ask how Suyu was able to appear in her time and space. Her mind was filled with thoughts of the hotel on fire. Or perhaps the fire was a diversion, and those terrorists were outside, waiting for people to escape before opening fire. Xia Qing clenched her fists. These terrorists were worse than zombies. They actually killed a father in front of a child. The bullet was quickly removed, and the doctor bandaged the wound swiftly. Don't use this arm for now, otherwise, the wound will burst open, and it might hurt for a while after the anesthesia wears off, the doctor advised. Thank you. The doctor and the young assistant felt a bit of pressure, especially since Suyu's expression was truly grim. The 2 quickly took the hint and left, leaving only a small nightlight in the clinic. After Xia Qing finished treating her wound, she said, "Do you know how dangerous it was just now? If I hadn't shown up, you might have been killed." Suyu said this, feeling a pain in his heart that made it hard to breathe. He couldn't even bear to imagine what would have happened if he had arrived late and Xia Qing had really been killed. He didn't dare to think about it. All right, when will you be able to enter our time and space? Xia Qing asked curiously. Has the space evolved? Suyu was asked this by Xia Qing, and his ears turned a light shade of pink, seemingly recalling that steamy bathroom. It was at the moment Xia Qing was injured that he suddenly sensed it. He was currently in the underground base of Long Country. What exactly just happened? I was with my cousin, recording a show in another country, and we encountered a terrorist attack. That criminal has already killed over 10 people and is now setting fires. And our warriors from Huaxia are also inside. I'll go with you, Suyu said. But how long can you stay? Xia Qing asked. Since she had been rebounded back when she went to the apocalypse before, she thought Suyu also had a time limit, so they needed to act quickly. All right, with Suyu there, Xia Qing felt a sense of relief. Even when facing 2 terrorists, she didn't feel as scared anymore. Put on the bulletproof vest first. These are all from the underground base of Long Country. Suyu also took out something like a vest from his space. It was the first time she had seen such a thin bulletproof vest. The ones she saw on TV were usually quite heavy. This is different from those mutated zombies. You can deal with them using knives or swords. Modern warfare is all about hot weapons and gunfights. If you react slowly, you'll get shot. Your strength can handle some dumb zombies. Untrained ordinary people can deal with them. But against these terrorists, it's too weak. International terrorists are professionally trained, engaging in underground fighting. Their training is about life and death. Suyu was a special forces soldier and had encountered many international professional criminals. What Suyu said was the truth, and Xia Qing couldn't refute it. Such situations were rare in their world. The interior of Huaxia was still very safe. Perhaps behind that safety was the heavy burden carried by some soldiers. Chapter 179, Suyu's marksmanship put on the fire mask. The fear of fire is not the flames but the smoke. Both Suyu and Xia Qing were armed, and she led Suyu to traverse back to the hotel where they had been. However, the smoke was thick now, and the body of that terrorist was still on the ground. Suyu picked up the firearms from the floor. At that moment, the smoke alarm in the corridor began to beep, starting to spray water. Bang bang! There were gunshots and screams outside. Just as Xia Qing had guessed, some people hid when they saw the situation was wrong. Later, when the fire broke out, they had to risk running out, only to be ruthlessly killed by the criminals. Xia Qing took Suyu upstairs, hiding Zhang Huanan in the storage room. When she opened the storage room, he was still inside, and the food and drink had not been touched. Xia Qing touched his forehead. It was a bit hot. Suyu noticed that Xia Qing seemed to care a lot about this man, feeling a bit uncomfortable, but the situation was urgent, and they couldn't ignore the bigger picture. What's going on? He is the soldier I told you about from our country. He was injured, and I bandaged him. Suyu saw the wound on the man's abdomen. It seems the wound is infected, Suyu said. She remembered she had given him a physical enhancement liquid. His immunity shouldn't be this weak. The fire is getting bigger. We need to leave now, Suyu frowned and said. The smoke in the corridor was also getting thicker. Suyu directly carried Zheng Huanan on his back, and the two of them ran down through the smoke. Once outside, the black smoke spread throughout the hotel. On a small balcony on the third floor, a mother and daughter were clinging on. They were the ones Xia Qing had just rescued. It's them. Xia Qing wanted to climb up to save them. Don't move, Suyu pressed down on Xia Qing. He placed Zheng Huanan on the ground and surprisingly made a running jump, quickly scaling up. Hand me the child. The woman looked at the person below. It was Xia Qing who was saving them. She carefully let go of her hand. Suyu, drop him down, I can catch him, Xia Qing said from below. Suyu frowned slightly. Her arm had just been injured. Suyu ignored Xia Qing and directly held the child, saying, Kid, close your eyes. The child closed his eyes, fearfully clinging to Suyu's neck as he jumped down from the third floor, rolling to protect the child underneath, unharmed. Why did you jump down directly? You scared me to death just now, Xia Qing said worriedly. I'm fine, it's just that woman up there is a bit of a problem, Suyu frowned. The black smoke above was growing thicker, and a wave of heat rushed towards them. The little girl's arm was already burned. Suyu climbed back up, a wave of heat hitting him. However, this heat seemed to cause him no harm, even though he couldn't use his powers in this world. Fire couldn't hurt him, just as Xia Qing wouldn't be harmed by ice, he wouldn't be harmed by the heat wave. Even with a protective mask, the smoke was still thick. Suyu quickly pulled over the curtain, jumped down from the balcony, and tied it around the woman. You jump down. I can't, the woman said fearfully. Gunshots rang out not far away. It's them. Xia Qing frowned. Suyu pushed the woman, one hand gripping the curtain, the other holding the railing. The woman stopped just a dozen centimeters from the ground. Realizing what was happening, she quickly stood up and hugged her child. Two terrorists were also walking over. When they came out after setting the fire, they found their car was actually gone. They called Bog, only to discover they had escaped. They had been abandoned. So, they began a killing spree. Since they were going to die, they might as well go out with a bang. Suyu reacted quickly, drawing his pistol and firing 2 shots, hitting one of the men in the head. One man was instantly killed, while the other narrowly dodged but lost his gun. The man who escaped was sweating coldly. How was that man's aim so precise? There was still smoke, and he managed to get a headshot. Bang! The man exposed a small leg, which Suyu hit. He never showed mercy to criminals. Once, in the eyes of those terrorists in Long Country, he was the king of hell. Bang bang bang! Suyu fired a shot into the air, hitting the same spot 3 times, and the last shot pierced through, hitting the man's neck. Dead. Xia Qing was stunned watching Suyu's marksmanship. In the apocalypse, all she had seen was Suyu's skills, cleanly killing zombies. Now she understood why Li Yao always said he was a king of soldiers, with extremely strong survival skills, terrifying training, and pinpoint accuracy with a gun. In the underground wine cellar, the fire above the hotel made the wine cellar hot, with smoke even seeping in. It must be on fire. We can't stay here any longer, or all this wine is flammable. The hotel staff hurriedly opened the hotel's main door. Hurry up! If we don't open it soon, we'll be burned alive here. No, it won't open. What's going on? There's no power. Everyone, let's work together to force it open. Finally, the door opened a crack, not fully open yet, and everyone rushed out frantically. Some were knocked down and trampled, but at this moment, everyone just wanted to survive. On the other side, Lin Nuan and the others drove around, only to hear a loud explosion. Those people actually blew up the bridge. Lin Nuan saw from a distance that the only bridge had collapsed. With such a loud noise and such a big fire, why are the Thai police so indifferent? Yang Cheng frowned and said, not understanding what was going on, if this were in their huaxia, the fire department would have arrived within minutes, let alone such a terrifying attack as a bridge explosion. In their country, a shooting incident would already be considered extremely severe, requiring thousands of police to apprehend a criminal. Here, with such a loud explosion and a fire, how could no one come to check? Don't say I'm being conspiratorial, maybe the Thai government is turning a blind eye? Lin Nuan said. She had seen spy films where things unfolded like this. Can the boats at the dock still set sail? Yang Cheng frowned slightly as he looked at the boats. Were they supposed to swim over? In fact, it was precisely because the Thai president was assassinated today that everything had turned into chaos. This hotel, being both large and remote, had its police forces dispatched to maintain urban safety, leaving this hotel temporarily neglected. The Thai president was assassinated, and the symbol of the Thai government was bombed. The bomb came from Italy, said to be related to the conflict in the Myanmar region, and the bomb had flown here. After all, Myanmar and Thailand were neighboring countries. When Myanmar was at war, Thailand suffered. Chapter 180. Only we Huagwa people can board the plane after dealing with these two terrorists. They moved away from the hotel and went to the nearby swimming pool rest area. The mother and daughter who had just been rescued looked at the raging fire, unable to believe they had survived, feeling the aftershock of their narrow escape. Are you awake? Don't you have something to hand over? Hey, don't die! Xia Qing shouted at the man lying on the ground, who showed no response. Why was his forehead so hot when she touched it? She recalled the look in his eyes when he personally pressed the bomb, facing death without fear. What's going on? Xia Qing frowned. Let me take a look, Suyu said in a deep voice. Although he wasn't a professional doctor, he knew how to bandage and stitch in the wild. Suyu checked Zhang Huanen's pupils, measured his heartbeat, and examined his body. How is it? Xia Qing asked, genuinely hoping that a brave soldier of the country wouldn't die just like that. Suyu shook his head and said, the breath is weak. The fatal injury is not in the abdomen but in the chest. Although the bullet that hit his chest was blocked by something, his bones are shattered, and he must have sustained many injuries before, accumulating over time, leading to this sudden illness. Suyu frowned. Soldiers were like this. When young and healthy, overloading during training would lead to various problems when they got older. If they maintained a state of being fine, once it erupted, it could be very dangerous. Suyu took out a syringe from his space and directly injected Zhang Huanen's arm. Whether he lives or dies depends entirely on his own will. What did you inject him with? Adrenaline version 3.0. This stuff has versions? The hotel was still burning, thick smoke billowing out from inside. We've lost our luggage and passports. What do we do about getting a visa to go home now? Someone who had just escaped from the underground wine cellar frowned and said, we will never come to Thailand again. 3 hours later. Look, there's our Huagwa red flag. It's a plane. It's a plane. Our country has come to pick us up. The production team was so excited they were in tears. During the Syrian war, their country's embassy had sent a plane to pick them up, and this time they were also enjoying such treatment. They really hoped this treatment would only happen once. Soon, the Thai police also arrived. However, the bridge had already been destroyed, and they could only take boats. Dozens of boats came over. The Huagwa plane landed, and people from the embassy got off, while the Huagwa people had already gathered below early on. Lin Yuan and Yang Chang, along with their group, paddled their kayak all the way to the opposite shore, taking turns until their hands bled, determined to reach safety. They did not delay along the way and found the embassy to seek help. In fact, the embassy had already received news prior to this, but they could not confirm the personnel and were already considering rescue methods. Now that they learned there were dozens of Chinese nationals at the hotel, they immediately dispatched a passenger plane to pick them up. Our passports have all been stolen. Those with passports should show them, those without should sing the national anthem, said the embassy staff. Can I get on? Asked a man from a foreign country. Sorry, seats on the passenger plane are limited, only our Chinese nationals are allowed on board. Meanwhile, Suyu had been bounced back to his own time and space, and Xia Qing let out a sigh of relief. After all, Suyu couldn't sing their national anthem. He also had no way to prove he was from that country. Although in parallel timelines, Longwa and Huagwa should be considered the same country. She could go to the apocalypse since there was no need for identification there. But Huagwa was different. Identification cards were strictly enforced. Someone like Suyu, without an ID, could easily be mistaken for an enemy agent. If Suyu wanted to appear openly in Huagwa in the future, he would need a legitimate identity. These were all matters to consider later. The Huagwa nationals boarded the plane one by one. The head of the embassy personally came to receive them. As the plane took off, they felt a sense of relief as they distanced themselves from that terrifying place. They could see the bodies lying haphazardly below from the airplane window. The originally blue swimming pool had turned red. Anyone who witnessed this scene would likely be too afraid to swim again. Did the man you were with not get on? Thank you so much for saving me, the woman said gratefully. I'm not sure, Xia Qing replied, not wanting to say much about Suyu. The woman said nothing more and held her frightened child, her eyes red. They were safe now, but her husband had been killed. Because this was a terrorist attack, we can't send you back to your country directly for now. The police still need to investigate. You will need to be arranged in a hotel, and once the police finish their investigation, we will send you back to Huagwa. Understood, thank you to the country, Shinlinjo said, still shaken. They truly felt the strength of their nation and how quickly help arrived. The production team had also lost 2 members this time. One died from injuries, and the other was shot dead during a fierce resistance when captured. The director was overwhelmed, but he secretly recorded some footage. This variety show would surely become a hit because of the incident. He would definitely apply for compensation for the 2 who died. It was a matter of duty. The hotel arranged by the embassy was quite simple, with 2 people sharing a room. Lin Nuan and her group had been there for quite a while. Sis, you're back, Lin Nuan exclaimed, hugging Xia Ching tightly upon seeing her safe return. It's good that you're all okay, Yang Cheng added. Your arm, is it injured? Xia Cheng noticed Yang Cheng's left arm was bandaged. When we paddled ashore, Yang Cheng fell and broke his arm, Lin Nuan explained. Thinking of this, Lin Nuan's face turned slightly red. Xia Cheng's arm was also injured, but she did not mention it. She had a gunshot wound that had healed, which might raise suspicions. She didn't want to create trouble for herself. The embassy arranged for everyone to receive some food. Lin Nuan and Xia Qing shared a room, and Thai police began to take turns questioning them. Sis, what should I say when the police come to ask me? I'm so nervous. Just tell the truth as it is, Xia Qing said in a low voice. Lin Nuan nodded, still feeling a bit anxious. After all, it was her first time being questioned by the police. Zhang Huanan is still in a coma and has now been sent to a hospital in Thailand for treatment. What should be done with this thing in her hand? Should it be reported to the embassy? Or should it be handed over after returning to the country? Or wait for Zhang Huanan to wake up? If it can be given to the embassy, then why didn't he hand it over directly? Instead, he chose to stay in a hotel and was discovered? This series of questions led Xia Qing to choose to temporarily conceal this item. Chapter 181, A Gift from Thailand? Everyone was questioned individually, and they were only allowed to return to their respective rooms after all had been questioned. Xia Qing was also taken away for a routine inquiry. They set up a separate interrogation room in the hotel, with 2 police officers specifically assigned to the questioning. It seemed they hadn't rested well or had not obtained any leads. This case had serious implications, and it was very likely that their country's economy would decline. At this moment, there was also a Thai translator present. Is your name Xia Qing? Yes. There are 2 terrorists in the hotel that you injured? Weren't you scared at that time? Scared. You have some skills, huh? Yeah, I've studied boxing and taekwondo. She had taken these classes to prepare for the apocalypse. What nationalities have you seen among the terrorists? Xia Qing thought for a moment and replied, very mixed, Russians, English. Oh, I saw a man who should be their leader, probably an American. The police officers perked up at Xia Qing's words, as most of the people they had questioned provided similar leads. I was hiding under the sofa in the lobby, and they said they had done something big. Do you know what it was? Xia Qing shook her head and said, I was too nervous at the time, just wanted to hide and not be discovered by them. However, I heard a man make a phone call, referring to someone as Zoe. Their conversation was too fast, so I couldn't catch much. Xia Qing concealed the matter of the chip. It was something their country's soldiers had fought hard to bring back. She hadn't even reported it to the embassy, so how could she give it to the Thai police? What did they say? The Thai police asked excitedly. The translator quickly translated. Something about a successful assassination and blowing up my ba? She didn't even know what my ba was. After the translator finished, the police were shocked, even a bit flustered. They're asking if you heard it clearly, the translator said urgently and seriously. I said they spoke too fast. What I heard was roughly like this. Then the police asked her some more questions about the terrorists. Others were questioned quickly, taking about 5 minutes, but Xia Qing had been there for a full half hour. Thank you very much for your cooperation. You have provided us with very useful information. My ba is the residence of the Thai royal family. Their president had just been assassinated, and the newly appointed vice president had become the new president. Although the Thai government is currently managing the situation, the royal family still holds real power. Thailand has a southern and northern region. The southern terrorists even have support, while the north is the territory of the red shirts. They all need the Thai royal family to maintain stability. Without the royal family, there could be a split between the north and south at any moment, and a large-scale, long-term civil war could erupt. Moreover, the Thai royal family has the largest and most reputable charitable organization, enjoying high public support, which, to some extent, is a form of faith. This trip to Thailand has been quite unpleasant for you. Here are some local specialties you can take back. The police gave Xia Qing 2 durians, and when she returned to her hotel room, she found another one there. Also a gift from the Thai police, right? Xia Qing said helplessly. Yes. They said it was a consolation gift for what happened in Thailand, and they even mentioned compensation. But why 2? Looks like you have the Musang King, right? Although Lin Nuan couldn't cook, she was a foodie. She had her own way of appreciating gourmet food. Maybe I provided them with useful information? Xia Qing thought, recalling that the Thai police had left her contact information and so on. After all, Thailand is a city that relies on tourism. Many people from our Huaxia come here to travel every year, and they are afraid this incident will affect their domestic tourism industry. But with this incident, our Huaxia will definitely make the news, and since we are all celebrities here for a variety show, this matter is likely to become even more popular. Right now, the cameraman is busy capturing footage, Lin Nuan said. This time, our program team lost 2 people, and 6 were injured, Xia Qing sighed. With 2 people dead, there will definitely be compensation. We don't even know if this variety show can be aired when we get back. Sigh, Lin Nuan said. 2 people died, it was too tragic. However, most of those who died were hotel staff, as they were caught off guard in the early morning, and many of the staff were on night shifts. Xia Cheng wanted to try the durian, which was a premium Musang King gifted from Thailand, and since she couldn't sleep anyway, she decided to indulge. The 2 of them were eating durian in the room, and perhaps because each program team member was compensated with a durian, the entire corridor was filled with the smell of durian. Knock knock. Someone was knocking on the door. It was Jin Shi. At this moment, Jin Shi had changed into a clean outfit, as their luggage was basically lost. The items in the hotel were mostly burned to a crisp, and even if they were found, they would be charred remains. Xia Qing, I came to thank you. If it weren't for you saving me, I might have been. The rest of her words were left unspoken, but they all knew what would have happened if Xia Qing hadn't been there. She was a female celebrity, and even if she was saved, if this incident got out, it would have a significant impact on her. Moreover, she had been genuinely scared at that moment and still had lingering shadows. It's fine, as long as we are all safe now. That's what matters, Xia Qing said generously. I just asked the embassy, and once the Thai police finish questioning today, we can be sent back tomorrow. This incident is causing quite a stir back home. This variety show is trending, and with us celebrities and invited guests, it's already dominating the hot search. I can already imagine how the domestic news will report it. Lin Nuan said helplessly beside her. Yeah, facing it when we get back will definitely bring a lot of issues, so. Jean, she frowned with worry. This was her future. After all her hard work, no one wanted to lose it overnight. Don't worry, I know how important reputation is for a girl, especially for a female celebrity. What happened in the hotel won't be spread around carelessly, Xia Qing said, knowing what she wanted to say next. Thank you, Jean, she said sincerely. Actually, I don't have many friends in the entertainment industry, but I really want to be friends with you. Xia Qing's decisiveness and calmness, along with Lin Nuan's bravery, truly revealed a person's character in times of crisis, whether it was precious or worthless. Sure. Xia Qing extended her hand, and the 3 of them shook hands. I won't say anything either. I know that if it gets out, even if it doesn't, those people will still catch wind of it, Lin Nuan said. Thank you, Jean, she said, also worried about her hard-earned career being ruined by public opinion. It seemed that celebrities lived glamorous lives, but it was like standing on the edge of a storm. Behind her was an ordinary family that couldn't support a wave. In the evening, the director's team gathered everyone together. We have all shared joys and sorrows, so I hope everyone won't say anything reckless when we get back. We have all signed confidentiality agreements. Yes, understood, director. When we return to the country this time, we will compensate where we need to, and I will not shirk responsibility, the director said seriously. This incident was not solely the director's responsibility. The program editors and the investors behind the scenes would also be accountable. I feel very regretful about what happened. After explaining to the ordinary staff, he also spoke to a few regular guests and the invited guests for this occasion. No one wanted to see this happen. The remuneration will remain the same when we return, and we will also provide some compensation, though it probably won't be much. It's very likely that we won't be able to air this program, but I just filmed some behind-the-scenes footage, which might still be useful. The program would likely incur losses, and the director was quite troubled. However, compared to the losses, surviving this ordeal was a stroke of luck. When truly facing terrorists and the threat of life and death, that sense of fear and helplessness can only be felt through personal experience. Each of them had undergone some changes in their mindset, to varying degrees, during this ordeal. Chapter 182. Finally back home, Zhang Huanan was still receiving treatment in the hospital, and it would take some time for a full recovery. He probably wouldn't be able to return home with them this time. Xia Qing provided her address to the embassy staff. Please help me deliver this to Zhang Huanan in the hospital. Thank you. You're welcome, the embassy staff replied politely. They boarded the flight back to Huagua, and if all went well, they should arrive by the afternoon. We can finally go back. I will never come to Thailand again, Shen Linzhou said with a smile, but most of the others shared the same sentiment. No more visits. There have been recent conflicts in Myanmar, and there are terrorist attacks in Thailand. I hope Thailand doesn't descend into chaos as well. It's better to return to our own country for peace of mind, Bai Jing said. Yes, just being able to come back alive this time is a stroke of luck. The situation around Huagua was too chaotic, with wars breaking out everywhere. Huagua was even encouraging families to have 3 children. Would they have to go to the battlefield in the future? This time, we owe it all to Xia Qing, Shun Linzhou said. Yes, Miss Xia, your skills were truly impressive. You left us all in awe. If you could film a movie, it would definitely be a hit, the director exclaimed excitedly. No, real fighting is quite different from filming a movie, Xia Qing replied modestly. The difference was significant. Choreographed fighting required technical skills. She had trained in lethal techniques, while movie fighting needed to be more artistic and visually appealing, and it had to be done without causing harm. Miss Xia, you look like you weigh less than 100 pounds, but when you acted, you scared us all, the director recalled, still shaken. It was like a little white rabbit taking down a wild dog. It was astonishing. Yes, Xia Qing, you are amazing. When we get back, I'm going to sign up for a combat class, Yang Cheng said. Among the male stars, most only exercised for filming, and their muscles were mostly for show. In a real fight, they wouldn't hold up well. Actually, I was also very scared at that moment. I was just pretending to be calm, Xia Qing said in a low voice. She couldn't tell them that killing zombies felt as easy as chopping vegetables, could she? She wanted them to think she was just calmer and more composed than others, which was a normal reaction. The plane took off, and after chatting for a while, everyone rested. To be honest, they hadn't rested well in the hotel. It was hard to sleep soundly away from home for a day. This time, the equipment suffered heavy losses, but fortunately, several cameras were equipped with mini cameras, which were originally prepared for the guests, and they had recorded quite a bit of footage. Some of the material was given to the Thai police as evidence, but they could still bring back the footage they recorded. On the plane, everyone slept soundly, as they were about to return home. A few hours later, they finally flew back to a familiar place, Beijing. Why are there so many special police outside? Yeah, they won't ask us the same questions again, will they? I'm so tired, I just want to go home. Why are there so many reporters outside? We're barefaced right now. Lin Nuan frowned. No wonder there were so many special police. It turned out they were surrounding a crowd of reporters. Many fans had also arrived at the airport. Each entertainment company had sent people to pick up their artists. Such a big incident in Thailand, there must be news back home, the director said excitedly. Surviving a near-death experience had brought a wave of attention. Recently, these stars appearing on variety shows had been dominating Weibo and Douyin's trending searches. The Chinese embassy in Thailand had even dispatched a plane for their rescue. It was a sensational news story that all the media were eager to report. Outside, the crowd surged with reporters holding cameras, many live streaming with their phones, and fans of various stars. The most fans had come for Yang Chang, but Lin Nuan and Jean Shi also had their fans present. The plane has landed, they're about to touch down. The staff on the plane were fine, but the stars were on the verge of exploding. What's going on? Why are there so many people? My God, Hu Su frowned. A few female stars were not faring much better. Sister, how do I look? Is it better? Jean Shi was looking for sunglasses everywhere, her dark circles quite severe. Shin Linzhou had a scruffy beard, but he didn't care much about his looks. Yang Chang had an injured arm and looked a bit tired. Do we have to face so many people right after we get out? And reporters live streaming? Jean Shi frowned. The cameras were too clear now. This was a test of their bare faces. The key was that the clothes they were wearing were all provided by Thailand, ordinary and even somewhat mismatched. It's over. Don't panic, Lin Nuan, come here. Cousin will give you a little makeover, Xia Qing said with a smile. She didn't mind. As a regular person, she shouldn't be filmed. How can I change? I have nothing. Lin Nuan was almost in tears, but her skin was still good, as she often used Xia Qing's skincare products. Suddenly, Lin Nuan's eyes lit up. Xia Qing used to love braiding her hair when they were kids, and the braids looked super pretty. Lin Nuan's hair was long, and Xia Qing directly braided her hair into a sweet and cool double braid. After seeing this, Jean Shi also came over. They weren't skilled at this, as they usually had stylists do their hair, so they rarely did it themselves. Xia Qing also did a little something for Jean Shi. It looked a bit brighter than before, but without makeup, it was still not enough. Someone had already gone to borrow makeup from the flight attendants, but unfortunately, this was a military aircraft, and there were no flight attendants, just men in uniforms. In a bit, there will be special police, so they shouldn't crowd around. We'll go straight to the underground garage and leave without too much contact, Xia Qing said. The director also instructed the crew below. Everyone, protect the artists. If there are interviews, you all block them first. The director spoke, and the crew nodded in agreement. The plane landed, and they finally blended in with the staff, with Lin Nuan holding Xia Qing's hand. The special police formed a circle around them. Is that Lin Nuan? It must be her. It was rare to catch a star in their barefaced state. Fans from all sides rushed to take close-up shots. Chapter 183, Sorry, no interviews accepted. Amidst all the bare faces, everyone still recognized Lin Nuan at a glance. Among this group, everyone looked quite tired, but Lin Nuan and Xia Qing's complexions were somewhat striking. Now everyone was wearing Thai clothing, dressed for summer, and it was freezing cold as soon as they got off the plane. Many people were shivering from the cold, but Xia Qing felt no chill at all. Instead, she found the cold weather quite comfortable. The sound of cameras clicking echoed around. Don't push, no interviews. The special police were also gathered together, and they hadn't expected to have special police assistance upon their return. These special police were not just there because of the celebrities, but also because they were residents of Huagua. On the plane, the embassy staff had already informed them that once they returned, there would be routine inquiries from Huagua police within 1 to 3 days due to the death of Huagua residents involved in this incident. Director Zhang, I heard that 2 people died during the program in Thailand. How will these 2 be compensated? Yang Chang, we have gifts for you. A girl holding a plush toy tried to squeeze through, but there were simply too many people. By Jing, Shun Lin Zhou, Jin Shi, look here. Lin Nuan. Various chaotic voices filled the air as they exited the airport in a frenzy. Sorry, we are not accepting any interviews, fans, please understand, shouted the program staff. The noise was overwhelming, and their voices were drowned out. People were packed tightly together, and the few celebrities were dressed similarly to the program staff, making it hard to distinguish them. The special police escorted them directly to the underground parking lot of the airport. Each artist's agency had sent people to pick them up. Xia Cheng and Lin Nuan got into their own van, and their manager Jiang Li was there to greet them. As soon as they got in the car, Jiang Li had already prepared 2 cups of hot milk. Sister Cheng, Shanwan, you 2 should drink some. She then took out 2 fluffy coats and draped them over Xia Cheng and Lin Nuan. Xia Cheng didn't know why she felt no cold at all. She was quite resistant to the chill. However, Lin Nuan was already freezing, and if they had waited any longer to get into the car, she would have been in tears. It was already December, after the Laba festival, and they were counting the days of winter. After drinking a cup of milk, Lin Nuan finally felt a bit better. When the news broke, I was almost scared to death. It's all my fault. I shouldn't have let you take this variety show, Jiang Li said, filled with self-reproach. She hadn't had a good night's sleep in the past couple of days. Jiang Li was extremely worried. She kept blaming herself, but later, when she received news that their country had quickly sent people to Thailand to bring them back, she felt a bit relieved. However, this morning's news reported that 2 people from their Huagua program had died and 6 were injured, and she feared that their boss and Shanwan might be among them. Now that she saw both of them safe and sound in the van, Jiang Li finally couldn't hold back her tears, sobbing loudly. I'm just glad you 2 are back, Jiang Li cried, choking on her words. Now that we're all safely back, it's all fine, Lin Nuan reassured her. Xiao Li, do you have a phone? Xia Qing asked with a wry smile. Their luggage had been lost, and all their documents needed to be replaced. Yes, I prepared this, here are 2 new phones. You need to go in person to replace your old SIM cards, Jiang Li said, pulling out 2 brand new iPhones from a large bag. The news said that the hotel you were staying at was burned down, and since I thought you wouldn't have phones, I prepared these for you. This is a wireless internet card. You can connect to Wi-Fi directly. Jiang Li was truly a thoughtful manager, more considerate than an assistant. Thank you. Let's head back to the hotel to rest. You must be exhausted from the shock these past few days. I've already booked a VIP suite at the Rose Hotel. No one will disturb you. Jiang Li had arranged everything. Okay, Xia Qing replied, very satisfied. Now, Weibo, Douyin, and the news are all buzzing about you. These past few days have been a wave of super traffic. Brother Nan has temporarily paused the airing of The Hero for a week. It will resume next week because our show has been filming and airing simultaneously, and there are still scenes for Shanwan. It's fine, just let Zhang Nan make the decisions on these matters, Xia Qing said. After all, Zhang Nan is the professional. She only provides the content and leaves the professional matters to the experts. Shanwan, it's just right that you can take a break during these few days, Zhang Li said. By the way, during the evening party, you can also post a message on Weibo to reassure the fans and express condolences for the staff members of the program who passed away, Zhang Li added. Okay, how about I send some money to comfort the families of the deceased? Lin Nuan suggested. Absolutely not. This compensation issue is the program team's responsibility. You shouldn't do that, or it might lead to malicious speculation, even making people think their deaths are related to you. People's hearts are hard to gauge, especially those behind the internet, all kinds of speculation will arise, Zhongli said. Alright, I understand. As for Xia Qing, she didn't need to post anything, she wasn't a public figure. I'll prepare some food for you, eat something if you're hungry, Zhongli said, taking out the prepared warm lunchboxes filled with light and nutritious meals. Just as Zhongli mentioned, when they returned home in the evening, some people started live streaming, and others like Yang Cheng and Bai Jing, Lin Nuan all posted on Weibo to let fans know they were safe and back. None of them mentioned condolences or compensation. Xia Qing got her phone, a pile of WeChat messages, and began replying one by one, also calling Yang Xia and Xia Jixiang. When she went abroad, she hadn't told Yang Xia, but she found out about Lin Nuan's incident. My phone broke down these past 2 days, but it's fixed now. I'll be back the day after tomorrow, Xia Qing said. Yang Xia and her father took turns nagging her for a while before finally hanging up. Soon after, Lin Nuan also replied to some messages. Yang Mei was extremely anxious, she and her brother were already on the way. Lin Zhang also called her. It's good that you're fine. Your grandmother is very worried, remember to go back and see her when you can. I know. Let's have a meal together when the new year comes, Lin Zhang said. Okay. After hanging up Lin Zhang's call, Lin Nuan's expression turned a bit unpleasant. There were clearly other women's voices in the background, and she even heard a baby's cry. After more than an hour of phone calls, the two of them soaked in the bathtub, enjoying the warmth. They both had face masks on, scrolling through Weibo and Douyin, where their few celebrity friends were trending. My former manager actually has the nerve to at me? It's all to ride on your wave of popularity, Xia Qing laughed. Sister, you're famous now. Suddenly, a trending topic popped up, and Xia Qing picked up Douyin to take a look. It was Jinxi. She had started a live stream that night, and since she had no backing, she gained a lot of followers from it. There was a video inside where she expressed her gratitude. Yang Cheng, Bai Jing, and many from the program team commented below. Chapter 184, Suyu's True Identity? Sister, now you're really famous. Although she had known about the spicy pepper incident before, Xia Qing had never really blown up. But this time was different. There were too many cameras at the airport. They said your skin is as white as a beam of light, Lin Muan said, looking at the comments with delight. Sister, how come your skin is getting better and better? Are you reversing your age? Lin Nuan said enviously. Xia Qing used to have dark skin. Recently, we developed an important skin rejuvenation product. Lin Nuan's eyes lit up upon hearing this, and she immediately smiled and leaned closer. Sister, let me use it too. She had previously used products from Xia Qing, and the results were very good. Her skin had become hydrated and radiant. She felt that the new products developed by Xia Qing would definitely be even better. Alright, no problem. I'll let you use it first, Xia Qing said with a doting smile. Sister, shouldn't you get the wound on your arm checked at the hospital? Lin Nuan looked at Xia Qing's arm, frowning slightly. It's nothing. She had already treated her wound on this side of the apocalypse. Her body had a strong recovery ability, and she no longer felt pain, just a bit of itching, which should be part of the healing process. After taking a bath, Xia Qing tore off the waterproof film. She hadn't slept that night but had changed into a new outfit to go to the apocalypse. After glancing at the time in the apocalypse, she first went to Xinchuan City to transfer the people back. Deputy Base Leader, you finally made it. I was delayed by some matters these past 2 days. Here's some food as compensation for you. Thank you, Deputy Base Leader. The three of them were very happy. Xia Qing had been too busy these past 2 days to come and transfer them. After each received a crystal of supernatural ability, she sent them back. Previously, she could transfer 2 people at a time, but perhaps due to absorbing more crystals recently, she could now transfer 4 people at once. Next, she sensed the location of the transfer point. The farthest should be the underground base of Longhua. Xia Qing transferred to Suyu's side, where it was currently the underground safe base of Longhua, surrounded by steel walls and doors. The underground base of Longhua was capable of withstanding nuclear weapons. Sister Qing, you finally came, Wang Mi said with a smile. In the 2 days Xia Qing had disappeared, there had been no cake or milk tea. Deputy Base Leader, Wang Chang greeted actively. Is your injury still not healed? How did you come over? Suyu frowned upon seeing the bandaged wound on Xia Qing's arm. It's fine, I just wanted to come over and ask how your negotiations are going. The preliminary negotiations are going very smoothly. We are trading food for their technology and equipment, Suyu said. Sister Qing, you don't know that brother Suyu actually is. Wang Ni's words were cut off as Wang Han covered her mouth. What is it? Xia Qing asked. Wang Ni blinked, feeling there was nothing that couldn't be said. Wang Han noticed that Suyu had a poor relationship with his father, taking his mother's surname, and surely didn't want to acknowledge their relationship. No, it's nothing, the child is just talking nonsense. Xia Qing sensed that they seemed to be hiding something from her, but since they didn't tell her, she didn't plan to ask. Xia Qing looked at the underground fortress, with only dim lights and hardly any sunlight. Living here felt very suffocating. We need to purchase food in bulk, Suyu said. I will find a way, and I plan to acquire grain on a large scale from other developing countries. Our country has been too chaotic recently. After witnessing terrorists, it really feels terrifying. If you acquire grain on such a large scale from other countries, their governments won't agree, Suyu said. Food is very important, especially in the face of war. In ancient times, military campaigns always prioritized provisions. First, let's buy from a few small countries in turmoil. Of course, I will also purchase domestic vegetables, so you don't need to worry about that, Xiaoqing said. When you go to other countries, especially war-torn ones, take me with you, Suyu said. I can protect you and won't let anything happen to you. Suyu felt scared just thinking about that day. He had never known fear before, but now he finally had a vulnerability. Ahem, let's go up and get some fresh air first, Wang Mi said, sensing that the atmosphere was a bit off. Wang Han, still foolishly wanting to stay, was pulled by Wang Chang. Let's go! Wang Chang dragged Wang Han, and the three quickly exited. Once you're done with your business here, I'll take you to explore our world. By the way, your time here is still a bit short, Xiaoqing said with a frown. Yeah, I've been absorbing crystal beads lately, Suyu replied, as he was also absorbing crystal beads to stay longer. Suyu had awakened his fire-type abilities, and absorbing crystal beads was also a way to enhance his fire energy. Suyu took Xiaoqing to stroll around the underground base of Long Country. The technology here was impressive, but it felt stuffy since they were living in an underground city. However, the facilities were very good, with air exchange systems, filtration systems, and so on. In our world, 100 years ago, the land had already suffered severe loss, so before the apocalypse, food was also very precious in our world. Going out to eat and wasting food would incur fines, Suyu said. When you come to my time and space, you'll see how many people order a huge table of dishes but can't finish them, and in the end, it all goes into the waste bucket. Suyu frowned slightly. There were still too many differences between the two time spaces. With no one else around, he frowned and said, actually, the president of Long Country is my father. Xiaoqing was surprised. She never expected Suyu to have such an identity. No wonder they had said before that with Suyu's status, he could have entered the underground base of Long Country long ago, but he chose not to. Xiaoqing recalled what Wang Mi had just said. She must have meant this, but Wang Han had covered her mouth, probably not wanting her to know. At this moment, Suyu revealed it to her. She remembered the first time she heard Suyu's voice. He was on the verge of death then. If the president was his father, he wouldn't have fallen to such a state, right? I don't have a good relationship with him. That's fine. I respect your decision on how you want to cooperate, Xiaoqing said with her eyes curved in a smile. Suyu replied. Although he didn't want to mention that guy, he didn't want to hide anything from Xiaoqing. Do you remember what I once said? In this world, the only one I want to cooperate with is you. Upon hearing this, Suyu's eyes lit up, and the surroundings seemed to fill with pink bubbles. After a while, Suyu took Xiaoqing to visit part of the base, like the research and technology departments, which they couldn't enter as it required high-level special permissions. In comparison, our Chengtian base is a bit too shabby. It was like comparing a small county town to a first-tier big city. In the future, our Chengtian base will definitely be built better than this. It might even swallow this underground base of Long Country, replace its position. Xiaoqing returned, and at that moment, a man in military uniform walked over. There were electronic surveillance cameras everywhere here. The president wants to see you. Chapter 185, Police Follow-Up Call, The Minister Comes in Person? The next day, Xiaoqing received a follow-up call from the police of Huaxia Country. Officer, I have an important matter that needs to be discussed in person, Xiaoqing said. In Thailand, she didn't dare to report it, but now that she was back in her own country, she was definitely willing. Moreover, Zhang Huanen was still receiving treatment in Thailand. If she reported it, and they knew his identity, they might be able to bring him back for treatment. The medical equipment in Thailand was still not as good as that in Huaxia Country. Although Suyu had already injected him with adrenaline, to survive, he still needed to rely on his will. Okay. The officer frowned slightly but still agreed to Xiaoqing's request. Xiaoqing immediately took a taxi to the police station in Kyoto, where she was received by the young officer who had called her in the morning. Soon, she was taken to a small conference room in the Kyoto police station. Then, another young and energetic officer walked in. Hello, may I ask what important matter happened in Thailand? The officer inquired routinely. In the past few days, there had been meetings, mostly with the families of the deceased and the injured. They were mostly here to understand the situation, but when it comes to death abroad, all their country could do was assist in the investigation. Xiaoqing looked at the insignia on his shoulder, which had only 1 star. He should be a second-level officer. I have very important intelligence. It concerns our country and needs to be reported to your superior, Xia Qing said seriously. The officer frowned slightly. He wasn't an intern either. The officer had also investigated Xia Qing's background. Despite her looking young and ordinary now, she had considerable assets and was a hidden wealthy individual. We understand that you have no relatives who have passed away in Thailand. The officer thought she was causing trouble. Yes, I really have something important. It's not that I look down on your rank, but this item is truly valuable. That person said he was from the National Special Forces, and before he fell unconscious, he asked me to hand this over to the state. You need to be responsible for what you say. Deceiving the police can lead to detention. I can sign a guarantee. Then please wait a moment while I apply to my superiors. About 10 minutes later, 1 or 2 female officers came in and scanned Xia Qing from head to toe. Sorry, we are conducting a routine check. Okay, Xia Qing understood. They were probably worried she was carrying something dangerous. After confirming she had nothing on her, the 2 officers returned her belongings. About half an hour later, a steady walking man entered. At this moment, there were 3 people in the small interview room, including Xia Qing. Hello, sorry to keep you waiting. My surname is Liu, and I am the deputy captain of the criminal investigation team in Kyoto. The deputy captain of criminal investigation should also be a leader, at the level of a first-class police officer. What happened to you in Thailand? Xia Qing recounted the incident with the Thai police to the man again. The 3 listened with increasing tension. The Special Forces member is still receiving treatment in Thailand. I hope you can send someone to check on him. That is certain. We will contact the embassy to send someone to investigate. Also, where is the item you mentioned? Captain Liu asked. It's here. Xia Qing took out a black USB drive from her pocket. In that case, I will report to my superiors first. You can hand the item over to us, and if there are any developments, I will notify you. But I can't give you this item. That soldier specifically told me to hand it over to the national military. Xia Qing said. Do you not trust the police? Captain Liu said helplessly. I do trust you, it's just that he emphasized this item so many times, so it's better if I hand it directly to the military personnel. He said many team members died for this item. Alright, then you can stay with our police team for a meal. I will notify my superiors as soon as possible. Xia Qing nodded. Captain Liu went out with the other 2. Captain Liu, is what that girl said true? We should take a look at that item to know what it is. It should be true, Captain Liu said. His years as a detective were not in vain, and he could tell whether that girl was lying. Moreover, he had conducted a background check, and the possibility of her being a spy was very low. If what that girl said was true, then this matter was very important and likely related to internal state missions. They could not make decisions on their own or neglect it. Captain Liu immediately notified his superiors. Since it was in Kyoto, the speed was very fast, and they quickly contacted people from the military. We must keep this person. The minister will come personally soon. Understood. The person reporting to the superiors was already stunned. They initially thought this matter wouldn't be so important, but unexpectedly, it could actually bring the minister in person? It seemed that the item the girl was holding was extremely important. Minister, this is great. We finally have news from the Special Forces, the man said excitedly. It seems that this terrorist attack in Thailand is aimed at our country. Thailand is our neighboring country. Their unrest this time is also to see our attitude towards this matter. After the new year, adult men over 18 must register for conscription, the man sighed. It's important to prepare in advance and take all necessary precautions. Minister, are you going to meet him personally? Why don't we bring him over? No need, I'll go myself. If she can bring back the item, she will be a hero of our country. If it's that item, then she will be awarded, the man said solemnly. Xia Qing had a meal at the police station's cafeteria. It cost 5 yuan, fish-flavored shredded pork, vegetables, a chicken leg, and 2 pieces of black glutinous corn, with noodles and rice as staples. At 2:30 in the afternoon, a military vehicle appeared at the police station. A middle-aged man got out of the car, standing about 178 centimeters tall, with a long physique. Although he was over 40, his face showed signs of fatigue and the marks of time. He looked like a soldier, walking with a commanding presence. Minister LV, do you want to rest for a moment after your journey? The police chief said nervously. Rest? Where is he? Take me there now. All right, Minister LV. Xia Qing sat in the conference room, boredly scrolling through her phone, initially thinking she would finish quickly and safely hand over the item. However, after going in circles, it had already been 4 or 5 hours. On her phone, all the trending topics about the events in Thailand had been removed overnight. There were almost no traces of the incident, but she could find clues from some comments. It was clear that the state had intervened, with a cleanup operation underway. Now they had returned, primarily to quell the situation, and the celebrity effect surrounding the incident had been magnified infinitely. However, the latest news release from the state reminded everyone not to go to the Myanmar region, Thailand, Dongpu Village, Zalia, and several other countries currently in chaos. The Myanmar region was also experiencing internal strife. After finishing her tasks, she planned to go home to see her parents, guard the stockpiled supplies in the warehouse, and then go to Hong Kong to spend some time with the child. It wouldn't be too late to go to the Myanmar region after the new year. She had already silently arranged her schedule for this period. The main thing was that a large amount of supplies needed to be prepared for the apocalypse, and stockpiling during the new year was quite troublesome. Chapter 186, Honor Medal. Suddenly, a swarm of people rushed in, some in police uniforms and some in military uniforms. The scene startled Xia Qing, making her wonder if she was some important leader. "Everyone go out, leave Xiao Yang here," Minister LV said sternly. With a rustle, those behind him quickly left, and the small conference room fell silent. The man in front of her tried to lower his imposing presence, but Xia Qing still felt a palpable tension. Breathing felt somewhat difficult in front of him. His eyes were sharp, like those of someone who had carried a gun. "Don't be afraid, young lady," the man said, trying to soften his tone. "Can you repeat what you said?" Xia Qing swallowed and recounted everything verbatim. "It's that kid Zhang Huanen, he's still alive." Upon hearing that Zhang Huanen was alive, Minister LV's eyes turned red. "Yes, but he's seriously injured and currently in a hospital in Thailand. Xiao Yang, hurry and arrange for someone. Notify the embassy to bring him back immediately. Our country's hero cannot be left outside for treatment." Yes, I'll arrange it right away." With the military's involvement, this matter was addressed swiftly. Within an hour, the Thai embassy had already gone to the hospital to bring him back. Zhang Huanen was still in a coma, but fortunately, his condition was stable. "This is what he asked me to give you," Minister LV said, taking the small black USB drive. "Do you know what this is?" Xia Qing shook her head and said, "I don't know, but he asked me to hand it over to our country's people." "How did you get it out from the Thai police? You know they must have searched you thoroughly, right?" Minister Lu didn't doubt Xia Qing's intentions. He just thought this girl in front of him was very clever and courageous. Before boarding the plane, the Thai police had searched her as well. "Yes, they did search me, but this thing is very small, so hiding it wasn't a problem. She had placed it in a hidden space. It would be strange if they found it." Good, Minister Lu said excitedly 3 times. "Thank you for your contribution this time." Minister Lu gave Xia Qing a deep military salute, which made her extremely nervous. This man was at least an official from the military. Xia Qing quickly returned a salute, though it was somewhat unstandardized. "I thank you on behalf of the country." Minister Lu didn't say much more and didn't tell Xia Qing what the item was. It was better for an ordinary citizen like her not to know about such matters. She had been received by a junior officer when she arrived, but now she was being personally seen off by the police chief. The minister held the item and said, "Send this to the technical department for testing. If it's genuine, award that girl a military honor medal." "Yes, Minister." The military honor medal is awarded for contributions in military affairs. The item was quickly sent to the military's technical department without delay. Xiao He plugged in a specialized computer to begin the decryption and analysis. Soon, a large amount of data was analyzed. The research professors became excited. It's our data." To bring this data back intact, the Special Forces team lost 6 out of 7 members, with 1 seriously injured. They are all heroes of the nation and will be awarded first-class merit. Our country has been developing too quickly lately, and those big powers are getting restless, inciting neighboring countries to interfere with us. With this data, those big powers won't dare to act directly against us. I heard it was a girl who brought this back. Yes, a very brave girl. On the other side, their production team had lost quite a bit of money. Although the first season only recorded 2 episodes, they could still air them after editing. Director, good news. The 2 episodes we edited have passed the review. They said airing these 2 episodes could remind residents not to go to those chaotic countries unless absolutely necessary. This meant not to be like them. Then let's air it. We'll call it a special episode. If these 2 episodes become a hit, we might continue filming. If the show became popular, their investors would see the value and increase their investment. Air it, the director exclaimed excitedly, slapping his thigh. Xia Qing had already returned to Han City and first went to the warehouse to store all the supplies she had received over the past few days. She hadn't been back for several days, and 7 or 8 warehouses were already full. Fortunately, it was winter now, and the cold weather meant the vegetables wouldn't spoil after a few days. The villa at home was becoming more and more lively. In the yard, Xiao's father had built a large greenhouse. the Chinese had a genetic inclination for growing vegetables, and they wanted to grow some things themselves, specifically strawberries. Grandma Xia had recovered a lot from her stroke, as the professional caregiver was much more attentive than they were. At the dining table, Yang Xia had specially prepared two of Xia Qing's favorite dishes today. Now that we have a nanny at home, we hardly get to eat your mother's cooking. This time, we're benefiting from our daughter, Xia Jixiang said with a smile. Then I'll come back often in the future. The old lady could speak now and could eat on her own, so Yang Xia let her eat at the dining table. Now, Grandma Xia was afraid to say even a word. She feared upsetting Yang Xia. She had realized that relying on the eldest son for support was unlikely, as the eldest daughter-in-law pointed at her every day to do chores. If she wanted to live comfortably in the future, she had to seek help from the second son's family. When one gets old and can no longer move, the previous arrogance is all but extinguished. Of course, this was something only a few could see clearly. Some elderly people, once they lay down, would start causing a ruckus. Qingqing, our village is going to repair the road in the next few days, Xia Jixiang said. Repairing the road is a good thing. Several villages around us have repaired theirs, but our village hasn't done anything yet. Every household has to contribute money. The village head specifically came to find me today, saying our family is now the richest in the village and asking us to contribute more. Xia Qing frowned slightly, feeling that this moral coercion was a bit unpleasant. How much? 200,000. Then let's do it. But we need the village to give us a certificate, and also a commendation. The village secretary said they would put up a merit stone tablet in our temple, listing our whole family. Xia Cheng nodded. The temple was always bustling with incense during festivals, and it was quite famous in their village. Xia Qing now had space, whether it was divine or supernatural. She believed it was better to trust in its existence than to doubt it. If it was meant to be, so be it. Mysticism is also a form of power. Anyway, this money wasn't much for Xia Qing. She already had plenty from buying large amounts of supplies every day. Today your uncle called me, hinting that he wanted me to give him his share too, Xia Jixiang said. Xia Qing put down her chopsticks and took a sip of grape juice. She was curious to hear what her father had to say. I said it was impossible. I even told him that we were about to go pick up his mother to take care of her, and guess what? He got so scared that he hung up on me. Sitting in her wheelchair, Grandma Xia's expression seemed to age a few years upon hearing this. Xia Jixian looked at the old lady lying in a wheelchair and felt unspeakable discomfort. When his father was here, the family was not so messy, and the father could at least have a bowl of water flat. Uncle and his family have always been like this, Xia Qing said in a deep voice. Jixian, I don't want to inherit the family next month, Mrs. Xia said with courage. I want to go back to your old house and live in it myself, Mrs. Xia said. She shed tears as she spoke, and her trembling hands tried to wipe her tears, which made her even more embarrassed, but she touched all her dishes and chopsticks on the ground. Hearing the news, the nanny and the nurse hurried over to clean it up. Auntie, I'll clean up after eating in a while, and then bring me a bowl of milk back. Hey, good, Auntie responded. Milk? Don't make it seem like no one cares about you at home. Even if my uncle doesn't care about you, can my dad not care about you? After so many years, my grandfather has been hospitalized. When you get sick, think about it yourself. Is it my parents who take care of you every time? Grandma, are boys and girls really that important? Xia Qing issues soul torture. After so many years, my dad has a knot in his heart. You should know what this knot is. The palms and backs of the hands are full of meat, but there are also more meat and less meat. Being preferred without fear, his uncle's confidence is Mrs. Xia's infinite favor. Their brothers also have a worse relationship with this favor. Mrs. Xia doesn't speak, and Xia Qing doesn't pay any attention to her. After eating, Xia Qing went outside to the strawberry shed and picked a few strawberries to eat. Then another call from the Dockland school. Hello, Chu Rant's guardian, that's it. Next Monday, the first day of winter vacation, please pick up the children on December 31st. Okay. Generally, children from the mainland have winter vacation on January 19th, but I didn't expect them to leave so early. Xia Qing looked at the time and said that she was going to Hong Kong City the day after tomorrow to pick up her baby. It happened that Sisi also sent her a message, saying that all the jewelry she had given her last time had been sold out. Xia Qing looked at her phone and Sisi sent her another invitation, which was for her birthday party the day after tomorrow. It seems that a gift still needs to be prepared. Here too, Ling Keek sent her a message asking if she was in Kyoto and if she wanted to have a meal together. Ling Keek's family runs a chain of jewelry and often buys jadeite from Myanmar. Wait until she goes to Myanmar to buy the jadeite factory in the next year, and then she can cooperate with Ling Keek's family for a long time. When she brings out those emeralds from the last days, she justifies them. She will be able to take it out no matter how much she takes. Now I am going to Hong Kong City. Let's meet again after the Chinese New Year. Xia Qing's not in a hurry. Okay. Ling Keek replied with slight disappointment. Brother, Xia Qing promised me to come and meet me after the Chinese New Year. Ling Feng frowned slightly and said, where is she going? Said it was to go to Hong Kong City. What's wrong? Ling Keek looked at Ling Feng and frowned. You remember the crystal bracelet you gave me? I took it for testing and it turned out to be a piece of natural crystal from volcanic rock. Recently in Hong Kong City, I also purchased a few strings of crystal necklaces. There were 1 or 2 crystals like yours in them, and they were already sold for hundreds of thousands. Oh my god, 1 or 2 can sell for hundreds of thousands? Ling Keek frowned and said that she had a string of this crystal in her hand. I took it and sent it for testing. There is also volcanic rock in the composition. This rough stone must have been formed around the volcano, and all the crystals inside were reported to be natural. This ingredient is beneficial to the human body. Brother, you won't go to Hong Kong City to find her, right? Well, the opportunity cannot be missed. Ling Feng said. If their home shop can master this rough stone, then special crystal jewelry can be made. Don't scare my friends. Ling Keek looked at Ling Feng with a serious look on her face. She was her brother, with an elongated face and only family business in her mind. Hey! The elder brother was raised as an heir from an early age and took on too much for the family business. I'm over 30 years old, and my girlfriend doesn't say anything about it, she works all day. Brother, Xia Qing has already said that when she comes back to see us after the new year, it is somewhat inappropriate for us to catch up. Ling Feng didn't speak and didn't know what he was thinking. We need new products to come out on top, and the Chinese New Year is a good time to sell. The Spring Festival Gala also has jewelry sponsored by us. So, brother, do you want to use this kind of crystal to sponsor the Spring Festival Gala? Ling Feng also acquiesced to what Ling Keek said. They're also very roly in the jewelry industry, especially their native Chinese jewelry. Most domestic jewelry is in the gold industry. Chow Sang Fook and TSL brands in Hong Kong City are quite famous. In the mainland, their Lingbei jewelry is considered the first echelon, but it will take too many years to become a luxury jewel, not to mention luxury jewelry from abroad. Among the most luxurious jewelry brands, they have almost no place in China. It's too hard to be a top luxury jewelry brand. Recently, the domestic jewelry industry is also very voluminous. Brother, actually, you don't have to be so tired. Ling Feng touched Ling Keek's head, and he didn't need his own sister to take care of some things. It's already been a big help that you were able to help me find this time. Ling Feng said. That's also my luck, and my sharp eyes. Ling Keek's toys since childhood are all kinds of jewelry, so he has a very comprehensive understanding of this aspect. On this side, Xia Qing stays at home for a day, going to the apocalypse to collect superpower crystals to complete the teleportation. Now the base has awakened powers one after another, and most of them, without exception, are children. Deputy Base Chief, this is Shen Xinyi, she helped make these clothes. Tian Rui introduces Shen Xinyi with a smile. Hello, Deputy Base Chief. Shen Xinyi said politely to Xia Qing. Xia Qing looks at Tian Rui's relationship with Shen Xinyi as if it is very good, but why does this Shen Xinyi stare at her every time? Receiving a supply from the garment factory, she sent cotton and some cloth. Deputy Base Chief. A man with glasses runs towards Xia Qing panting while holding a black bag. It was the research engineer at Nubo Rice Technology. He heard that Xia Qing had arrived at the base, so he quickly found it. What's the matter? That's it, Deputy Base Chief. I have initially developed this instrument, which can detect the fluctuations of superpowers. I'm temporarily calling it a superpower detector. Xia Qing was very interested in this and said, can this detect superpowers? Yes. I made it based on crystal beads, and also on the extract of superpower crystals. However, it still needs to be improved. If the equipment support of Longguo Research Institute can be provided, I think I will definitely be able to develop it in a short time. Initial detection of fluctuations in superpowers, and subsequent storage of data if the fluctuations of various superpowers can be entered. Xia Qing also understood what he meant and wanted her to support her. There is no problem with this. I can discuss it with you and teleport you to the Longguo Base Research Institute. Now you represent our sunny base. They dare not do anything to you. She now provides most of the food in the entire Ryakoku underground base. Xia Qing told Suyu about Nubo. No problem. The underground research equipment in Longguo is advanced, and the researchers are all professor-level people. However, there is a shortage of food there, and there is no thoughtful research. Now that we share food with them, they will also share technology with us. This was the condition negotiated at that time. Nubo originally escaped from the base under the Dragon Kingdom, but now he went back under the name Sunny Base. Don't worry, your food comes according to our share of the Sunny Base, Xia Qing said with a smile. Xia Qing won't be stingy if she works for their base. Nubo was also thrilled to hear it. If you want to survive here, you must show your own value even more. I think this one you studied is very useful, work harder. Xia Qing encouraged. Mubo, who was encouraged, was also very motivated. Go back and clean it up, and tell me when you want to go to the base under the Dragon Kingdom. Now if she wants to go to the base of the Dragon Kingdom, she only needs to teleport. Okay, I'll go back and prepare. Mubo went away in glee. This thing is a good thing. Although the base under the Dragon Kingdom has good equipment, there are also studies with great limitations, Su Yu said. Xia Qing nodded. Now the main thing is to develop the Sunny base. This time, some equipment was brought from the underground base of Ryogoku, which increased the security of the Sunny base. At least the group of wandering superpowers who wanted to grab their food at that moment didn't come back. I now know the locations of all Chinese weapons depots and military research institutes, but it will still take a certain amount of time to pass. He needs to walk over in order to be able to establish the teleportation marker. You can call me at any time if you are in danger. I will take you back, but don't act at night, Xia Qing said. At night, it's daytime on her side, and she must have her own business to go, and if there's anyone outside, she can't get into the space right away. I plan to go by myself this time, drive or fly, just trouble you to buy some aviation gasoline. Now aviation gasoline needs consumables and there is no way to mine it, so it can only trouble Xia Qing. Okay, I'll see if I can buy some, Xia Qing said. He see, she has a dedicated private jet and there should be a channel for aviation gasoline. When are you going to leave? Xia Qing asked. ASAP. It's troublesome now, but as long as you establish a coordinate location, it will be very convenient to go through Xia Qing in the future. At that coordinate point in Fukagawa, the men of the base built a tin cabinet as a temporary teleportation point. The surroundings were also cleared to serve as their temporary base. If paid an extra crystal bead or a power bead, they can be given a whole bug beast carcass. The meat has been tested by the base's instruments and is non-toxic when cooked, but the smell is too fishy, but it is rich in nutrients, so now it has become the base's meat ration. It's just too disgusting to eat dry. The various seasonings at the base are now in short supply every day. Redeem the barbecue sauce tonight, limited to 100 bottles. This spicy barbecue sauce should taste good. If you exchange it in the early morning, the network at our base will not be paralyzed, right? I want to exchange some cumin. This cumin is the soul. It's been days since it went live. Many people have gone to the base field to comment underground, asking for cumin. On the official website of Sunny Day Base, only the two icons of Xia Qing and Suyu are on. As soon as the two of them go online, all Sunny Day residents will receive a notification. Here, Suyu has begun to prepare for the road. Now for the time being, Suyu is in charge of the outside, and she is in charge of the inside. Suyu went outside to pave the way and establish a teleportation point, while Xia Qing stayed at the base and backed it up. Not only is Mubo going to the Sunny base, but there are also researchers from the base under the Dragon Kingdom, and officials also want to visit the Sunny base for an exchange and cooperation. Wang Han, Cheng Jun, and Xiaomi temporarily stayed at the Longguo base. Su Yu, let's go with you, Wang Han said. It was also boring to stay in the underground base of the Dragon Kingdom for the past 2 days. I couldn't see the sky, and I didn't know if it was because I was underground all the time. I felt like my whole body was stuffy. Yeah. Brother Suyu, Sister Xia Qing will also be worried about how dangerous it is for you to go alone, Wang Mi said eagerly. If Suyu's brother is gone, how else can she get the little cake Xia Qing bought her? Although there is also food here, it is all dry rice. I come back every once in a while. I fly a solo plane, Suyu said in a deep voice. Wang Han on the side has also served in the military, and a single-person aircraft means only one position. Okay, then we'd better go back to Sunny Base. Okay, I informed Xia Qing that she would come over and take them back, Su Yu said. At the underground base of the Dragon Kingdom, they set up a glass door next to the teleportation point established by Su Yu. A woman wearing a white coat with high heels and gold-rimmed glasses in rose gold came out of the president's lounge and saw Su Yu head-on, who was looking for the president. Long time no see, little brother Su Yu. I heard from your father that what you awaken is space power. The woman approached Su Yu, but the latter frowned slightly and distanced himself directly in disgust. Why do you always show disgust towards your sister? It's really sad. No matter how you say it, your sister grew up looking at you. I heard that when you come back this time, you will never be able to block you. I saw you today. Suyu frowned and did not hide the disgust in his eyes. Still hate me so much, but I don't hate you at all. You see, you're not back after all this round and round? Suyu didn't bother to say one more word to her. This woman is psychologically a pervert, schizophrenic. A thin difference between geniuses and madmen. The woman watched Suyu leave indifferently and was not annoyed, watching him walk into the office and instead taking a deep breath. It's intoxicating. 123 Laboratory. Sister Yue, experimental body number 9 exploded again. The dormitory body is gone. Then go and catch it. Song Yue said coldly. Now that the base is counting identities, we have no way to use living people as experimental subjects. But there are still some orphans, no one cares. Then catch it. As long as our experiment is successful, we will be able to live longer in the future. More beautiful, more youthful, and everlasting. Song Yue whispered in front of her. Don't you want to have one? Look at those superpowers, who can enjoy the best food, and those of us who were once excellent, instead become low-end beings. Are you willing? So you entered the presidential lounge and looked at the man, who was old on both sides of his temples, and frowned slightly. You're here. Man's voice is slightly vicissitudes. I need an individual aircraft. So you said in a deep voice. Yes. So you gets what he wants, turns around and wants to leave, as if he doesn't want to stay here for a moment. If the base needed to be built and needed to cooperate with the base in Longguo, he would never come back. Xiao Yu, so many years have passed? You still don't forgive me? You should understand me. It's not that I don't want to save your mother, but there are thousands of lives behind me. It's like a train with two roads, one crushing one person and the other 10. Most of them will definitely choose someone with more people to save them, and everyone should choose this way. But if which one is a relative of yours, then how to choose? My surname is Su, I understand you, but I can't forgive you because that person is my mother. So you said in a deep voice, with a dullness and forbearance in his voice. He didn't want to be recalling that. Ayu, can you listen to me? The man was a superior almost all his life, and for the first time with a tone bordering on supplication. So you also heard a different tone, and he stopped but turned his back to him. The man was overjoyed to see Suyu stop, and his heart trembled. Ayu, as a father, I'm sorry for you, but as president, this is my mission. Ayu, I'm old. I am already very happy to be able to see you in this life. You established a sunny base with one hand, and I understand that you also have a responsibility in your heart. Ayu, I have always had something in my heart that I want to say to you and to Afen. I'm worthy of this country, but I'm sorry for you. I'm sorry for you guys. The man's voice trembled. Suyu clenched his fists with restraint, and he had wanted to hear his father's apology for so many years. Always thought. That's how we differ. So you could establish bases that would allow humans to have a sanctuary, but under that premise it was he who had it. If the lover chooses with someone else, he will choose her. This may be the difference between him and his father. He would not be able to sacrifice his small family for everyone if it was his relatives, lovers, or children who were going to die. He doesn't need people to give awards, to praise him for how much he has given up on himself. He'd rather someone say he's selfish than lose what he holds dear. The difference that everyone values, in his father's heart the people come first, and the position of the president comes first. The president was silent for a moment, only to feel a few years older. When Suyu heard what he wanted to hear, he did not turn back and walked out directly. The man's eyes turned red, and looking at Suyu's departing back was filled with deep guilt and self-blame. Underground base, he, the president, is almost unable to exert real power. The more chaos there is, the more people begin to overthrow the regime, and those people want to be ready to move. After Suyu left, a middle-aged general came in. Exactly, Xia Zhen. How? Did Xiao agree? The president shook his head and said, how could he have taken over this mess without forgiving me? But fortunately there is food provided to us by Suyu, and those people will not resist for the time being. It will be a matter of time before they resist. I have handed over all the maps of the military base to Suyu. In sparsely populated areas of the Military Base Research Institute, would it be dangerous for Suyu to go by himself? Xia Zhen frowned. Do you want to send a team to follow? Okay. The president responded. Now they are able to call fewer and fewer teams. Now the polarization of the base is becoming more and more obvious. Li Yong, led by the superpowers, was just a security guard before the end of the world, and now he still wants to climb on our heads. How many soldiers sacrificed themselves in the early days of the apocalypse? Xia Zhen was angry at the thought of this. Now the base's superpowers are getting more and more arrogant. If Suyu can bring back weapons, those with superpowers can still suppress them for the time being. They also know that we no longer have many weapons. Xia Zhen frowned. Even the weapons in some soldiers are empty guns. Of course, there are also people in the military who can inspire superpowers, but when they are inspired, they need to perform various tasks. What worries me most is not Li Yong, but Lu Ting. Lu Ting is the current security commander of the base and his military rank is not high, but he has awakened his superpowers and is powerful. Xia Zhen doesn't take it seriously now. To put it bluntly, the president's underground base is now a mascot. No, the president has secrets in his hands, after all, once controlled a country. But this underground base is monolithic on the surface, but it is torn apart in the interior. Don't know what day it'll explode? Suyu returns this time to make this energy point balanced. Xia Qing had already bought a plane ticket and arrived at Hong Kong City at 3 p.m., bought a business class straight, got off the plane and took a taxi to school. Sister Qing, I'm on winter vacation, where are we going? Xia Qing looked at Chu Ran's suitcase and said, go find a hotel first, have a meal, and then take you to buy some clothes. Ha, buying clothes again? I have enough clothes to wear, and I only wear school uniforms every day at school. I'm going to take you to a birthday party for my friend tomorrow and buy you a dress. She has actually chosen He Sisi's gift. It's a pearl she got from the end of the world. She doesn't have much else, she has a lot of jewelry. Okay, Chu Ran said obediently. Xia Qing's phone rang, and it was He Sisi who called. Arriving at Hong Kong City? Well, just arrived in the afternoon. Don't book a hotel. I'll ask the driver to pick you up when the address comes. Looks like you're in a good mood. Xia Qing felt He Sisi in a good mood? A scumbag can't get a penny of divorce property, and no one dares to invest in his career. If you have a good relationship, you should have a bottle of wine to celebrate. In fact, I have always felt that I know your past and you will not be too close to me. But we all keep our word, don't we? He Sisi said. She's changed from the simple rich girl. Yes. Xia Qing hangs up and sends her the location. Soon a Maybach drove over. The driver got out of the car and opened the door, and Xia Qing and Chu Ran went in first. The driver put his luggage in the trunk. It took them about half an hour to get to the villa where He Sisi lived. Chu Ran is a little nervous looking at this large, luxurious villa. Sister Zhang, arrange a room for Miss Xia and this child. Okay, miss. An aunt in an apron responded with a smile. Xiaoran, please put your luggage over first. Chu Ran nodded and followed his aunt. Xia Qing and He Sisi arrived at the living room, and soon a servant brought a glass of freshly squeezed juice. I want to open a store in Hong Kong City that specializes in selling your jewelry. If He Sisi wants to open a store, it will definitely not be too small. But her goods. Do you want me to provide you with supply? Xia Qing said. He Sisi likes to talk to smart people clearly, and there is no unnecessary nonsense when chatting with two people. Yes. Xia Qing has also opened jewelry stores, but those selling ordinary and cheap gadgets in jewelry stores are not called jewelry. After the Chinese New Year, if you want to open a store, you will definitely need a large supply of goods. I need to talk about it too. He Sisi nodded, but she was a little surprised that Xia Qing agreed so quickly, but Xia Qing took the things, and she couldn't get rid of the middleman. Besides, she has also investigated that the material of this crystal is genuine. They are rich but not stupid, and the richer they are, the more astute they are. She can't buy this crystal from anywhere else, only Xia Qing has it here. Xia Qing has already thought about it. After returning to the base, she will recruit some women from the base to classify jewelry and find some design manuscripts. She also needs to go to Burma and get a jade factory. This jewelry is a big, profitable business. The most important thing is that she also wants to praise a famous designer. She's thinking about her holding, or do it yourself. A well-known designer will give jewelry more value. Among the 10 world-famous female jewelry designers, there are only 2 Chinese faces, but they are not Chinese nationals and are considered Chinese. Xia Qing's eyes lit up, and there were many famous design drawings on the apocalyptic side, all in magazines, plus the base over there had been restored to the network. Previous things are able to be found. No problem, just give me the supply. He Sisi said that she had many properties under her name. A young lady like you is enough even if she doesn't open a store, right? Who would still think there is too little money? The richer you are, the greater your consumption, isn't it? Hey, besides, you also know who my father is. Although I am the only daughter, I also have several brothers. Others are not famous. He Sisi is famous because she married a mainland male star. She's only a fraction of it, which is why she wants to get married early. While her father is still there, she will give her an extra asset when she gets married. Now I'm divorced and have no children. I need a career. Although he divorced the scumbag and did not take away the property, he spent a lot of money when she was arrested. Even owed several hundred million in gambling debts. She came back and gave Xia Qing another 100 million. Her monthly consumption is like running water. It's impossible to save money anymore, right? Recently selling jewelry gave her a taste of the sweetness, and she has done business before. With their status, it is even harder to make money. For example, isn't it true that Hong Kong City and Kuwatai have already gone to live broadcast sales to test the waters? She has just gotten divorced and sold a lot of money, and she is not suitable for live streaming now. It will arouse the disgust of the audience. She has hired a professional team and they all suggest that she start in half a year. So in the middle interval, she planned to open a jewelry store, and she also came up with the idea of Xia Qing's goods, with novel styles and fidelity of jewelry, but there is no brand, but the price is also very good. With a well-known designer brand, a silver bracelet can sell for tens of thousands. Yes, starting a business is the most important thing. Xia Qing said. Tomorrow is my birthday party, so I just call me a good friend. You also know one of them, Zhang Menjiao. Good. Xia Qing thought the party would be tomorrow night, but the party was actually 12 o'clock this evening. To be honest, she didn't attend such a party either. In the evening, a group of staff had already arrived to arrange the swimming pool, and the entire multicolored lights flickered. The entire site was filled with pink balloons, flowers, and ribbon decorations. I saw the open-air pool press a button, and slowly a transparent glass rose, covering the open-air pool, so that even in winter, it is as warm as spring here. The poor are thickly wrapped because they are afraid of the cold. Even the polyester fiber in an entire wardrobe is not as good as a 100% wool coat in their wardrobe. They don't have to wear that thick at all year round, at most a coat, unless it's a trip to a ski area. They always wear clear and refreshing clothes, and all year round they seem to have only summer on them. Xia Qing isn't afraid of the cold now, and she doesn't know why. Even if it's minus a few degrees outside now, she doesn't feel cold when she wears short sleeves. It's just that her basal body temperature dropped from 36 degrees to 33 degrees. She'd definitely be left behind if she went to the hospital. The food in the open-air pool is already equipped, with exquisite snacks, juices, drinks, and red wine, and a 10-layer cake. Sissy, happy birthday! Happy birthday, Sissy! Everyone brought gifts and put them on the table, filled with piles, large and small. At around 11 o'clock in the evening, people had already arrived one after another, and several luxury cars had been parked in the villa parking lot. All the people who came today were from Sissy's bestie circle. There were 7 of them. To be honest, attending such a bestie party felt a bit like she wasn't quite used to it. Xia Qing regrets coming, but she also wants Sissy's help when she comes here. Xia Qing. Zhang Menjiao wore a leopard print black leather skirt and applied flamboyant red lipstick. I didn't expect you to just fry chili peppers. Did you open the Sunny Entertainment Company in the mainland? She also only found out about it after watching news variety shows. Zhang Menjiao looked at Xia Qing's age and said with a smile, I really can't tell. Now Sunny Entertainment has gone up a notch, because the rights to a few shows are already high. I want to cooperate with you and buy the copyright of your hero God of War. Do you want to play it in Hong Kong City? But I've only had a few episodes of this show. But it's already popular in the mainland, isn't it? 60 million, the exclusive copyright of 1 year's Hong Kong City app broadcast. If Xia Qing remembers correctly, their drama will be played on the Orange Film and Television app. What they bought is not the exclusive copyright, but 30 million. Then several more wanted to buy it, and the price was already 80 million. Actually, my sister has already talked to your general manager, but he seems to be considering it. Zhang Menjiao said. Because there are 2 famous film and television companies in Hong Kong City, one is hers and the other is her sister's, and the 2 are also opposite families. If you buy me aviation gasoline, I can help you. When Xia Qing finished speaking, Zhang Menjiao was stunned. In an unbelievable tone, he asked, that's it? So simple? If you want to buy aviation gasoline, you still need to register. Xia Qing doesn't have a plane, so where can she register? Well, that's it. Zhang Menjiao felt that Xia Qing was helping her. Aviation gasoline, kerosene, these fuels have been very tightly regulated recently, probably because of tensions in the Middle East. Even their country has been developing electric energy. Can I make a decision now? Are you too impatient? Xia Qing said with amusement. I looked at my phone and it was 1 a.m. Haha, isn't that so happy? You're such a joy as a friend. I've handed it in, and I'll help you decide how much aviation gasoline you want. Zhang Menjiao smiled. She is very willing to help with this small favor. If it is purchased by someone else, registration procedures will be required, etc., but it will be much more convenient through Zhang Menjiao. Just when their family flew 2 more planes. If she let her sister know, her sister went to great lengths to find someone in order to take the exclusive broadcast rights. She easily got it done in 1 sentence. She was happy to think that she could see her eldest sister's stinky expression. She and her eldest sister are actually half-sisters and do not have much affection. Xia Qing watched as it was almost 2 o'clock. It should be almost over. Xia Qing said. This has just begun. Zhang Menjiao said with a puzzled look on her face. Xia Qing's face was full of doubts, and a few more boys, who were 180 centimeters tall, arrived soon after. These are the teenagers I recently signed a contract with, and I started a youth group. I will debut in Hong Kong City in a few days. First, pick it up in Hong Kong City and see if it can develop in the mainland. In fact, it is good for us to make police and gangster movies in Hong Kong City. It is a pity that there are no new stars in the past 2 years, let alone any good scripts. There are very few people in our Hong Kong City who shoot ancient costumes, and they are all popular in the mainland such as Xiangxia. Zhang Menjiao said helplessly. Qing, I remember you had a police romance drama before, so you were the screenwriter, right? do you want to write me a copy too? Or if we cooperate and you come up with a script, how about cooperation between the mainland and Hong Kong City? If the script is good, I can talk to Movie King Chen. This needs to be considered. After all, this script will not be written for a while. Zhang Menjiao, Xia Qing, come here. Let's play games together. He Sisi, who was having fun not far away, urged. Xia Qing also drank a lot of wine, but she was not drunk at all. By 5 o'clock, it was dawn and everyone dispersed. Mostly, though, stayed in guest rooms. Even 1 or 2 teenagers lived with them. Xia Qing slept until 8 the next day when she got up. Miss, what do you need for breakfast? Let's have some milk and toast. These people slept until the afternoon, and they left one after another. You woke up so early. Zhang Menjiao, who had a fluffy face, came out with a mask on her face. Xia Qing regains her energy relatively quickly after a night's sleep, and can get almost 2 or 3 hours of deep sleep. You needed aviation gasoline yesterday. I already ordered it for you. Where will it be delivered to you? So fast? Xia Qing was surprised. Zhang Menjiao had already left a message for her assistant in the early hours of yesterday morning, and after reading it early in the morning, she immediately went to order it. An average passenger aircraft needs 1 ton of fuel for 1 flight. Zhang Menjiao didn't ask Xia Qing, if you don't have a plane, what will you do with aviation gasoline? That's great, 1 ton is enough, help me deliver it to this address. I'll transfer you the amount. Zhang Menjiao made arrangements as soon as she received the address. What are you doing with your money? You were able to sign me, I'm all dead happy. Zhang Menjiao said. How much help is this? She doesn't know how many people are squeezing their heads in this copyright exclusive broadcast. Sunny Entertainment is now on the rise due to the popularity of the science fiction drama Heroes Kill Gods. Many people have been looking for Zhangnan through various relationships every day in order to obtain the exclusive broadcast rights. Our drama is so popular, and the return rate from investment in filming in the future may not be high every time. But it's no problem for a hit drama to hold up a company, just like LETV before it, which relies on the annual royalties of a hit drama to support an entire company. Zhangnan wants to spend money to build an app. He is the general manager but not the chairman, and some important decisions need to be made by Xia Qing. However, the latter had actually delegated power to him. Zhangnan looked at the phone and it was Xia Qing who called him, and he set up special attention for Xia Qing. Sister Qing? What's the order? That's it, you know Hong Kong ALK Film and Television, right? No. There are 2 film and television companies in Hong Kong, AIK and AIG. The relationship between the 2 families is like Zhongtong Yuentong, both opened by relatives. I'll send you a WeChat message and you can add her as the person in charge of film and television at AIK to discuss the exclusive broadcast copyright of Hong Kong City. Okay. Zhangnan responded, because the 2 systems of the mainland and the port city are different, although they both belong to China. Hong Kong City is a very large city and a special economic zone. Their film and television apps are almost inaccessible in the mainland. Hong Kong City only needs their review. However, if you want to enter the mainland for broadcasting, you need to go through the review of the mainland broadcasting station. Hong Kong's own review is not as strict as that of the mainland, so very few dramas from Hong Kong City can be played in the mainland. Hong Kong City relatively likes science fiction movies more, so although this hero Zhan Shen only has fragments in Hong Kong City, it is also popular. Sister Qing, I have something to tell you. I want to set up a film and television app. If this film and television app is successfully established, it will also need to purchase the rights of other people's film and television dramas, but their popular dramas in the future will only be played on their own platforms. We now have 4 film and television apps in China, and we are still very competitive now. But we can also make this film and television app, which will still be good for our long-term development in the future. Xia Qing listened to Zhangnan's gushing and said, okay, let's set out to build it up. Now the company has enough money to set up this app on its own, and she can get a lot of share income from several companies every month. By the way, I will write a script for the later cooperation with AIK. When the time comes, we will cooperate. You can discuss this matter with their person in charge. Okay. Zhangnan's eyes glowed as soon as he heard that Xia Qing was about to release a new script. Sister Qing, the first season of our God of War Heroes has almost been filmed. Do you have to pay close attention to the script of the second season? Zhangnan said boldly. Xia Qing almost forgot that Zhangnan didn't talk about it. I'm already halfway through writing the second season, and I'll be able to send it to the company in almost a year. That's great, boss. Zhangnan hung up the phone happily. The boss agrees to set up a film and television app, and it seems that he still needs to recruit a group of programmers. What's the name? Orange Film and Television? Sun Film? Let the boss choose several of them when the time comes. Zhangnan hung up the phone and immediately added the WeChat message pushed by her boss. Actually, recently, it is true that both of them in Hong Kong City are looking for someone to contact him and ask for his exclusive copyright. Even the owner of AIG Film and Television wanted to give him a sports car in order to win the exclusive broadcast rights. It doesn't matter who this copyright is given to, and if the boss doesn't interfere, he'll definitely be inclined to choose AIG. But now Xia Qing has spoken. Even if AIG is giving him many sports cars, he won't ask for them and won't dare to accept them. It is not easy for him to get to this point now, and he still has a long way to go. Besides, Sunny Entertainment is also a subsidiary of Sunny Management Development. It can also be said that the group has set up a supervisory department to check on the executives of these subsidiaries. These are the necessary and normal means of checking, and now he only needs to follow Xia Qing. His future is bright, and there is no need to take risks. Xia Qing turned on her phone and saw some documents sent by Zhou Shen. She's required to sign all these documents. Artificial skeleton technology will be officially launched after the new year, that is, on February 1st. Now we are cooperating with Gangcheng Hospital to give priority to Gangcheng. Sister Qing, 50 copies have been booked before it is officially launched. We don't have enough materials, Zhou said deeply distressedly. Artificial skeleton component materials. One of the materials is only available in the end times. Queue up first, genetic testing, and I will communicate about the materials. Now there is no problem with the technology of the biological company, genetic testing, and the equipment made is also after Xia Qing spent 200 million funds to buy it from abroad, and then let the people at the Qingtian base transform it. Okay, not only do we need to do this technology, we also need to fully establish everything else. Understand? Zhou Shen responded that he has recently recruited many graduate students. Originally, their biological company was really nothing compared to those giants, but they now have such a patent, which is comparable to those giant biological companies. Of course, it's only in the preliminary stages, there's no official listing yet. However, there are already quite a few closed beta tests, and they are all successful. Coupled with literary essays by well-known doctors in Minato City, their artificial skeleton will soon be available. Now it is only available in the upper class of Hong Kong City. After that, it will be completely popularized. The country has a population of more than 1 billion, plus foreign countries. In the past, I always felt that the best was imported. Nowadays, domestic products are more advanced and better than imported ones. Zhou Shen thought that in the near future, foreign hospitals would probably come to buy them, even would run to their country for this implantation of artificial bones. Sister Qing's patent application for this material is about to come down. Good. In fact, Xia Qing doesn't value the patent of this material that much. That's because the world does not have the main component of this material. Even if it wasn't patented, other companies looking to steal research simply can't come up with it. Even if you want to find ingredients and materials that can replace them, I'm afraid you have to study them for a few years. If you take a step back and say that even if you find a substitute, you won't have the stability and perfection. You pack up all the known ingredients of the material recently and send it to me. Xia Qing sends Zhou Shen an address. Okay, arrange now, Zhou Shen said. She intends to send the ingredients to the Sunny Base Research Institute. Let Professor John continue his research. After the artificial skeleton is put on the market and stabilized, she takes out the diluted enhancement agent, which can enhance the body's immunity. This is a good thing. Nor is it known why, not all humans seem to be as physically fit today as they were decades ago. A variety of additives are emerging to enhance the taste of food for its delicious taste, including cosmetics, and other things are made of scrap. This has led to a downward trend in human physical fitness. Zhou Shen also started to get busy here, building a new research laboratory, and also busy promoting artificial bones. Sunny Day Biological Meeting Room. Our artificial skeleton is a good thing that can give those who have been injured the ability to stand up again. The price is still relatively expensive now, and it cannot be included in the national medical insurance. Even though the price is expensive, we have received 50 reservation orders. Huangjia's orders cannot be accepted for the time being. We will queue up for reservations later, Zhou Shen said. Some of those who came over to buy now were from other biological companies, and wanted to buy them back for research. This is a means of competition in ordinary industries, and Zhou Shen is not afraid of them, which is also the confidence given by his boss. Come little by little. New things and new technologies are always more expensive. There are quite a few people outside now who want to order from him at a high price. Lao Lu, you collect all the medical material ingredients on the market, including medical ingredients. Good, manager. I know that there are many external medical companies recently that want to inquire about our company, and some even want to poach you with high salaries. Do your own thing. If anyone wants to leave, I won't stop you. Immediately report your resignation. If you do anything to harm the company, leave me alone. Large companies have legal departments. These employees are not stupid either. None of them have been exposed to core technology. What's the use of walking? And all contracted. Even those fellows, who had access to the machines, had no effect. Machines competing companies can buy, poach people with high salaries and ask their people to operate the modified machines. But they don't have the materials. What's the use of not being able to make them? Xia Qing had already returned to the Seoul villa with Chu Ran the next day. You will stay here during the winter vacation, and this will be your home from now on. Don't worry, my parents are nice, Xia Qing said. Chu Ran was a little cramped looking at the large villa, but after hearing Xia Qing's words, she was much more relaxed. The surrounding facilities have been quickly built because of Xia Qing's stay. Welcome home. Xia Qing touched Chu Ran's little head. Aunt Lu, this is Chu Ran who will live in our house from now on and help him clean up a room. Okay. What is missing in the room? I will take you to the mall to buy it tomorrow. Change them all to what you like. This is... Xia Jixian looked at a half-sized boy and was stunned. But at this child's age, it should not be her daughter's illegitimate child. This almost scared him to the point where his face turned pale. Dad, this is Chu Ran, my friend's child. Will live in our house from now on. Xia Jixian was still a little unable to recover for a while, and looked at Chu Ran with big eyes and small eyes. This child, his parents died in a car accident, his uncle went abroad to earn money, and the child was too young, so he took care of me temporarily. When Xia Jixian heard this, he saw the child with pity. Live. You're not home every day. There's a kid at home with us too. I'm quite happy. Xia Jixian was embarrassed to say that he had just met the child, and his mind was full of his dish. Xia Jixian dumped his strange thoughts, and soon Yang Xia also drove back. Yang Xia was also very happy when a child came to the family. I feel a lot more alive at home. After dinner, Xia Jixian takes Xiaoran to play in the greenhouse outside, where Rhubarb sleeps. Mom, I have to go out for a while after the Chinese New Year. Please take care of this child. I'm taking him back to Hong Kong City School when winter vacation starts. Chu Ran and Xia Qing's parents get along well, and in Chu Ran's eyes, the old couple are relatively simple. Xia Qing plans to take Xiaoran to the mall the next day. Just don't go. I happened to go to the mall to see the store, so I took Xiaoran to buy it, Yang Xia said with a smile. This kid's so good-looking and well-behaved. Both enjoyed getting along. Chu Ran was almost always raised in an orphanage. There were too many children in that place and most of them were disabled lost children. Just be able to eat enough, let alone family affection. Then Xiaoran, just go with your grandparents. If you have anything to do, you can contact us by phone. Got it. Chu Ran responded obediently that he liked it so much that it made him feel very warm. Even if he has experienced too many things, he is very precocious, but he will still be melted by the warmth of these. Xia Qing buys him a mobile phone and a communication watch, so she can know his location. The security of China is still very trustworthy. After getting the phone, Chu Ran often contacted his uncle. Sister Qing took me to a friend's house today. Today I met Sister Qing's parents. Sister Qing's big yellow dog is so smart. Chu Ran almost treated Chu Xiu's chat as a message box. He had only 2 contacts on WeChat, one, Chu Xiu, and the other, Xia Qing. Xia Qing originally planned to go to Myanmar after the Chinese New Year, but Chu Xiu sent a message. When will you come? Several jadeite mines are auctioned here. There is civil strife in their area in Myanmar. This area belongs to the Shan state-ruled area. When several forces fight, the most consumed thing is money. The past period was when fraud was most rampant in Myanmar. Chu Xiu liberated 2 parks, but he could not liberate all dozens of parks, large and small, in Myanmar district. He did not have such a big power yet. Xia Qing's plan is to pass the year later and want to spend the new year at home. The 3rd grade of junior high school is the auction. It seems you really want me to go there? Use Daichuren. Xia Qing actually didn't want to take him with him in her heart. After all, the chaos and danger in Myanmar were dangerous, so he just tried it out. If you don't take him with you, I can protect you better. After the 3rd grade of junior high school, I will go there. When Xia Qing heard this, Chu Xiu was relieved a lot. After all, Xia Qing is now his major shareholder, and the 20 million for auctioning the jade factory is simply not enough. In the evening, she directly selects the teleportation location next to Suyu. Suyu, I have already decided on aviation kerosene, and I will probably arrive the day after tomorrow. This thing is dangerous goods and delivery is slow. Just get there. Well, our Chinese New Year is coming soon, do you want to come and take a look? Xia Qing said with a smile. Suyu was slightly startled, and then frowned at something and said, I am a person without status, will going to your world cause you trouble? As long as you don't stay in a hotel, take a high-speed rail plane, or go to an internet cafe, it should be fine. Although there is surveillance everywhere, she has a jammer. If you just go to our place, you can't hit people casually. It will break the law, Xia Qing jokingly said. In a few days, I will go to Myanmar district, which is quite chaotic and you can go even if you don't have an ID card. Maybe I can give you your entire identity in Myanmar. Su Yu's eyes lit up. In fact, he could go to Xia Qing's world at any time, but he never thought of taking the initiative to go. Because he knows that the world over there is not the same as this one, he is afraid that going will cause trouble for Xia Qing. Besides, there's so much that needs to be done here in the apocalypse. Now Xia Qing said so, he felt much more relaxed. By the way, Nubo is coming to cooperate with the research institute at the base. Sure. 1 minute later, Xia Qing teleports over with Nubo. Currently, the base has a total of 4 research institutes, including the Institute of Biology, the Institute of Science and Technology, the Institute of Weapons, and the Institute of Agriculture. Recently, a special research institute has been set up at the base, which is mainly about studying the weaknesses of zombies. Nubo knows the Institute of Science and Technology, and he also started here because it was not taken seriously, probably because it was full of scientific researchers at the level of national bosses. You hold these things and they help you get through relationships. Xia Qing gives Nubo a black bag. Nubo opens the bag and sees that it contains various cigarettes. These brands of cigarettes were collected by Xia Qing from the end of the world. Nubo's eyes lit up. This thing is really the quickest tool for their men to unblock their relationship. Although it is the end of the world, most men cannot quit smoking at all. Otherwise, why is the tobacco tax the #1 tax in their dragon country? Thank you, Deputy Base Chief. I am still very optimistic about this thing you are researching. If you have a good relationship with them, you can study the thing as soon as possible, and the subsequent materials will not treat you badly. Nubo was even more motivated when he heard this. He knew that there were people working for Xia Qing in the base. They might have food and supplies in their hands that no one else had. It's best to bring everyone to our base, and I'll give you a commission if someone comes. You can do anything you want. Nubo couldn't help but swallow this and said, roast chicken? Fried chicken. Xia Qing shook her head, only that the request was too simple. Otherwise, chicken legs will do. There is very little meat in the base, and the only meat that can be exchanged is ham, which is easy to preserve, and the most expensive one is canned. Now the rest of the base got a batch of meat from Fukagawa City, and they stayed in the base without any superpowers, and there was no place to get meat. The fragrant fried chicken only stays in the pre-apocalyptic world, and even pre-apocalyptic food is expensive. For example, watermelons are sold by the piece, and potatoes by the head. You want to pull one person, I will give 10 fried chickens. Now Nubo followed with chicken blood. The big bag in his hand was his stepping stone. So you went to Xia Zhen and briefly explained the situation. Later, Xia Zhen looked at Su Yu's attitude towards Xia Qing and suddenly became somewhat clear. Xia Qing is the deputy base commander of Qingtian Base. For Xia Zhen, Xia Qing must be extraordinary to Su Yu. If we can ease relations with Su Yu through Xia Qing, it might not be the same way. Xia Zhen personally took Nubo to Longwo's scientific research room, where fingerprints need to be recorded to enter. This flattered Nubo somewhat, and he immediately took out 2 boxes of huako from the bag. General Xia, thank you for your hard work in leading the way. If Su Yu hadn't brought this person in person, he wouldn't have sent it off in person. However, after seeing Nubo take 2 boxes of huazi, the corners of his mouth are slightly raised. Nice, a sensible guy. Their base used to have, but this thing is consumable. Long-wasted. He couldn't help but chew a stick in his mouth when he wanted to smoke. This is a researcher from Sunny Base who came to communicate. You all need to cooperate well, Xia Zhen said majestically. The institutes of science and technology are full of professor-level figures, but those who can come to work at this moment are young people. Like a national treasure-level professor in his 60s who has been malnourished for a long time and almost always rests in the lounge. Nubo sent boxes of cigarettes to all the people present at the institute. Reach out and don't hit the smiley, much less the one who came to deliver them. Smoke is something that can sometimes be exchanged for a meal at the base. Now everyone in Nubo gave them a box. Those who were not willing to pay attention to him have now changed their attitudes immediately. This is huazi. It's smoke. Haven't seen this thing in a long time. A man said excitedly. He was already forced to quit smoking soon, but the little flame in his heart burned the moment he saw the smoke. Nubo, didn't you run away? You ran to Sunny Base? Another programmer asked in shock when he saw that it was Nubo. Both of them are transparent people from the Institute of Science and Technology, and their academic qualifications and abilities are not low, but in the hands of this group of people, it's not worth mentioning. The man now sees Nubo being so generous, and there is a psychological gap. Yes, I am now a researcher at Sunny Base. These are trivial things. I will come back this time to work together. I hope everyone will cooperate more in the future. Enough smoke pipes. Suddenly the institute became lively. Nubo, do you really have food in your base? But it shouldn't be very safe for your base to be built on the ground, right? The ground is full of zombies, mutated animals. It's okay, we have protective nets installed on the periphery. This time, I have initially developed a body power detection instrument, hoping to get guidance from everyone. Although he is also a very talented researcher, those here are all proud people. Pull out anyone who was at least the top scorer in the college entrance examination. Originally, everyone was still a little resistant, but now that they have cigarettes, they are still a whole box. Even if some female researchers don't smoke, they can exchange this for something in need. Okay, then let's communicate. A young professor said. Mubo knew him and was a very gifted scientific researcher. Mubo takes out the instrument he picked up the leak. This thing is a preliminary detection instrument driven by a superpower crystal. All the powers are excited by the superpower crystals, and all the superpower crystals must have sufficient analytical power. 5 or 6 fellows joined in just that moment. About a few hours later, a soldier came outside with a woman. This person is none other than Xia Qing. I am from Sunny Base and came to deliver food to Mubo for 3 days. Food delivery? The soldier said nothing, but saw Xia Qing carrying a large box with so many things that it could not be covered, revealing the bag inside. Go in. Soldiers are not easy to stop, after all, the superiors gave orders. Xia Qing took out a bag of large red sausages from the box. Brother, thank you for your hard work. The soldier looked in disbelief at the big red intestine in his hand and couldn't help but swallow his saliva. Although now the base cooperated with Sunny Base and exchanged some food, there are so many people in the base that everyone can only have one meal. Special people, like superpowers, and they can have 2 meals. Half a big guy eats up my bad boy, let alone big soldiers like them who average 180. I can't get enough to eat a fixed meal every day, not to mention that I still have tasks every day. This is food. It's okay, we don't lack a base on a sunny day. Xia Qing said generously. Once in the institute, it really looks advanced here. Mubo hears someone looking for him and sees that it is Xia Qing, who hurries over. Deputy Base Chief, why are you here? They probably don't care about rice when you are here. You can eat this box of food casually. Xia Qing said. Although Mubo is a technical man, he immediately understands Xia Qing's implication. Okay. Thanks, Deputy Chief. Mubo looked at this big box of things and felt beautiful. This trip is here, but it's worth it. Xia Qing leaves when she achieves her goal. Soon, Mubo was surrounded by a lot of people, and there was that staff member who soured him before, and it would be envious to see so much food. It will be noon, too, and I'm really hungry. Those of them in the institute only have breakfast and no lunch. That's rice soup for breakfast, with side dishes, and rice for the evening. It's pretty good already, and before that they were eating compressed cookies. Mubo rummaged through the bag. What to eat? Ham, instant noodles, bread, and fried meat. One bag contains 10 loaves of bread, which is still hot, and it actually contains meat and vegetables. There's Coke Sprite. Lu Chang, Wang Ping, these 2 breads are for you to eat. Morning thanks to your 2 help. Lu Chang and Wang Ping helped so hard because they both loved smoking. Mubo pumped out 2 more bottles of Coke and gave them 2. At this time there are others watching. Lu Chang and Wang Ping, in particular, couldn't help but take it out and eat it. This bread with meat is actually a hamburger. Mubo also took it out to eat. It was a beef burger inside, it was hot. The 3 of them were eating delicious food, and they were taking a sip of Coke. The taste was called a fragrant food. 2 more came over in the afternoon to help Mubo. He divided them again for the evening. With their entry, let alone how fast this research is. Sure enough, they are all big bosses, plus the equipment and materials here are all complete. A day later, his initial power detecting instrument had improved quite a bit. He believes that it won't be long before it improves even more perfectly. For the next 3 or 5 days, Xia Qing will take time to deliver all kinds of dry goods, and recently they are all strawberries. Because the greenhouse strawberries they grow at home are too ripe. Is this strawberry? Has this thing not been grown more than 10 years ago? Yeah. Strawberry I've only seen in photos yet. Yes. What strawberries? Everyone eat together. Our deputy base chief said, this thing won't last long. Mubo is shocked, but at the same time proud. He was the right choice when he fled here and ventured to the sunny base. Several scientific researchers took strawberries and took a bite, and the sweet fragrance instantly filled their mouths. There were 2 people with small children at home who were not willing to eat at all, so they carefully packed things up and took them back to feed the children. The person from the Agricultural Research Institute next to me heard that there were strawberries here, so he couldn't help but run to the director of the Scientific Research Institute. Wang Suo, I heard that you have strawberries here. Do you think you can lend us one for us to study? Yeah. Strawberries were a rare variety before the end of the world. They have a base on sunny days, and we may be able to study them. This is a great blessing for mankind. The vegetables I exchanged before were given to your Agricultural Research Institute first, and no results have been found so far. Wang Shuxian frowned. Ahem. Yang Suan was embarrassed. You also know that our current conditions are limited, especially my agricultural team, which cannot be planted even with various advanced science and technology. Why is there no way to grow it? Didn't there be a batch of mushroom buns before? Then when it is planted, it is not up to you to share it. You always want us to provide things for you to study, and in the end, we can't share the food we study. Wang Shuxian complained. Are we all for the base? We also studied it seriously, otherwise many people in the base would have starved to death due to lack of food. Wang Shuxian frowned slightly when she thought of the thing they had studied and purified, which meant that it could be eaten by those who knew nothing. You agricultural R&D institutes are all ruthless people. The protein block we studied has allowed at least a large proportion of people to survive, and after super purification, there will be no problem at all. Being able to recycle is the most economical. Wang Shuxian doesn't continue to talk about this topic now, because they have also eaten the egg white cube. There is really no problem when eating it, just like compressed biscuits, with a cake-like texture, but if you know what this thing is made of, it really can't be eaten anymore. Even eating a cockroach mouse is like this. Besides, when we go to the desert, people who don't have water will even drink their own urine to replenish their body fluids. There is no problem with what we do. Wang Shuxian didn't want to argue with them. It's not that I won't lend it to you, and this strawberry is not ours. It was brought here by researchers who came to the sunny base for exchanges. They also kindly gave us food, so there was nothing extra. Wang Shuxian said in embarrassment, even if there is extra, who will give it? Yang Suejun frowned slightly, and it seemed that it was impossible to get strawberries for research, so he had no choice but to think of another way. So he went directly to Xiao Shanping. Your Excellency, the people from our Institute of Biology are also very willing to let the communicators from Sunny Base come over. Let's learn from each other together. President, that we, the Institute of Weapons, are also willing to communicate. Yang Suejun quickly opened the door and squeezed in, saying, President Xiao, our Agricultural Research Institute also needs exchanges urgently. Xiao Shanping looked at these three professors who were all national treasure-level professors. Before the end of the world, they were both key protection objects and confidentiality objects. Now they all come over and ask to communicate with the Sunny Base. Before that, there was no such thing. Naturally, he knew what was going on. If you want to communicate, you can send a few people to the Sunny Base. You all know that now they have space special superpowers and have established a teleportation channel in our base. It is very convenient to go there. Several people were a little nervous when they heard that they were going to Sunny Base, which was said to be built outside. Could have run into zombies, huh? Let me tell you this, the base manager of the Sunny Base is my son, so you don't have to worry about your safety. Xiao Shanping said in a deep voice. The news stunned all three old professors, who didn't expect that they still had such a relationship. But the number of people you go to can only go to 2 places for the time being. The 3 professors frowned slightly, and then began to worry, who should these 2 let go? Go back to apply or go draw a ticket? The intention was to get the people from Sunny Base to come over, and now they were going outside, and they were somewhat entangled. They, researchers, are so well protected that they have never gone up since the end of the world. Dragonland Underground Base. Brother Yang, the person who came to the base on a sunny day to communicate, had food every now and then, all fresh, and meat. We recently went out to look for supplies, and the surrounding areas were already empty. If we want to search for something useful, we need to go to the city. There are hundreds and thousands of zombies in the city, which is too dangerous. Although we are now said to be superpowers, we only get a little more food than those soldiers. There are quite a lot of things to govern here. Man complains. It is reported that the base chief of the Sunny Base has an unusual relationship with the president. We may not be able to cause trouble if we want to. If we don't cause trouble, can we go to the Sunny Base? Several people are interested in the Sunny Base. They are all superpowers, and they go wherever they can feed them. But now the entry to the Sunny Base is very strict, and we will not just collect foreign survivors casually. Nowadays, people in Sunny Base have formed a system and various habits, and outsiders need to re-audit when entering. Suyu hoped for a monolithic Sunny Base. Births are now encouraged at Sunny Base, and entry of identity information is now required to enter Sunny Base. There are also strict requirements for entering a Sunny Base to become a resident of the base. What? That place is more strictly controlled than here. Isn't it nice to have a few women around you here? It's that Lu Ting who meddles in other people's business. Li Yong frowned and said, Lu Ting, let's not mess with him. After all, he is very powerful and a soldier also has weapons in his hands. Maybe the position of president in the future will be his. Inside several research institutes at the underground base of the Dragon Kingdom, they have gone berserk. Agrarian Institute. Now there are only 2 places to go to the Sunny Base. Who among you wants to go? There are some people who are very excited to hear this. One of them has a husband who works in a science and technology research institute. He has brought back almost nothing the same recently, but he doesn't give them much. It was his husband who was reluctant to eat it back and bring it to his children. I'll go too. Several people signed up in an instant. People with children at home and relatives are very hesitant. After all, they go to unfamiliar places to communicate, and they are worried about their families. In this way, we will draw lots to decide, and we will go whoever is drawn. This exchange lasted for 3 days, which was a preliminary exchange meeting. There will be more in-depth exchanges and cooperation in the future. Soon the Agricultural Research Institute drew a ticket, a middle-aged woman and a young man. Both had children, and at first they were quite entangled, fearing danger outside and being infected with the zombie virus. I went there for 3 days and came back. After passing the teleportation array at the base, it was very safe to reach it in 1 minute. Yang Suejun said. He wanted to see it for himself. Anyway, at this age, being in an underground base is like being locked in a big iron box, which makes people not free at all. The Mubo power detection instrument has been successful, so he also intends to go back for the final trials. Only trials can be more refined. He looked at these advanced equipment, and they will have a base on a sunny day in the future. Is your sunny base really safe? Wang Shui, who was selected to communicate at the sunny base, asked nervously. Really? Although there are zombies around me, it's safe that we have walls. Mubo explains. They do have zombie siege on the periphery, but there are walls that have been built, and there is a power grid, drones, all kinds of surveillance, and the evolvers cleaning up zombies, so it's still safe. Can teleportation points really teleport people there? We have also proposed this spatial orientation theory in the past, but it is simply impossible to achieve. It's different now. Now there are superpowers. Special superpowers, these things we cannot explain scientifically for the time being. Mubo said. Isn't it true that a new special research institute has been established at the current underground base of the Dragon Kingdom to study superpowers? It's just that this special institute isn't open for now. Don't worry. Over there I'll take care of you guys. And our deputy base chief is very generous. The base chief is also very strong. The two of them heard what Mubo said, plus they really haven't eaten much of Mubo's goodies these days. As the saying goes, you eat people with a soft mouth and short hands. Okay, then we'll go. Mubo's heart is overjoyed. This one's 10 roast chickens. 20 for 2. You won't be able to finish this after eating it for a month. Not only did you go to the sunny base for exchanges this time, but 2 people from other research institutes went there. Wang Shuxiang Institute director said. And others? Mubo listens happier. Mubo is calculating in his mind how much he will be rewarded for eating roast chicken. At least 80 roast chickens. This quantity is too much to think. There will be fragrant roast chicken in the future, and his saliva will not stop secreting. Later, after the 4th day of eating, he could no longer eat roast chicken, so he requested to exchange other food with Xia Qing. Roast chicken is fragrant, but I can't resist eating it every day. Xia Qing went to the warehouse in Seoul. The aviation kerosene ordered today has arrived and the space has been collected. On Suyu's side, it's fast with a plane where Suyu can go. The individual flying plane could only carry 1 person, so Xia Qing did not follow her. She is very busy at the base now. One less day, someone can't go to Fukagawa, or come back, she's busy teleporting every day, getting things done at some base. Natsuharu updated the tag map on the Doomsday website. Xia Qingdu, the marked location of Suyu on the website, is marked on the map. If someone wants to go out, they need to pay crystal beads or superpower crystals like her if they pass the teleportation point. She said, this is a business that is guaranteed to make money without losing money. It's a pity that she needs to take it herself every time. If the space can be stabilized, she can teleport people over without taking it herself. I hope the space can have such a function in the future upgrade. The Chinese New Year is coming soon, and all the aunts in the family are on vacation. Xia Qing bought couplets and hung them with her parents. No one bought the villas built here, so for the time being, only Xia Qing's family lives here. Let's have dinner here today and go back to the village to pay New Year greetings tomorrow. Xia Jixian said. It's very comfortable to stay in this big villa now, but it feels inconvenient to go back and stay there. It's easy to go from simple to extravagant, but it's difficult to go from extravagant to simple. The houses in the village have all been renovated and the gates have been reinstalled with security doors. The most comfortable year this year. Yang Xia was also overjoyed. The village built roads and built monuments for us. We will also go to the temple to worship tomorrow. Okay. Xia Qing responded happily. Lin Nuan called over here. Sister Qing, I will go back with my mother during the Chinese New Year this year. Also, Sister Qing, have you read the news? The variety show of that special episode has been aired, and you are all on the hot search. And haven't you noticed that your fans on Douyin and Weibo have increased? Haven't had time to see it yet. She was busy every day, shuttling back and forth between 2 spaces. she's more of a crap. In another time and space, her mobile phone was in a signal-free state. Lin Nuan also knows that sometimes when calling Xia Qing, either she can't get through or she's not in the service area. I really don't know which cousin's mobile phone is. The signal is so bad. After the two chatted for a while, Xia Qing hung up the phone and scrolled through Douyin. The messages pushed to her were all about Lin Nuan, most of which were good comments, and a few were black comments, and Xia Qing didn't care about her. Fairy cousin. Please, I want a cousin like this too. Lin Nuan generously admitted that the person behind the capital was her cousin. Most of the comments are extremely envious. The rumors circulating on the internet that Lin Nuan's mistress came to power and so on are self-defeating. Originally, Xia Qing attended Lin Nuan's variety show to help her clarify the matter indirectly, but now that things are moving in a good direction, she is happy to see it happen. In the past, New Year's Eve was either dumplings at their house or going to my uncle's house for dinner. None of them mentioned going to my uncle's house for dinner this year. Mrs. Xia is also very honest and has recovered well. When you are young, you work hard, and your body and bones will be quite strong. Xia Jixiang and Yang Xia are busy in the kitchen. The 120-inch laser screen TV played the hero slaying the god, and Chu Ran was very interested in watching it. That kid has a heroic dream. Mrs. Xia is sitting on a big soft sofa, and she won't have to work this year. In the past, she had to work on the Xia inheritance side during the Chinese New Year and holidays. It was the first time she didn't have to do anything. It was the first time she just sat here and watched TV. Xia Qing brought out a big red envelope that was particularly thick. Xiaoran gives you New Year's money. This, so much? I can't spend money at school. The aristocratic school was responsible for food and drink, and Xia Qing had already bought him clothes. Keep it, it will cost money to go out with classmates. Xia Qing said with a smile. This time flies by so fast. Almost a year. At this time last year, she was quite afraid of the Chinese New Year. The intern who had just started working did not have much money in his hand. The children in the village gave these to Xiaotu, but the uncle's family, and several children of relatives who are relatively close to each other have to pay. The one who just went to work also had to give grandma money. She gave grandma a red envelope of 1,000, and Xia Lei gave her 500. Afterwards, grandma gave it back. Later, I found out about this that she was quite angry at the time, and decided that she would not give her grandma any more red envelopes during the Chinese New Year. Because grandma's so partial. When Mrs. Xia saw that Xia Qing casually gave Chu Ran such a thick red envelope, it was at least 20,000. Frowning slightly, the whole brows twisted together, wanting to say but not daring to say. Xia Qing, seemingly aggrieved. I only have my own family on this New Year's Eve and have a great time eating. The Spring Festival Gala is being played on TV, and I don't know when Lin Nuan and Xiao Zhan's coffee spots will be available for the Spring Festival Gala. Both of them are currently highly praised by their company, and Tian Zixi is also well known to the public because of the drama Heroes Killing Gods. Ching Ching, where did you buy this wine? This taste is really pure. It tastes so hot all over. This is Chinese medicinal wine that can strengthen the body. An old Chinese medicine friend of mine gave it. Xia Qing said, strengthen your body. Tonify the kidneys and strengthen the vitality. This one has nothing to sell with them. I found it from a Chinese medicine store in the apocalypse. They have a very thorough study of Chinese herbal medicine. Xia Jixian heard that it can also nourish the kidneys and wished he could drink 2 more cups. Don't drink too much medicinal wine, just 1 or 2 drinks a day. Xia Qing asked. Okay, just in time for me to bring some for my friends in the village to drink tomorrow. Xia Jixian said happily. At noon on the first day of the Lunar New Year, the family has to eat together. There are still many aunts and aunts from the same village. I still have to be a little busy after the 3rd grade of junior high school. I guess I won't be able to come back until the next year. You don't have to worry. Xia Qing said. Okay, I know you are busy now, don't run abroad to distant places. Yang Xia said. The last time that thing they saw it from the news variety show, but scared them. Got it. Xia Qingjian replied insincerely. She will go to Myanmar district after the 3rd grade of junior high school. Although it is a time of chaos, it is also the easiest opportunity to develop a career. She gotta go. For the upright and bright emerald field in the future. It would not be impossible to take the opportunity to change Burma. Xia Qing was eating dried fruit and swiping her phone when suddenly Yang Xia came over. Qing Qing, didn't you say that you would bring back your son-in-law during the new year? Didn't you have a profile last time? Just looking at the side face is very energetic. As the saying goes, the more the mother-in-law looks at her son-in-law, the more energetic she becomes. Xia Jixiang also coughed twice in embarrassment and said, yeah, I remember, but he said he wanted to marry into our family. Xia Jixian was a little excited and was able to marry into their family. It's also a very face-to-face thing. But I'm just afraid that others will say that his family keeps a soft-boiled man. That reputation is not so good. Dad is not an unreasonable person, and we don't ask him to really get married, right? I will have 2 children in the future. The first one will have our surname regardless of gender, and the second one will have his surname. Anyway, as long as you have a child, just take his surname first. Xia Jixiang added. Xia Qing felt like the pistachios in her hands were not delicious. She didn't care what she said before, so you wouldn't come over and wouldn't know about the things she said. But now, thinking about that time, Suyu was suddenly in her world. Moreover, she invited Suyu to Burma. My parents have seen Suyu's photos. He probably can't come, and you know he is a soldier who protects his family and country. Xia Qing said with a guilty conscience. Then it's time to take a day or 2 off during the Chinese New Year, right? That can also let us see. Check it out for you. Yang Xia said. Well, Dad, I'll take the kids out to set off fireworks. As she spoke, Xia Qing ran away and Chu ran out to set off fireworks. The lighting in this villa area is still very colorful. Not far away, the entire appearance of the film and television city has been built, and now it is just about decorating the house. The entire movie city is very beautiful from the outside with its colorful little lights. Some scenic spots are still under construction, and it is estimated that it will be 2 or 3 months until it is fully constructed. The surrounding villages had a good year this year. In the film and television city built this year, all the wages of migrant workers have been paid without arrears, and even supermarket welfare cards have been issued. The county governor said cheerfully. I was afraid that the development companies would be in arrears with the wages of the migrant workers, but I am afraid that there will be many debt collectors to adjust this year. In the past, they often encountered such things. The more they celebrated the Chinese New Year, the wages of migrant workers were difficult to pay. The establishment of this film and television city has promoted a lot of economy in our surrounding villages, and migrant workers work nearby. After the official construction is completed next year, we will definitely recruit manpower, and it will be able to boost the economy of our county by then. The county magistrate smiled and said, this is also a political achievement, which will be very helpful to him in the future. Every migrant worker in these surrounding villages has paid a lot of money this year. Our county has had a good year this year. We must do our best to support the construction and evolution of the film and television city. Help opening green lanes. Several surrounding villages. New Year's Eve is also very lively. Firecrackers are restricted in urban areas, but this is not available in villages, and every household will release them. Lam Tsuan Wong family. I worked for 3 months this year, earning 300 a day and earning 27,000. During the Chinese New Year, 1,000 supermarket cards were also issued. Ting Ting, when you get into college next year, this money will be left for you to go to college. Thank you, Dad. I must be admitted to a good university. The girl said happily. Even if you go to college now, you may not be able to find a good job. I said that Ting Ting will get married in 2 years, so you should save the money. The woman on the side frowned and said, Ting, study well. The teachers are all praising it. If you can pass the exam, let him pass. The girl from the Xia family is quite capable when she is admitted to college. Now women don't earn less than men. The more knowledge you have, the more you can make money. Dad, everyone in this life has done hard work. But, the woman on the side also felt sorry for the money. Old man, it should be built here by February next year. You workers are no longer needed. Where can you find jobs that cost a lot of money and are close to each other? They are all quite willing to do the work without delaying the busy farming in the village. Don't worry, I heard people say that the film and television city here is well built and we will have to recruit people after it opens. Such a large film and television city must be recruiting a lot of people. Then I can go too. Woman nervously. She has to be able to go to work and reduce the burden at home. The main thing is that she usually has to farm and has an old man at home. She can't leave at all and can't go out to work. Now there are quite a few of these in the village, so most of the people who go out to work are men. Should be able to go. There will definitely be a lot of people applying for the job next year. A large film and television city will need a lot of people for cleaning. The villagers who finished their work in several surrounding villages today were very happy. A thriving business is able to feed several surrounding villages. The next day, Xia Qing and her family change into New Year's clothes. Qing, just wear a single coat. You're not cold. Really want beauty but not body? Yang Xia looked at Xia Qing's dress and scolded her. Chu Ran is wearing a down jacket and snow boots. In -4.5 degrees, Xia Qing only wore a black coat and short boots. Scarves without. There's a cold thing called mom's afraid you'll be cold. Xia Qing was forced to put on another down jacket. She was really not cold. Perhaps because I have awakened to the ability to condense ice. The cold was nothing to her, even in the summer her hands were cold. They got up at 4 o'clock, drove back to their hometown, and first went to the village temple to offer incense. The first stick of incense on the first day of the Lunar New Year. There are many people waiting outside. Jixiang, this year your family will offer the first stick of incense. The village chief said. There are many people below who are not convinced, and a large part of them are silent. Most of this people, the Xia family, collect food from them. Village chief Xia, we've been waiting to open the doors since 1 a.m. Although this temple is on the boundary of your village, several surrounding villages can come to worship. How come the villagers of your village are the first to burn the first incense this year? Yeah, we stayed up all night and lined up here to wait for the door to open. Xia Jixiang saw that this man was not from their village, but from Lin village, and the person who spoke behind was an old man from their village. They have been building this earth temple for hundreds of years. There was a flood in the village, an earthquake, and all the big trees around it collapsed, but nothing happened in this temple. So several surrounding villages offer incense and worship Buddha here, and the incense is very strong. Everyone attaches great importance to this first stick of incense on the first day of the Lunar New Year. What? Everyone is also the top incense behind, that is, the difference is between first and then. The lady who spoke was from Sun's family, and Xia Qing often went to their house to collect vegetables. I know everyone is controversial. Then tell everyone why Xia Jixiang's family is the first to be fragrant. In the past 6 months, which of the vegetables and fruits in the village was not collected by the girl from the Lao Xia family? If she hadn't taken it, can you sell out your Chinese New Year dishes in the winter? All rotten in the ground. There are also elderly people in the village farming. How many people in our village have been helped by the tractor bought by Lao Xia's family? Our village will build roads this year. The Xia family is big again. Do you think their family should serve this first stick of incense? Should. Xiang, go ahead. Uncle Sun said strongly. Yeah, we all agree. Everyone else agreed, and only a few complained in part, all waiting most of the night just to get a good sign. The few obey the many, and even if some are no longer willing, they are all moving out of the way at this moment. Sun Kuoqian looked at this with unspeakable envy. When I came back this time, I clearly felt that something had changed in Xia Jixiang. He almost didn't recognize it. Xia Jixiang, who served Wang Xian, gave the village chief a bottle of Chinese medicinal wine. My daughter took this recipe from an old Chinese medicine practitioner. Men drink good for their health. Don't drink more, 1 cup a day. Ouch. This is good stuff. When the village chief asked about the taste of the wine, he knew it was a good wine, let alone a Chinese medicinal wine with effects. Xia inherited and Tian Keiwa squeezed forward behind the crowd. Look how well Yang Xia is walking now. He also said that he was disfigured. I saw that the skin on his face had improved a lot. Tian Keiwa complained. His son won't want him because he's been in a detention center. Now I have broken up with my partner, and I can't spend the Chinese New Year in the village, so I say I'm going abroad to work. Say to them before you go. What's so great about that Xia Qing? She said, a woman can make money, and the feng shui takes turns. I will make more money in the future. Dad, I want to go out to work and get a monthly salary of 30,000. Well done, and a commission of 100,000 a month, no problem. Tian Keiwa thought of his son's words and waited until his son came back from earning money to see what else Yang Xia had to do. Xia Ji also wanted to be the first to inject incense, but so many people around him were watching and he couldn't squeeze in. Xia Qinji, isn't that your brother? Go along. The man said with a tone of joking. Who in the village doesn't know that their two brothers have a bad relationship? This is also very common in the village. Several families have many brothers and sisters sharing land, and there are also fights in the homestead. The old man was even kicked in turn, and of course there were some who were quite harmonious. All I can say is that now everyone has it. Or is it that human nature is complex? Some see you hurt, and he's happy when you're not doing well. Otherwise, the best way to comfort others is to say that he is worse than him. Xia Jixiang and his family of 3 took their children to finish the incense. There were many more people secretly talking below, and finally they became human to human. The speed of this story in the village is comparable to the speed of Douyin playback. That little boy wouldn't be their illegitimate child, would he? They all brought incense. No. How old is Xia Qing? How could there be such a big illegitimate child? Besides, Xia Jixiang said that he has a son-in-law at home. This year's Chinese New Year, I didn't see their son-in-law. Xia Qing's ears are better, and these gossips get into her ears one by one like the wind. Son-in-law. Why did she feel a little flustered when she heard that word? When she finishes eating at her grandma's house on the second day of the Lunar New Year next year, she will quickly leave for Myanmar to start a business. After attending the ceremony, I paid New Year greetings to the elders in the family. Xia Jixiang also prepared a small red envelope to bring good luck. There are more children in the village. Back at home, a layer of ash has fallen from the house. I saw my eldest brother just now. He didn't even come over for a while. Your mother didn't need him to take care of it. He didn't look at it at all? Yangzia Airway. This eldest brother is probably angry with us and sent his eldest son to the detention center. He'll be angry if he wants to. Xia Jixian quickly comforted his wife. Now that we are used to living in large villas, our house seems to be inconvenient everywhere. Xia Jixian smiled. Sure enough, if you are used to living in a good house, you will not be able to live here, only nostalgia and memories remain. Let's go back and stay tonight, and go to my mother's place tomorrow, Yang Xia said. Okay. Zheng said that my uncle's family would not come today, but he didn't expect that Xia Qingli would not come, and Xia Peng would come. Happy Chinese New Year, second uncle and second aunt. The couple saw that they had come to ask for New Year's money. They have a conflict with their eldest brother and they can't take their children with them too, can they? Yang Xia gave Xia Peng 2 small red envelopes. Grandma, Happy New Year. Xia Peng ran to Grandma and said with a smile. Although Mrs. Xia is able to leave now, she can only use a cane. Old Lady Xia has no money in her hands. Xia Lei was engaged to get married before, and she paid money and was fined in a detention center. She also helped to supplement it. She's an old lady and she doesn't have a retirement salary. In the past, she used to sell a side dish, or the whole small amount of money from scraps was accumulated over time. Xia Jixiang was also filial in his usual days, giving him a small sum of money every month. After Xia Qing's internship, she would give red envelopes to her grandma during the Chinese New Year and holidays. Mrs. Xia loves her grandson, but she can't give it to her if she doesn't have any money. He could only touch Xiao Peng's head. Good grandson. Good grandson. Another year. Grandma, get you some sugar. Xiao Peng's face changed instantly. Grandma, where is my New Year's money? Xiao Peng blinked. Ahem. Mrs. Xia looked at Xia Jixiang and Yang Xia as if asking for help. But the family of 3 all had a tacit understanding and went back to their houses to have a look. They didn't come back for a long time and felt a little nostalgic. Grandma, I'll give you New Year's money in 2 days. Mrs. Xia said insincerely. She doesn't have to spend money on food, drink, and clothing now, and Xia Jixiang and his family of 3 won't give her money? She's embarrassed? Although she is partial, she also clearly knows that only the second family cares about her now. Xiao Peng looked unhappy when he saw that Mrs. Xia had not given him the New Year's money. Grandma, why have you become stingy? Xiao Peng pouted. Mrs. Xia looked embarrassed and did not want to disappoint her grandson, but when she turned around, she found that there was no one in the living room. Xia Qing, on the other hand, Tuk-Chu ran to the second floor, where there was a layer of dust in the bedroom, various photos of her as a child, and a small wind chime. Girls' rooms always love to decorate some weird things. Xiao Peng pouted and went back, not holding a few red envelopes. $10 in all these little red envelopes. Xia Jixiang is so rich now, and the red envelope for his nephew is only a few dozen yuan? And your mother usually says she loves her grandson the most, but what? This New Year's Eve money is not a penny. TNKY Airway. Xia Qinji also doesn't look good, and now he feels more and more that his mother is partial. Your mother too, she forgot about you when she lived for 2 days and lived a good life for 2 days? In the past, my grandson was long and my grandson was short all day long. I didn't even see how much I loved my grandson when I talked about it. Stop it. Xia Qinji frowned and felt a little irritable. In the evening, several members of the Xia family eat at the home of Mrs. Xia Qing. Xia's inheritance is also there, and neither brother talks much. One of them is none other than Xia Fang's mother and Xia Qing's second aunt. I heard that your girl works in Xia Qing's shop, so the treatment must be good. The treatment is good. I have to clock in to work every day, and I have to deduct money if I am late. Second aunt frowned slightly and said, deduction? We are all relatives, and we haven't released the 3 uniforms yet. We are all relatives to help us. How can we still deduct the money? Who says no? Isn't this all about relatives helping each other? How popular is that film? I don't hear that the film and television city is open. We will recruit people next year. When the time comes, A Fang won't go to work at her place. The second aunt and her daughter went to work there to help Xia Qing. Xia Qing came over to eat and her ears were so good that she naturally heard about this. She just felt speechless. If my second aunt knew that she also opened the film and television city in the future, would she jump from her company to that company? I wonder if I'll get mad. This kind of person who benefits her and slanders her behind her back is simply impossible to re-enter. When she got back, she messaged the HR director. There are 3 branches of the Xia family, Xia Qing's grandfather, the Grand Duke, and the third uncle. The 2 families had a meal together on the first night of the Lunar New Year, and the elders were sitting at the main table in front of them. Xia Qing's grandfather passed away, but grandpa is still here this year. Xia Qing and other juniors are sitting in the back. After girls get married, they can't come here on the first day of the Lunar New Year. Qing, where is your partner? Didn't you say you'd come back in the new year? Tian Kewa smiled. Xia Qing only thought that she had a hidden knife in her smile. In the past, they would have a meal together at noon on the first day of the Lunar New Year, but today they didn't eat in tacit agreement at noon. But this evening meal is inevitable. Everyone hates each other in their hearts, but on such an occasion, on the surface, they have to say two more such words. My uncle is protecting his family and country abroad. Let me stay with my aunt. Chu Ren suddenly said in astonishing words. Xia Qing wanted to explain something, but it felt like it was getting darker and darker. Tian Keiwa didn't expect this child to be Xia Qing's boyfriend's child? I was speechless for a moment, and everyone else heard this sentence. I originally wanted to introduce Xia Qing to someone, so I let go. Not far away, Xia Jixiang carries a box of medicinal wine from his car. Each bottle is 200 milliliters of medicinal wine. These are medicinal wines. Chinese herbal medicine is soaked to strengthen the body. If a man drinks it, the second uncle will give you a bottle. My daughter got it from an old Chinese medicine doctor. Daqian, I will also give you a bottle to try with your father-in-law. Third uncle, I will also give you a bottle. This wine is suitable for men. After a while he sent out this box of medicinal wine. Can I drink this medicinal wine? But I heard that medicinal wine is quite expensive. I don't know how expensive it is. My daughter found an old Chinese medicine doctor to make this thing. I feel refreshed after drinking this, Xia Jixiang said with a smile. However, everyone can indeed see that Xia Jixiang seems to be much younger than before. Even hair is thick. They say hair is a man's kidney? One of the uncles opened a bottle of medicinal wine, and immediately the aroma of the medicinal wine inside burst out. So I couldn't help but take a sip. It was indeed a good wine. However, Xia Jixiang moved a box this day, and all the people who were assigned were the elders who were closer, and those who were not assigned all came together. Xia Jixiang left a few bottles for everyone to drink, and everyone shared a glass to try. After drinking it, they felt warm all over, not as spicy as ordinary liquor, with a sweet medicinal taste and very strong aftertaste. What a great wine! One of the drunken old men couldn't help but say. Didn't drink Maotai, but it's also the best wine they've ever had. It feels so spiritual. One of them, Xia Chao, is now selling goods live in Shanghai. Xia Chao also came over to have a drink, and he also sold many things, as well as many wines, and even 1,000 or 2,000 wines were sold and tasted. The mellow thickness of this wine is not inferior to that of 1,000 or 2. Fourth uncle, do you still have this wine? Can you give me a box? Xia Chao said with a smile. He really thinks this wine is pretty good, but this one is medicinal wine, and he needs to take it for testing. However, wine is definitely good wine, but this effect needs to be tested. After all, if he wants to take out food, he must have to mark the ingredients for testing. Yes, but I keep it for drinking, Xia Jixian said reluctantly. He had quite a few medicinal wines in his wine store and others, which his daughter had bought for him. Could you please discuss it with your fourth uncle? Can I buy a box from you? Xia Chao said. This is all my daughter's filial piety. How bad is it that I sell it? Today is also the Chinese New Year for relatives to try, Xia Jixian said in embarrassment. Drink, okay, he's a little reluctant to buy a few boxes from him. However, so many people praised the wine he brought today, which also made Xia Jixian very happy. It is better to have fun alone than to have fun together, and he gave it to his relatives, and everyone praised him for having a filial and good daughter. He loves to show off his daughter. Good daughter, good daughter. Xia Qing didn't tell her father, but cooperated with him. When she was a child, Xia's father would always buy her floral skirts. Although Lin Yuan from the city looks like dirt, she really likes it. As long as her parents are happy, her psychology will be very warm. Xia's father's show is a kind of love for her? Xia Chao did not give up. He really felt that this wine had a very good market, so he went to find Xia Qing. Xiao Qing, do you still remember me? Fat super. Xia Chao scratched his head and said, remember. When he was a child, Xia Chao was very fat and everyone loved to call him Fat Chao. He was always disliked by other children in the village. That's how children always treat that particular figure with tinted glasses. Will bully children who are short, fat, and dark. They will be treated as outliers and imaginary enemies as objects of attack. When I was a kid, my head was smashed with a bottle, so you took me back, Xia Chao said, remembering what he had done as a child. He was fat and tall at that time, and he cried so badly. When Xia Chao was a child, he was too fat and had many children in his family, making his whole body dirty. Big Fat Man originally seemed to be the master who bullied others, but in turn he was bullied. Some people are just bad thieves and bad people, but there are also some children who follow others blindly and don't know whether they are right or wrong. Xia Chao looks completely different from his previous fat looks. He has lost weight and has specially exercised. You are different from before, you have become a lot whiter. Xia Chao told the truth. When I was a kid, I helped play in the fields every day. Isn't it normal to get tan spots? Now that her skin is white, and she's getting tenderer, her physique has improved and she doesn't have acne or anything like that, her temperament has changed a lot. Having money can increase your temperament and confidence. That's it, I just saw the medicinal wine your dad brought, it's really good. I'm doing live streaming in Magic City now. Have you heard of this selection of good things? Xia Qing seems to have some impression of this. Is it a very popular account for live streaming recently? I am the live broadcast company responsible for offline product selection. Our live broadcast room only sells good products. Have you taken a fancy to my medicinal wine? Xia Qing understands what Xia Chao means. She has a lot of space for this medicinal wine, and so you will collect it for her when he encounters it in the last days, but after all, it is not much. This one also didn't have mass production. Yes, I want to buy a box and take it back to try. Although Xia Chao is a product selector, he is also a small employee. Whether he can be selected still needs to be decided by the company. It's a good thing though, and if he can still find it, he'll also get a commission on this selection. Xia Chao also saw just now that there were more than 20 bottles in a case of wine, because they were all 200 milliliters. We are all classmates and relatives, so I will give you 2 boxes. Xia Qing said very generously. That's not okay. Although this wine looks ordinary, it tastes better than 1 or 2,000 wines. Xia Chao said quickly. Most of the wines on the market now pay great attention to packaging. 28 wine, 100 is the value of the gift box. I also know that you are very popular now and you are not short of money, but this is what I should give. Xia Chao is also a live broadcaster, so naturally I know that Xia Qing is a fried chili pepper, and she appeared on a variety show a few days ago. Lin Nuan, who is more popular now, is Xia Qing's cousin. When Xia Qing saw Xia Chao's insistence, she never refused again. So the two of them added WeChat, and Xia Chao directly transferred 2,000 yuan to Xia Qing. You must collect this money. Xia Chao said. Take it back first. If you choose it, keep it. If you don't choose it, you will refund it to me. In this way, you can just pay for the shipping fee. I know it's not easy to live in Shanghai, so I will definitely spend a lot of money when I come back during the Chinese New Year. Xia Qing said. Xia Chao heard Xia Qing's eyes heat up. Indeed, when he came back, everyone thought that he was working in Shanghai and his salary was several thousand. If he can make money, the 1 or 2 months' salary he saved will be gone once he comes back. There are many relatives in the family, and they need money to give red envelopes and gifts to buy New Year's goods. He also has a younger brother and a younger sister. She has experienced it, so she can empathize with others, but she is different now. After all, she has seen the complexity, selfishness, and cold-bloodedness of human nature in the apocalypse. She just has to make sure she's with her family. In this world though, she doesn't need to care too much here, within her means. The world on both sides will naturally have different styles of doing things. The strong will be respected in the last days, and others will be able to solve the problem if they are disobedient and use force. However, it is not that simple here, and human exchanges are indispensable. The next day at her villa, grandma, grandpa, uncle's family, and Aunt Lin Nuan all came over. Xiaxia, you are blessed to live in such a big house. Mom is so happy for you. Grandma said with a smile. The better off her daughter is, the happier she is. Yeah, Xiaxia, if you find a son-in-law to treat you well, your daughter will be successful. Grandpa said. Sister, the design of your villa is really good. I'm also buying a villa next to it. Lin Nuan said. I'll buy it after the Chinese New Year. Lin Nuan is a man of great mobility. Then mom will also subsidize you part of the money. Yang Mei also fell in love with the house, and the scenery outside was pretty good. The houses are all chicly built. Villas in this row, each in a different style. No need. I'm a little rich woman now. I've also taken on 2 endorsements recently. Where's the advertising? Many scripts have been handed over. Especially my former manager, who also wanted me to cooperate with their second artist. I didn't agree. If you say that about me on the internet, do you still want me to bring her a second daughter? The villa here should not be expensive, right? Lin Nuan quietly approached Xia Qing and asked. Although she has money, there is still a part of the money that has not arrived, and she still has to pay taxes. She's a good law-abiding citizen. Don't worry, I'll give you a 30% discount. Xia Qing gestured an 8. Sister, can you buy a house here? Is there anyone you know? Xia Qing smiled mysteriously at her, leaving an expression for her to guess. I bought a house here in the future, Mom, you can live here in the future. Get close to grandma and aunt like this. Lin Nuan said with a smile. Okay. Bayberry's very happy. After a while, Lin Nuan received a call from her brother Lin Ziyi. My brother said that he can only come here on the 4th and 5th day of the lunar month. Today is the first year of marriage, and it is normal to stay in their woman's house for a few more days. Yang Mei said generously. The uncle's family helped with the tidying up, and Xia Qing gave the children of her uncle's family a big red envelope. My aunt is also smiling. Ever since Yang Ziwan worked in a store, not only did the family earn an extra amount, but they also paid in insurance. Thinking of her mother's request for herself, she became somewhat embarrassed and winked at Jerry Yang. Ching. Uncle, what do you think? Hey, it's your aunt's brother. He hasn't had a serious job yet. He wants to work here to see if he can also pay him insurance or something? Of course we pay for this insurance ourselves, Yang Ziwan said quickly. That is to be affiliated with their company. Xia Qing also did not want to make her uncle unhappy during the Chinese New Year. Okay, then let me tell the company at that time, it's okay to rely on it. Xia Qing smiled. My aunt was somewhat unhappy. Her original intention was to find a job, but now she had to pay insurance for them. She is reluctant, but her parents at home have been begging her. Our family's living conditions are now good, and those who have the conditions will definitely help if they can. But, if you are helping, you can only help. After all, if you are good at helping, you are a relative, but if you are not good at helping, you are an enemy. My aunt's face is not very good looking. This is just a small favor. I think Xia Qing is making a fuss out of a molehill. However, she also knows her blood-sucking brother. So no more embarrassment to say anything, because she doesn't want to be sucked all the time either. Family affection is sometimes like a mountain. The meal was still quite enjoyable, and the little ones didn't have that many thoughts. Yang Xia asked her grandpa to stay here for 2 more days, while Yang Mei and Lin Nuan stayed. My uncle's family left, saying that they would come back to pick up my grandma and grandpa in 2 days. Mrs. Xia went back to sleep without eating, not thinking at all. Seeing that people's in-laws and families are harmonious, my 2 sons are like this. They are all their own children. Aren't boys and girls born from their own bellies? Mrs. Xia felt some pain in her face as she thought about what her in-laws were saying. At 11 o'clock in the evening, Lin Nuan couldn't sleep and came to the balcony to look for Xia Qing while wearing a facial mask. Sister, my dad not only cheated on him but also had a child outside. Does your brother know about this? Xia Qing said. She can't comment too much on this matter, but there is certainly no less support to give. I know, my grandma also knows, my brother went to make trouble, but my dad paid for my brother to buy a house. To say that the first thing I discovered was actually my brother. My brother said that he was not here for the house, but because he didn't want to make my mother sad. Hey, that's a very real thing. Grandma won't say, how could she let her mother know about this when she served her? My mother said that you were the only one who supported her at the beginning. Women still have to have their own careers. Although sometimes we can't balance family and career, we all have our own lives, right? Children will grow up one day, and they will also have their own lives. Will they have to put their lives in the hands of their children when they grow old? Everyone doesn't want others to interfere in their lives, but they always want to interfere with others. Lin Nuan thinks Sister Xia Qing is right, but it's not too late for my aunt now. Xia Qing smiled. A 50-year-old divorced aunt who traveled online before is now an internet celebrity? They even paid more than 200,000 in compensation for the divorce. Some people may not understand that even if they get divorced, they still have to pay for it, like an aunt who actually cleans herself up and leaves the house. But if not, if you can get out of this life quickly, to escape completely, to get rid of them completely willing to pay such a price, just to be able to leave and have a new life, but few people can do it, so Xia Qing still admires her aunt very much. Of course, she also supports her career. Otherwise no one gets divorced and it's hard to get out of it. To divide the family fortune will always torture a few. This is also the reason why my aunt is very grateful to Xia Qing. I know there is a person in our circle, a single mother, who is now an agent and an assistant, who firmly manages all her son's life. If his fans knew he was a mama's boy, they didn't know what else to think. Lin Nuan laughed so hard that the mask almost crooked. After entering the entertainment industry, I realized that there are so many things here, but everyone has a tacit understanding and will not reveal each other's private lives. After all, the circle is so big, they all know each other, everyone enters the circle for the sake of fame and money, and no one will risk the house collapse to offend others. Heard 1,000 and damage 800. My dad sent me a WeChat message asking me to go back to eat with my grandma, but I refused. He also wants me to help. The mistress's brother also wants to get into the circle and ask me to help take care of him. Do you think there is something wrong with my dad's brain? If I'm not a star, I have to tear off the mistress's face. In the past, he always looked down on his aunt and uncle. He had never been back for so many years. This time he saw that you are a famous screenwriter in variety shows and I am a newcomer, so he started to make up his mind. Lin Nuan frowned and said, even her dad, she thinks this guy's annoying, but she's tangled up because his dad was really nice to her when he was a kid. He will call her good daughter and bring her all kinds of cute dolls. She would also mischievously put crystal patches all over dad's body, and he would just smile and stick them on her. My parents used to be very happy when they were in love. I'm so confused. It's our children who are hurt by parents' divorce. Lin Nuan started crying as she spoke. Xia Qing also just patted her on the shoulder with comfort. The child who was loved by her parents suddenly divorced one day. Lin Nuan was a little at a loss, but she was a girl and she was more able to empathize with her mother. Want me to help introduce resources to the mistress? Bubbles, really? Not only will I not be able to introduce it, the mistress's brother will not be able to enter the entertainment industry. Xia Qing calmed Lin Nuan and then sent her to the room. She returns to her bedroom, locks the door, and goes straight to the end of the world. Deputy Base Chief Niu Bo is so excited to see Xia Qing. Although the base chief is now Su Yu, Xia Qing seems to be even more popular. After all, one is the god of wealth and the other is the god of killing. Only when the base is in danger, the killing god is relatively popular, and now the base is generally safe. Xia Qing, the god of wealth, is very popular. How? Developed? Yes. All the superpowers have been collected at the base today. Ability to detect fluctuations in superpowers. This requires a data collection function, which requires long-term accumulation. Niu Bo said. Xia Qing also followed Niu Bo and tried this superpower detection instrument. Strange, what's going on? Niu Bo frowned and was suddenly embarrassed. All the bases have been measured today, why can't the deputy base chief? With the superpower, it can still be detected, and the evolver can also show the strength of the body. What's going on? Only you can't detect it. Niu Bo's head's going to blow. Xia Qing felt that it might be because she was not from this world. No need to worry about me anymore. Now this machine is manufacturing a few more and collecting data slowly, Xia Qing ordered. After all, superpowers can be considered a dangerous factor at the base, so the collection is completed and managed uniformly. Understand. By the way, the deputy base director, now 2 researchers have come from the Longguo underground base, and there will be other researchers coming in the future. Will our current research institute expand further? Niu Bo said. Yes, it needs to be expanded. I will notify Li Yao to handle this matter. Now the base is also getting bigger and bigger, and all departments need to be improved. Thinking of this, he was going to discuss it with Su Yu and hold a convention. These are 20 portions of fried chicken. Take it and eat it. Xia Qing smiled. She had already ordered KFC's family bucket before the Chinese New Year. Thanks, Deputy Base Leader. The smelling Niu Bo was already drooling, and he didn't swallow it all alone. He divided a few of the people who had worked hard with him for the past 2 days, and then took them back to his wife to eat. Fried chicken. Fragrant. A bite is very crispy. Niu Bo felt immediately that this was the happiest thing. Being able to take a bite of good food when you're tired from work, and these drinks. This drink is really good to drink. It tastes better with ice. If it were Sudan, it would definitely say that this thing is high in sugar and has additives. Now still on the plane, Su Yu has reached the first hidden military location. This place is in the city of Siong in the region of Segamra, right next to the desert. Su Yu slowly landed the plane on the road and took it into space. Although the president gave him the location, all the locations are changing in the end times today, and it is impossible to find the exact location. He could only follow the approximate position first, and the next second Xia Qing said hello to Su Yu and teleported to him. Xia Qing looked at the surrounding environment and was really stunned for a moment. Immediately put through the space and changed into a different outfit. Fortunately, she went to the mall before and bought quite a few things outdoors. When she usually doesn't have anything to do, she just buys and buys. On the one hand, it liberates women's shopping nature, and on the other hand, it is the joy of stocking up that no one else can imagine. Seeing that the space was not full of supplies made her feel that she was short of things. I haven't looked at those few square meters of acceleration space for a long time. The seeds she threw inside have grown into big trees and a lot of fruits have been produced. Although it is not known why the principle of accelerating space. The space always feels like it has some mysterious connection to her, and if she wants to find out, it needs to be upgraded layer by layer. Maybe it's because she's not strong enough right now. Su Yu, where is this place? Why so much sand? The wide road fence has been eroded quite a bit by the sand. This is the city of Siong, which used to be next to the desert, and this is the border city of our country. Your military base is actually built in a border city. Xia Qing was surprised. Aren't such military bases hidden deep because enemy countries specialize in military bases? Well, right next to Xiong Liguo. Su Yu said. Xiong Liguo? How come the name is a bit like their Rus country? Wouldn't it be a fighting people? They also keep bears. No, they are generally very strong, even the average height of girls is 170. Su Yu said. Su Yu's height is not too short, 188, but the average adult man in Xiong's country is 195. This guy is a basketball star per capita. Then I won't become a little potato in front of them like this. Xia Qing complained. Suddenly, Xia Qing realized something: if this group of people all mutated into zombies, it would be zombies all over the street. It's like long cucumbers are running all over the street, and killing zombies is to chop off their heads. Xia Qing can't jump up when she cuts zombies that are so tall? Thinking of such a strange picture, Xia Qing suddenly felt a little weird. Suddenly, Suyu saw something squatting down. Xia Qing followed his gaze. Rut marks. Well, it's still fresh. If it's a little late, the rut marks should be covered with wind and sand. Suyu took out his motorcycle and the two men took their helmets and continued on. Xia Qing is also a qualified master. She eats, drinks and lies down at home during the day, not to mention how comfortable she is. At night, she goes to the end of the world to experience the exciting life. Such a life, though dangerous, is full of excitement. Her past life was like a regular backwater, going to school, working, painting, eating, and squeezing the subway every day. Occasionally, she deserts, wants to buy a delicious cake for a long time, and is surrounded by ordinary men, high-quality men like those in the TV series, which is not something her class can meet. Those high-quality boys are in dimensions you don't reach. Today, her life is really colorful. She runs a company in her time and space, she is an invisible rich man, she goes to the dangerous Burma area, she has killed zombies and stabbed terrorists. Now it's riding a motorcycle with a man from another world on a vast and deserted road. The yellow sand on both sides blew through her hair, and it would be nice if it was for a trip. Trash bags on the ground. Xia Qing said. The motorcycle stopped and saw trash on the road. It's a military can, Xiong Liguo's. Su Yu said. The writing of Xiong Li Kingdom looks a bit like their Rus Kingdom, but she does not understand the language there. The country raps too hard, she won't say. Could it be that people from their country came to us to search for supplies? There is a high probability that we must go to the military base as soon as possible. Su Yu frowned slightly. Hug me. Su Yu's nice voice sounded. The short 3 words made Xia Qing's heart ripple. I'll drive fast. Su Yu said. Well, I will. Xia Qing's soft and sweet voice, mixed with tension, tries to make her tone very serious. Su Yu seemed to see that Xia Qing had not taken any action. From the rearview mirror, his eyes fell on Xia Qing's face. Unfortunately, it was blocked by a helmet, and her agile eyes were full of tension. Su Yu twisted the handlebar, and the nervous Xia Qing hugged Su Yu's waist. In the helmet, the corners of Su Yu's mouth rose slightly. With half a sound, his throat rolled and he said, "Hold tight." There was only the sound of windy sand, the scorching sun, and the sound of Xia Qing and Su Yu's heartbeats. Ho ho. About half an hour later, Su Yu compared the map locations, and the location of the military base was near here. The sign was blown down by the wind, although the outline of the military base could be seen. Buzzing, the motorcycle raised a patch of sand. That's it. Su Yu solemnly said. Xia Qing was directly shocked by the scene in front of her. Although some things were buried in the sand, what was this? Tank? Plane? Don't go in yet. I'll set up a coordinate point here and teleport a few people back to the base. Su Yu said. The garbage bags and rut marks they encountered on the road all indicated that someone was there. Su Yu, who had always been steady, would not act rashly. Okay. Su Yu used his ability to establish spatial coordinate points, and Xia Qing was also able to sense them. Xia Qing first passed Su Yu back to the base. The first thing to do back at the base is to inform everyone of the meeting. In about 15 minutes, all the backbone of the base was there. Base Chief, Deputy Base Chief. Everyone, sit down. Long story short, let's talk about setting up a department first. Su Yu said. Xia Qing had already communicated with Su Yu in advance about establishing the department, and Xia Qing was left to talk about it next. We have mainly established the following departments for comprehensive improvement. The Guard is composed of evolvers, the Special Supernatural Team is composed of Supernatural, the Base Construction Department, the Scientific Research Institute, the Biological Research Institute, the Weapons and Equipment, and the Warehouse Management Department are responsible for distributing unified materials, the Base Security Department, the Logistics Department, and the Mechanical Maintenance Department, School Administration Department. I discussed the appointment with the Base Director. If you are dissatisfied, you can say it directly. The garment factory, ceramic factory, and pharmaceutical factory in the base are directly under my jurisdiction, including the factory I want to open in the future. Do you have any objections to these? No, the crowd said. What is their opinion? The deputy base chief says what he says. So you read a few more names and arranged them all. Now only the captain of the superpower was left. Wang Qian has always been the captain of the garrison, and Zhang Liang is still responsible for the security of the base, including punishment. The logistics department and warehouse management were handed over to Li Yao. How many people currently have superpowers in the base? Su Yu asked. Zhang Liang said, after registration, there were more than 70 superpowers detected, but half of the 30 were children under the age of 12. Children with superpowers must strengthen learning management and establish a reserve group of superpowers to be managed by Xian. Xia Qing accepted her fate and said, Xian also has children as his father, so it should be okay to manage a group of children. The superpowers are directly under the jurisdiction of me and the deputy base chief, and a team is established. Zhou Chen, Xian, Zhang Wang Qiang, Yang Shuo and Wang Han each lead a group. Yes, Zhou Chen immediately responded. Others followed suit. These few are the ones who awaken their powers these days. 7 and now 40 more awakened to supernatural powers. The convention is over, and now there is only the question of the attribution of these 40 superpowers. These 40 people drew lots directly to decide which group of superpowers to go to. Xia Qing said, if this doesn't work, you will be assigned to enter the group according to your abilities, so you said. Xia Qing didn't understand it at first, and then immediately reacted. Several of them are aggressive in their powers, while others are more auxiliary. I'm afraid I'll be dissatisfied if I let the auxiliary belt be aggressive, so I'll go into the group in categories. I have absorbed 7 superpower crystals, but I still haven't awakened my superpower. Li Yao said bitterly. Take your time and don't worry, Wang Qiang said. You absorbed 3 and you wake up. Oh my god, why am I so unlucky? Li Yao said helplessly. 7 pills are nothing, I have absorbed more than 20 pills. Chen said. He and Xia Anna stayed in Fukagawa City for a short time. Sister Qing, please teleport me to Fukagawa City. I will never come back if I don't get dozens of superpower crystals this time. Watching his brothers all awaken to supernatural powers, he hasn't, and now he's just the head of the logistics department and the warehouse management department? In fact, both the logistics department and the warehouse management department are very important. The supplies for our entire base are in your hands. Wang Qiang comforted. It's a fat difference indeed. But he wants to fight with his brothers too. He's a dignified soldier too. Diddy, Xia Qing's cell phone rang in the last days. Then you guys talk, I'm going to have a chat with our sister group. Okay. Next, Suyu was to discuss the matter of the military base and arrange for someone to teleport there with him. There are definitely people over there, except they don't know whether they are enemies or friends, so be careful with everything. If we can get this batch of weapons from the military base, we can not only ensure the security of the base, but also clean up zombies and expand the base security circle. Suyu said. Several people were discussing. Xia Qing went to find Tian Rui and Sudan, and they were the 2 people who just sent her a message. She's on the apocalyptic cell phone communication, that's only these 2 numbers. Xia Qing, you are finally here. Look at my newly developed beauty and beauty water. Just pat it gently to make sure your face is slippery and tender. Sultan said. She is now going further and further down this road of skin beauty. Not bad, not bad. It seems that I have a new product. Last time, the whitening skin cream was a hit. Many wanted to buy patents from her. Xia Qing brought out fruits, cakes, various desserts, and refreshments, and it seemed good for the 3 girls to have a tea party. You guys try it. It's durian, you know it. I also gave this toy to Xiao Doubting. Zayada Ding was very happy when he saw the toy Xia Qing gave her. Godmother Piao Piao. The little one is now almost 3 years old, his hair has grown, his little face has flesh, and his eyes have a glow. Getting more and more lovely. Ha ha. She doesn't know now that she is the godmother of several children. Why do children like to recognize her as a godmother so much? Godmother on the surface. Thighs, actually? Isn't Shen Xinyi here? Xia Qing asked curiously. When she came before, she often saw Shen Xinyi following her. Xia Qing had a strange sixth sense for that girl. Hearing this, Tian Rui's face changed slightly, and the Sultan frowned slightly. Seeing that Tian Rui's face was not good, it was up to her. Shen Xinyi, she is a superpower. Hidden powers. We only found out today. Isn't our base equipped with superpower testing equipment? The base starts by notifying everyone that they want to enter information, which is equivalent to an ID card. The result was that Shen Xinyi was actually a superpower. Ask her what kind of power she has, but don't tell her. Later, the superpower detection instrument was upgraded to something else, and it could detect the fluctuations of her superpower. Her superpower value was very high, and it didn't look like she had just stimulated her superpower. If it is a newly excited superpower, the superpower value of the detection instrument is very low. All superpowers in the base must be registered to prevent superpowers from causing harm to the base. Otherwise, you will be kicked out of the base. Shen Xinyi said that her special ability is to contact others or to know other people's thoughts within a certain range. Who dares to give her this kind of superpower? Unless you don't want to think about anything, then there is a little secret in your heart. Don't you all know it? Sultan said quite a bit in one breath. Actually, I don't mind that she has this power, but she has been hiding it from me. I feel very tacit understanding with her close friends, but I didn't expect it to be like this, Tian Rui said with emotion. This is like, you meet a boyfriend who is very compatible with you in all directions, and finally he finds out that he has actually been pretending to cater to your tastes. This deception and concealment makes people feel very uncomfortable. Is she actually this kind of superpower? Xia Qing is quite curious. I didn't expect to have such powers. No wonder every time I see her, I always feel like she wants to touch herself. She still has a strange look in her eyes, though. She is a superpower, and of course she joined the superpower team. Shen Xinyi later apologized to me, but I always had a grudge in my heart, Tian Rui said. Like being tricked into feelings. Although I can also understand her, after all, she has superpowers, just like money is not exposed. Understanding is understood, and forgiveness is another matter. The three girls had been chatting for more than 2 hours, and Xia Qing was ready to go back and rest. Otherwise, it should be daylight, and she has to prepare to go to Burma to start a career. The group of superpowers has been established, but most of the people who awaken their superpowers are also ordinary people. Although they have superpowers, their skills are very average. It also takes a bit of collective training. On the other side, Suyu, who had negotiated, said, "Tomorrow I am going to take 3 people to teleport to the Siang City military base." Okay, I know, I'll come back tomorrow. Xia Qing made an appointment with Suyu for a teleportation time before leaving. Xia Qing returned to her bedroom and first went to the bathroom to take a shower, changed into clean clothes, and began to catch up on her sleep again. He didn't get up until 10 o'clock, and everyone else except Lin Nuan had already gotten up. "Mom and Dad, I'm going out today and I may not be back until a few days later." Going out before this year is over? Get some more rest at home. Yang Xia is not willing to give up her daughter. She stayed at home every day some time ago. Go ahead, my daughter will have her own life when she gets older. Remember to call often to report that you are safe, just don't let us worry. Last time you didn't come back, your mother almost bought all the golden ingots from the sacrificial shop. And this thing? It was something her mother was able to do, though. She takes the Academy of Fine Arts exams, and her mother will go to burn incense and paper to pray for blessings. Got it. Now Xia Qing often goes out, and when she goes to college, she only comes back once every few months, and sometimes she doesn't come back when she goes to work during the summer vacation. I'll save on travel expenses at that moment, and I'm reluctant to buy high-speed rail. Now she casually bought a ticket for first class in an airplane. During the Chinese New Year, planes flying south are very expensive. Dad, Mom, wait until I come back this time to take you on a trip to the south. Now she has the money and the ability to also make her parents relax and happy. Travel is good. In fact, we want to go north to Hajar and Mohi together. Xia Jixiang is embarrassed to say that he and Yang Xia went to Mohi more than 20 years ago and took the train for several days and nights. That was the only time they went out boldly and spent all their money. They were lucky enough to see the Mohi aurora, and came back with Xia Qing. North? It's cold there, dozens of degrees below zero. Okay, take you guys when I get back. My parents have lived so long and have hardly ever traveled. This time she took care of things in Myanmar and took her parents to the north for a trip. Go to Border City in the south these days, and come back when the time comes to take your parents to Border City in the north. A big south head, a big north head. She would, as long as her parents are happy. Don't you have money just to make your family happy and be free to go where you want? There is no freedom when there is no money, and time is spent in the small seat of the company. Xia Qing sends a message to Chu Xiu. The plane in the afternoon arrives in Rulai in the evening. Pick her up at the border tomorrow morning. I thought Chu Xiu wouldn't reply to her, but I didn't expect it to be in seconds. Okay. Xia Qing told Chu Ran to play here during this time. If you have anything to contact me, tell my parents what you need, and they will take good care of you. If you're too embarrassed to say so, just buy it yourself. Sister Qing, can you take me to find my uncle? I miss him too. Chu Ran's tone was somewhat pathetic. No, that place is a bit chaotic and not very safe. When it stabilizes in the future, I will take you there. Study hard. Don't you still want to be a soldier? Be a cop. To exercise and study hard. Xia Qing touched Chu Ran's head as a sign of comfort. Chu Ran nodded. He will work hard too. Xia Qing, dressed in light clothing, went straight to the airport with only a small bag on her back. She's familiar. The plane arrived in the afternoon, and the temperature here was so high that Xia Qing changed into short sleeves again. After booking the hotel, Xia Qing was not in a hurry to go to the end of the world, so she quickly absorbed crystal beads and superpower crystals to expand the space. She tried to take out the fruit tree that accelerates the space. As soon as she took it out in the last days, it withered quickly and the fruit was edible. There would be no such problem in her time and space. It seems there must be something wrong with the spacetime over there. If she can't find the answer for the time being, she won't bother herself, and she will always find the answer in the future. Looking at his watch, it was almost time to make an appointment with Suyu. At the base, Suyu has several more people already waiting for her in advance. Suyu did not urge Xia Qing and was very patient. Xia Qing arrived at the end of the world a few minutes late and had already put on all her equipment. I can take 5 people at once this time, do I need to add one more? Xia Qing asked. No, enough for now. Xia Qing saw that their equipment was also very complete. After all, it was a desert over there, and they all had to wear windproof hats and blindfolds. This time with Suyu, it was Zhou Chen in 2 new faces. Now Zhou Chen is the captain of the 3rd squad of superpowers. If it's teleported for the first time, you may feel a little dizzy, so prepare in advance. Xia Qing reminded. Inside, there are 2 new superpowers, and one is teleported for the first time. Well, Deputy Base Chief. The longer the teleportation distance, the more obvious this feeling will be, and of course, if you have good physical fitness, it will still be fine. Evolvers have good physical fitness, and superpowers have special energy. There are also those who are both evolvers and superpowers, both Zhou Chen and Suyu. The world spun for a few seconds, and the 2 superpowers felt only a little twisted. As soon as you open your eyes, you will reach a road full of yellow sand. Everybody's got a gun in their hand, a knife. The feeling was still quite magical, reaching another place in an instant. There are now more and more people queuing up to go to Fukagawa City in the base. Xia Qing can still only teleport 4 people a day, and she can add 1 more person after today. Xia Qing has no plans to go back immediately. This is the military base of the Dragon Kingdom, and she also wants to visit it. This military base in parallel time and space has developed to that point in power. Suyu told her that their Dragon Kingdom was the #1 power of Chenseng. There are only 8 major countries in total. Small countries have long been annexed, or those small countries have become homeless and homeless. Because as the resources gradually decrease, the big countries devour the small countries, and finally fight to the point where there are only 8 big countries. There are many homeless refugees, the border is not calm all year round, and they are busy military personnel. There was even a war before the end of the world. It's just that war hasn't been fought yet, and the apocalypse suddenly sweeps over, more like a punishment for humanity. Xia Qing is in the Blue Star. There have been many major and minor wars recently. For example, after the Akan Civil War, women could not even show their faces and were wrapped in black cloth. It's all about resources. A couple of people went into the military base, and it had to be said that it was really big. J-4 tanks, stealth fighters, and armored vehicles are all there, and there is no trace of activation. There should also be soldiers in the military base. Why are there no zombies? Zhou Chen questioned. Was it buried in the wind and sand? The military bases cover a large area and are basically in hidden places. Sound. Xia Qing's ears were always better, and Suyu heard it, like a heavy breath. Xia Qing and Suyu looked at each other and walked towards the heavy sound of breathing. Several people in Zhou Chen's hands were armed, and they looked around vigilantly. As soon as there is movement, a crisis will be launched immediately. Zhou Chen's superpower is to control the sand, which is why Suyu let him come on this mission, here to be able to perfectly display his strength. Because they are all the first ones to inspire superpowers, and their strength will not be too high. Even if it stimulates superpowers, it is in the exploratory stage. Energy deficit is the norm. The remaining 2 are team members who are new to the supernatural, 118 and 132 in age. His 18-year-old name is Zhangbai, and he was a sports student before the end of the world, and he spontaneously stimulated superpowers. The 32-year-old name is Zhang Qian, and the 2 are cousins, while Zhang Qian uses a superpower crystal to stimulate superpowers. Zhang Qian's ability is the clairvoyant eye, which can see through a range of 20 meters. He is also an evolver. Zhang Bai can control the wind speed. Mubo compared big data by stimulating the number of evolvers and superpowers through the base, and found that this superpower's excitation has a lot to do with genes. For example, if a family has a superpower, then it's likely to be the second and third. If there are no superpowers in the family, the chance of awakening is very small, unless you encounter a genetic mutation. Zhang Qian used his powers to look ahead. It's not a zombie inside, it seems to be an animal. Mutant animals. Xia Qing frowned. Mutated animals are also very dangerous. She was trapped here due to previous space upgrades. When she encountered a mutated animal, she was called a ferocious animal. Xia Qing and Suyu were already close, an armored vehicle with broken glass, bloodstains behind it, and sand in the saddle. A little thing lying on the front seat. This is a newborn animal. Zhou Chen also saw it and said in surprise, "You must know that now they are all mutated and ferocious animals. The one in front of you looks like he was just born, and his eyes have not yet opened. I haven't eaten food for a long time, my whole body is a little dry, and the hair on my body is already curled and stained with blood. This is the desert elf, the Arabian wolf. Seems like newborn." Suyu recognized it at a glance. The Arabian wolf is the smallest of all wolves and has super adaptability. It is also known as the desert elf, the desert wolf. They are omnipotent carnivores, living in deserts and mountains. This wolf is very independent and a rare animal. It was rare before the end of the world. I didn't expect to see one here who was born not long ago. Looks like a couple of days without food or water. The heavy breath that came out of the little guy. Xia Qing has always liked pets, and seeing a dying little pet made her feel a little pet-like. But she knew that the pets here were different from her world, so she didn't make a decision for a while. On the other hand, it was Suyu, who directly caught the little guy, and it did not resist, perhaps because it no longer had the strength. Woo-woo. Extremely slight whine in the mouth. Is a normal desert wolf. Mutant animals all undergo changes in their bodies, losing all their hair, causing pustules on their skin, and they can emit a foul odor. This one in front of me is dirty, and some smells are normal. Then I'll feed it some milk. The bottle must not be fed, so Xia Qing took out the needle tube from the space and made some baby milk powder. Feeded the wolf. The survival instinct of the little guy who met the food came, and he gurgled and swallowed. Drink it back. Xia Qing touched its hairy head. Xia Qing touched the head of the little desert wolf and got used to the fact that the animals here were hairless, and the animals with hair were still very cute. Drinking something, the little one seems to have some strength. The nose is sniffing hard what smells it seems to be smelling. The look of the eyes trying to open too. It's about to open its eyes, and the first person the animal sees when it opens its eyes will recognize them as its parents. Suyu grabbed it by the neck and watched as it tried to open its eyes. Xia Qing, listening to Suyu, blinks at the wolf. It worked hard to open its eyes, which had not been opened for a long time, and the harsh sunlight made it slightly unsuitable. However, it did not give up and tried hard to open its eyes. The blurry light made it see a silhouette shadow, as if with soft light and shadow. She stroked its hair softly. When it's finished, I'll take it back for a shower. Xia Qing decided to raise it. The voice, the smell, the pupil locked her. Wow, why are its pupils vertical, and I have dazzled eyes, why are its eyes purple? Xia Qing lowered her head and approached the desert wolf, her purple pupils reflecting her surprised face and ice blue pupils like amethyst. The mutated desert wolf may have successfully mutated. What did Suyu think of and say? Zombies are the product of human evolutionary failure, and those mutated animals are equally. Humans have evolved successfully and become superpowers and evolvers. Animals should also have, but the possibility of animal evolution being successful is even rarer. In such an environment, the average animal has only two options: success and failure. Humans still have a sense of gregariousness after all, and they will cling together. Even if they fail in evolution, they have a certain chance of surviving. These people are ordinary humans. The surviving human bodies have also all been strengthened. Xia Qing took out a clean cloth from the space and wrapped the little one up. The space cannot accommodate it, should we take it with us first? Xia Qing really likes the eyes of this little wolf. Purple pupil eyes, too rare. Of course, the wolf only recognizes one owner in his life, and the first thing he sees just now is you. Xia Qing looked at the little guy's weak look and took out another bottle of physical enhancement ***. Now this is selling very expensive in the base standings. Xia Qing feeds it directly to the wolf calf. Then I'll take her back to the base first. Her mother won't come over, right? If you see the little wolf not here won't he attack you, huh? Animals all have the instinct to protect their young. No, Deputy Base Chief, look, there is half an animal carcass behind. Zhang Qian's clairvoyant eyes saw an animal carcass behind the armored vehicle. Xia Qing walked over and saw a larger mutant wolf with the entire second half of its body gone, and yellow sand poured into its body. Suyu looked heavy when he saw this. Looking at this wound, there must be a larger mutant animal. We must all be careful when we bite it. This wolf is also very big and very fast. I don't know what animal actually bit off half of its body in one bite, but didn't swallow it all. Several people on Zhou Chen became more vigilant. Suyu, there is also a time bomb in the space, which can be used when needed. I'll take the little wolf back first and then come over later. Okay. Suyu Ying said that Xia Qing could feel more at ease when she returned. Back to Sunny Base. Natsuhara returns to her room, which she now has in the Sunny Base. Xia Qing is going to buy a dog cage tomorrow and keep this guy for now. Finding a large basin, she brought pink rubber gloves and put the wolf cub in warm water. Very good, not noisy at all. It's also possible that I just had enough to eat and didn't have much energy to spend. There is no cleaning agent for pets, so I took the shower gel and washed it for now. Yo, it's still a little she-wolf. When she bathed her big yellow dog, it shook and sprinkled water all over her body. After washing, her body was wet. After cleaning it, put it on. Go to sleep and come back to feed you tomorrow. The next second, Xia Qing appears next to Suyu. By this time, they were among the military bases. Suyu restarted the backup power supply. The military base was self-sufficient in energy, and the backup power supply had 3 systems. There are so many corpses inside. Zhang Qian frowned slightly. Xia Qing listened to Suyu and teleported Wang Han and Cheng Jun over. What monster did you encounter? Gnawing a man in half in one bite. Wang Han frowned. Although the scene was a bit bloody, they got used to this. I guess it's some kind of mutated big-mouthed monster. Specialize in eating the lower body? Suyu looked at the 3 passages in front and said, search separately, 2 people in a group. So everyone had a very tacit understanding, and brothers Zhang Qiang and Zhang Bai went through the passage on the left in groups. Wang Han followed Cheng Jun to the far right passage, leaving the middle passage for Xia Qing and Suyu. There is a gate here, and there are blood stains on the ground. Look at the tooth marks on this wall from the claws of the claws. There must be some mutated special monster. Xia Qing looked up and saw the camera. There should be surveillance here. If you look at it, you can know what it is. The door can't be opened. Suyu frowned, his face recognition was broken, and there were blood madras on it. Xia Qing walked over and kicked her. This gate looked like that kind of iron railing gate, but it couldn't be opened. This kind of iron is Krypton gold iron, which is very strong. After saying that, Suyu had a golden flame in his hand. Sizzle. The railings were burned and melted, and Suyu's flames looked even more dazzling. After the burning, several railings were blown. The heat was still high, so Xia Qing tried to mobilize her powers. Instantly condensed into ice, freezing the hot railing into a frozen state. Possibly a relationship of absorbing powers, her powers strengthened. Xia Qing looked at her hand, and the feeling was quite amazing. She's truly a snow princess. After entering, I didn't see the body, there was a lot of dust. This is the arsenal. Suyu has the password here, the president told him. The arsenal was opened as a heavy sound sounded. This is a new research and development weapons base, laser weapons. After saying that, Suyu took out a laser gun from inside and handed it to Xia Qing with some weight. Laser gun? Suyu opened it, and there was still 70% energy in it. The high-temperature chip in the laser gun can instantly generate a 1000-degree high temperature and gather it at one point. These things can all be put into space. Someone's been in the arsenal. Suyu frowned and saw some of the weapons being taken away. Maybe it's the soldiers here. Bang! Gunshots suddenly appeared next to it. Xia Qing and Suyu hurried over and ran into Zhang Qiang and Zhang Bai at the intersection. Someone. Zhang Qiang used his clairvoyance to see the front passage. Go! Several people quickly ran towards the passage on the right, and the sign next to them said this side should be the munitions warehouse. Stop fighting, we have no intention of hurting you. You're shooting, I'll keep electrocuting you. Wang Han's hands were filled with lightning, and he seemed to be able to hear crackling noises. If you are here to grab supplies, you will die. No, just roll. We are here to find supplies. No, we are here to find equipment, not food. Our base is not short of food on sunny days. A woman could vaguely be seen standing opposite, with rough skin and a turban, as her hair was almost gone. One of the girls, with a gun in her hand, pointed at Wang Han. Cheng Jun was fainted on the side. As soon as he came in, he was attacked by a sneak attack and knocked unconscious by a hand knife. Wang Han used to be a peacekeeper, but his reflexes and skills were still very fast, and he countered this man in an instant. But the other woman held a gun at him, and now it's a stalemate. I am an electric spark, and your friend will not survive. So Yuxiaking, who heard the movement, they rushed over and saw such a picture. Cheng Jun fainted and a woman aimed a gun at Wang Han's head. Wang Han held back a person and pressed her arm. The girl's clothes were cut and improved by herself, but they still did not fit, and Wang Han pressed them down, revealing half of her clothes. The girl with the gun saw so many people and suddenly became emotional. I can give you food, you put my friends. The girl's voice was hoarse, caused by a prolonged lack of water. Can't give. It's our last food. The girl suppressed by Wang Han shouted hoarsely. I have no choice, I can't lose friends anymore. Can't give. You can't give it, you go quickly, go back. Xia Qing watched the two immerse themselves in their own world. Well, girl, put down the gun in your hand, we won't hurt you, and we're not here to grab your food. Chenya looked at Xia Qing and her eyes lit up. Do you think we look like we don't have food? The hair is thick, not like she's almost bald. Looking at Suyu standing aside again, she had not admired a handsome man for a long time. Seeing such a stylish man, she couldn't help but take a few more glances. Chenya was looking at several other people, rosy and shiny, without the slightest chapped skin on her lips. Hairs also very dense. You don't look like people living in this place at all. Even with food, how can the skin not dry out in the face of the wind and sand? Xia Qing took out 2 bottles of mineral water directly, and Chenya was instantly attracted to it. Although men are handsome, then there is water that can help? Put down the gun and catch the water. What can't be solved? Seeing that Chenya was moved, Wang Han gradually lowered her gun. Wang Han also let go of the woman, who took 2 bottles of water directly from Xia Qing for fear that she would go back on her word. One bottle was given to Chenya, and she opened the other bottle and started drinking it in a small sip. The clear water moistened her smoking throat. It's like dry land being irrigated with field water. Moistened instantly. Chenya, it's water, it's water, Lin Ji said excitedly. She finally got clean water after 3 days. Although it was really water, Chenya did not immediately let her guard down, took the gun and unscrewed the cap of the water bottle with one hand. Xia Qing has a lot of such water in the space, mainly because it is more convenient to drink and can be used at any time. Chenya took a careful sip and felt the moisture in her throat. It's water. Water is precious now, especially in this place, and it was not expected that this girl would raise her hand and give them 2 bottles of such precious water. You know that for this bottle of water, I'm afraid it can cause competition in the city. How many people have died because of this bottle of water? Although she got water, Chenya still didn't let down her guard. Xia Qing looked at Chenya and said, "There is nothing here that food can't handle. Just take out 2 steamed buns, this thing is more convenient to be hungry." She purchases a lot of steamed buns, bread, and steamed buns to store in the space. They are still anyway and will not break. I'll give you 2 steamed buns to eat and have a good chat. We have no ill intentions. Lin Ji didn't care so much, so she picked up the steamed buns in Xia Qing's hand and chewed them for a while. A big white steamed bun was stuffed into the mouth 3 times, 2 times, and 2 times. If it becomes a mukbang, I guess there will be a lot of watching? Chenya didn't look like Lin Ji, even though she was extremely hungry. She just broke small pieces and ate them into her mouth, and she only ate half of them, stuffing the rest into her shabby crossbody bag. Are you from outside? Are you here to free us? Chenya thinks that it would be soldiers who could give them food so generously, and would it be people from the country who would rescue them in this city? Thinking of this, Chenya looked at them excitedly. Xia Qing watched as the 2 men had relaxed and were no longer hostile to them. After all, not many can give them water and food at this time. Outside is the end of the world, the country is gone, we are from the sunny base, there is food and water there. Lin Ji and Chenya were very excited when they heard this. Where? In Yangcheng. The 2 frown slightly when they hear the place name. Yangcheng is too far away from them. Now it's time for me to ask you, where are you from and why are you here? Lin Ji and Chenya looked at each other, and then Chenya began to say slowly, we are residents of Siang City. Half a year ago, all the animals in the city mutated, and all the camels, horses, and animals in our captivity became terrifying and abnormal. They frantically bite humans, they go from being an obedient and docile animal to a cranky one, they change their size, they grow fangs, and their skin becomes incredibly nauseous. Within a few days, our city of Siang became a sea of blood, and people hid in their houses and did not dare to come out. Call the police, no one comes to call us, no one saves us. Later, the people of Xianglai Kingdom came to snatch the supplies from our hands, and they realized that the world had become like this. My boyfriend was a soldier here and told me about this place, so I came here to look for supplies. Su Yu and the others listened carefully, but they also caught a problem. In Siang City, only animals mutate? Are there any variations in humans? Yes, there is a movie where a person inspires superpowers, just like a science fiction movie. Awakened with special abilities, they are the workhorse of this city. Chenya is also a superpower, Lin Ji, who was on the side, said proudly. Wang Han was stunned for a moment, because they had not seen him use any special abilities when they had just fought. Are there any survivors in Siang City now? Zhou Chen, who was on the side, asked. Yes, but Siang City was occupied by people from Xianglai Kingdom, and ordinary people could not resist at all. Chenya was very angry when she thought about this. They are too much to bear the people who split the country. For it is the border city that is separated by a wall, and they have carried us all captive often. Didn't the people who split the country mutate? Xia Qing asked curiously. They have changed, their bodies have become stronger, and they eat the same kind, they are a group of perverts who are not worthy of being human. Chen Yaqi said. Then why don't you escape from Siang City? Chenya and Lin Ji said with a wry smile. Escape? How to escape? Mutant beasts can be encountered everywhere, and the nearest city is a few hundred kilometers away. At night, terrifying mutant beasts will appear in the desert, and we will hide at night. And you will die when you go out, you will die on the road, you will stay in Siang City, and there will be at least one shelter. Originally, our place was Desert City, which was sparsely populated. At the beginning, we still had expectations that there would be police and soldiers to rescue us. The longer the time, they have gone from hope and expectation to disappointment and despair. The Xiang Split Kingdom has come to occupy their city of Siang, and the army will not come. In the past, how could those who split the country dare to step into the border of our Dragon Kingdom? They Dragon Kingdom are very strong. It is the largest country in the world. Nowadays, in the end times, instead they are restricted everywhere because they mutate people and are too densely populated. But it's very strange, why do humans in other places fail to evolve and become zombies, but only humans and animals in Siang City mutate? And what does the physical evolution of that Xiong-Lai kingdom sound like? Xia Qing said curiously, frowning. Are you saying that other places have become zombies? Lin Ji asked in surprise. Yes. Fortunately, they didn't run out hastily. They thought that animals all over the world had mutated, but they didn't expect to turn into zombies. The population of the Dragon Kingdom is the largest among the stars, but you can imagine that there must be more zombies. Swarms of zombies, that's more terrifying than mutated animals. Is anyone here besides you? Xia Qing asked. Yes, we don't know. This is a military supplies warehouse. It has self-heating food for individual soldiers and has a long shelf life. We also rely on these to survive. After Lin Ji finished speaking, she felt Chenya roll her eyes. We don't need these supplies. They all have food and there is no shortage of it now. So let the food be yours, and we will collect weapons and do not disturb each other. Okay, Chen Yang said that there are many weapons here, and only 2 of them cannot use them much. As long as they charge energy, they can always use it for shopping. Food they need in large quantities. Split up and began searching for supplies in the armaments depot. Base Chief, do we want to go to this Siong city? Chao Chen asked. No zombie mutation has occurred in this entire city of Siong, which makes them curious. Maybe they have antibodies? Xia Qing remembers that Yang Fan, the Sultan's senior brother, had been working on the potion. It's just that there has been no progress now. Maybe there is something to gain in Siong City. Otherwise, with the whole country failing to evolve, only the people of Siong City failed to evolve and did not become zombies. Well, I want to go and see that Siong City is a small border town with hundreds of thousands of residents. If this is not infested by zombie evolution, it is the best place to build a base. Su Yu said in a deep voice. Su Yu had a good idea, except that the mutated animals in Siong City were so ferocious that many soldiers in the base were gnawed. To build a base here, you need to clean up these mutated animals. Not to mention the mutated animals running around the city of Siong these days. Su Yu decided, we will collect the supplies first and we will go to Siong City. Okay. Then I will go back to the base first and let the base free up space. You collect it here and I will release the supplies at the base. The 2 of them cooperated quite tacitly when it came to collecting supplies. Long time experienced, after all. Xia Qing teleported to the base and immediately recruited Li Yao, the head of the logistics department and warehouse management department. Hurry up and pack up the warehouse, there is still open space. Understand. Li Yu has gone over and arranged the manpower. So you did not move all the weapons from the entire military base, because there were so many, and at least 100,000 people could be equipped with supplies. How could they be piled up in a small sunny base? It simply isn't enough. After all, the sunny base is still under construction. Su Yu has already established coordinates, so it is very convenient to get them at any time in the future. Now a portion of the supplies have been collected, and a group of people have to be trained to guard the military base. Su Yu also needs to know what exactly the military base monster is, and then find a way to destroy it. Otherwise it is dangerous for people to come and encounter monsters. Su Yu found the base and copied all the camera data systems. If he brought this thing to Yang Shuo, he could know what happened in the military base. This is a new thermal laser gun. Li Yao was instantly agitated when he saw the gun. This gun is powerful, light, and very easy to use. It's just that this thermal energy chip needs to be charged. Ultra-high voltage charging will do. Now the electric energy equipment at their base is not very good. In the next second, Xia Qing moved out a complete set of electric energy system equipment for the military base. There are also disassembly devices at the back, which all need to be assembled. Developed. Please move these things carefully. Find someone who knows how to be an electrician at the base to install it. Be careful with this stuff. With this energy equipment, our base no longer has to worry about energy. No matter how hot the weather is, air conditioning will be able to afford it. This is military energy equipment. It took an hour to move. When Xia Qing passed, only 1/3 of the military base on Su Yu's side was moved. Just stay here for the rest, just teleport it directly when we need it. Everyone go back to the base to rest first. Xia Qing raised her hand and set up a teleportation circle to teleport Zhou Chen and others back. Following Chen Ya and Lin Ji, they found a military forklift and were carrying self-heating food. There are not many self-heating foods here, and these military self-heating food packaging bags are specially packaged so they are not infected by bacteria. Xia Qing found 2 people, and at first the 2 were indeed wary of Xia Qing, but the girl not only gave them water and food, but always had an inexplicable affection and closeness. It's like the moon at night that makes people want to get close involuntarily. These foods have been eaten, and now only these boxes are left to eat, and other packaging damage has been infected. We have to find a way to take these boxes of food back, otherwise if others know about it, they may come and grab it. We have to take the food back? Lin Ji frowned, and she couldn't think of any good way. Otherwise, we can live here for 2 months. Where is life not life? Lin Ji's words did make Chen Ya's heart beat. No, our family is still there. Chen Ya frowned. If they don't go back, the family's food won't last for days. Chen Ya and Lin Ji are cousins. Well, can I say a few words to you? Xia Qing's appearance stunned the two men, but they did keep their promise and did not harm them, nor did they rob them of food. Okay, these things are given to you. Xia Qing took out 2 bags of clothes, and their clothes were relatively torn, especially since one of the girls seemed to be on her period. It's clothes, but there are also clean sanitary napkins. Chenya was slightly stunned when she saw this thing. What's your name? My name is Xia Qing. Thank you. I want to tell you, it's useful to kill mutant beasts. They have something like crystal on their chests. Chenya didn't say more about how to use the method specifically. Xia Qing nodded without paying much attention, thinking it was a superpower crystal or something, but it was a bit strange. The zombies she had killed before and the mutant animal superpower crystal were all on her head. After Xia Qing left, Chenya and Lin Ji looked at the clean things in the bag and immediately replaced them. There were actually cans of rainbow candy inside. Is sugar. Life's bitter, but sugar's sweet. When you are often hungry, eating a piece of sugar can also maintain your strength and reduce the occurrence of hypoglycemia. That's how she gave us things? Doesn't she know the point of this can of sugar? A bottle of water, a steamed bun, and a can of sugar are enough to make your head bleed to death. But she just gave it to us casually. Chenya found it incredible. Maybe she doesn't lack it, right? Look at her, like she's malnourished. Look at our hair, I'm going to lose the last bunch of it. Excited, Lin Ji accidentally pulls out her last hair. Now there is no more. She said with a dead heart. It doesn't matter if you have no hair at all, your heart is dead, and you don't care about your so-called appearance in an era when you don't have enough to eat. Do you remember what my grandfather said? This kind of evolution is that the superimmune cells of each body divide rapidly. Once the cells do not reorganize successfully, they will evolve and fail. That is, turning into zombies. The body cells of those animals do not have the so-called state-of-the-art failure of human perfection. Chenya thought of what Grandpa had said. I heard from those people that people who have failed in evolution across the country have become zombies. We are the only ones in Sion City. Will we? Could it be something? Could it be because of the sand beach? Our only water source in Sion City? I remember my grandfather said back then that the water quality of sandy beaches contains certain living attribute factors. Unfortunately, my grandfather has been a geologist all his life and has not understood it. Chenya guessed. Sand beach has less water every year, and now the water is controlled by those people. So it's so hard for them to find water to drink. Those bastards are not people from the government at all, but they pretend to be the government and cooperate with Xiong Liguo's people to occupy the water source. If they don't join, they will not give water at all. Xia Qing, who had just left not far away, heard these words and silently wrote down the name of Shashahai. She doesn't care about the follow-up, she's going back to catch up on her sleep first. So Yurang checked the surveillance on the hard drive, and when Yang Fan heard this, he hurried over to inquire. Zhou Chen, is this true? Is there really a city where people don't evolve and fail to become zombies? We haven't confirmed it yet. We will confirm it when we go there in 2 days. Then can you give me a tube of soil and air there? I will collect it, including the blood of the people there. A few tubes will do. Yang Fan is persistent and has been studying vaccine agents for so long, hoping to develop a vaccine that will not infect even if caught by zombies. If no one turns Xiong into a zombie, it's very likely that the people on their side have immune cells. Okay, I'll bring it back to you when I get it. Zhou Chen responded quickly. The Institute personnel at the Dragon Kingdom underground base have arrived. Wang Shui, Zhang Suiao, you two live in this dormitory. This floor is where our Institute staff live. Mubo introduces. As soon as Mubo left, Wang Shui and Zhang Suiao became excited. This place has been converted into a villa. 2 people can live in a room on the first floor, and tables are laid on top and tables off. Researchers can still live in a better environment at the base. Now the base has been in the process of expansion. There were 2 clean sets of toiletries in the room, and the 2 were a little nervous, and Mubo led them to the canteen first. The food we have here is redeemed with points, because you are here to communicate. All meals for the past 2 days are free, but you can only choose 2 kinds of food for each meal. Don't waste food. Mubo said. In the Sunny base, there are also 2 meals a day. Only the Orphan Academy has 3 meals a day, and there is even an extra meal in between. Most of the food is fresh vegetables, which you need to exchange for home to make. The staple food every day is steamed buns and noodles, rice. The 2 girls were given 2 steamed buns, a bowl of vegetables, and an apple. It smells so good, there are actually apples. Is it a real apple? Wang Shui smells the apple in her hand. Before the end of the world, an apple was sold for 100 yuan each. I feel like we're really here, and I finally have a full meal. Swayeo, why did you eat half a steamed bun? Or do you usually only drink rice soup and make your stomach hungry? Previously so hungry that I didn't want to work every day, now I'm full with just one meal. I want to take it back to eat for my son. You also know that he is growing taller now, but he only has one unsatisfied meal a day. When she was at the base, she only distributed compressed cookies at first. She ate half of them and took half of them back to her children. The food in the base is said to give priority to those with superpowers. They, researchers, are no different from ordinary people. It's a pity that we can only communicate here for 2 days. It would be great if we were here all the time. You can eat enough all the time here. John Swayeo was moved by this idea because she had children and she could starve and be malnourished, but she felt so distressed for her son. Because it's good to eat here, everyone is more motivated. After eating, Mubo comes to find them both. Now Mubo is mainly responsible for this exchange between the two bases. A new batch of military energy equipment has arrived at our base, and the system needs to be professionally installed. I will. The military energy equipment system was originally developed by us. That's great. Mubo is so happy that he quickly takes the two of them over. Li Yao is arranging for people to sort out these supplies on this side. Li Yao is overjoyed to know that 2 people from the Longguo Underground Base Research Institute will turn on the new energy system. The main system of this energy equipment needs to be arranged in a separate room as the main control. John Swayeo said. No problem, I made arrangements immediately. With this system, the power supply at our base will not be in short supply. Yu said excitedly. The power grid on the periphery can be expanded, and the thieves who want to break in have to weigh it. Suyu's side also restored surveillance in the military base through Yangshuo. Because it has been a long time, some cameras have been damaged and have not been photographed, but there are still several cameras that have captured this thing. Yangshuo took the camera and made the video in high definition. This is a horse? Still a military horse, Suyu recognized it at a glance. At the military base, although there were various military vehicles, several military horses were also kept. The mutated military horse is at least 3 or 4 meters long, Suyu visually inspected the road. The following video is somewhat gory. Yangshuo reminded everyone and pressed the mouse. At the beginning of the end of the world, there were still people living in this military base. After all, there were military provisions in reserve, but these military horses suddenly mutated one day and began to devour people. Running extremely fast, they bite off people in an instant, but they only swallow half of it. That's why, too, there were half bodies all over that military base. What a scary thing. Yangshuo frowned and said, "Let's rest first. I've been tired for a day today." Suyu prepares to fly a solo plane to the city of Siong tomorrow, and wait until he establishes coordinates in the city, before letting them teleport over. Here Xia Qing had already changed clean clothes after taking a shower at the hotel and slept for 2 hours. She was very energetic. Thinking of Desert Wolf, she goes out early in the morning, rents a car, and searches the map for the nearest pet store. Isn't it a little wrong that she's trying to feed the wolf dog food? But now that little wolf has just been born, and the wolf looks more like a husky. It's just that the little wolf's eyes are so special, purple vertical pupils. What are you going to buy? The clerk frowned and looked at Xia Qing without a pet. You need these canned pet meat and dog food, and you also need a large dog cage. Afterward, the dog cage bought is too small. Upon hearing Xia Qing's words, the clerk immediately stood up and instantly became happy. They all packed up Xia Qing and put them in the rented shared car. Back at the hotel, Chu Xiu has already sent a message. When will it be available? Someone's been sent to pick you up. Xia Qing glanced at the time. 10 o'clock. After replying to Chu Xiu, she entered the space and went to the apocalyptic room. The little wolf has woken up. Xia Qing hurriedly milked it, and placed everything she bought from the pet store. Then she went to Suyu's room, and tomorrow she will go to Burma, which is just right for Suyu. Suyu should be resting right now. Their 2 rooms are at the opposite door. Only 4 people live on this floor. In fact, there are only 3 in total, because Xia Qing doesn't sleep here. Next to Xia Qing and Suyu, there is also a baby room with a young baby Xia Yang adopted by Xia Qing. The aunt from the base usually takes care of her, and the aunt takes care of her very carefully. After all, this guy who takes care of a little guy has good treatment and benefits, and he can move to this villa alone. She usually takes her children out and others will look up at her. The old man at home didn't dare to bully her either. Xia Qing heard the child crying, so she went to the baby room to see Xia Yang first. Auntie's making milk for the little one. I said why the baby cried, it turns out you are here. Auntie laughs. This little guy is so sensitive to your reactions. Xia Qing was holding the child, which had only been open for a few days, and her face was so tender that she couldn't help but pinch it gently. Xia Qing said a few words to take good care of the children before leaving. Surveillance was installed in the room, and she was also worried that the child would be abused. Hiring a confinement nanny in her time and space also involved beating a child. However, in her time and space, beating a child means calling the police to pay for it, and at most she is detained and imprisoned. But in the last days, if you dare to abuse a child, throw the lightest punishment out of the base, and in severe cases, directly execute him. For people at the base, throwing out the base is no different from death. Under severe punishment, everyone is at peace with themselves. As soon as she left the child's room, she saw Suyu standing at the door waiting for her. Not only does he have a refined appearance, but he also has an aloof temperament that keeps strangers away. But he always looks cold and has some unexpected thoughtfulness. Waiting for a long time? She just teased the kid inside for a long time. Hearing her speak, Suyu's tight lip line relaxes slightly and her eyes fall on her. No. In fact, as soon as Xia Qing reached the end of the world, he already sensed it. He looked at Xia Qing, the little one, as if he had only reached his chin. Dressed like a high school student in a pink bear t-shirt and monochrome denim shorts, Xia Qing rarely wears makeup, and her porcelain white face is a little more beautiful and delicate. Such ice blue eyes like deer, clear and refreshing. Feeling Suyu looking at her, Xia Qing is a little cramped. Every time you come to the end of the world, you are in a hurry, collecting supplies in exchange for supplies. Between them is the redemption of one another, and the dealing of one another. They are people of two worlds who are attracted to each other. The more impossible things, the more you want to try. Suyu looked away, his cold eyebrows tinged with softness. Can you take me to your world? Suyu still looked calm and self-sustaining, with expectations in his eyes, and King Yu's voice was full of magnetism. At first she fell in love with such a voice, with a hint of hoarseness. Okay, I originally planned to do the same. I will go to Myanmar in a while. I will call you when I arrive in Myanmar. But I'm afraid you won't be able to stay in my world for too long at one time. Xia Qing is somewhat concerned. It's a bit troublesome, because Xia Qing doesn't have those weird things like superpowers in her time and space. If Suyu suddenly disappears in front of the crowd, it will arouse suspicion, and then I am afraid it will be among the top 10 unsolved mysteries in the world. I can stay for half an hour. Suyu has accurately calculated. He knew that Xia Qing's side was a peaceful world without an apocalypse, so he must have been prepared to not cause trouble for Xia Qing, and of course he wanted to see her world. What difference their world? Okay. Xia Qingying smiled. When you arrive in Myanmar, I will take you around first, and then find a way to get you an identity information. It is difficult to enter our country of China, but it should not be difficult to build a Myanmar area. If the status of the Burmese district is not very good, then she will take Suyu to another country to change her nationality. The nationality of their country is the most demanding in the world. It shouldn't be a hassle to get an identity information through Chu Xiu, right? It should be possible to spend money on one. Okay, then you should rest first. Just at night here, Suyu also needs to sleep. Xia Qing drew a circle in place and disappeared. Suyu returned to his bedroom and looked at the pot of flowers Xia Qing had given him that seemed to be withered, but it was still alive and strong. Suyu watered it again, and it was the third pot of flowers that Xia Qing gave him, not knowing how long it would last. Are there really no ways for the plants of the world over there to survive in this time and space? He calculated that he absorbed no fewer crystal beads than Xia Qing. For so long, he was able to spend up to half an hour over there, as if something was holding him back. Does Xia Qing feel that way? Suyu's eyes were a little deep, and he looked up at the window. The Qingming moon was stained with a hint of red, as if the moon had mutated as well. What is really happening in this world? Can you go back to the original? What will happen to the space he is connected to Xia Qing? Find the cause of the end times, find the cause of the global changes on that day. They may be able to find a solution? Moon. Suddenly Suyu stared at the moon in the sky. He suddenly saw something, the red that just flashed by. Thinking of something, he immediately called Li Yao. Most of the night, Li Yao, Wang Qiang, Zhang Liang, Yang Shuo, and Wang Han were all called over. Suyu took out crayfish, peanuts, clams and skewers plus a case of beer. Sure enough, we are brothers, let's have a late night snack together, Li Yao said with a smile. Several people eating and drinking. Do you remember the sun and moon when humans mutated in the last days? Then who remembers? That'll patronize you and run for your life. I was covered, and the brother next to me got up and turned into a zombie. I thought it was some kind of escape game. A few people were eating, and each person was recalling and complaining about the first day of the apocalypse. I don't remember the sun, I just remember that night, the moonlight was red. Zhang Liang's words instantly made several people fall into memories. Seems to be? When I came here just now, I looked up at the moon and felt that the moon was a little red. Li Yao's words made everyone look over the balcony and look up at the moon. It's just that at this moment the moon is hidden among the clouds and cannot be seen clearly. After a while, the clouds slowly flew away, and they took a closer look at the moon. Seems like a little? Looks pretty normal. Everyone is too sure at this moment, so you raised his head and frowned slightly? Did you catch your eyes before? Impossible. Li Yao frowned and said, I will find an astronomical telescope when I ask someone to find supplies tomorrow. They can't see anything like that. It's normal to look at the moon now. Look, it's turning red. Zhang Liang pointed in surprise at the moon in the sky. The moon seemed to be stained with a gradient that began to gradually turn red, and quickly returned to its original state in a few seconds. No! Wang Qiang, who was looking up late, looked at the moon confusedly. Nothing's up. Brother Yu, I really saw the red flashing by. Zhang Liang, are you looking at the flowers? No, I literally saw it. Yes. So you had been staring at the moon just now, and he saw the red moon that had just flashed by again. Arrange a person and record the moon. Make arrangements tomorrow. Let's drink now. This shrimp tastes really flavorful, but the shell tastes a bit hard. They chewed the shrimp directly into their mouths with their shells. No matter what kind of food they are, they have no habit of wasting, and in this era, as long as they have experienced the days when there was no food, they have become extremely cherished. We have not relaxed for so long. Since Brother Yu woke up the space and met the deputy base chief, our lives have become better and better. Yeah, the change of base today can be described as earth-shaking. Today, a lot of military equipment has been added, the strength of their bases has also become stronger, and the residents' sense of belonging has also increased. By the way, Brother Yu, Zheng Chen stopped exchanging food with us half a month ago. He had brought 2 people to our base before and wanted to enter, but they were rejected. Nowadays, many outsiders want to enter, but they all refuse. Li Yao took a sip of beer and said, now the survivors outside are too confused. However, those outsiders make transactions with our residents provide part of the food, and outsiders find valuable things for them to exchange. Turn a blind eye to this kind of thing. This also improves the collective sense of the residents of our base and makes it easier to integrate them into this sunny base. Okay. As for Zheng Chen, he is not a person waiting to die, so don't worry about him. To live in the last days, you can't do it on your own, unity is strength. Only a group of ants can survive a group in the face of water waves, and only one ant will definitely die in the face of fire. The end of the world has just begun, they have to be prepared. In the outside world, zombies are evolving, animals are mutating, and human supernatural powers are awakening, all of which illustrate the instincts of biological subconsciousness. The strong evolve, the fittest survive. Xia Qing returned to her bedroom, changed her clothes again, and carried a small bag that was a cover-up. Direct taxi to the border area. You really need to think about it again. Myanmar is very chaotic now. We do not recommend citizens to go to Myanmar. Yeah, the fraud in Myanmar is serious, and there is war, which is very dangerous. You'd better not go through it. How old are you? Does your family know you are going to Myanmar? Faced with such a series of problems, Xia Qing was a little confused. The last time she crossed the border, she was not in such trouble. Why is the staff so blocking this time? Xia Qing also had no choice but to patiently answer, my family knows that I had something important to do in the past this time. I didn't go to work somewhere. My brother is also in Myanmar. Brother? You have to know that the fraudsters in Myanmar are very arrogant and specialize in deceiving little girls like you. Aren't you afraid of having your kidneys rugged? I suggest you don't go. I'm really going. Please, get my papers. Xia Qing's tone became firm. Then if you are sure you want to go, please sign here. The staff brought a notice and handed a pen. Xia Qing signed without hesitation, and if she knew that it was so troublesome to take the border, she took the trail directly, but now that the border has railings and power grids, it is somewhat risky. This is the number of the embassy in Myanmar and can be contacted if necessary. Okay, thanks. The city she went to had no Chinese embassy. That girl is really brave, she actually went to Myanmar at this time. Our soldiers are on call 24 hours a day to ensure our border security. It's a pity that I still have a stupid brain. It's for her own good that we won't let her go. I have stopped several of them painstakingly these past few days, and I still have to go. I don't know that the Chinese who escaped a few days ago were all afraid of death. The 2 staff members chatted and gossiped, feeling that Xia Qing was going to die, and looked at Xia Qing's thin back with a look of pity. I hope you don't call the police when the time comes. This is a waste of public resources if something goes wrong. Our duty of reminder has been fulfilled. Maybe complain to us if you're blocking it. That's right, wasn't that a man a few days ago? How many times have we reminded that a high-paying job in Myanmar is a fraud, and we still don't believe that we have to go? The one said he was going to find his sister, and the other said he was going to find his brother. The reason is too fake. Forget it, we'll just remind us of our obligations. Xia Qing hears their staff complaining about her, though she is not angry either, knowing that these people are for her safety. She doesn't really need to be afraid when she goes to Myanmar. She is not afraid of places as dangerous as the end of the world. Xia Qing had just left for 10 minutes when an urgent notice was sent from above. From now on, in order to ensure national security, no one is allowed to go to Myanmar district, Dongpu village, and Vietnam. Only come back, no entry. The two men saw the notice and frowned slightly. Oops, I just put a guy over, nothing's gonna happen to her, huh? The girl is guilty at the moment. It's too late for anything. We have just made a reminder that she has to go. Even if something really happens, it has nothing to do with you and you don't need to blame yourself. But that girl also refused to listen. Hope she's so self-conscious. I don't know if I can see her back safely. But there were 3 people we put over. They have seen before that parents who ransomed their children for a large sum of money either had a small kidney, or had their eyes blinded and their legs broken, and in short, they did not come back intact. Everyone knows that there is little hope that the girl will be able to return safely, and this urgent notice has already been sent from above, and you know how dangerous it is. Now that their country is growing stronger, several small countries around them are colluding instead. Find something on Vietnam's border today, fight on India's border tomorrow, and other countries' warships cross the border at sea. In short, the border is very messy. It feels like the whole world is making enemies of China. The battle seems likely to ignite at any time, and if China is really fighting, then war may break out at any time. It is something that no one wants to see, either. War means losing a life. 2 tall girls stand by the road. Why hasn't anyone come to pick us up yet? Didn't your boyfriend say he'd just wait here? The staff just said that Myanmar is very dangerous, why don't we go back? The other girl suddenly got a little back off. Not dangerous. If it's dangerous, can I return home and come again? Don't worry, my boyfriend is awesome in Burma. You can make money just by coming here with me. Besides, if you return to China now, you can't afford to pay off all kinds of campus loans. Photos of naked loans will be flying all over the place by then. Can you still stay there by then? Follow me and I guarantee you can earn 20,000 per month. Look, isn't that girl too? As she spoke, the girl pointed to Xia Qing, who was walking ahead. After a while, a small car came and stopped in front of Xia Qing. You're half an hour late. The familiar voice stunned Xia Qing for a moment. I didn't expect you to come and pick me up in person. After Xia Qing finished speaking, she naturally got into the co-pilot, and they were followed by a car. Now that the Myanmar area is in chaos, Chu Xiu must have taken his younger brother with him when he came out. You are my big sponsor. After thinking about it, it is more appropriate for me to pick you up in person. That's right, it was Chu Xiu who came to pick her up. She has recently invested in a lot of projects for him, and this time she also came here for the large jadeite stone field. Thank you. Xia Qing, who was neither nervous nor afraid, looked out the window with her car open, and the place was as dark as ever. She specially wore a contact lens to cover her ice blue pupils. Chu Xiu Yuguang saw Xia Qing's movements, and the corners of his lips raised a small arc. He killed people, and he saw many girls. The only one who could sit next to him so calmly without fear was Xia Qing. From the beginning he felt that the girl was unusual and appeared to be a girl next door. Occasionally, he would show a fierce murderous intent, and he would bet that Xia Qing had also killed someone. Although she hid it well, there was actually a hint of excitement in his heart when he thought about it. The gift Xiaoran brings you. Xia Qing pulls a gift box out of her backpack. What? I drive and can't dismantle it. Listening to him, Xia Qing unpacks the gift box, which contains a box of lollipops. Planet Lollipop. Sure enough, it was a gift from a child. Want to know Chu Ran's story? Chu Xiu drove with one hand, tore open the lollipop, stuffed it into his mouth, and said lazily, I'll listen to what you say. Chu Ran's parents were shot dead, and my parents died that day. The gang stormed into my house and killed everyone, including a 7-year-old, and Churan, who was only 2.5 years old, lived in it for 2 days. No one knows how he survived these 2 days, sleeping next to the bodies of several people. Xia Qing, who was originally quite calm, could no longer be described as shocked when she heard this, but she seemed to ease up quickly. Because there are too many such scenes in the last days, but this person is Chu Ran, and she still cannot calm down. When he was discovered, he was covered in blood and holding a lollipop in his hand. Where's the murderer? Shoot! The murderer was caught just as a scapegoat because my identity information was exposed, so I renounced my nationality and became a mercenary. Who have you offended? The country should protect you. It was me who took the initiative to break away, otherwise how could I take revenge, so I went to Akan. Xia Qing was suddenly stunned for a moment, as if she had thought of something. She remembered the sensational news many years ago that someone bombed the government of Akan. She turned her head and looked at Chu Xiu. Don't you say you killed the king of Akan? Now that their country is in civil strife, and finally the reactionaries have won, the status of the women of their country is now horribly reduced. When you go out, you are wrapped all over your body. Once your skin is exposed, you will be severely beaten. Xia Qing didn't want to know Chu Xiu anymore. He really wasn't as simple as he appeared. Thinking of Chu Ran, little child, how did he survive in the face of such a scene? At the time of its discovery, it had been living with the body for 2 days. These words made Xia Qing never calm down. I'm not sorry for the country. If you choose what I want to do, you can only renounce your nationality. This will not affect anyone, including the country. At the same time, I will execute those few people. He just doesn't want to implicate people, and he doesn't want to implicate the country. If China wants to move, it's not a matter of one person, it's peace for more than 1 billion people. Chu Xiu, is he considered a good person? She doesn't know. All that can be said is that the person is complicated. Churan him. Xia Qing will be a little too distressed by Chu Ran. You should take good care of him when you go back. At this moment, Chu Ran, who is in Xia's villa, has been forced to learn to play mahjong. The melon seeds on the little head work very well. Learn fast. Lin Nuan pinched Churan's face. I've been confused several times. Don't beat me. Sister's taking you to Disney. Okay. Chu Ran looked at his phone and didn't know that his uncle had received the lollipop from him. That's his favorite, most memorable taste. Mayan District. The atmosphere in the car was a bit dull, and Xia Qing looked at the lollipop and thought it was not sweet. This is a bad story. Not finished yet, because the other man is not dead yet. And an enemy? That man's in Burma? Xia Qing frowned. Is this his intention to come to Myanmar district? What exactly did he do back then? He didn't say it, and Xia Qing didn't want to continue listening. Just felt like the story was a little heavy. However, she still spoke revenge with hatred. Ha ha. When he heard Xia Qing's words, Chu Xiu burst into laughter. Chu Xiu is not a delicate person, and his appearance is much worse than that of Su Yu. He has an evil temperament, sometimes restrained and sometimes flamboyant. You were the first to say this in so many years. Because all were persuading him to give up and live the rest of his life. But they're all dead. His parents, all his family, even his great-uncle's family. All dead. No, there was another Churan, who was thrown into the orphanage because there was no information to survive. I feel like we're the same kind of person. No, I'm not with you, I'm a girl. Xia Qing frowned and didn't want to talk about this topic anymore. Although she had not studied psychology, Chu Xiu's state was obviously not right. Chu Xiu did not speak again and continued driving forward. Go to the KTV you invested in first? Okay. Xia Qing responded, she's not very hungry now anyway. This is my territory now, don't be afraid. Xia Qing glanced at him. Are you afraid that I still dare to come? Chu Xiu raised her eyebrows as if she was not surprised at all, she would say. Her personality, which looks mild as a docile cat, is actually that of a tigress. Xia Qing frowned. How did she feel that Chu Xiu looked at her strangely? I originally thought that KTV in Myanmar district is the kind of bad place, full of flowers and drinks, all kinds of filth. And the exterior looks very old-fashioned. Is this what I invested millions in? Xia Qing is really a little disgusted. The money she spends is knowing where to spend it. The exterior is decorated like a public bath and pedicure shop in a third-tier city in China. Xia Qing was unable to complain, but the place was quite large and had 4 floors. You must know that Chinese currency is much more valuable than Burmese currency. An investment of several million yuan was used to decorate a public bath? I'm going to vomit blood just thinking about it. It's a loss of blood. You will know when you enter. Chu Xiu walked in front and snapped his fingers softly. Clatter. More than 20 men came out of the door, all looking energetic. Brother Xiu. The uniform screams really shocked Xia Qing. These are the little brothers rescued from the park. They were forced to defraud and could not go back, so they all stayed. Of course, if you are willing to leave, I will send you back to China. Chu Xiu didn't say that he had directly forcibly sent some of those who had already made mistakes and committed crimes back to his country. Those deserve the law. Xia Qing knew about this. This place is the northern city of Myanmar district. This city alone has more than a dozen parks, large and small. Chu Xiu rescued 2 of the largest factories, as well as several small factories. It is in his sphere of influence that this KTV is built today. In order to expand his power as quickly as possible, Chu Xiu fought almost every day some time ago. Fortunately, he has support behind him. Chu Xiu stood forward and his momentum instantly became cold. The younger brothers all bowed respectfully and did not dare to raise their heads. They all looked up and looked at the person in front of them. Remember them all. The younger brothers all looked up and stared at Xia Qing with big eyes. Ahem. Staring at her at the same time with these eyes. Xia Qing frowned slightly. Is this a bit of a social death? This is your big boss. What she said is what I said. Call me Sister Qing. Sister Qing. Sister Qing. Sister Qing, who is making such noises, is obviously a big boss and not a gangster. This scene is as if her younger brother is meeting a gangster boss. Xia Qing nodded slightly, with a sense of majesty of her own. No matter how she said that she is now also a deputy base commander in the apocalypse, this scene is now a trivial matter for her. Go in and have a look. Chu Xiu takes Xia Qing into the gate, where she has no hope and is decorated like a shabby household. And the KTV in this place only opens at night, right? Unexpectedly, the gate enters and the entire renovation begins to become luxurious, and everyone wears special costumes for the Burmese district. Then Xia Qing followed Chu to the elevator on the 4th floor. The young lady at the front desk watched Chu Xiu take Xia Qing upstairs in person, and the two of them almost walked side by side. Who was the one who just went up with Brother Xiu? Can't it be Brother Xiu's girlfriend? Woman's tone is somewhat sour. They have never seen anyone who can walk side by side with Chu Xiu. Chu Xiu rescued the park and released the abducted and deceived people. Some chose to return to China, and some stayed here to work. Here, women don't have to come out, just do the work within the time limit, and the daily work is easy. They went from hell to heaven all at once. Chu Xiu, in particular, never asked a woman to accompany him when he usually drank, which made them all full of curiosity. Not only do men have a desire to conquer in their hearts, but so do women, and the colder men are, the more they want to try. Everyone wants to be the most special being in a man's heart, but reality is reality. Don't talk nonsense, that's Sister Qing. If any of you offends her, you won't get any good fruit. When the woman saw that it was Brother Ho, she immediately whispered, Brother Ho, we know. When the two girls heard Brother Ho's warning, they didn't dare to talk nonsense anymore, but they were still very envious. Xia Qing followed Chu Xiu up to the VIP room. I didn't expect you to surprise me. Arriving at the room, Xia Qing sees the decoration, including the room, which is not a KTV but an entertainment auction house. The jewelry you gave me was auctioned off from here. There are a total of 25 rooms, all equipped with screens for online auctions, and there are also venues where live auctions can be conducted. This district of Myanmar is well connected in all directions and of course wants to cover more countries. He also spent a lot of money on equipment. Nowadays, Myanmar is in chaos and is in short supply of money. Many jewelry sell very quickly, and people from other countries also want to get a piece of the pie. I know this, that is, the United States attacked the Afghan and prompted them to fight internally, including launching a war against Iraq, all for the sake of resources. Thinking of this, Xia Qing frowned slightly and heard Suyu say that their world was also unevenly distributed, and resources declined and the war began. Their world, won't they also slowly develop towards that time and space? Although it is a parallel world, she has also learned that the historical trajectories of the two time and space develop very similarly. If this is really the case, Xia Qing must be prepared. This place has an underground casino, a restaurant on the 1st floor, entertainment and drinking on the 2nd floor, a game and dance hall on the 3rd floor, and an auction on the 4th floor. No wonder there are a lot of security on the 4th floor. Not bad, at least it makes me feel like the money I invested was not wasted. Ha ha, didn't you look at the balance of international banks? I'll call you money on time for the jewelry you gave me. Xia Qing took out her phone on the spot to check her balance and smiled slightly. It seems that it is quite pleasant to cooperate with you. Have a day off today and take you to the Emerald Stone Field tomorrow? Yes. She also wanted to ask Suyu to visit Burma in the afternoon. This time the Northern Myanmar Army sold 2 Emerald Stone Fields. The operating rights of an jadeite quarry are worth 1 billion. Xia Qing worried, I'm afraid it won't be that simple to buy the management rights this time. Chu Xiu looked at Xia Qing, smiled slightly and said, you are right, there is a fight between Northern Myanmar and Central Myanmar. If the government forces in Central Myanmar win, the jadeite stone field you are buying now will naturally not be admitted from the turbulent troops in Northern Myanmar. If the troubled army in Northern Myanmar wins, it's hard to say whether they will go back on their word afterwards. Xia Qing had some headaches listening to Chu Xiu's analysis. She actually doesn't know much about these, because she is also a very rich person. Although she has grown rapidly in the past 6 months, she still lacks much experience compared to these people. That is, she doesn't necessarily have the means to protect her money even if she has. So I couldn't choose between these two paths, but you still called me over. Of course, you are the big financier behind the scenes and the cost is so huge. Can you not come in person? Chu Xiu lit a cigarette, and the air was suddenly filled with the smell of cigarette smoke. He took a puff of smoke rings and Xia Qing frowned slightly. She can't say she hates the smell of smoke, but she doesn't like it either. Just after taking a puff, Chu Xiu threw the cigarette into the ashtray next to him and poured a glass of water to annihilate it. He took a lollipop out of his pocket, took it apart and stuffed it into his mouth. So what do you want me to choose? I'm all here. Xia Qing likes to get straight to the point, especially towards Chu Xiu. I want the jade factory. With the jade factory she better sells the rough jewelry of the apocalypse. Then it depends on whether you are brave or not. Invest me. Xia Qing frowned slightly and paused for a moment. On the table are prepared fruits, cut pineapples, and Burmese peaches, a specialty of the Burmese region. Xia Qing picked up a fork and fork a piece of pineapple to eat. She thought it tasted pretty good, so she asked leisurely with a hint of joke, "What do you think you have?" Xia Qing didn't rush to agree to Chu Xiu, and she was shocked. His ideas are still very bold. Have 8-pack ABS. Poof. Xia Qing almost spit out the pineapple she had just eaten in her mouth. Chu Xiu's serious look didn't seem like he could say such a thing at all, but he was still a bit cynical at the moment. She has never seen Chu Xiu's 8-pack ABS, but she has seen another person's 8-pack muscles neatly arranged in mermaids with a clear sense of linearity. Just say what you want to do. Didn't you pave the way for me in the car? Besides, your information is really secret. I bought it for 500,000 yuan, and I can only find some. Only the tragic death of his family can be found, the murder and escape abroad. The rest of the messages were hidden, certainly by the authorities concerned. Spend 500,000? You're worthy of being my sponsor, just ask me if you want to know anything, I'm cheap. Xia Qing slandered in her heart, what's there? She also raised quite a few men in parallel time and space, and women. Of course I need to know your information to cooperate with you. Xiaoran, naturally I can trust you with you. I don't think of Xiaoran as a tool. Xia Qing's tone changed slightly. Chu Xiu's expression was slightly startled and his eyebrows raised slightly. Hearing Xia Qing say this, he felt that he had not chosen the wrong person. She was chosen by heaven to help him, but it's more about them helping each other. They haven't known each other for long, so to speak, it was just an employment relationship in the beginning, but with every meeting, one can feel trust. Chu Xiu believed that there was a magnetic field in everyone, and that only people with similar magnetic fields could get close and be attracted. I will destroy the turbulent army in northern Myanmar and end the chaos here. Although Xia Qing had a faint guess in her heart, she heard Chu Xiu say this personally. You are awesome. Aren't you an enemy of the Myanmar Troubles Army and the Myanmar government army? How did he dare to say such a thing in the face of two armies? Even the official Tatmadaw cannot do such a thing. No, the enemy of the enemy is friendly forces, and the Myanmar government forces will also support me. Myanmar is originally a small country. The turmoil in northern Myanmar has not been able to quell the rebellion for many years. Even this time the turmoil in Myanmar will go straight to the jurisdiction of the Myanmar government forces. What do you want to do? I ordered a batch of guns in Dongpu village, which cost 200 million. I haven't even agreed to you yet. Have you ordered all the guns? Even if you order a gun, do you have anyone? Ha! Don't forget that I am a mercenary, but a bunch of wild wolves. Wild wolves are a group of people who have voluntarily left the pack. When the situation in northern Myanmar is settled, 2 jade markets will be run for you, and you have the final say in this place. I am the army commander, you are the deputy army commander. Did she get involved with another deputy? Deputy commander? You can also ask me for money directly. 200 million is not a small amount. It would be better if you come in person, and this is jointly formed by the two of us. Do you recognize the person? It seems she won't be able to go back to China for a while. If you can't catch up on sending Chiron to school, let Lin Nuan help drop him off for now. I'm afraid it won't be just 200 million, right? Xia Qing feels like she's in a den of thieves. The benefits in the future will also be huge, and the people behind you will also want it, right? The people behind? Soon Xia Qing understands, and she spends money to check Chuxiu, who is also able to check her. Her identity is clean, but the fact that her family is from the village cannot be changed. But why is Xia Qing so rich? Fortunately, she started with royalties for writing novels. Those who sell gold because they don't have invoices, she goes directly to the store and sells them at low prices. Later, Xia Qing started various companies and invested money. Xia Qing did not deny that since they all suspected that there was someone behind her, or that she was a very powerful person, they simply recognized her. Avoid a bunch of troublesome things, and if they can't find out, it means he's not good at it. Xia Qing said in a deep voice, do you want to become the king of northern Myanmar? No, I just want to end the chaos here. Isn't China's border safe? Xia Qing looked up at him, his eyes deep, and there was so much that she could not understand. I didn't figure out for a moment what exactly he wanted to do. Good. Who made my wish for world peace? Then our wishes are really the same. Both sides feel that the other is joking. After all, that wish is simply too great. Xia Qing has always been worried about the direction of their world, because the historical direction is very similar to the end of the world. Will their time and space become like that? No. She can't watch her world go to the end of the world. There are her loved ones here, there are worlds she knows well. Xia Qing's eyes flashed, she would have done it. Give me a place to stay and I want a rest. It is safer to live with me and it is convenient to discuss things. Xia Qing shook her phone and said, this is more convenient. Ogawa. When the door opened outside, a young man immediately walked out. At first glance, he looked like a boy under the age of 18. There are very few children who go to school here, the children of the poor are already in charge, and the children come out to work when they are teenagers. From now on, follow Sister Ching to protect her safety. You can do whatever she asks you to do. Yes, I will definitely protect Sister Ching. The boy's serious tone made Xia Ching feel more favorable. However, this child seems to be under 18 years old. Protect her? Choking enough? Probably. However, this reassured Xia Ching that she did not want to follow a man who was 5 or 3 thick, as she would refuse on the spot. She has a gun in her hand, and although her marksmanship is not very good, it's okay to save her life. Okay, then I'll leave first, and we'll continue to discuss the rest tomorrow. No problem. Chu Shiu happily agreed. After all, she needs to discuss such a big thing with the person behind her, right? Ogawa, right? Lead me back to the room. Okay. After Xia Ching leaves, another man comes out from behind the door wearing a mask. She promised you. Chu Shiu did not feel that Xia Ching would not agree, and the person behind her was an ambitious man. Powerful people. The chaos in Myanmar is also an opportunity. I went back to arrange manpower. These people voluntarily renounced their nationality. I have issued an order and will be able to arrive one after another the day after tomorrow. If this succeeds, you two are unsung heroes of the country. Several jade factories in Myanmar are owned by Xia Ching. Let's talk about this first. It's natural, you've done enough. How could we possibly take this thing? We will not directly interfere in any of your affairs in Myanmar. All for border stability. Okay, this is Xia Ching's information. You can take a look. We have checked 3 generations and there is no problem. The little girl made a fortune from novels and searched for antiques. As for her jewelry, no source can be found. But what is certain is that this jewelry was not smuggled and was obtained through illegal crimes. Maybe she has some industry abroad. After all, we can't find things abroad. China has a population of nearly 1.8 billion. Xia Qing's grandfather was once a veteran soldier and received medals. She also has an aunt who was adopted abroad in Old Singapore since she was a child. We can't find any other specific ones. Some time ago, she went to Thailand, made meritorious service, and received the Military Medal of Honor. It was amazing. To be able to receive this medal is for those who have made meritorious service to the country. There are also many wealthy people in China. Their assets have even been transferred abroad. They give their children a small goal at will, which is all exercise. Not only is this very dangerous, but what's worse is that Chu Shiu's identity is too special. I can't help you with anything else, I can't give you much support, and those spy agents are not vegetarians. You should also pay attention to safety. Those people in Akan are likely to seek revenge from you. Man reminded. Ho. Chu Shiu snorted contemptuously and continued to light a cigarette. Just now, Xia Qing was there and noticed her discomfort, so he stopped smoking. Now he took a deep breath and felt much more comfortable in his heart. I know. This dark path was full of thorns, but he never looked back. A nation has guards who stand upright and bright under the sun, and guardians of darkness who move forward in darkness. We will give you the greatest support within our ability. The man finished, put down his things and turned away. Chu Shiu looked at Xia Qing's unfinished pineapple and took a bite. Well, not bad. Si. The wound on the shoulder was somewhat split. Button. Come in. Brother Shiu, I brought the doctor here. It's time to deal with your wound. Chu Shiu nodded and a doctor came in with a medicine box. Chu Shiu took off his top, revealing his strong muscles and a wound on his shoulder. The doctor handled it quickly, needed suturing, and administered an anesthetic. Xiahe, looking at Chu Shiu's scratched wound, was injured yesterday and ran to pick up Xia Qing early this morning. Originally, they said they wanted to pick it up, but Chu Shiu said he wanted to pick it up in person to appear sincere. Not every girl dares to come by herself. On the one hand, he also wants to know who will be behind Xia Qing. What is certain is that there is no ill will towards the state behind her. Xia Qing was the first civilian to receive the Military Medal of Honor. The doctor quickly finished treating the wound, and Chu Shiu silently got dressed without saying a word. On the other side, Ogawa takes Natsuharu to the restaurant downstairs. Sister Qing, what do you want to eat? Curry fish soup, meatballs, eggs, rice noodles, and a coconut jelly. Okay. After eating, Ogawa drives Natsuharu back to where he lives. It's also only 2 kilometers away. The place where I live is a small 2-story building, which is considered a relatively good residential environment here. All the people living in this building are our people. Ogawa took Natsuharu all the way to the 2nd floor, where the rooms had already been cleaned in advance. Only you and brother Shiu live here on this floor. Xia Qing didn't want to live on the same floor as that guy Chu Shiu, that guy was too wary. This room is yours. I know you are coming over and have packed it up in advance. The 4-piece set, including the bed and mattress, are all new. Brother Xiu asked me to release this flower, saying it would make me feel better. The toiletries are also fully prepared. Sister Qing, please see what you need before I buy it. Xia Qing glanced at the room, which was about 27.8 square meters, and saw that it had been carefully decorated. It's really much cleaner than staying in a hotel in Burma. You know, northern Myanmar is much worse economically than central Myanmar. Including the closet, there was actually a cupboard of clothes and shoes. They were all brand new and unopened. She glanced at the size and it matched her very well. It's just this aesthetic, she doesn't want to complain. Not needed for now. Sister Qing, this is my phone number. You can call me anytime you have anything to do. Okay. Sister Qing, please take a good rest. Ogawa Sheik went out and closed the door, and he went back to guard the building, and if Xia Qing went out he would follow immediately. Xia Qing forgot to ask Chu Xiu how to give Suyu a reasonable identity, and it's not too late to ask tomorrow. She's gonna be here for a while next. Suyu came and stayed for only half an hour. She quickly enters the space to call for Suyu. Suyu immediately opened his eyes when he heard Xia Qing's voice in the middle of the night. Suyu, I'm in. Knowing that Suyu was there, Xia Qing teleported to Suyu's side the next second. You put on these clothes, the environment here is very hot. Have it changed, come here again. I'll call you later. Xia Qing returns to her own time and space, knowing that Suyu will definitely teleport to her. Natsuhara went downstairs, and Ogawa immediately followed after seeing it. Ogawa remembers what Chu Xiu said and usually protects Xia Qing from following her too closely and annoying her. Appear when you need it, and hide when you don't. Xia Qing walked towards the small intersection on the side of the road. She needed to find a place where no one was around. There was pitifully little monitoring in this small place, but for the sake of caution, Xia Qing took it out to shield the instruments. After looking around at no one, he calls Suyu through space. Suyu, you can come out. The next second, Suyu stood in front of Xia Qing, her golden pupils already covered. Xia Qing specially bought him black contact lenses. Xia Qing was still very excited and said quickly, "Don't be nervous, I'm here." She knows that going to a strange time and space for the first time will be somewhat stressful. She was scared that time, fearful of the unknown, and was almost strangled to death by Suyu as a bad guy. The last time you came to my time and space, what happened was an accident. This place is quite safe. No terrorist attacks for now. When Suyu came over that time, he happened to be attacked by terrorists in Thailand. Let's go, I'll take you for a walk quickly. Suyu's time is limited. Suyu was even more excited in his heart, and he came to this time and space this time with great integrity. A deep breath of fresh air, clean, nice. Unlike the gloom of the apocalypse, look at the clouds drifting through the sky and feel the warm sunshine. Is this the normal world? Let's go, I'll take you for a stroll. This is the Myanmar area, which is a bit dirty. When you have an identity in the future, I will take you to our country of China. You can watch movies and eat together. Xia Qing pulls Suyu's arm and walks out of the path. Suyu hasn't had time to feel the normal crowd around him. Usually zombie roars. Ogawa, who was following them, had wide eyes. When's there a guy? Ogawa becomes nervous and wants to come forward immediately to protect Natsuharu. She can't have anything. But looking at Xia Qing and the boy seemed very familiar. So he immediately secretly took the photo and wanted to send it to Chu Xiu, but there was no signal on the phone? Suyu frowned slightly and took Xia Qing's hand with his backhand. Someone is following you. With Xia Qing hiding behind a large box on the side, the two men were close together, almost close to each other. Xia Qing was able to smell Suyu's body, and Suyu's Adam's apple rolled down, her eyes falling on her face, slightly red. His heart beat out of rhythm, and the two men touched their fingers unintentionally and clenched their fists unconsciously. He has always been calm and self-absorbed, but for some reason, a small move in front of the person in front of him can make him nervous. When Ogawa took a photo, he found that the person was missing and his face turned pale with fear. It's him. Xia Qing frowned slightly, feeling a little unhappy. Sure enough, that guy Chu Xiu also had a purpose in sending someone to follow her. After the others left, Xia Qing brought Suyu out. Xia Qing's heart was pounding, but she was still very calm. Suyu looked at her small back, and the feeling in her heart became more and more obvious as she looked up at the sky. Familiar and strange. Suyu, let's go. Xia Qing has crooked eyebrows, a soft voice, and a coquettish tone that sounds nice. Okay. Xia Qing knew that Suyu's time was limited and did not want to waste it. Walking next to the street, passers-by couldn't help but take a few more glances at the handsome men and women. When Xia Qing came last time, there were still a lot of scammers here, but this time there are obviously fewer here. At least there are no high-paying recruitments. Because Chu Xiu has cleaned up this side. A three-wheeled stall was ridden along the road, and various fruits were piled together. Everywhere is filled with the natural breath of life. Suyu hasn't felt this environment for a long time. Looking at the stalls around him, he has the urge to put in his own space. Do you want to try this? This is pineapple, which is delicious, but it needs to be soaked in salt water. This is avocado, which has a strong aroma, but a bit strange taste, but its nutritional value is very high. Xia Qing said that she had already bought a lot. When Suyu saw Xia Qing paying, he held back his idea. If this is all taken, he becomes a thief here. He buys 0 yuan every day and suddenly has to pay. Penniless. Suyu has no money, so he can only pay Xia Qing. The way to pay in this world is not cash or bank card, but to swipe your mobile phone. This one is rambutan, and this one is mangosteen. You can try it if you buy more. The fruits here are all tropical. I will definitely let you go to our Chinese country next time. There are so many delicious foods that you can't finish them all. Xia Qing introduced Suyu one by one and talked endlessly, the former's eyes getting brighter and brighter. The latter's eyes were getting deeper and deeper. These some fruits their world has long since disappeared, even before the end of the world, some fruits he has not heard of, let alone seen, maybe in the stacks. Xia Qing introduces him in high spirits and buys the fruits on the side. The little face was filled with joy, and he couldn't help but follow the corners of his mouth slightly up. It's just the warm sun shining in his body, like blood is draining away fast. The energy of his body was rolling rapidly, and a pang of pain filled his limbs. Xia Qing focuses on seeing things because they all want to buy them back for Suyu and let him try them out. By the way, I won't buy you durian. I still have a lot of space, and the one with long thorns is durian. Don't look at the smell, it tastes soft, glutinous, and sweet. Suyu? When Xia Qing turned around, she found that the person was missing. She had a large pile of things in her hand, and at a hidden little junction, she took the things into the space. I'm sorry, I just got the time. Suyu's voice of apology sounded, and he didn't know what was going on this time, as he was consuming energy rapidly in Xia Qing's time and space. The sun is a little hot when he releases the Buddha. He is afraid that the news in place will attract people's attention and cause trouble for Xia Qing. Xia Qing was there seriously picking fruits, and in pain he had no time to tell her, so he hurriedly looked for a hidden place to disappear. Returning to his own time and space, the heat of his body gradually dissipated and he returned to normal. Oddly, in Xia Qing's world, his energy seemed to disappear very quickly, but after he came back, his energy seemed to increase again. Sunshine, is it sunshine? A mystery arose in his heart, and it filled the sky with clouds. What is the reason why the two of them are connected in time and space? Day and night are opposite. If you find the reason for connecting time and space, will you be able to find the cause of the end of the world? If the cause is found and the end of the apocalypse is ended, will their time and space still be connected? Everything unknown. The more Suyu thought about it, the more bitter she felt, and she fell into a sea of suffering and couldn't struggle. This is a fact that he cannot change, they are not people of the world. It's okay, time will slowly increase later. Xia Qing is actually a little lost, very lost. Moreover, I can also go to your time and space. Okay. Suyu didn't dare to think deeply anymore. His heart was surging, his thoughts were endless, and countless thoughts came out, but he had no clue. Not finding Xia Qing, Ogawa was so frightened that he quickly called Chu Xiu. Brother Xiu, I saw a man following Sister Qing, but he reacted quickly. I was discovered by him as soon as I followed, but I haven't found anyone now. Ogawa said anxiously, for fear that it would be dangerous if people disappeared. Location sent. Regardless of the pain of the wound, Chu Xiu quickly put on his clothes and walked out. Brother Xiu, let's go. This area is our territory. Sister Qing will definitely be fine. Brother Xiu, don't go, otherwise the wound will crack. Ignoring Zayaha's words, Chu Xiu hurried out and quickly assembled his men. After a while, Ogawa called again. Brother Xiu, I have found Sister Qing, here on Wan Street. Go to Wan Street. Drop. Chu Xiu sees a blurry photo on his phone. It was sent 20 minutes ago, and it's only now. In photos. Xia Qing pulled Suyu's arm, and the man was tall, and his size and posture could be seen at a glance. This man is of the same profession as him. Is this the person behind Xia Qing? It wasn't seen clearly, it was just a blurry photo, driven by years of vigilance. This man is not simple. The sight shifted to Xia Qing's hand, and she actually took the man's arm. Frowning slightly, his eyes moved slightly, and the complex emotions under his eyes kept turning. Chu Xiu approaches Xia Qing, who will unconsciously avoid it. This man actually made Xia Qing pull her arm. Inexplicably, he has mixed emotions. This man, he's gonna know who. Take out your phone and give WeChat a red photo frame of someone to shine. Find someone. Drop. Who? Dangerous elements. The photo is blurry, only the back view is not easy to find. Then check every man Xia Qing comes into contact with. Chu Xiu didn't click to send this message after it was typed. He gradually calmed down, and now he is in the Burma area. He cannot scare others, no matter who the person behind Xia Qing is. He has not endangered their safety for the time being. No exposure necessary. He's impulsive. Chu Xiu deleted the information and re-edited another one. No need to look for it. The person opposite is frowning, knowing that if you use them, you are in danger of being exposed. What happened to Chu Xiu, who had always been rigorous? Chuxiu got on his motorcycle and went straight to Wan Street. The roar of the motorcycle buzzed, and in an instant a gust of wind blew up. Wan Street, come out. Xia Qing frowned slightly, feeling a little less refreshed. And in his hand, several fruits, a cup of freshly squeezed juice. Qing, Sister Qing, I will call you someday, not let you follow me. Xia Qing pretended to be angry. Such behavior made her feel that her freedom was imprisoned. I'm sorry, Sister Qing, it was Brother Xiu who told me that I must protect your safety. Recently we have attacked several parks for fear of retaliation. Ogawa was very sincere in his apology, and a young man who was only 18 years old felt that he had made a big mistake at the moment. Natsuhara knows that Ogawa is also obeying orders. Then let's do this. I'll let you follow you if you need me in the future. If you don't need me, you don't have to follow me. Okay. Ogawa nodded in response, thinking for sure that he would look at Xia Qing more cautiously next time. Can't have a second. These fruits are given to you to eat. She just bought a bunch of them, some in the space and some in her hand. Thank you, Sister Qing. The two men were talking when a van suddenly stopped in front of them, fast, with long knives in hand. These men, without saying a word, rushed up and chopped. Sister Qing, you run. Ogawa, run. Two people say almost at the same time. Ogawa took out the nonkaku from behind and flicked it gently, then spread it out and rushed forward without hesitation. What would have looked like a skinny kid, bursts into full combat here at this moment. A set of flowing nunchucks, letting the Buddha see a certain star appear. Frame. Several men are no match for Ogawa. Xia Qing was also stunned when she saw this scene. She felt that her face hurt now. I thought Ogawa was just a little brat, who just let him run. I didn't expect to be so good at fighting. Buzzing. Another van came from behind and rushed towards Xia Qing with a knife in his hand, and one of them had a white cotton cloth doped with narcotics. I don't know when the people on this street were empty, they all hid in fear. Nobody dares come out and help. They just live with all their might in a place like this, even if it's full of blood, and the life will continue the next day. Everyone wants to live in a time of peace, and they can't get out and can't live without it. This van, a few people down too, cut without saying a word. Xia Qing was not a vegetarian either, and fought instantly. It's just that she can't take weapons from space, she can only evade these people with great skill. A volley kicked the man off his chin. Gah, her chin was kicked and dislocated, but she still held back her strength. She's not planning on killing anyone here. Small and delicate barbs out of the hand, this thing out of the space, hidden. The wrist flipped and the barb in his hand plunged into the other's eye. He only heard a scream, and his body retreated towards the back. Then he kicked him in the chest and kicked the murderer who was attacking him hard. He kicked the person upside down and flew out, making a sudden spin. Kicked the man who followed one left and one right to the ground. Gah bang. Sorry, I look strong when I am young, why are my bones so brittle? Xia Qing said lightly with a stab in her hand and blood dripping from it. She has fought against terrorists and mercenary-level people, not to mention this group of minions. Her trainer is Su Yu, and all the practitioners are zombies, ferocious mutated animals. The one who remained, taking a few steps back, turned pale, and quickly helped his own man into the van. No matter how good-looking the girl in front of them is, they have no intention of appreciating it. Normally, those girls in their park are beaten every day, and they can't make any waves. I thought Xia Qing was also an easy bully, and she could take her away as long as she covered herself up. Today I met a ruthless person, someone outside. Ogawa's nonkaku beat several people until their noses were bruised and their faces were swollen, and some of their front teeth were knocked out. Watching the van run away, Ogawa did not go after it, having just thrown something on those people. Ogawa refolded the nonkaku and watched Natsuhara resist admiration. Sister Qing, you are so awesome. You nonkakus also make it good. Ogawa, who had just been fierce and ruthless, and Xia Qing, who was decisive and fierce, suddenly disappeared. They praise each other, but they also remember the other person's appearance just now. Man shall not be of appearance, nor shall the waters of the sea be measured. Ogawa finally knows why Natsuhara wouldn't let herself follow. Strong, ah. Ogawa always admired the strong. Chu Xiu was the first person he admired, and Xia Qing was the second in his heart. Sister Qing, you will wait. Ogawa took a roll of paper directly from the shop next to it. Wipe your hands. Xia Qing looked at her hand and just got some blood on it. Hand spines are convenient, but they are still relatively small. Buzzing. A motorcycle rushed over and stopped in front of Xia Qing. Brother Xiu. Ogawa saw that it was Chu Shiyu who became nervous. There was just a wave of people, but they have been solved. Chu Shiyu saw that Xia Qing was not injured, but the fruit he bought on the ground had been thrown to pieces after rolling on the ground. Well done. Sister Qing is also very powerful. What else does Ogawa want to say, which is interrupted by Natsuharu. It's fine now. I didn't expect you to be a very strong child. Get on. Chu Shiyu frowned slightly, his eyes darkened, and his eyes were as deep as Tan's. He did not perceive his tone, with a bit of weirdness. Let me go back, it's not far anyway. As soon as she finished speaking, she saw Chu Shiyu's dark eyes staring at her. Something was not right. Chu Shiyu's face became a little cold imperceptibly. Thinking of the photo he had just seen, Mei Feng condensed imperceptibly. Get in the car, it's not safe here. This time the tone became colder. Xia Qing thought she had something else to ask Chu Shiyu for help. Okay. This time Xia Qing did not refuse again and got on the motorcycle, but kept her distance from Chu Shiyu. Seeing Xia Qing getting on his motorcycle, he rubbed it and drove away. Ogawa, he's still there. Xia Qing turned around and looked at Ogawa, who had recovered as a dumb boy, and stood where he was. He's busy with things. Yes. Ogawa waited here, and after a while a van drove over. Ogawa quickly got in here. Keep up, in front. There are still people who dare to cause trouble here. Last time Brother Shiyu demolished all their parks, and they had one left. I was worried that I couldn't find where they were hiding, so I delivered it to my door today. Follow Yate, let's go. Just now Ogawa threw something on that man, the German Shepherd military dog they had, professionally trained, in front of him on a motorcycle, with the Yate dog, looking for a location. When they all left, the shops on the street and the people hiding came out one by one. It has been stable for a few days, but today there is another quarrel. However, everyone was already normal about this kind of thing, and soon returned to normal life. Chu Shiyu, do me a favor, help me with the entire identity information of a friend. Friends? Okay. Chu Shiyu didn't ask anything, so he responded. He thought of that picture, vaguely speculative. Xia Qing wasn't saying anything, she wasn't in a hurry now anyway. Suyu's time was short every time he came. Want that nationality? Can you still choose? He is a person without identity and nationality. It is best to apply for an old Singaporean nationality. Old Singaporeans are mostly of Chinese descent, and the country is very ethnically diverse. It integrates multiple cultures, with diverse populations such as Chinese, Malays, and Indians. Moreover, this national team is visa-free all over the world, making it relatively convenient to apply for nationality. Money can solve 99% of things. It's just that Xia Qing doesn't have any way out now, she'll have them all in the future. Good. Photos sent, name. How long will it take to come out? Chu Shiyu glanced at her meaningfully, his eyes slightly complicated. Half a month. Okay. Anyway, she won't be able to go back to China for a while. I have sent the photo and name to your mobile phone. Motorbike, stop, already where they live. Brother Shiyu, Sister Qing. When several people saw that it was Chu Shiyu and Xia Qing, they immediately gave way. One of the guys came over and took over and parked Chu Shiyu's motorcycle. 2 upstairs. Take a good rest, there is a bathroom next to it, I don't know how to use it at night. Tomorrow I will take you to the Emerald Stone Field to deal with it. Then when will we go to Donpu village? After waiting for someone to arrive. Xia Qing nodded. Although she didn't know who he was talking about, she went back to the room first. After so much trouble for a day, she didn't feel tired. After absorbing the physical changes of crystal beads, you are full of energy. Chu Shiyu watched Xia Qing enter the room and instead of returning to it, he opened Xia Qing's WeChat account. The name Suyu is obviously the same font, but it seems to be enlarged in his eyes. And a positive face photo. Even though he only saw the back, he still felt that this person was him. The face is like a carving, the facial features are distinct, with a bit of coldness, and the eyes are as sharp as an eagle. Cold-hearted and courageous, this man has definitely served as a soldier. As long as you have been a soldier, your temperament is different from other people. However, Suyu does look better than him. He touched an inch-long scar on his left face. Some dissatisfaction with your looks for the first time? Xia Qing changed her clothes and she didn't take them from the space. Only one piece of clothing can be found from the closet. The clothes in it, either black or white, are fortunately not half-length skirts, otherwise they are really inconvenient. Every day here is fighting and killing. Xia Qing went to the bathroom and found that the toiletries here were all new and had not been opened. Useful with a coconut scent. After packing everything, she locked the room door and took out the shielding instrument. Windows closed, curtains pulled. She first goes to the spacetime of the apocalypse to complete several teleported missions. Goes to Suyu again. How are you? Noticing that Suyu's state is somewhat wrong. Xia Qing, have you ever felt the sunshine or moonlight here? Sunshine? Moonlight? Every time she came over it was daytime, and she stayed here the last time the space was upgraded. Quite normal, right? While the two were talking, Yang Shuo came over. I observed the moon all night and found a flash of red. Here's the video. I slowed down the multiples. The two men looked at the video and saw the scarlet moonlight seeming died, instantly invading the moon and then dissipating. Feels like the moon is a little dim. What is this? Xia Qing saw this kind of thing for the first time. Could it be some kind of lunar eclipse or something? A foreign land? I don't know either, just keep observing. Okay. Yang Shuo hurried over with the video and left in a hurry. I suspect that the world's variation may be related to the vision of the moon. Xia Qing frowned slightly. Should she also look at the moon when she goes back? I went to your world today and found that sunlight can increase the energy of the flames in my body. So magical? So you didn't say that the sun had brought him a strong burning sensation. So should I go out to bask in the sun now? She's sunned before, and she just feels a little hot. But now it doesn't seem like it feels like much. She's not afraid of the scorching heat since she awakened her ice powers. There's nothing unusual about going out and sunbathing. Take me to teleport over. Okay. Xia Qing teleported with Suyu to the military base near Xi'an City the next second. The wind and sand here are still very strong, and Xia Qing lightly puts on black sunglasses. The two men teleported and heard a roaring sound, trembling the surrounding air, and the surrounding sand and soil kept rolling, as if something was going to come out of it. The two men turned around in unison, and saw a huge mutant animal emerging from the sand. The twisted and ferocious figure could vaguely be seen as a horse, but its mouth became abnormally large, with rows of teeth *** outside. What stuff? Shocked, his men moved without fear, took out their pistols from space and aimed them at the heads of the mutated animals, and a series of gunshots followed, cutting through the wind and sand. It turned out that he missed a shot. This marksmanship also requires talent. Suyu calmly pulls out the laser gun, and each shot accurately targets the mutant monster's head. This guy's head was too big and he didn't know the pain, and even the sharp beam of the laser gun penetrated his head, leaving the burnt hole, and it roared towards them. Is this the mutated horse Chen Ye said? Mutated monsters that specialize in eating the lower body. Guns don't work? Suyu swirled his palms softly, and a flash of golden red flames jumped out. When Xia Qing saw this, she tapped her fingertips, and the cold air in the air condensed and instantly turned into a crystal clear icicle. One blue and one red quickly approached the mutant horse. Half of the mutant horse's body solidified in the ice blue chill, while the other half was ruthlessly devoured by the golden red flames, blazing with flames. For a few seconds, half of the body, scorched by the flames, turned to ashes and drifted away with the surrounding wind and sand. Its other half is frozen. Xia Qing is surprised that they are so capable. It seems that on the end-time side, superpowers are more powerful than thermal weapons. As the superpowers increase and the world changes, I'm afraid the thermal weapons will become weaker and weaker, unless they are updated and invented and transformed into more powerful weapons that can fight against the superpowers. Only to her surprise, her and Suyu's abilities do not interfere with each other. It is clear that ice and fire exist in opposition to each other, but now half ice and half fire exist in harmony. Xia Qing walks over and sees the half-sparkling thing on the mutant beast's chest, which is especially noticeable under the sun. She thought of Chen Ye's reminder. He stepped forward and took the piece out of the ice cube. The other half was frozen by it and turned into an ice sculpture and poured it into the sand. She's someone with superpowers, too, who? It feels good to use superpowers here, the energy that comes out of the body. In her time and space, she felt that all the superpowers in her body were suppressed. Even if she drank the body-enhancing potion, she was not as strong as her physique here. She looked up at the glowing sun and looked at it so straight that she didn't feel the glare. The ice-blue pupils shrank slightly. Suyu, maybe some kind of magnetic field in this spacetime is changing. I feel the same way, especially when I go to your time and space, this feeling becomes more and more obvious. The one that can influence a spacetime change to shine on the entire world is the sun and the moon. Land. Suyu squatted down and grabbed a handful of sand. The soil quality here seems to have not changed. I brought one last time and have asked the institute at the base to inspect it. It's just that the results haven't come out yet, and every time he goes to a place, he brings a handful of dirt and brings it back for testing. Suyu, look at this thing. Is this also a crystal bead? Or a supernatural bead? I can't feel the energy in it. Chenya told me that this thing on the chest of mutated animals is very useful. She thought it was crystal beads or something, but now it doesn't look like it. The mutated animal is quite disgusting, but the crystallization of its chest is unusually beautiful. So I understand a little bit that these mutated animals crystallize in their chests. Does it mean they are fatally injured in their chests? After all, Suyuna's laser gun just shot through several holes in his head without dying. Very likely. Suyu took a crystal that looked like crystal, and really couldn't feel the change in energy inside. Put it into space first and go back and study it. When you arrive in Xi'an City, you may know what this thing is used for. Xia Qing remembers Chen Ya's words. There is still some large equipment left in the military base. Zhang Liang's side is already arranging manpower, and the military base here will also be re-established. Ho ho! Appeared again. These mutated animals all emerge from sandy lands. Xia Qing pointed a laser gun at the mutated horse for a burst. In vain, has given up on guns. Finally, a superpower ice was used to freeze it. Plop plop plop. To solve these mutated horses, Xia Qing felt a little tired. First time using powers this long. So you took out the individual aircraft from space. You go back and rest. Well, be careful and enter the space directly when in danger. Come her world. So you nodded gently and slowly lowered the transparent glass shield of the plane. At a height that Xia Qing cannot see, the curvature of the lip corners widens a bit, making it warm and deep. Even if this world has collapsed, there are people from another world who support him. The plane took off, and the light poured out, rendering the people on the plane a layer of golden brilliance. Xia Qing's eyes involuntarily followed the gradually disappearing figure. Suyu is very handsome. If she debuts, she will be the first to spend money to support him. Big money. Immediately, Xia Qing teleports back to her own world. The few crystals in the space melted silently into the space. How could this happen? In the past, she absorbed crystal beads and superpower crystals, and the space was upgraded accordingly. But this thing melted. Fusion with her space. There was little change in the space, perhaps because it was too small to feel for a moment. However, she vaguely felt that this was a good thing for space. Looked at the time, it was only 2 o'clock in the morning. She opened the curtains, and the sky was dark blue, without a cloud. No lights, pitch black. She looked up at the moon, the night was quiet and the moon was cold. The bright moon was in the sky, and the rippling moonlight was hazy. She looked carefully and saw that the moon was not as red as before and was still as bright as ever. Her world won't be like that, it won't be reduced to that bleak world. Relieved, Xia Qing lay down and rested. The next morning, Xia Qing braided her hair clean and tidy. Just out of the bedroom, there's someone in the living room, and it's Ogawa in the kitchen. Lu Xiaochuan wears an apron and has a simple and honest look, which is completely different from yesterday's ruthless appearance with a nonkaku frame. Sister Qing, breakfast is ready soon, you sit down first. Xia Qing looked at the table, hot milk with orange juice and even soy milk. Ogawa took out the fried ham and egg pancakes, bread, hard-boiled eggs, and even a vegetable salad. Brother Shiyu never ate breakfast, so I did so much. Very good, thank you. It's a bit sinful to have a teenager cook her breakfast. Eat together. Sister Qing, these are all for you to eat alone. I have already finished eating. He would get up at 5 in the morning and run for an hour. Eat her so much? Maybe you're afraid you won't be able to eat? So did something with each? Chu Shiyu's door opened, and he usually dressed casually, wearing casual pants and a black t-shirt. Today he is dressed more formally, wearing a flight jacket top, and his hair seems to have been specially arranged. It is no longer disorganized, looks tougher, and his eyebrows and eyes are sharper against him. Do you want to sit down and eat something? Based on the principle that it is bad to waste food, Xia Qing invites Chu Shiyu to have breakfast together. Okay. Lu Xiaochuan, who was on the side, was stunned for a moment. Brother Shiyu never ate breakfast. Although Chu Shiyu sat across from Xia Qing, he only took a sip of orange juice. Aren't you hot? This Myanmar area is tropical season, wear a flying jacket. Xia Qing did not quite understand this, and Chu Shiyu also rummaged through the cabinets all night, only to feel that this was more handsome and could improve his appearance a little. Not bad. Today we are going to the jadeite rough stone factory. You can't wear this outfit. What's wrong with me? It's all taken from the closet. I'll take you to buy clothes and change your outfit later. I'll package you as a super rich man in the country. You just need to act like him. I'll take care of the rest. What I want to see today is the troubled army, so be careful. Xia Qing took a sip of hot milk and asked, didn't we go to Dongpu village to buy guns first? Their city is also very close to Dongpuzai. Yes, see you at night. Seeing that today's task is very heavy, we need to eat more. The unrest forces and government forces in Myanmar are now fighting fiercely, and bomb attacks are possible at any time. Ogawa, your craftsmanship is really good. Lu Xiaochuan smiled silly and said, Sister Qing likes to eat, I make it for you every day. After breakfast, Lu Xiaochuan packed his things diligently. Ogawa, have you been living in Myanmar? No, I am Chinese, and I haven't been home for 2 years. You left home 2 years ago when you were 16? Still underage. I followed Brother Shiyu when I was 16. Ogawa Ido, are you homesick? I can take you back when my business in Myanmar is busy. Lu Xiaochuan was a little moved by this, but he still insisted on shaking his head. It seemed that there was something unspeakable. No, I can't go back. As he spoke, Lu Xiaoquan's eyes dimmed and then brightened again. Follow Brother Xiu, I am very willing. Chu Xiu's eyes on the side were a little dimmer, and there was more of a heavy burden on his shoulders. Xia Qing changed her outfit, she was a little glittering, she had sequins on her clothes, not only that, she also had a lot of jewelry on her body. When they got in the car, Chu Xiu and Xia Qing were behind, and Lu Xiaochuan was driving, but they didn't follow the car. What we are going to meet later is the deputy of the troubled army, who is responsible for these two jadeite factories. I told him that we would purchase the right to operate one of them. He will ask you to verify the capital first, and you can just open the balance of the international bank and let him take a look. No guns allowed inside. Deputy of the troublesome army? Isn't it true that the turbulent troops have now reached Myanmar? Yes, there are still some left here. Now is the most empty time within them. Not only us but also people from two other large parks are coming here today to bid. Can those 200 million be successfully bid? You know this is the jade mine. Myanmar district supplies 2/3 of the world's raw jadeite, and even if it's dangerous, many people will risk it. Do you have any other plans? Don't worry, I'll protect you. Chu Xiu spoke very seriously. Xia Qing believes in herself even more, but now, the arrow has to be fired. Okay. The car drove for a full 2 hours, and it has to be said that the infrastructure in Burma was so poor that the road was not built for many years. The dirt roads were potholed and it was not pleasant to sit in a car. I think you put this on me and it makes me feel uncomfortable. Rich people are very low-key and usually don't dress like this. That's like, whose rich guy goes out in his dress every day? They are stupid. Only in this way can you show that you have enough assets. Just like those local bosses, why buy luxury cars? It's not to show that he has money that others are willing to invest in him. Chu Xiu said seriously. Xia Qing, listening, seems to make some sense. The troubled army in Myanmar district, to put it bluntly, there are not many schools here. It would be great to go to junior high school. Where can I have so much vision? In their eyes, emerald gold, these are valuable. Besides, being able to dare to bring these things to you proves that you have money and you dare to wear them. After all, here, you can be robbed if you wear something more expensive when you go out. It's no exaggeration, but of course it would be much better if we went to Burma. After all, it was government troops. It's not like on this side, several WA states are divided, they are not unified at all. The troubled army is like a mountain bandit. What are you talking to them about? Talk about astronomy, talk about concepts, talk about the design of this dress? It's weird that they can understand. Talk to farmers about growing vegetables, special forces about guns, and games about which games are fun. If you were in Porter country, then your clothes would be luxurious, and it would be normal to raise tigers. Can you raise them privately in China? Like the troubled army in this Burma area, that's the bandits of the mountains. Why are they waging war? Could it be to prove one's existence? For money, for profit, of course. Listen to you. Xia Qing did not want to argue with Chu Xiu. After all, she had no experience in this area and had only seen the turmoil in Myanmar from the news. Know that the evil of human nature is more terrifying than you think. But it is also the goodness of human nature, which is greater than you think. Where there is sunshine, there is darkness. Huge jadeite minerals. Pagan region, a place where raw jadeite is produced. A mine is a good place and a dangerous place. Such a big mine. Xia Qing is the first time she has come to such a place. Well, here's one of the biggest mines. Chu Xiu said in a deep voice. There were men dressed casually around, but all with weapons, and there were many pits in the mines, large and small, with people inside. Brother Xiu, you are here, please come inside. A man with short hair and a floral shirt says enthusiastically. At this moment, a man came running in a panic. Brother Hua, the small mine in the east collapsed and dozens of people were buried. If you bury it, bury it. So why are you panicking? I don't know what big day it is. Manly Airways in floral shirts. A group of bargains, find someone to dig them out, and bury them when they die. Yes. Only after getting the words from the supervisor did the following dare to save the person. Xia Qing frowned slightly, and she couldn't believe that in her world, there were countries that didn't take human life seriously at all. What is more terrifying than the end of the world is actually the human heart. Brother Xiu, please come inside. Men are not at all concerned about burying dozens of people, and if they die here, they are dead, and there is no compensation. Nobody, they're gonna go cheat. Anyway, there are so many fools who believe in high-paying hires. White pie in the sky? That's not delicious, that's smashing you first. They are led to a large tin house. Inside, a long table was set up, which looked very crude. Xia Qing frowned slightly and looked at Chu Xiu. Do you still need her to dress like this when you come to this shabby place? Brother Xiu, we have to do routine testing when we go in. Then, take out a metal detector, and this thing is the thing that they're testing at the Huiguo high-speed rail station, right? Chu Xiu detected a gun and a dagger and turned it in. Drip drip. When I arrived at Xia Qing's place, my whole body was dripping. What's going on? The flower shirt looked at Xia Qing with all kinds of metal, gold necklaces, earrings, and things hanging on her head, also dressed in sequined glitter. You must know that her outfit weighs at least a few pounds. The man looked at this body and frowned slightly. Brother Xiu, you wait. The man goes in, comes out in about 5 minutes, and follows a woman. Wearing a black silk suspender skirt, long hair, and heavy makeup, she couldn't cover it up, and her left eye was bruised and black. Brother Xiu, you have to search yourself. Chu Xiu frowned slightly, and a hint of displeasure flashed through the corners of his eyebrows. Search. The woman did not search carefully, but after a simple touch, she stopped when there was nothing large on her body. Xia Qing had only seen such plots in Hong Kong City movies in the past, but she didn't expect to encounter the real-life version today. Come in, Brother Xiu. The factory building was arranged quite just fine, and the wooden chairs for the conference table looked very cheap. Except for Chu Xiu and Xia Qing, across from them sat a middle-aged bald man with a large gold chain, whose entire body was tattooed from his neck to his arm. Sitting next to the man was a man from Phalisai, who was wearing a suit and navy tie out of place here. Smoking a fine cigar, this person should be the person opposite the man who wants to run the business? She circled around and found that there were indeed quite a few outfits like this. It was just a mine. Does it need so many people? Xia Qing and Chu Xiu walked in, and several people glanced at Xia Qing. In the eyes are astonished, contemptuous, and all kinds of bright thoughts are revealed. This gaze made Xia Qing feel nauseous, and she felt that they were not looking at people, but at a naked body. There was some sudden noise outside. Only a few shots were heard returning to calm. From the outside comes a woman with short, flamboyant red hair and heavy long eyelashes, and the woman has red flowers tattooed from her neck that look like a mandala. The woman wore high heels and a high-class suit in black with exquisite emeralds of great value. Sister Shuang. The whole crowd at the venue saw the woman in front of them come up and stand up one after another. The woman looked round, frivolous at the corners of her eyes, and threw the dagger out of her hand carelessly, not caring about the blood-stained fingers, with a cold expression, but a sick satisfaction shining in her eyes. I'm so sorry to keep everyone waiting. This man is the deputy of the troublesome army in Burma, and he is actually a woman. Rough woman. The reason why these city-states in Myanmar are too chaotic is that a large part of them are extremely Chinese. In the first 2 decades, China vigorously combated criminals, especially gang-related organizations. So those who had taken human lives and escaped ran away abroad. Some of the rich and capable have deployed in advance and have gone to some large countries, but most of the mid to low-end ones have come to Myanmar. Apparently the woman had just killed a person outside with her own hands, so there had just been a cry for help, and a noise. Those who can come here today are all my friends. At present, this jade mine is the world-famous pagan mine. 95% of the world's gem-level jadeite comes from Myanmar. You know the importance of this mine. Here you have all kinds of high-quality emeralds, whether they are deep green or translucent white. Starting auction management rights of 200 million. If we don't need a lot of money, we won't sell the management rights. Here, there were 3 people, all with foreign guests. Xia Qing frowned slightly, and the starting price was actually 200 million. This is different from what Chu Xiu said. Doesn't it mean that you can get the right to operate with 200 million? How could this happen? Suddenly the scene became exciting. Of course I have the final say when it comes to my territory. Woman chuckles. If you buy it, stay, if you don't buy it, get out. Xia Qing and Chu Xiu sat still, and she felt that it was not that simple. At this time, a man next to him frowned and said, "Sorry, then we don't want the X family." When he had finished speaking, the man got up, raised his legs and walked out. Lin Xuan, with the corners of his mouth rising slightly, with a cold smile, raised his hand and sent the man to the west. The others saw this and did not dare to go any further. To put it nicely, let you start bidding at 200 million. To put it harshly, 200 million is to buy your own life. The woman chuckles and glances in Xia Qing's direction as if nothing. What does this mean? Didn't you tell me that you want to buy an emerald stone factory here, and you can buy it for 200 million? The man in the suit confronts the bald man next to him. Our people are out there too. Not to be outdone, said the other man. Only Xia Qing looked at all this calmly. It looked like she was going to fight again. During the day, he physically fights with Chu Xiu, and at night, he fights and kills with Su Yu's superpowers. Old man Wan, what do you mean when you speak? The man in the suit asked, frowning. What's the point? We were deceived. I just said that the jade mine in Myanmar can be bought for 200 million? Simply a fantasy. The man standing next to the suit sneered. No blood today, don't even think about getting out of here safely. Old man Wan, I trust you so much, why did you bring me here like this? Suddenly the whole venue was in chaos, and those who were brought over had at least 200 million in their hands. Are you stupid? 200 million, just want to buy a jadeite mine? Last year, a piece of top-quality jadeite was sold here for 200 million. Of course everyone is not a fool, but now that the war is raging in Burma, there is no time to take care of oneself, and everyone wants to pick up a leak. Everyone knows the danger and thinks that no one will take over. They each plan that everyone wants to be the one who picks up the leak. Being able to make a fortune depends not only on ability, but also on luck and decisive courage. Haha, to put it bluntly today, we were taken advantage of and sold. As soon as Lin Shuang reached out, the little brother next to him, quick-sighted and quick-handed, quickly handed over a cigarette. The woman, with a cigarette in her mouth, watched as the lighter lit the cigarette butt, emitting a scarlet light, and she spit out the smoke ring. Looked at these people with contempt. Before leaving, Shang Kun reminded her that she only needs money and doesn't kill people. Otherwise the turmoil is too great, and no one dares to come even if there is the largest jadeite rough mining plant here. But it feels good, the man she just shot is not dead. Sister Shuang, this person is from Milan. Only the country of Baizi Prefecture. The country of the northwest state is far from them, but there is nothing they can do about it. Only Chinese, she won't kill easily. What do you want to do? We are all jewelry agents from all over the place, and if you do that, no one will come to Burma again to buy rough stones. Who dares to come to you after you do this? Yeah, several outsiders banded together, and today they're all grasshoppers on a rope. Can only stand united. Lin Shuang sneered. We are not Burmese government troops. Today, each of you can get out of this door safely with 200 million. Otherwise, I don't mind if we have a few more miners here. After all, a few have just died and still need to fill the gap. Old man Wan, you are talking. Hey, brother, you handed over the money and I'll take you away. One old man looked embarrassed. They are a group of people in the factory area, with dozens of people in their hands. The largest one is 1 or 200. How can they compare with these turbulent troops? They too can only grovel. If they don't pay 200 million today, then let them people in the factory. They don't want to hand it in? They were coerced and maintained by the troubled army. Every year they also paid at least protection money to the troubled army. Old man Wan, what a disaster today. Some people have no choice but to accept their fate? Gun to your head. Want money or death? Naturally, it is the latter. Those who are here today have at least 200 million in reserve. Who transfers the money first? Lin Shuang took a puff of cigarette, and the smoke asked with a smile. But her smile made people shudder. Lin Shuang's eyes swept around and fell on Xia Qing's body. Just because Xia Qing is dressed too flashy? She then shifted her eyes to Chu Xiu. Lin Shuang clicked while stepping on high heels. Walking up to Xia Qing, the smoke spits out at Xia Qing's face. Your skin is so smooth. I really want to cut it off and see if it can still be so smooth. Xia Qing twitched the corner of her mouth. Today she can be considered to have met a pervert. Xia Qing took it out and opened the account interface of her own international bank. There's more than 200 million in it. Chu Xiu, I didn't expect you to fall in love with a rich woman. No wonder, you turned a blind eye to me, you are really rich. But if you can bring a rich woman here today, you won't have to pay any protection fees in the future. Lin Shuang's words meant provocation both inside and outside. Xia Qing doesn't care at all. I can transfer the money to you, but I am thirsty and hungry now. It's still bloody here and it makes me sick. This is a universal password for international banks. As long as I enter the wrong password once, it will automatically lock. If you want to solve it, you can only go to Switzerland in person. Switzerland is a continent of north and south, and it takes nearly 20 hours by plane. Of course, you kill me now and want the money in it separately. See, does she want money or Xia Qing's life? So people's money here is probably not as much as Xia Qing's. Chu Xiu has been selling things to Xia Qing and probably knows her money. Just not having her would have been so much. She got them to the International General Bank after paying taxes on all the money she divided among the companies in the country. Since you want money, kill her first? How else do you ask for money? Chu Xiu, what a rich little woman you brought here. I love you so much. Chu Xiu frowned slightly, facing the woman, especially her heavy makeup and bursts of perfume. It was so pungent that he felt a burst of nausea, like a fly stuck in his throat. Go away, disgusting. Faced with Chu Xiu's ruthlessness, Lin Shuang was not angry on the surface, but clenched his fingers onion tightly. Little Beazai, take our two friends to the back for tea. Lin Shuang smiled and had a cold tone. Understood, Sister Shuang. Oh, by the way, this lady is very thirsty. Contact more water to feed her. Lin Shuang's face turned frosty and cold, and she couldn't see any woman better than her. More beautiful than her, better skin than her, not even. Those who are more beautiful than her will be disfigured, those who have a better voice than her will be vicious and mute, and those whose skin is better than her will be splashed with sulfuric acid. A fat man comes out from behind the door at this moment. He immediately understood what was implicit in Lin Xuan's words and showed a smile. Although a man is only 170 centimeters tall, he weighs at least 250 kilograms. The little bun that this name gave? A big guy, clearly. Xia Qingyu feels that the woman in front of her is a psychopath. And the smile that the man just showed made her feel sick, and she wanted to take it out and stab him with a knife, but he ended up. Xia Qing and Chu Xiu are taken to the small house behind. My patience is limited, and I don't have time to spend with you here. After saying that, Lin Xuan walked to the stool at the front and sat down with his legs crossed. Pap 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 pap. Dear parents of the park, you only need to pay 10 million to leave today. The bosses of several parks frowned. Sister Xuan, don't you think we brought a big fat pig as you asked us to? We little minions don't need it, right? She clapped her hands. A few more big guys came out. The heads of several parks are people who know what the situation is. The scene they faced was no stranger, except that today they have become piglets. On weekdays, they don't use the following methods to train people in the park. Only by training people like dogs can they become more obedient. This has led to many people having mental problems after being safely sent back to their country. I hand it over. One old man doesn't want to suffer this. Pay money to avoid the pain of flesh and blood. Today in Burma, big fish eat small fish, and small fish eat dried shrimps. There was support behind the turbulent army, and they fought all the way to Myanmar in China. It is very likely that in the future the whole of Burma will be controlled by the troubled army. There will be no stable days in the entire Myanmar region. Like Akan, almost no woman dares to travel there. Various small nations, especially those in civil strife within a few decades, began fighting wars. Akan's reactionary forces won, and the Vietnamese were caught up in terrorist attacks for the past 2 days. The president of Thailand was assassinated and hundreds of people were killed in the bridge bombing. Thinking of this, Old Man Wan decisively transferred 10 million, which is nothing compared to 200 million. Very good. Lin Xuan smiled happily. Sister Xuan, can I leave? Lin Xuan didn't reply, but Old Man Wan had already raised his leg and was about to go outside. But the two men with guns at the door stopped him. Old Man Wan turned pale, and he knew that he shouldn't have come to today's hangmen banquet, but had to come. His family would not have run away without coming to their place and being blown to ashes. They had no shells in their hands. Sister Xuan. Old Man Wan swallowed his saliva, even though he was the boss in the park. He is a dog trainer, but here he is nothing. He's a dog. I'm talking about a part worth 10 million, Xiao Wan, didn't you hear it clearly just now? Which part is better for you to keep for 10 million? Lin Xuan stared at his body, greasy, she didn't want anything. She had Chu Xiu in mind, and although she was not very handsome in appearance, she was better in temperament and figure. Not like this group of men with fat heads and big ears, young and old. Men should look like men. No, no. Sister Xuan, we can't do this. Lin Xuan glanced, and a man next to him rushed over instantly and picked up the knife. The man's fingers were cut off 2 times. Ah! A shrill scream. I hand it in, I hand it in. Old Man Wan covered his hand and said with a twisted and painful expression. All of them were so deceived that they tricked people into slaughtering pigs as butchers all day long, but today they have become lambs to be slaughtered. One of the men paid 50 million and really had no money in his hand. Sister Xuan,